Now who wanna move closer on? Now who wanna move out on? If you got stripes and you let the city know you rock 'em, yeah, we got 'em, yeah, we fought 'em. Like that black and orange up on 'em, bingo bottle, never stop it, to the beast and know 'em. Who they rockin' with the diamond stripes, flossing on the ring, Cincinnati, she's our queen, we gon' show the world who king. Orange in the day, black in the night, stripes in our veins, sparks gonna fly. The beast is awake, orange, black and white, 'cause when the jungle come alive, who day we ignite.
Welcome to Bengals and Jesus Christ, Greg. I couldn't even get off the couch for this show.
Dude, I'm just so beat up from yesterday. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. What's up, Chop? How are you, buddy?
What's up, man?
I know you didn't sleep much, but
worked pretty hard yesterday too. Got right to my computer, my position.
Watching the draft also. That's why I
can tell.
Yeah, you're gonna have to turn that down.
Oh, stupid remote.
Yeah, good event. I tell my scouting report, Chop.
The scouting report on Dale is shows up late, leaves early, and doesn't do shit while he's there.
Boom.
But team leader.
I said that's a perfect scouting report, to be honest.
Right. Yeah, we got everything set up. The event started going really good, and then here come Dale, schmoozing, bullshitting with everybody.
I do.
And then we're all busy, and then Dale comes to me while I'm working, and I'm real busy, and says, "I gotta go."
I remember turning my head to Dale after Demetrius Knight, and Dale had that look like he.
See, yeah, well, I had to look because, and this is partially a mock draft problem we do too, right? Because you're always like, best case scenario, boom, I get this guy, boom, I get this guy, boom, I get that guy. We don't know what the coaches are thinking. One thing we can say, and listen, you guys know I don't sit here and suck the dick. I wasn't super happy about not getting Walter Nolan on night one. I think that was very apparent after it happened. Do I think that every player they picked was maybe a touch early? Shamar Stewart, 18th on my board, but he goes 17th. Not a huge reach, not a lot of production. But you see the traits, the athleticism, the size, the hope that he can be more. And bringing in new coaches is because we needed to develop young talent on this team. Now they got a hell of a job they're going to have to do to develop even more young talent. But, hey, that's why you brought these guys in, apparently, because they weren't developing the guys they had. So then you go to round two. Now, this is an older guy, but what did they don't talk about Jermaine Pratt. He requested a trade. Well, I don't know if anybody wants you, Jermaine. I don't know if it's possible to get anything for you.
Right.
That's just the truth. So he may end up being cut if there's not, a 6th, 7th round trade of Jermaine Pratt today, because teams know he's probably going to be cut.
I'm hoping for a 5th. I'm hoping for some reason some team wants a starting linebacker and they give us a 5th round for him.
And I'd like to point out the age. He is not 25 going 26. He's 24, going to be 25 in what, Dale? July?
Yeah, so he's going to be 25 in July. I mean, everything out there said like he was already 25, prior to this. So he's a little younger. At the end of the day, you're bringing him in because you expect him to be plug and play, probably starting linebacker this season. He should be able to beat out Warren Burks. And then the contract, when they signed Warren Burks, we said, well, that's Akeem Davis-Gaither money, and Davis-Gaither got more to go elsewhere, so that's why they brought in Burks. So
boom.
And Burks can come in and start for you when you need him. You can have him in some packages. He's a veteran. He's special teams. He can do a lot of things. So, but Demetrius Knight is ready to play. Yes, he's older. Yes, he's a 6-year guy. Yes, he just played special teams at Georgia Tech for 4 seasons. Then he transfers to Charlotte. Okay, I'm going to play at Charlotte. Ball's out at Charlotte. Well, that's lower competition. So you still, at that point, who is this guy? What is he? What can he be? Well, he goes to South Carolina. It's the SEC. And he plays just as good at South Carolina as he did at Charlotte. And you go, well, that's really good. Goes and plays at the Senior Bowl against other great players. Has a very good Senior Bowl week. Was voted team captain. People like him. They went to his birthday party. So voted team captain when you're transferring in and you're voted team captain. There's guys that's been in that program 3-4 years. He's voted the team captain. That says something for the type of person he is.
Eamon Warry, the TJ Sanders. It's not like he was like the only good defensive player on that team. I mean, that says a lot right there also, right?
No, what happened was that, like Al Golden said, that was such a good defense. They talked to a lot of players, and all the players, when they asked about the leader, pointed to Demetrius Knight.
Yeah. So there's a lot to like about Demetrius Knight. He was the next best linebacker on my board.
Yeah.
But it sounds like on the Bengals board, he would have been the best linebacker if Carson Swessinger was there. Yeah. So me and Chop didn't have to go through that, but we'll find out who's better because Swessinger's going to be in the AFC North playing with Cleveland. He was the very first pick of round 2.
Man, the Browns and the old Browns are putting together a real good draft so far.
Yeah.
I was a little surprised they didn't take another edge to team up with Garrett. I was a little surprised by that.
They did. Well, fuck it. I mean, to team up with Garrett, they got Mason Graham. I know it's not edge, but still.
Yeah.
You got Mason Graham, and now you got Carson Swishinger in the back, as a linebacker.
So Demetrius Knight, a touch early on my board, yes, but he was still stacked in where he could go round 2/3 spot, with the way I stack it. And the Bengals love him, and if he comes in and he starts, then great, right? You've got a starting linebacker. So that's the hope there. Stewart, you're hoping you get the best out of him because he's got the traits for days, right?
Yes.
He can pull out and he can finish more.
Yes.
You've got a guy there. And then round 3, Dylan Fairchild, stacked 3-4 on my board. So he goes in the second half of the third round there with where we're picking. And I think he comes in and competes. It sounds like he's going to compete at left guard.
Dude, I personally like Dylan Fairchild better than Tate Ratledge. And it's because of your draft guide. Like, I would look at those, what you put, pros, cons, your little summary, and I'm like, how is this guy rated under Tate Ratledge? Because he is a beast, man. He's a road grader in the pass game. And he talks about, I liked it when he talked about Scott Peters putting his hands on him. And they go, and did you hear the phone call? And they go, do you want to match up against me? He goes, yeah, I do. He wants to wrestle Scott Peters because this guy's got a big wrestling background. He's undefeated as a wrestler.
Yeah. I love those guys. And shout out to a couple guys joining us here. We got Dustin Cross, the CEO, and we got my guy Divine. So I'm good to see you guys. I'll toss it to you first, Dustin. You can give your thoughts, and then Divine, we'll let you give your thoughts on all 3 rounds, honestly, however, whatever you want to talk about here.
I think when you take a step back, it's really kind of a common theme with these guys. They all seem, super high character, play with a lot of tenacity, high motors, things like that. I refer back, and people are sick of me saying this, but I just kind of refer back to that Daniel Jeremiah tweet. A lot of this draft is about positional fits. If you go up and down the board, you could see that theme with a lot of teams. They have their players slotted in their own pods, and they're not thinking in terms of reaches. So, you take, for example, Demetrius Knight in the second round. The Bengals had a lot of conviction around him. Yeah. When they woke up that day, that's who they targeted. That's who they wanted to pick. Now, I know that for the sake of mocks and consensus boards, you rank players into different rounds, which I don't know. Maybe at some point today, it'll be a fun exercise for Dale to go through how you project players into certain rounds. I think that could be kind of good to have the science behind that. But if you kind of looked at how the board stacked, Carson went to the Browns. I don't know what other linebackers that you're picking. I don't think Demetrius Knight is sliding to the 3rd round pick, to be honest.
I don't.
He's not. He's not.
Yeah. So that's just kind of my thoughts generally on the draft is, and I think we can get caught up in thinking of this whole window of opportunity for the Bengals, which is true. But I also think if you take a step back, Al Golden's the new defensive coordinator. I think on defense, it's more of a rebuild than what we think. So take, for example, the players that we have drafted. He even mentioned Demetrius Knight even being able to play out on the edge.
Yep.
There's hints around maybe even having some 3-4 looks. It's going to take a year for Al Golden to get all his guys in there. Now, obviously, when you hire a defensive coordinator, you need to develop the guys that are there as well. But he's getting the guys that fits his scheme, and he's getting the type of players that he wants. So
we'll have Divine talk Demetrius Knight, and then we can get into the next guy. But I did want to mention real quick the Titans selected Chimere DK, wide receiver from Florida. So There you go. And get weapons.
Is that how you pronounce that last name? That's a good thing you said that.
Were you going to say?
I thought his last name was just
Don't say it.
Dike.
That's what I thought too.
How the fuck else you supposed to pronounce? You got to like put a little apostrophe on the end of that E or some shit.
DK. That's how I'm going to pronounce it. Because if it's pronounced differently, I ain't saying it. So
I was about to say that. I'm like, that's his last name.
Greg, hit the button. Hit that button.
All right, Divine, your thoughts, and we'll start with Demetrius Knight at pick 49.
I think he was chosen just a little bit early. He was always like my third favorite on the, as far as the linebackers. I also feel like that he can come in and give us an immediate impact. And I think that's the theme of this draft is what they're trying to, sell us is that every player that they drafted so far has an opportunity to come in and start right away. I like the instincts. I like the physicality. I think he's more athletic than people are actually giving him credit for. I understand he's 24. He'll be 25 in July, but they're looking for immediate impact, so I'm not mad. It's kind of like the McKinley Jackson pick last year. Like I was high on McKinley Jackson. A lot of people wasn't. But I feel like he was taken maybe just barely, probably like not a whole round. I think he would have been taken early fourth round. Just a tad bit early, but I think it's a solid pick. I like Demetrius Knight.
Yeah, I'm good with it. I don't have an issue with it. Honestly,
well, plus we all came into this draft like we need 4 starters. We got 3. We got 3 starters, and we only got 3 picks that we've done. So far, we've improved the team.
Well, no, Dustin, going back to what you're saying. Like you said, nobody gives a crap about everybody. All these experts draft boards, like Xavier Watts, 3rd round. We all thought he was going to be 2nd.
Yeah.
Like Booker and Grant, we thought they were going to be in the late 20s. It just goes to show you, they're like, we don't give a crap. We got our own rankings. They got their own rankings. I agree with exactly what you said right there.
Yeah, and I think if we talked about this draft, it's pretty honestly underwhelming. So they might have all these players rated kind of almost close to each other on the board. Mm-hmm. So it's again, they're going. A lot of teams are drafting for position now. The Eagles probably afforded the ability to go BPA, but if you look even at the Ravens, they took Starks, right? They needed some secondary help. That was a position of need. So this is definitely a needs-based draft for sure. And you're probably going to reach on players. You just are. So.
As we get into the guard conversation, somebody was asking in the chat a little bit ago about Dalton Risner. Well, the Bengals come out and said that Fairchild's going to compete for the left guard spot. Risner has played left guard. Not saying you can't play these guys out of the spot, but I think that's important to note. So I don't see them calling Risner. And honestly, I thought Cody Ford looked better on the left side beside Orlando Brown in very limited, small sample size last year when they were both able to be on the field. Along with that's where Lucas Patrick has played his best ball has been on the left side. So, and then Volson's played left guard, but I can see Volson being cut, to be honest. If they call somebody, I still think I'd make a call to Brandon Scherf or Will Hernandez, who have played more at right guard. And I think, those guys could potentially start at right guard, either one of them, if you called them. So that's my thoughts. And we'll start with you this time, Divine, on Dylan Fairchild in the 3rd round as our selection.
I think he has a high upside. They said he has good hands. His athleticism is solid. I like that he has a wrestling background, so that lets me know he's good with leverage. He understands leverage. I know a lot of our fans wanted Ratledge, simply because he played next to Mims at Georgia. But when it comes down to it, between the two, it is said that, Fairchild has the higher upside. So I like it. I like that, he's going to come in and give us an immediate impact again, And I wanted to say one more thing real quick about the Demetrius Knight pick. I said a lot of our fans wanted Xavier Watts, right? Now you have the coach, you have the man that coached him, who knows him better than anybody else, and they keep passing on him. That's saying something. Yeah. Now I know I got some flack early. I said if you actually go and look at his tape, a lot of his picks came. Like a lot of Geno Stone's picks came the last year of when he was with Baltimore. He was in the right place at the right time. I'm not saying he's Geno Stone. I think he's a lot better than Geno, but I'm just saying I feel like we have overrated some of these players, and we're seeing the true value of these players that, now that the draft is actually coming. And also, they staying true to their board. They're staying true to their board. A lot of people tend to go by what the consensus say. Look at what Detroit did. Detroit took Gibbs, they took Campbell, and they took them considerably early considered to everybody else. You know what I mean? But these guys came in and made an immediate impact day one. So, yeah, we just have to be patient, man.
That's such a great example. We talked about that the other day with the Lions. You know, it's positional fits. Like, it really is. I think we sometimes get too hung up on BPA all the time. And I don't even think a lot of people even know what that means sometimes, to be honest, as simplistic as it sounds. So, yeah, I echo what you're saying.
Just to make an announcement, Giants just picked Scadaboo.
Okay, so, I want to say Bayshaw Tootin. I've had it up here from Matt Walker, but Bayshaw Tootin went the pick before to the Jaguars. So, because some people might listen to this on podcasts, so I want to at least try to say as many of these as we can as we're going, talking about different things. And we'll try to talk about the players a little bit here and there. So, the Giants do take Cam Scadaboo. So, if you had that dream, and honestly, at this point, I don't even know if I'd have it, especially you would have to take him in this round. I don't think I want a running back. I still like Damian Martinez too, but I don't know.
Thank you.
I don't know that I'd be banging the table here in the fourth, but I do love him. If they took him, I'm going to be happy. But, I think D tackle could be something. But Dustin, I want to get your thoughts now on the pick for Dylan Fairchild in the third round for the Bengals.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, you look at the amount of reps that he had just playing guard, and with upside. I mean, got his pass blocking grade super high. We know the stats on him. And I actually think, like, in the run game, he can move some people. He probably has to work a little bit on his, like, footwork there, but I think he still has a lot of upside too. I think he's going to come right in. I mean, compete, like Dan Pitcher was saying. Side note, I fucking love Dan Pitcher. Like, he's going to be a head coach soon. But yeah, I was high on Dylan Fairchild the whole time. I just thought he's a good fit for our offense, body size, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I like Dan Pitcher. Reminded me of Derek. He's like, listen, and then he would tell you in his press conference. But yeah, I already talked about Dylan Fairchild. I liked him better than Tate Ratledge. I think everybody was hung up on Tate Ratledge because he played next to Mims for 8 fucking games.
And his mullet, right? People just like that mullet.
And the mullet. I'm not going to lie. But guess what, man? Dylan Fairchild is a guy that could grow a mullet if he wanted to. Yeah. So he'd grow a mullet. There you go. And then
he's like 2 years younger, right? I think he's like 2 full years younger than Ratledge, and that's huge. I think, his best ball is still ahead of him. And I love that wrestling background for a guard, as we talked about. So, I guess we could talk about this now. We've gone through the Bengals, and this is a hot topic. I don't want to spend too much time on Shedeur Sanders. I think that maybe teams wonder if he loves ball. Is he a diva? This, that. I don't know. That's just what I'm saying. Like, if he's still there on day 3, because he's 32 on my board. He's the only guy still from my top 60, because that's how it works out for page 1 of my draft guide is the top 60. And he's the only guy that's still from that list, still on there.
I wonder – maybe teams don't want to fucking mess around with Dion. Maybe they don't want Dion.
We're worried about Dion wanting their job here in a,
Well, it's not just the job. It's like, I mean, when you draft Shedeur Sanders, you're also getting the fucking circuits that's Dion Sanders. All that press and media and all that other stuff that he's going to bring in there. Maybe they don't want that attention, some teams. And now you get all that for a backup quarterback because you're not drafting starters now. It's backups.
At quarterback, no, right? You're not bringing him in to be a day 1 starter at quarterback in the 4th round.
Not now. No. I mean, it could possibly happen. Let's say that Pittsburgh did get him right. He could compete for a starting job there. I mean, fucking Mason Rudolph. So, I mean, it could happen, but right now, most likely where he goes, he's going to be considered a backup.
He was credited with 1 sack given up, Tom Jones, in basically 2 years. But, yeah, your point still stands. It's fantastic.
Did you see when he met with Fairchild, they got in a wrestling match?
They just started wrestling right away?
Yeah, he had Fairchild pin him to the ground. So
yeah, and then in a
couple bros broing out. You got to love it.
In the media phone call, they said to Dylan Fairchild, they said, you want to lock it up with him? He goes, yeah, I kind of do.
Yeah.
He wants to
Divine, your thoughts on the Shedeur fall?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I've heard a lot of people. I've been in spaces, and different spaces, a lot of people are really glorying in his downfall, and I really don't. I don't like it, man.
I feel you.
Yeah, but I feel like teams are making a statement. Teams are actually making a statement because I think from a physical standpoint, even if you didn't have him in the first round, he's not a day 3 quarterback.
No,
he is not a day 3 quarterback. And if we're going to talk about character arrogance, I can think about several quarterbacks that have been taken in the first round that had character concerns.
Johnny
I can think
Manziel.
about, yeah, you know,
I think he's arrogant. I think it's his dad. I feel bad for Shedeur because I feel like he's like paying for the crimes of his dad.
Well, I don't think they did any favors when Dion originally came out and said, you know, we want to go to this team. I'm going to be real picky about where my kid goes and that stuff.
But Eli Manning's dad, you know what I mean?
I don't disagree.
And I feel like it's like a common theme, like Mac Jones. We didn't hear nothing about Mac Jones's off the field situation. We heard nothing about it, but they try to make up some stuff about Justin Fields. Remember? And I'm just like, well, if you're gonna go to the extreme of saying, well, he's arrogant. I didn't like how he answered things in the media. I didn't like this, that, and the other. Then you got to keep that same energy with everybody. You know what I mean? And I just feel like the NFL is making a point. That's all.
My favorite safety just went off the board.
Craig Woodson from Cal to the Patriots.
He's going to be a starter. He's plug and play. He's a dude.
I saw your reaction.
Yeah, he's a dude. He's a dude. Telling you.
You want to talk about it a little bit? I mean, or then we can also go back to Cam Scatteraboo, the pick before, if anybody wants to talk about him after that.
I saw somebody tweet with Jackson Dart and Cam Scatteraboo, the New York Giants scumbags are back because both those dudes, like, they just got like, I'm not calling them scumbags, but they just got like that vibe about them. So
yeah.
All right. Anybody else like Cam? I mean, I think Cam was a beast. He's going to give everything on that field. I mean, that guy was so damn tired. But athleticism and this and that. The Raiders. Oh no, Jack Kaiser.
Yeah, Kaiser.
Kaiser.
Well, it's a reach. That's a reach.
Well, they can have him. It's not really great.
I mean, we're round 4. That's about where Kaiser. Yeah, right. Wow.
Hey, I think Scatteraboo is Mike Allstott, just of this generation. I think he's gonna be a monster, man.
Yeah, I think he'll be a very good piece, and you know, they need some running backs because they let one go a year ago.
Yeah. I mean, they're having a pretty good draft. I mean, whatever you want to say about Jackson Dart, but you're going to take a swing on a quarterback. But Abdul Carter and Scatteraboo are 2 instant impact players.
Yes.
Yeah, and Bashaw Tootin. We didn't talk about Bashaw Tootin. Anybody like it's speedster, right? Track guy, boom, home run type of hitter.
Well, he didn't go to the Steelers, and that's the guy that that motherfucker Tyler Kelly wanted. Although they did get they got their running back, but not the guy that Kelly wanted.
Hey Dale, I didn't see your reaction, and I know you probably had the same reaction that I had when the Ravens took Mike Green, right?
Yeah, I said, oh shit, he'll be great now. I literally said, this motherfucker gonna be great now. There ain't gonna be no off-field stuff. This guy is gonna be fantastic. And because he's 10th on my board, Divine. You know I loved him just like you. And like talent-wise, right? But the teams, and you do, I mean, there had to be enough concerns with the 2 allegations that teams were like, man, we can't take this guy in the first, but he'll feast there. He'll feast on that.
There's a PR element to that too. You know what I mean? Like there just is. So
unfortunately, yeah.
There's an element to that. You know, like you got a guy with 2 of those allegations. Is just.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Some people are like, I love your talent, but you're off our board when that kind of stuff is happening. Unfortunately, it's whatever.
But I bet you won't hear anything about it with him being in Pittsburgh, though. Like if we drafted him, oh, he's troubled, he's this, that, and the other. But you know, now he's Pittsburgh. Oh, he's a tough
Baltimore. Yeah, Baltimore.
I mean Baltimore. Yeah, I'm sorry, Baltimore. He's a tough guy. You know, and yeah.
Right. That's what I always said about Vontaze Burfict. A lot of people said he was born it's the wrong generation for football, but I said it doesn't matter if he would have had a Steelers uniform on,
Or
he would have been in the
Ravens.
goddamn Hall of Fame right
If
now.
he went to the Ravens right after Ray Lewis was in his career, they would have said, "Shit,
played
look at
exactly
that.
the same.
We know
He'd be in the Hall of Fame right now."
Jay Gruden said this. Chop, you mentioned that to Jay Gruden. He agreed with you. He said, if he was in Pittsburgh, he would be a Hall of Famer.
Dude, the Raiders will draft speed no matter what. Even with Pete Carroll being there, Dante Thornton just went there. There's some things that change. There's some things that will always stay the same.
Well, you guys want to talk a little about BPA, Dante Thornton to the Raiders, as you mentioned. So we'll take him off the board. Good. I mean, man, the size speed, 6'5".
Oof.
And I don't know what he run, a 4.3, like a low 4.4 or 4. I think it might have been in the 4.3s. Yeah. Anyway, the dude is size speed ratio all day long. Now, hasn't always produced to that and this, that, and the other, but he's decent, right? And it's just like run go balls, you big son bitch. You know, when we had Carson Palmer and you could just do that with Chris Henry, rest his soul. You know, so I would imagine teams are thinking, boom, we could get a guy like that, and that is so valuable with that size and speed and ability to track the ball down the field.
When they played against Ohio State, before they played against Ohio State, I made a mock, well, not a mock draft, a prospect post on X, right? And he was one of the ones on there, and I said that that's exactly who he kind of remind me of is, you know, who you just mentioned, Chris Henry, you know what I mean? And he just don't have the complete route tree. But if you need somebody that's going to take the top off the defense and free up other people underneath, this is the guy that you want. Absolutely. I think this is a good pick. It's a solid pick for them.
And
Buffalo just trade up.
We got a celebrity on here, man.
What's up, man? Sorry, I had to get to work at 4:00.
Yeah, dude, I know. I was like, dude, if you're a little late, no worries. I mean, you literally worked at 4 in the morning.
I texted you, told you, like, dude, I just woke up. I saw through my alarm. I'm coming. then I got down here. I had to set my camera up because the camera's still in the car from Thursday night. So
you also text Dale and tell him when you're coming.
Sometimes.
Oh, I thought
depends. I mean, we got the kind
of Divine says, Paula, what the hell, man?
Wait a minute, Divine. You also?
No, he ain't.
He went on camera. He was like, hell no.
No, he ain't done it yet.
All right.
It might happen later on.
Maybe. Right. We'll see.
We're gonna Nia's Peoples. It'll happen. I'll be texting Divine. We got Nia's Peoples, baby. I'm coming right now on the screen. And,
right.
Like you guys just don't see it.
The night's early. We'll see what happens.
Hey, Divine and Dustin, would you guys take Walker in this?
Absolutely.
Walker, or would he?
I want Walker. Yeah, get him. Bring him to me.
I'd love to have Walker.
Bring him. Put him on a jet. Drop him in Salt Lake. I'll hang out with them and then send him to Cincinnati. I love that dude.
I would take him now. My initial, when we was on here before and I was talking about Walker, I would not take him in day 1 or day 2.
Right.
But day 3, absolutely, I'll take him. This is when you take a swing for players like that.
That's when you take it.
Take the swing.
Yeah. Is he a pass rushing specialist? Like, if we draft him, would he be like a backup nose tackle or like what's his name?
I don't think he's a nose tackle at all, Greg.
Okay, well, big
honestly,
guy.
And here's the thing: his best fit is to be a 3-4 end. But it's still because you're still a D tackle in a 3-4.
Right.
But that's probably his best fit. But at the same point in time, you plug him here, you bring him here to be a 3 tech. If we're running the 4 down front.
Yeah.
Right. You line him up at that 3 tech, and on certain situations, line him up in that 4I or that 4 tech position. Yep.
Bills just traded. Bears just traded. Now the Bills are picking right now.
There goes Walker. Walker
says
gone.
The Bills took him.
Are you serious?
We spoke that one right into existence, Greg. You son of a bitch, Greg.
No, that's all they've been drafting is defensive linemen.
It's Greg's fault.
Well, they got the 2 guys that they brought in free agency with the PEDs suspensions.
Yeah. Did they get Hairston? Did they take Hairston?
Hairston in the first, the corner.
Yeah.
Bro, didn't they just signed they just drafted 2 defensive tackles, right? Didn't they draft TJ Sanders?
I think so. Like that's the thing. I don't have the individual teams. Like that's one thing we had to predict the game day event. So I'm a little behind guys on who the teams, but yeah.
Hey.
And they just gave Oliver a contract extension. You know what I mean?
Also, Buffalo's quietly turning into the Kentucky team.
Yeah. Yes, they are.
Yeah, they got the running back last year, right?
Yeah,
This
Ray
year
Davis.
They got
Ray Davis.
Maxwell Hairston. They got
my guy Landon
Deion
Jackson.
Walker. Huh?
They got my guy Landon
So
Jackson.
has
Yeah.
Shedeur been drafted yet? Did I miss
Nope.
that?
No.
Really? All right. Who in the hell thought he was going to make it to the third round? Dude, he might not get drafted.
Fourth round. We're in the fourth
Fourth
round.
round. Sorry,
Dale.
fourth round. He
Dale,
might not get drafted, dude. I mean,
Dale, speaking of
it's
which,
crazy. Because
Dale,
go ahead, Greg.
no, deal is a deal, Dale. So for Dale, clip this. All
All right, but let Jeff finish. Right. He was talking.
For what I heard, they actually made him a freaking draft room. Legendary, a studio and all this stuff, cheerleaders, dance team, all this stuff is there. That's what I heard. He actually has a draft room.
That's what I'm saying. This
he
whole
might not
deal
even
is
drafted.
Deion.
Like, dude, that's crazy.
The whole slide, I blame it on Deion.
Is it though? Is it Deion, or did he do that bad? Is it
Man,
Deion?
I don't think
Shedeur
Shedeur Sanders is getting fucking cheerleaders and everybody else. That's Deion wanting to make a
I'm
spectacle of
saying
everything
he
like
did
he's
bad in
always
his
done.
interviews or something. I don't know. It's something else.
People, maybe
I
teams
think,
don't want the
some
spectacle.
reports they're lying. I think some reports is lying. I'm gonna be honest with you. That they're saying that he was on a FaceTime and during the middle of an interview, and he just completely stayed on the FaceTime and didn't. Some of the reports that are coming out, it's like, okay, it's even a little far fetched. I can understand a dude being arrogant, but come on now.
Yeah,
Come on.
I can't see
'cause
somebody
every
doing
team
that.
has passed him up at least twice, maybe 3 times. I mean, and teams that need quarterbacks. I mean, I've never seen anybody drop this far in my life ever.
Yeah.
I think today's going to prove that we live in a simulation because he's going to be drafted the same spot as Tom Brady, who he's buddies with.
Yeah.
Crazy shit. Yeah. But Greg, back to what you're saying. Me and Greg had a bet for anybody who don't know. Because my bold prediction was like Shedeur's going to fall out of the first, but I'm thinking he'd just fall out of the first. That's what it sounds like could happen.
Not to the fourth.
And Greg's like, that ain't happening. Hell, Greg, I heard you were doing push-ups on Thursday at Santori's house because you didn't even pick Cam Ward at pick 1. You picked Shedeur Sanders at pick 1.
What?
I did it on purpose, Dale, to do push-ups, and I regret every single minute of it. But Dale, I owe you a $10 Midwest Pass, and I owe Santori a calzone pizza from the Roses. This is because Scatterboo got picked after 85. So
But you make these bets for no rhyme or reason. Like no one asked him to bet them, and he's like, you won't owe me anything. But
He'll
if this
just
happens, I'm going to give you money, or I'm going to buy you this. And
He'll
it's
send
like,
you a text like,
Greg.
I'll give you $5 if they draft Nicky Manware.
Who
Like,
picked
I owe you
Scatterboo?
$5.
Scatterboo went to the Giants.
Ah, damn it.
Divine, going back to the Thompson pick, Tennessee wide receiver, would you go to Tennessee if you're a wide receiver? I feel like that system is not setting those guys up.
No.
They don't have a choice if you get drafted.
Yeah,
Man, they
Cedric
got Will
Tillman,
Levis down there.
I feel the same way about Oregon.
Yeah. I know those systems just don't translate well in the NFL.
And
Fun fact.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My bad. I was just going to mention, then you go. The 109th pick originally belonged to Chicago. This from Ryan Sparks. Was traded to Buffalo, then traded to Chicago, then traded back to Buffalo.
What?
That's got to be some of the wildest shit ever.
That's crazy.
Hot potato.
But go ahead, Divine. What were you saying? I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, far as a production standpoint, I think the same thing can be said about Texas A&M. When people want to look at statistics and stuff when it comes to Texas A&M, what their defense had their linemen do, they would never have big time numbers there, bro. Until they change that whole scheme, they would never have big numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So did you talk about the third round pick that we picked in the second round last night? Have you talked about that yet, Dale?
No, we talked about all those guys, and honestly, I said, on my board and where you stack them, and Dustin, I do a little bit of that, where it's like I do that for a reason. I stack them on a board, and I put round 1/2 because there's a little overflow there. Round 2/3, maybe there's a little overflow because this guy could go in the second that maybe he's a higher third. And same thing, like that's why Fairchild was in that 3/4. That's why Knight was in that 2/3. Most of those guys went in the earlier portion of it, and that's okay because God, you find your guy, you pick
him.
He was the Bengals guy from the jump yesterday.
That's why I'm not. Like I said, people ask me if I'm upset. I'm like, I'm not upset. I mean, I'm not upset with any of them. I mean, they got an edge. I want more of an impact guy. I want to know one that if you went one pick first before them, then they got a linebacker, which they need one, and they got a guard. It's not the guard I wanted, but they got one. So I mean, I'm okay with it. I think if they could have
Go read Dale's draft guide about Dylan Fairchild, and you'll want him.
Yeah.
The dude is a
Oh
fucking
no.
beast.
I know.
I'm telling you, I like them better than Tate Ratledge.
That's cool. I hope they. Like I said, I'm okay. Yeah, I don't know about that. But I like what they did because they didn't reach too far, I don't think, and they addressed needs. Now
we got 3 starters.
Well, that's what. Now the thing is, it's putting a lot of. Let's talk about last night at the draft outing. They're putting a lot of Al Golden. Al Golden's going to have to develop these guys, and that's what the Bengals are counting on. If you look at what they're doing this offseason, they're counting on Al Golden, and I always forget the new offensive line coach, Scott Peters, to develop the things that the previous coaches did not do. That's what they're counting on them to do.
Who did the Jets take? Is that Arian Smith?
Yeah,
okay. I'm on the snap and it said A. Smith, and I was like, I assume Arian Smith. So that's, you talk about speedster again from Georgia, wide receiver. Dude's got elite speed. The only kind of issue with him is his hands. He doesn't always catch the ball.
Yeah.
That's kind of important for a wide receiver.
Yeah.
The highlights look pretty good.
He's
catching all them.
He's fun.
Yeah. That was a good pick for them.
What do we pick this round? What number are we?
119.
119.
Eagles took Ty Robinson.
Okay. Yeah,
man,
that was
telling you, bro, the Eagles, man, this is why, look, their scouting department, the Rams scouting department,
Yep.
you see the pure size and analytic department for both of those teams. And then you look at ours, it's like, oh, night and day, you can see it. Bro, he's going to come in and be one of those players that replace Milton Williams.
Yep.
Same
Greg,
athletic type profile and everything, bro. It's crazy.
Greg, are you tired?
No, I'm just lying down, Jeff.
CJ West is still out there.
He must be wore out. He must have partied his ass off last night.
But that's 2 D tackles that we could have connected to the Bengals so far off the board. And Deion Walker and Ty Robinson. And Ty Robinson's certainly an easy connection because they had him in for a visit. You know, he was one of their 30 visits. So, he's off the board. Maybe they got to pivot to a guy like Aeneas Peebles. That would be the best pivot of all time, in my opinion. But we'll see what happens. I would love it, but I don't expect it because, man, it's going to be somebody we're not expecting. And that's just how it goes. But then we got to dive into who it is.
Jaden Blue.
Bro, they knocking this out the park. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro. My bad.
Oh, no, I was going to say they're going to drop. They're going to drop Blue from Texas.
Hey, here's the Saints again. Let's see if they pass up on Sanders again.
Why the hell is it? Why is it Derek on here? What's he doing? He's talking in the comments. Why is it?
I don't know. I see Derek in the comments. But I don't know.
He's not even on his own damn show again.
Maybe.
I know he was going to be doing some stuff. He said he's going to hop in here and there. You know, and we're going to be on for so damn long today. This is a long day, but I love this draft.
Dude, I remember the first year we did all 3 rounds. This day took forever. I was done by the live stream for 3 straight days.
The Saints already got a quarterback. Who did they get? Refresh my memory.
They got the Louisville guy.
Tyler Shuck, yeah.
Yep.
That's right.
Hey, think about the Eagles and their defense, right? And look at what they just did in this draft, bro.
I know.
They got They got one of my favorite sleeper safeties in the draft. I know a lot of people was talking about everybody else. I love Makuba, bro. They got Makuba, and then they got Tyra. I'm like, bro, they killing this, man. And they don't even have to press for it, bro. This is crazy.
They're
absolutely crazy.
The defense that won the Super Bowl for them just got better.
You know what?
Even better. It's ridiculous, dude.
You know what they're gonna do next year?
Get even better.
They're gonna trade AJ Brown and get more draft picks and keep loading.
I got surprised they didn't trade him this year. I thought they might trade him to the.
There was rumblings that might happen
to the Patriots.
What pick are we at, and what pick?
We are at 112.
Oh, so we're coming up soon. So probably a good time to talk a little BPA. At least I'll do from my board perspective. Everybody's a little different. But, you know, like a Cam Williams from Texas, he should have went back to school. I mean, yeah, there's some rough patches there. But if you want a guy, he played right tackle. He's still very, very young. I think he's got a lot of upside. So he's one of the highest guys left on my board. And the Bengals could use a guy that could maybe be a swing tackle, you know, because Mims' injury history and different things. Io Manor at wide receiver, a little surprised he's still there. I'm not saying we're going that direction. Marcus Bowe, if they wanted to double down, a guy who's played some tackle but guard, I'm surprised he's still available. Josh Farmer, so that's another D tackle we haven't talked about, but I have him higher than Peebles. Peebles number 1 in my heart, though.
Yeah.
But I got Joshua Farmer just a little higher on my board. He's at 71, and Peebles is at 86. So Josh Farmer could be very disruptive D tackle. That would be a fun pick. Jalen Royals, receiver. Not going to talk about receivers, honestly. If we take one, we'll talk about it. Miles Frazier. You want to double down at guard? I would love Miles Frazier pick here.
Yes,
from
please.
LSU.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Yes,
And he's
please.
been a right guard, and Fairchild's been a left. So
Perfect.
Braden Swinson. You want to double down at edge?
Yeah.
Braden Swinson in the 4th from LSU.
Ooh,
Chop. We
ooh.
could get hyped about
Yep.
Braden Swinson.
Don't get me hard.
Now, this is one that maybe people didn't like, but we said maybe he's a 4th-round pick. So if it happened, Jack Sawyer.
Oh, yeah.
You could do worse than picking
Yeah.
a Jack Sawyer. Divine did not like that one. Just saying, he's still in that, range here where we're getting to the round he'd be. But actually, an edge I would probably think would be better if you want pass rush. Kyle Kennard from South Carolina still out there.
I love him too.
I don't think we'll go
Stutzman
with
off the
another
board.
linebacker, but Chris
Yeah.
Stutzman off the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Stutzman was the next guy I was about to talk about. Dylan Sampson if they went running back from Tennessee. I like Martinez. He's on this list too. But Gunnar Helm if they want a tight end, the guy from Texas. There's guys out here. I could
Chris
see
Paul
Jalen
Jr.
Travis.
Is Ferguson still around, the tight end from Oregon?
No, he went early as he should have, honestly.
No, he should, yeah.
I need the Bengals to make us all happy and just go ahead and say that they had to wait X amount of picks today to grab Aeneas Peebles.
I want to mention a couple safeties here because you could talk about the Hunter Wohlers. I know Goodberry's high on him, but I'm not taking him here. There's 2 safeties I would take here though, and that's Latham Ransom from Ohio State and Billy Bowman from Oklahoma. So, all right, Divine. I know you got some of those guys on the list. Who stands out for you as we're nearing the Bengals pick? And some of them will come off the board, but 4 specifically for the Bengals. Then we'll toss this question around to everybody too. Because we're getting close.
So I'm just gonna go down the list because you named a lot of them. Inbound, let's see, Frazier, Martinez, Torrey Horton, Billy Bowman, C.J. West, Swinson, Peebles, Tyler Barron, Q Robinson, J.J. Hughes. Well, Ty Robinson just went off the board. Chris Paul Jr., Quincy Riley, Chase Luntz, David Walker, and Smell Munden.
Yeah, and all those guys are a couple of them that I didn't mention were right here in front of my face too. Torrey Horton at 113, Smell Munden at 109, Quincy Riley at 115. So we're on the same page on a lot of these. David Walker at 124. They're all on the page we're on of my draft guide for where these guys could go. Jeff, who are you getting excited about for now? Then we'll go up to Chop, Greg, and then down to you, Dustin. We'll make you wait.
You're I can't remember the names, but you're the guard you talked about or the edge. One of those two. That to me, I'm going trenches.
Swinson or Frazier, and they're both
Yeah.
LSU Tigers. You want Chop to be
There
happy.
goes
I like
C.J.
that.
West.
I want Chop to be happy.
Yeah,
Out of
well,
all teams, the 49ers. God.
I'm
I
not,
don't mind C.J. West
Uh,
going just because he's more of
it's-
a run stuffer than he
It's
is.
the Sucky Niners. You got to provide the Sucky Niners.
Let me ask you this though. I like Braden Swinson too, but I mean, we just picked up an edge.
I know.
We need a
but
tackle.
Should Cam Sample be guaranteed a roster spot?
No,
No.
not being injured.
I think we still should try to get another edge because we don't know what's going to happen with Trey Hendrickson next year.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
we know
I
he's gonna
think
he's gonna be with the Bengals. They're not trading
Well,
him
we're
Next
hoping.
year.
no. If he plays this year, this is the last year of his contract,
Right.
right?
Well, they'll draft one next year then.
Well,
To
fucking
me-
real
to
estate
me,
Rick, he bought fucking piece of property
I'll
here.
put
So
for me the biggest thing is get a guard, get another guard. That's the biggest one for me. Get another freaking guard,
Man.
and then just throw all that shit together
Swing
and
tackle.
see which two come out and win it, and hopefully have the best two.
my thing is get a tackle. Get a tackle, not a guard. Get a defensive tackle because we can always make that phone call and pick up somebody. And our offensive line got better, but if we're going to build in the trenches, we want to build this defense. Let's get some pressure up the middle too.
Well, and they got the roster spot for it, right? They don't really have a fifth guy like
That's
nailing
why I
it
wanted
down.
Nolan.
But that's why like you could still take Aeneas Peebles here,
Yeah.
like Aeneas.
Yeah, and you
Peebles.
can get
could take a
Kendra.
One
Joshua
fucking pick away
Farmer
from it.
here. If you took one of those 2 D tackles,
man
it
about
would be a home run right now, Greg.
Right. And then maybe get Luke Kendra next round. If you get like Aeneas Peebles here and Luke Kendra next round, boom.
Yeah, no, Dale. I mean, Wyatt, that guy Wyatt from West Virginia, who the Bengals brought in for a private workout, like
No,
you just said.
he went yesterday.
Oh, who was the other one we were talking about? I got confused, but no, Swinson, I would definitely, I know, Chop, like you just said, we just took an edge rusher, but Swinson's your best player available. Go for it, man. I mean,
hey, we like big tackles. Holland Pierce is still out there. That's a name I didn't mention, but him and Jalen Travis, if we're going to go for a swing tackle. I know, Divine. I'm just saying that those are names that we could see pop on that screen here in a little bit. You got anything else, Greg, before I toss it to Dustin?
Yeah, like just give me that one extra guard. Whoever the best is on that board, man.
Miles Frazier.
Yep, there we go.
But actually, it's Marcus Bowe, but then it's Miles Frazier. But
the Purdue guy. Why didn't he was projected to be almost a second round pick at one point, wasn't he?
No,
He's raw. He got work he has to do.
What's that?
He's raw. He got work to do. That's why he's still on the board.
I don't know if you would want to go down that route, but
Right, yeah. Dustin, who would get you excited here?
Joshua,
and whoever we name, they're not going to take. But
Yeah.
it still could be a good pick. But we're giving some really good picks here.
Yeah. I mean, I like Joshua Farmer a lot. He's got some great athleticism, long wingspan. That's a guy that I would like.
He's produced, right? Like 5 sacks last year, 4 or so again this year. Like that matters to me too.
Yeah.
Like he would, and Florida State, they play some decent competition.
Yeah, it's they produce some good defensive edges. Jared Verse, he's a DT, but plays in good competition. Florida State, they always have good defensive players. So
Y'all really want the power peanut too.
Yeah.
Willie Lampkin.
ETN off the board now. The Panthers just took him.
I'm not big. I'm not like.
Hey, the power peanut sounded good when we were all doing draft mocks, but now that we're in the real draft, I don't want the little 4-foot guy right now.
I feel you.
What do you guys think of Jalen Reed, Penn State safety?
I don't love him. I don't. But that seems like it'll be something like that, where we're like, oh, here's Ransom, here's Bowman. Because if they go safety, I hope it's one of those guys. I even like Castro. I just think I would see if he's there in the 5th.
Malachi Moore.
I do like Malachi Moore too. That would be another good one.
I feel better now. Thank you.
I mean, who's left as far as like corners go? The highest corners.
Let me double check.
Quincy Riley's still there. You still got both of the Kansas corners are there. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Kobe Bryant. Yeah, Kobe Bryant is the top on my board. That is one of the Kansas corners. And Quincy Riley is behind him. So Divine is spot on with where my board is with it.
I like Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, he was a great basketball player.
What about a Tez Johnson? I know the guy is like 120 pounds soaking wet, but that could be a crazy wild pick.
I think he'll help with special teams. Get him the ball in space and he can make some things happen. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that was me. I was interrupting you. When do you guys think they take a running back, or do they take one?
I'm not sure.
I'll get to the point where they might not.
Yeah,
there's so many running backs going to be left after the draft.
Right. Good points, Chop.
But DJ Giddens, so just to mention some of the running backs that are still very high on my board, Devin Neal, Damian Martinez, DJ Giddens, and Dylan Sampson. Dylan Sampson is the top guy on my board. But Martinez is right in that conversation with Giddens and Neal. I like all 4 of those guys, right? If they went that route, just saying.
If we wanted to eat a little dessert right now, I love Torrey Horton from Colorado State. He tore Travis Hunter apart.
Was just injured this year. That's the only reason.
Yep, because he would have been a first-round pick if he didn't get injured. That's why I have him on my list too. Right, at least second. Yep.
He had Travis Hunter in a blender.
Woo! There's a lot of talent on the board, but the Bengals, as we've seen, they're going to stick to who they want and needs. I mean, safety's a need. If we're talking needs, safety's still a very high need that they haven't addressed so far, right?
Yep.
What other need would we say?
There goes Cody Simon.
Wow. Cody Simon, yeah.
Man,
I mean, Al Golden might like Geno Stone. Al Golden might like Geno Stone. Al Golden might have identified the way he was played this last season and thought, that's not how I play my safety, and he's going to play more like he played in Baltimore. Who knows?
Is the safety from Notre Dame, is he gone yet?
Yeah. He went to Arizona. He went to the Falcons with Bates.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Late 3rd.
All right. Yeah, I like first round was hard to pay attention on that MLTs. I saw the Bengals pick. That was about it. Then last night was I watched the second round or the third round, fell asleep after the Bengals. So
Man, I told Jerome last night, Dale, after you left, I said, so whatever's going on with Xavier Watts, either Al Golden knows something and they're staying away from him because he coached him, or he's like, and he's like, fuck that guy, and he doesn't want him, or he's really pissed off because they're not getting him. But it seems like that's not the case, because he's like, he wanted Demetrius Knight from the get, right off the bat. As soon as the thing went off for the second round, or the second round, if the Bengals were picking at pick 33, he would have picked fucking Demetrius Knight. So,
I'll mention this kid because it could be later. If it's here, I'd be absolutely shocked. I think this would be their 6th round pick, undrafted guy, but J.J. Roberts out of Marshall, one of the highest graded PFF.
They visited him.
Yeah, and there's interest there, but I don't know.
Dale, I got one for you. Were you surprised Green fell so far as he did?
Yeah, we talked to Mike Green. Yes and no, right? Because the allegations, obviously, I mean, I don't know how far he's going to fall, but
I didn't think he'd fall that
far.
Now
Now he's going to be great because Baltimore.
Now Justin Tucker can take him around town.
So
he's like, here, buddy, you don't need to rape bitches. We got massage parlors.
It would be nice if the Bengals could swindle a trade here and maybe move back a little bit.
I don't think they're trading. I said that like 2 days out of the draft. I don't think they're trading. I think
but they could, because honestly, even on like 4th, 5th round, you can get that extra 6th, 7th. That's burning a hole in their pocket. That Herbert, they traded a 7th round pick. We gotta have that 7th round pick that's never gonna play. It's never gonna play. Gotta have it.
I don't know what the plan what that was. Like they traded for him. They brought him.
They were desperate. They needed a damn running back. That's what it was. They had to get a running back because they only had Chase Brown and Travion Williams.
I'm pretty sure when we got him, we also had to have a tackle. Fuckers.
What, last year?
Yeah, like we were trade deadline. We're like, please add something to defense. We're all
defensive
like,
tackle.
we'll get somebody in here to trade deadline.
I thought you were talking about an offensive tackle. I'm like, we didn't need one then.
No, I was like, Khalil Herbert. And that's it. Like, we didn't do shit for the defense. Like, the offense was okay, and the defense was struggling. And then trade deadline hit, and all they did was fucking Khalil Herbert.
Crip saying we're not letting Divine talk. Mr. Divine, Crip wants to hear you talk. I don't know what about.
Do you have any thoughts just holistically about the draft?
Dustin, he said he wanted to hear Divine talk.
I'm asking him a question. I'm literally asking him.
All right, CEO. I'm sorry, CEO. I'm sorry.
I didn't get a chance to fill in on Shamar Stewart, right? Like, everybody knows I was not a fan of that pick. But I made a post a couple of days prior to the draft, and I said that him playing at Texas A&M, we've seen a lot of players go to Texas A&M and have high expectations, and they don't fulfill their expectations, right? We looked at, what's his name? Scorton, right? Scorton at Purdue, 10 sacks. I think he had like 12 tackles for losses. You saw the burst off the line. You saw the spin move. You saw the club. You saw the chop. You saw all of that, right? When he goes to Texas A&M, they had him put on weight. On top of that, his sack production was cut in half, but he had more tackles for losses, right? He was still solid there, but he didn't have the same type of production. Then when you look at Shamar Stewart, they had him lined up at the 4-eye. They had him lined up at the 4-tech. This man saw a lot of double teams, right? I know that he has a lot of things that he needs to work on. And this is where we hired Al Golden. Al Golden is supposed to be a developer of young talent, right? We got Coach Montgomery. Defensive line, he has a solid history as well. So I said, okay, I see the vision. I understand it. And it seemed like that's why when you brought up Sawyer, I was like, no, because if you look at the vision, we're trying to get more athletic. We're trying to get more athletic across the board. Sawyer is not an athletic dude, you know? So that's why I was like, no, I love the guy, love his motor, love, you know, the passion and the clutchness that he has. But he just doesn't fit what we're trying to do and where we're going moving forward. I love that we got the speed in Demetrius Knight, because I talked about we needed to get faster at linebacker. We got the speed in the backfield. Daxed, DJ. I want to see them give Tyson Anderson a true shot this year, man, because he hasn't gotten the opportunity at all since we've drafted him.
Mhm.
Tyson Anderson, I feel like if we watch how he played when he was in college, he played both safety spots. He played the nickel. They put him down at the rover. Sometimes this dude was able to do so many different things, and he has the athleticism to do it. He flashed during the preseason, you know what I mean? And we just never give him an opportunity on the field. Same thing with DJ Ivy. Every time DJ Ivy was put in from training camp, his rookie year to the preseason, and even in games, he always flashed. He was always stuck on his man and everything. We need to give these guys the opportunity to play. So there you go. I said something. There you go.
Yeah.
Devon, I love your insight as always. And Dustin, since I rudely interrupted you, interrupting Devon, but you were just trying to ask a question. So I want to ask you a question. Who would make you come in your pants right now? Like one, you got to pick one.
My wife.
Player.
Wife would make Dustin come in his pants right now?
Yeah, one player.
Weird. Dustin, would Jeff's wife make you come in your pants?
Jeff's wife would
right
make
now?
you do that?
You're hot.
I mean, right away, Jeff was like, my wife. You're like, Dustin, what make you come in your pants? Jeff was like, my wife.
Yeah.
Bro, when you said that, my wife looked over here like, what the heck are you?
Wait, you picking wives? You picking wives out here?
You're not allowed to be friends with us anymore.
Dwight's not going to be allowed to be on the show anymore.
Oh, man.
Woody Marks, running back.
I like Woody Marks.
Other than Jeff's wife, what would make you come in your pants right now, Dustin?
Oh, Hunter from Auburn. He just got drafted now. The running backs are going off the board like crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, let him.
Hey, give me Allen in the later rounds.
I know you like Allen. I like Martinez or Brooks.
Are you guys ever going to let Dustin answer the question or what?
Nope.
God.
Nope.
My pick, I would love Farmer. My dessert pick would be like a Jaden Blue because I love his speed.
Well, then we would have that black and blue.
What's that?
No, brown and blue. Brown and blue. It'd be our running backs would just be colors, brown and blue.
I like that too. Check that out. Look at you.
Right.
You could make a great shirt on the
Print
chop shop.
I ain't touching
Exactly.
that fucking shirt.
Print the shirt.
I mean, Torrey Holland would be another dessert pick if we're getting crazy.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
I
Man.
want it
I
to
still
be
think
like,
Gregory-
oh, it's pick 118 right now is in. And we're next, right? Aren't we 119?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's all fucking cross our fingers and testicles and everything else and hope that I hope it's an ESP.
Well, let's get predictions, right? Since we're a pick out, and maybe we'll
predictions
get them all in.
or
Yep.
a prediction and a one. Well, I'll go. My prediction is
Frazier went to the Falcons. Well, don't predict him.
Fuck
No.
me.
I don't know who. I don't know who they pick. I said that's my prediction is Frazier.
Oh yeah.
I was like,
think-
oh damn, because that would have been a good one.
I do think I think it's going to be Frazier.
They took Billy Bowman.
My hope is
Bowman.
Peebles.
So Billy Bowman to the Falcons. Now the Bengals are on the clock.
Bro, they took Watts and they took Billy Bowman, bro. That's crazy.
Well, he could
With
Bowman could probably play
fucking
slot
Jesse
corner,
Banks.
too.
With Jesse Banks.
They need to trade Jesse Bates back to us.
No, Jesse Bates is
Bengals
getting
wouldn't pay his
he's
ass.
getting expensive. This is what
I'm gonna
you do.
I'm gonna predict Josh Farmer is my pick. That's just my prediction.
Give that to me, baby. Give it to me.
Anybody else? Predictions.
I'm
We're on the
taking
clock.
Farmer.
You can't predict the same as me. Got to pick another one.
That was my cum pick.
Yeah, it was come pick.
You guys get me all excited here.
Jeff, did you predict?
I did not. I don't even know who's left on the board.
Shedeur Sanders is left.
Yeah.
There you go. We're going to take Shedeur Sanders. There you go.
All right. The slide stops here.
well, you know, our backup quarterback only had 1 year left on his contract, and you know he's gonna want to go somewhere
There you go.
where he can compete for a starting position. So,
By the way,
All right,
Mitchell
I'll take his
Evans. What
hand.
about like a Mitchell
I'll take
Evans
his
from
hand.
Notre Dame? If they went tight end like a Mitchell Evans, we're thinking it's not going to be some. Is Cam Williams the pick or their prediction?
no, it just said our pick is in. I don't.
Pick is in, but
now,
Okay.
another guy that I'm in love with that I've loved you since. People are telling me on my channel we screwed this draft up again.
I would ask Greg for
I
a
don't
prediction,
think
but
so.
I don't
We
think
got
he's
3
here.
starters.
I don't think so. I don't think we screwed it up. That's what I was trying to talk about before. So I don't think we screwed it up.
We picked. Yeah, you want to know, or you want me to wait?
Yeah, if you know, go ahead.
Go
Announce
ahead.
it. So the Bengals at pick.
Barrett Carter.
Oh, they did double down at linebacker.
Yep.
Damn.
Okay. I didn't expect them to, but
That's
a lot
what
of people
James
thought-
Rapine was saying last night. Like his instant reaction to Demetrius Knight was like, why? You could have waited and got Barrett Carter. Well, they did wait and get Barrett Carter.
Well, can I? I don't want to be a hot take guy, but I feel like you need some assurances for Wilson at this point in his career.
Oh, that's
You
fair.
know, like I just kind of feel like his athleticism is taking a dip. He's not making the plays that he used to on the ball.
Yeah, him and Pratt, both of them have taken a step back. I'll say. So yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, I mean, I love Wilson, but
Yeah.
it's just, what I mean,
I had 2 linebackers above him, but I don't think it's crazy if Barrett Carter. I had Chris Paul Jr. and I had Smile Munden Jr. I had those 2 linebackers above, but he's still on this page. You know, if you get somebody from this page, because there is no first page of this draft guide, if you get somebody from the second page, it's not a crazy reach. So he is on that list. Dylan Fairchild was actually ranked like 111, and he's ranked 112. So, you know, the Bengals, obviously, they might have had those guys right apart. So,
Michael Coffey
yeah,
says,
it's interesting.
I'll go into the linebacker guy, which he was a linebacker coach.
So he's 6 foot, 231. You want to hear his sack production because he may be thinking, I'm going to use this guy at that Joker or what is that chop? That Viper position.
Viper, yeah.
Yeah, the Viper position. Mm-hmm. And so in 2022, he had 5.5 sacks for a linebacker. That's really good, right? 2023, 3.5 sacks. 2024, 3.5 sacks. So you're talking about a guy that can get after the quarterback a little bit at linebacker. 73 tackles, 62 tackles, 82 tackles, 2 interceptions, an interception. So it's a guy who makes plays, right? I wish he had a little more dog in him, a little more nasty on tape. Like there's plays where I just feel like he's just kind of out there. He's just out there. He's not really like attacking like I want to see him attack. But it's the 4th round. And if you talk about a talent, he played at Clemson. He was a highly rated recruit. So, but good sack production, tons of experience. You know, you're talking about a guy that was a 3-year starter, but in his true freshman season, he played a lot of football there. The blitzing ability, explosiveness. He's got good length, even though he's only 6 foot 231. Pursuit speed, and is he good against the run? Well, per PFF, he is 82.7 run defense grade. So those are the positives. Now he's a bit undersized. The ball skills, they're so-so. Maybe some play strength, being undersized, disengaging from blocks, and he needs to finish tackles a little better. But I think there's a lot there. You know, he's a good athlete, good movement skills. I said, so in the draft guide, I said the size may be what keeps him out of the first couple of rounds, but someone should benefit from selecting him in the mid rounds if that ends up happening. Well, that team that selected him in the mid rounds was the Cincinnati Bengals. So let's get behind it. We may have drafted 2 starting linebackers.
Boom.
You know, whether it's Wilson starts this year, Barrett Carter may end up being a starter the following season. You know, and he's special teams and this and that. And if Al Golden has a vision for him, and Al Golden was our linebacker coach, so he likes linebackers and he's got 2 of them. So I'm going to believe in Al Golden. We went to the Super Bowl with Al Golden as a linebacker coach.
I'm gonna say this: Max Murphy, Mal's brother, he used to joke around with us a lot on Spaces, saying that he was gonna be a Bengal. Now, I did make a post on Thursday, saying who I felt like would, our picks would be. This is the only one so far I got right because I had in the 4th round us taking Barrett Carter.
Yeah.
So
Nailed it.
Dale,
at least I got one this year.
Dale, I'll tell you, I looked through the linebackers. See, I never really talked about him publicly, but like when I was looking through linebackers, he definitely caught my attention. Your draft guide. He was kind of one of my under the radar Yoshi players. So I'm actually excited about this. I'm most surprised it's 2 linebackers, but I'm excited for Barrett Carter. This may be my favorite pick of the draft, actually, so far.
I'm not mad at all.
Our-
You remember I said earlier we got to get more speed at that linebacker room. Remember?
Yeah.
And this is what they're doing.
Let me ask you guys this: could Logan Wilson be on the trading block now?
No.
And Gunnar Helm went to the Bucks, by the way, just to announce that.
Oh, did he?
And David Walker,
David
who we
Walker.
talked about from Central Arkansas, love his tape. Love his tape. He goes to the Buccaneers edge rusher, and I think he'll play in some role there.
Tampa's such a good drafting team.
They building up that defensive line, man.
Yeah.
Elijah Canty, Yaya Diaby. Now they getting David Walker. They building that line, man. They're doing amazing. Just like the Rams, they're doing the same thing. These guys are building these defensive lines, bro.
I'm going to be back. I'm going to put on some pants. And no, I have shorts on. I don't want to say that I'm sitting here with no pants on the stream. I want
Dude,
that to be
I've talked to you
clarified.
about doing streams with no pants with me on the stream, all right?
But it's a little chilly down here.
Dude, I got a
where'd that
hoodie
warm
on.
weather go from the last couple of days? So it's a little
Yeah,
chilly
right,
here in the
Dale.
garage. I'm going to put some pants on.
Dale's about to put a Bengals thong on.
And I stand up and don't turn the camera off, and you guys see like it's just my dick hanging out. You know?
Right.
How old is Barrett Carter? He's not 25 or 26 also, is he? Do we
I
know?
don't know.
I'll have to look up the age myself.
He is 22 years
22.
old.
Oh, there we go then. In the words of Taylor Swift, I'm thinking 22.
I'm just looking at Dale's draft guide page on him.
No, but no,
6
he caught
foot-
my attention.
6 foot even, 231 pounds. His pros, he's got sack production, experience, blitzing ability, explosiveness, length, pursuit speed, and an 82.7 run defensive grade. On the cons, he says, bit undersized, production dipped slightly in 23, ball skills, play strength, disengaging from blocks, and finishing tackles. His final thoughts, he says, Carter's a bit undersized for the position, but he has elite athleticism and movement skills to get where he needs to be in all facets of the game. The size may be what keeps him out of the first couple of rounds, but someone should benefit from selecting him in mid-rounds if it ends up happening. And I think Dale just read that too, didn't he?
Yeah, well,
Yes, he did.
I think the Bengals see what Divine saw is our front seven had to get more athletic, and that's what
Yep.
we did. So
Well, they definitely did.
Well, like you said too, is he likes to Al likes to put the corners on islands, so you got to have a good front seven if you want to do that.
yeah, I mean, he likes guys that cause disruption. Like Notre Dame didn't have huge sack numbers, but they played the run well and they caused disruption. So I mean, yeah, I just like he's getting the guys that he wants for sure.
Well, you got to think also. You're going up against Lamar all the time. I mean, you got to get speed when you're going up against Lamar twice a game. You know, I don't know who the hell Cleveland and Pittsburgh's quarterback is, but you know, I'm sure they're thinking, hey, we got to find a way to. We can't. Our offense is scoring 40 points a game against Baltimore, and we're still losing. Something's got to change here.
Yeah, I see Tom and William mentioning safety. I really think they're going to go Marshall safety in the 6. JJ.
Latham just went to the Carolina Panthers.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's a good pick. I like.
Steelers pick is in.
Hey,
How are you guys seeing these so fast? I'm just watching it on TV. How do you?
Huh?
Yeah, I just saw it. It just came across my screen. I'm watching it on TV too. I'm watching it on NFL Network.
Yeah, that's what I'm watching too. Yeah. You must have a faster stream than I do, Divine.
I'm watching ESPN, I think.
Yeah, they just Pittsburgh's pick is in. They haven't mentioned it yet. I'm sorry.
Right.
Hey, did anybody? Did you ever send a link to Cap there, Chop?
What's that?
Did you send a link to Cap?
No. Does he want to?
He was just on TV.
I'll send it to
Huh?
him.
I just saw him dancing on the TV.
Yeah.
Oh my God! There's a fat kid with a cheese head. That'd have been fucking so me when I was a kid if I grew up out there.
Oh,
I
found out who the Steelers took.
hold on a second.
Yeah.
You want me to tell you? Or no, they're announcing it right here. This is
You go ahead.
Nobody's
Go
watching
ahead.
TV, Greg. Just
It's Sawyer.
podcast.
They took Sawyer.
So
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just texted me, want to know if their pick was televised. Did they? I guess they read their pick already. Ah, dang.
OH.
No, it was on commercial. We're always on commercial when we pick.
Captain Jack.
Or they go right to commercial without talking about our pick.
Right,
Man.
exactly.
Jack Sawyer slid quite a bit.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't impressed with him from the start. He made a couple of nice plays in the championship game, but I wasn't really impressed with him, though.
I felt like he from the expectations that we had of him coming in, because he was a 5-star recruit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't think he fulfilled that potential, but I do believe that he had a great senior
Jack
season.
Sawyer is the Steeler.
Yeah, yep. And I don't feel like that.
What was that, Chop?
Did you just Greg already said that Jack Sawyer's a Steeler.
Oh, okay. Texting Jess.
Yeah, Divine
Voice texting.
Divine Sawyer or JTT didn't really live up to expectations, to be honest. I mean, they turned it on in the playoffs, but yeah.
I think JTT showed more though.
Yeah,
I love JTT.
Yeah. But I just don't think Sawyer has the athletic profile to, people got upset when people were comparing him to Sam Hubbard. And I didn't. I said he reminded me of, not as athletic, but he reminded me of Justin Smith when we drafted him. I'm not talking about the Justin Smith that played for the 49ers. I'm talking about the Justin Smith for the Cincinnati Bengals. I said that's kind of who it reminded me of. Relentless motor, not as athletic, but has some good strength, and he's able to beat his man just off of effort. That's how I feel. That's what I feel about him. Yep.
he'll be a solid pro, like I don't expect like him to ever become like a crazy double-digit sack.
Yeah, I get what like Wes is just saying that we're crazy. He's going to be a thorn in our side. I understand that, but still, I didn't want him for our team. Like I agree, he's got a relentless motor. He's good. He's mostly good against the run.
And everybody that our AFC North draft is going to be a thorn in our side.
I got to tell you, there's a lot of picks I like worse for our rivals than Jack Sawyer. Like that fucking Starks to Baltimore with Kyle Hamilton. Jesus Christ.
And then you turn around and get Mike Green to help your pass rush. Oh, God.
And then look at fucking Cleveland. They don't get Abdul Carter, but then they go get Mason Graham.
I love Starks to the Ravens, but they're really relying upon TJ Tampa stepping up this year. Their corners are just Marlon Humphrey's a year older. Their other corner, what was it, Stevenson? He gave up like 900 yards receiving.
They got Nate Wiggins. They got Cheeto. They're good to go. They got Cheeto. They got a Woozy. They're good to go, right?
Austin Art does not like our linebacker picks here. He's tweeting me out, says we don't have linebacker problem. We have front off problem because this front office is garbage.
Aaron Sorrell to the Packers.
Oh man.
So I missed Latham Ransom, Jack Sawyer, and Barron Sorrell. A couple Buckeyes. As soon as I walk off, a couple of my Buckeyes.
Hey, man, Ohio State's having a good draft.
Yeah.
Tons of talent, man. That's why they won the title,
They're going to have another.
Are we supposed to be scared of Jack Sawyer with the Steelers two games a year?
I wouldn't say scared, but he'll be good because that D line is so good, and he can just be another piece of it, and that's the best thing for him probably. I mean, to be honest.
Do y'all remember? I think his name was Aaron Smith that used to play for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I don't.
He's a defensive. He was like their defensive end. He was just a guy that was able to go in there and get you like 5 sacks, but really solid, run defense. That's what I feel like Jack Sawyer is going to be for Pittsburgh. I don't think he's going to go in there and be no T.J. Watts or no High Smith or anything like that. But I think he's going to be a guy that give you high effort,
This is going to be T.J. Watts last year in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Yep.
619 Bengal fan says he says looks like they're looking to replace Wilson and Pratt in the future. Somebody, maybe that's not the one. Something else said something about getting rid of Pratt, but like he's gone or whatever. But like they can cut him and get that money and go get another guard in free agency. He's still got Scherf out there. He's still got Reisner out there. Henderson, right?
I keep going back to this. If they were going to sign them after the draft, why the hell didn't they sign them before the draft?
Who?
Reisner and all them. Why are
Well,
they
that could be right. Also, it could be Reisner. And plus, they want to see who's going to fall. Maybe they pick up the guards in the draft and they don't need them. Maybe if they go out and get, well, not Miles Frazier, but let's say they go out and get Luke Kandra. Do they need Scherf or Reisner? They might not need them.
Do they even have a roster spot for one if they draft another guard before?
I mean,
right. How many guards they got right now? What, 5? They got a lot of guards.
I think Volson's still more likely to be cut, and Fairchild's competing at left guard, is what the Bengals said. I also think Ford and Patrick could compete at left guard, but maybe they just see a competition between those two at right guard. I mean, as of right now, I'm sure that's the plan.
I still think
competition between Patrick and Ford for right guard.
Right.
Oh yeah.
And competition between Fairchild and Volson, I guess, for left potentially.
What about the guy they signed for the Saints? Isn't he a left guard?
Yeah, all of them have played better and can play left guard. I like Ford at left guard. That's what I'm saying. Like everybody, really. That's why
I'm telling
maybe they would
Ford's
go
going to be
Frazier.
Ford's going to start at guard for us. Probably left, but I've been saying that for a while. I think he's going to start at guard for us.
He's not going to start at left guard. Dylan Fairchild's going to start at left guard. You're on crack.
We're hoping.
Dylan Fairchild will be our left guard day one.
Okay, like I said, I'll try this again. Like I said for a while, I think Cody Ford is going to start at guard for us. I said it might be left, but it could be right.
I thought you just said that Cody Ford's going to start at left guard.
I said I said he could start at left, but he could also start at right too. I think he's going to be a starting guard for us. I think that's why they signed him.
Yeah, I think that they'll plan to. I think right now the plan is still for Ford to probably get a starting spot, right? Didn't they give him like $3 million? You try to look at the money a little bit, especially when it comes to the Bengals. So didn't they give Ford like $3 million and they gave Patrick like $2 million? If you just base it off of that, and I'm not saying 100% Patrick won't win a job over Ford, but if it's down to the two of them for another spot, if you follow the money, well, that might be Cody Ford. Plus, they have maybe more confidence in him because he's been there.
Yeah, and you always have cut down day, middle of the summer cuts too. So I don't know.
What the fuck is that guy?
Whoa.
The Amish have joined us.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, buddy?
It's Amish Derek. What's up?
I haven't seen that guy in a while, especially with that. What is that on your face?
Glasses? Yeah.
Oh, it's called. Oh,
No, the facial hair. I've never.
oh,
seen
it's
it.
called man, Jeff.
Never seen it.
Men do those things. They grow beards.
Yeah. Don't think I've ever seen you. with
Not
that.
little tiny like 5
Yeah.
hairs just sticking out of their chin.
Yeah.
I've gone full Amish.
He's gone full Amish. I mean, you were talking about a farm stand the last time you were on.
That's
so.
true.
Yeah, we still haven't bought the farm stand yet. That's
Nope,
still in the
nobody's
process.
Farm stand
Shopping.
update. Why everyone tuned in? We got a farm stand update.
We did get some blueberries and some
If you
strawberries
get ready to
and
stock it up,
maters
huh?
and- yeah.
Did you know what a farm stand was, Dustin or Jeff?
I have no clue.
Or Divine.
A farm stand?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what that
Like,
is?
is that where you're selling fruits and vegetables and shit?
Yeah.
Like a farmer's
Explain
market?
it again, Derek, for the people just tuning in. Well, we're still going to talk
Right.
draft, but you guys got to know about the farm stand. I didn't know this was a
Yeah.
thing, but
So a farm stand is something that you put out. So most of the times it's for like farmers. You'll put it out at the end of your drive, and you'll have a bunch of different like breads and just basically anything, chicken, eggs, whatever. And people just come up and they put
I think
their
it's funny
money
you
in.
have to specify chicken when you say eggs. Like,
Well,
there-
you can
some
get
other
duck
kind of fucking
eggs too.
out
You
there.
can get any kind of eggs.
like
Well, now-
platypus.
Yeah.
Now the hipsters have taken that over and they call it a farmer's market on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
this is in your driveway though, Dustin. You just
Yeah.
like put a little stand in your driveway so people driving by can stop and get a loaf of bread and some chicken eggs.
So I want to talk some draft.
no, farm stand.
Yeah, farm stand.
How does the farm stand work, Derek?
He just told us.
Yeah. You just you sell
well, they give
your
you money.
stuff
You
out
didn't
there,
mention
and
that
then,
part,
Yeah,
right?
people put money in a little money, I guess, change drawer.
It's an
or
honor
something like
system,
that.
right? I
Yeah.
said, no, I'd be going to get free groceries every week if I lived in a neighborhood where they just
Right.
got like a farm stand out where it's just
I'd be
like,
like,
oh, there's
man, that
eggs
dumb
in this
motherfucker-
economy?
What are we having for dinner, Dad? Well, that guy left a loaf of bread and some milk out in his driveway again.
Fact.
I want to
All right,
know.
Derek.
I want to know why my guy Jack Sawyer had to go to Steelers. Sarah
It's okay,
said me
brother.
too.
It was
Fuck 'em.
it was something against you
The enemy
personally.
now.
I feel like
It probably was, honestly, because I've been pushing to draft this guy for freaking ever. And of course he's going to be great there.
Are you a Steelers fan now, Derek?
I am not.
Oh,
No, he's
Nor
an
will I
enemy.
ever be.
Hey, Derek, I understand how you feel. Kalijah Cansey. I know he went
Yeah.
before we did.
Yeah.
Mike Green wanted that guy. Carl Brooks. I mean, I have a long list of guys that is like, hey, get him, go up there and get him. And they was just like, nah, we cool.
Yeah, there's a select few Ohio State guys that I would have loved to see. Cody Simon, one guy. He went to Arizona. But yeah, if we walk out of here again without one Ohio State boy, I'm going to be mad.
So Baron Sorrell and Kennard just went off the board. So the DN market's kind of, drying
I like
up.
Kennard a lot.
Tyler
man.
Barron there. I like Tyler Barron. That's another guy.
Divine, some flowers here from Michael. Divine is my guy. This is Coach. Great dude, great insight. I co-stamp that statement.
Yep.
I signed that for
Thank you,
sure.
brother.
He knows
Thank
those.
you, brother. Appreciate it.
Divine knows those trenches like nobody's business.
He knows ball. Divine knows ball.
Absolutely.
Period. The
I want
Browns
JJ
are on
too.
the clock. The Browns are on the clock with pick 126 at this point.
They are going to take.
So,
Oh,
you
they
can come
took
say hi, man.
another running back. Holy shit!
who did?
Who did they take?
The Browns?
Sampson. I want to talk
Oh.
to
Sampson.
That's a
Oh,
good
wow.
pick. That's a good pick.
Dang.
They killing it, bro. They killing this draft, man. The Browns is killing this draft.
Hi.
Hi,
Hi.
Ashlyn.
How you doing?
Can I get a
See her
who
new
day?
glasses?
Can you say who day?
Hey.
Who day?
I like your glasses.
I like your
Those
glasses.
glasses are cool, Ashley.
Thank you.
They look better than your dad's. He looks goofy.
He always looks goofy, though, doesn't he?
Yes.
Ashley, you giving your dad a hard time as usual?
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. That's why I like
You
to
want
hear.
a farm stand, don't you?
You want to
I gotta
go
put
lay a
that
loaf
back
of
on.
bread
Today's
in your
terrible.
driveway,
Crap.
Ashlyn?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
And
Your
my
dad
dad
wants
can
just to,
drive it over.
yeah,
There you go.
that's right. Tell your dad #farm stand.
Hey, tell him it's okay. Tell him it's okay that we didn't draft Sawyer. That we're still going to be a good team. Okay.
Okay.
You ready for school to be out?
Yeah. Because we
Yeah,
only
you
have 18 more days.
Oh, you got the countdown.
Whoa.
She's got the advent calendar for the school days.
Jalen Travis to the Colts at pick 127. What do you think of the Bengals draft so far, Ashlyn?
Well, we do have the Bengals on right now, but I don't
draft.
think they're the draft. But I don't think they're gonna win.
Okay.
That's the best insight ever. Clip it. Clip it. Oh my. How about Shamar Stewart, Ashlyn? You like Shamar Stewart? We took him in this draft.
I want Lathan Bransom.
Latham Ransom's gone. Tell Derek. Tell your dad he's gone.
What? Who picked him?
He went to the Panthers.
What?
Yeah. Oh, what? Exactly. What about Joe Burrow, though? How do you feel about
Yeah.
Joe Burrow? You
Yeah.
like him?
Uh-huh.
He's pretty good.
Is he the best?
Who's your
Yeah.
favorite Bengals player?
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow. All right.
He was like, what?
You all been outshined. No, the best draft insight, man.
Yes.
And people are saying you're right. Like the Bengals are on, but they're not going to win on the NFL draft.
They're on, but they're not going to win.
Spot on.
Ryan says, watch the Ravens take Peoples here.
Probably.
Stop it.
Yeah, no.
Stop speaking that evil. Hush it. We don't want to hear that.
No.
Or Joshua Farmer, because that would
Stop it, Dale. I like him
All right,
too.
I gotta get back home, baby. Tell everybody bye.
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 Who day?
Well, who day, Ashley?
Say who day.
Hooday.
Uday.
Hey.
All right.
I'm a
Edward
big Ohio
Johnson.
State guy.
The
but
kid's
can I call-
gone. The kid's gone. I don't have to behave myself anymore. fuck, motherfucker. Shit.
Let it all out.
I'm a big
Oh,
Ohio
man.
State game. Ohio State fan. Obviously went there, but did you guys see Simmons getting off the plane yesterday?
Mm-mm.
His knees are fucked. He can
Are they
barely
really?
like he can barely walk, dude. Like I don't know. I think he's gonna be a bust.
I don't know, man. I think he's got potential, but he went to the Chiefs, so it's like,
Yeah.
man, they've struggled, with tackles lately. So it's like, can they even develop will he be good there?
He was like okay his first year from San Diego State,
A
transferring.
lot of
into
penalties. A lot of penalties that first
Yeah,
year.
I'm not like I wasn't super crazy about him, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got some athleticism and he can move, but
And
I don't know.
Jalen Lane went to the Commanders. I like that. I like him.
yeah,
He's a
cool.
pretty good weapon. He's probably a slot receiver, but they're loading up on weapons and they loaded up on line. So, and Jaden Daniels, I mean, will he have a sophomore slump? That's probably a question for Chop. Will Jaden Daniels have a sophomore slump? Sophomore slump. Like Stroud had a sophomore slump, but his team still went in the playoffs. And, I don't think he was as bad as everybody said, but he wasn't as good as the first year or didn't take that step. How about Daniels?
I mean, the complicated answer is no. He will not have a sophomore
The
slump.
complicated answer.
I just
This
think
dude is a baller. He is not going to have a sophomore slump, and you will see his team got better with this draft. He got better. He got what did they get in the draft? He got a wide receiver, right? So he's got somebody to throw to.
Just now, yeah.
He got better. No sophomore slump.
Yeah, I don't know who all they got. Like, that's one thing I wish I had the team's draft stuff in front of me.
they got Trey Amos, who I was high on.
Corner. Yeah, and they needed a corner, so that's a good pick. Yeah, Dustin, if you can tell us, like if you can have another screen up or something where you can see different teams or click them and see who they got quick enough on somewhere, that would be clutch.
Yeah. Let me
Because then I can, bounce off of that with needs I have for teams for where they could go.
While we're looking that up, let me ask you guys something.
Jack Sawyer is the Stiller, yes.
Did Seth McLaughlin get taken?
No, not yet.
Because I was wondering about Matt Lee and his potential to possibly play anywhere else other than center.
I don't think that's the Bengals' plan, but it should be. We'll give him a shot, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've still got one guard spot that's still open for. I mean, I would just let all these guys come in and then let the best man win.
Yeah.
Hey,
Teddy Buchanan from Cal. I like him. Athletic linebacker goes to the Ravens. Good pick. Maybe a tad early for me a little bit, to be honest.
So
Like,
we were
it doesn't
talking
break
about the
my heart.
Commanders, and I said they got help. They got Connerly Jr. in the first round, and then they got Amos, who he's a cornerback, right? And then they don't have another pick until 128.
I'm
surprised they didn't go ahead.
No, they just had the pick. That was Jalen Lane. They
didn't update their website.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they didn't. I'm surprised they didn't go edge because a lot of their fan bases have been saying that they needed a pass rusher,
right?
And I'm surprised they haven't even attached that yet.
Johnny Newton for Trey Henderson and a future second-round pick with Johnny Newton. No, if you're going to trade Trey, we should not. We should not.
Yeah.
But my dreams live on for the guys that I love. I love Johnny Newton. I love Walter Nolan. So, I just can't. I need a pass rusher. When can I ever get a D-tackle pass rusher?
Man, I was
I've
watching.
been screaming that for 4 years, man. It's aggravating because every year there are guys that's there. Like when we drafted last year, when we drafted Jenkins in the second round, I knew we were going to draft Jenkins. The first pick I got.
We'll continue to do
Well,
that.
Al Golden's on here talking about how good the interior D line is with Kelly Jackson and Jenkins, all of them.
Yeah, Ravens took Teddy Buchanan, linebacker.
He's literally saying that in his press conference here. So they like their.
Well, you wanna. We can hear that a little bit. Can you turn it up at all, or put it closer to the mic? We'll listen to that a little bit, and then we'll talk about D tackles, what we're talking about, though. But or if Chop could bring up another screen.
Yeah, I could. What's he looking at? Bengals.com or something?
Yeah, I'm sure. Like if you
Facebook,
look Facebook,
All right.
Twitter, or Facebook.
While we're trying to figure that out, let me ask you guys a question here.
If we're playing
So,
we still need some help.
in my dynasty draft,
If we're playing base,
we're drafting right now for the rookie.
Yeah, Jeff, just turn it down for us, please. It's tough, but yeah,
It's
Chop,
tough
if you
to
can
hear.
look for it, we'll pop it up here if we can.
So my starting running backs right now are rough. I was going to pick a running back in the first round, and Genty's already been taken. Amarian Hampton's been taken, and the two Ohio State boys have been taken. Who would you guys pick running back wise? Would you pick? Do you think Scadaboo's going to be? I mean,
He's already picked.
Did you say? No, he's talking about fantasy
for
football.
dynasty.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Did you say Caleb Johnson was picked?
He was not picked.
Yeah, and he went to the Steelers.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really good
think
fit.
he'll
That would be my pick, personally. But
Okay.
Scadaboo would be, it would be between the two of them, yeah.
There's still 5 picks until I'm up, so I'm hoping one of these guys. And,
But I
there's
think
only
Caleb
been
Johnson-
one wide receiver taken.
I think Caleb Johnson will get a heavy workload in Pittsburgh with Jalen Warren, because they
Yeah.
like to have two backs. So, and Malachi Moore, safety, that I thought the Bengals, it was
He just got
Divine
picked,
mentioned him.
yeah.
I forgot about him earlier. But yeah, him going the safety to the Jets, Malachi
Hey, if
Moore
you bring
from
up my screen, I'll hit play.
I bet the Bengals take that Marshall safety in the 6th.
Oh yeah, that's right.
This thing is 15 minutes. So we won't watch the whole thing.
We can play it some
Yeah.
and go from there. Man, your screen was on the
I
top.
think,
I was trying to scroll down.
he's a guy that we had.
Is this about Barrett Carter, I assume?
Yeah, I think he's a guy that we had high regard for, had grades higher than the current round. Could play stack linebacker, gives us 4-down value, early downs, 3rd down, and special teams. Team captain, green dot, 4.0 GPA, just a family-oriented guy. Just a really impressive
Yes,
human
Frazier's
being,
available.
and he's going to have an immediate impact for us. I think it's always important. Again, obviously, the less things you're worried about off the field, the more you're focused on what needs to get done. And in this particular case, Barrett, had great recommendations. Obviously, selected captain by his peers, and clearly, pre-snap is in charge of that defense. So
People went to his birthday
those things
party.
are all important.
Yeah.
And allows you freedom to get some checks executed on the field. We like to do a lot of our stuff, on the grass, so to speak. So we need guys that can think on their toes and get us in the right call, and he's capable of doing that.
Quincy Riley
Yeah, so
to
this
the
is a true
Saints
stack
is the
linebacker
next
now,
pick as well.
Whereas Demetrius could be a little bit more of a combo, has enough length to play some off, OB for us. Where I think Barrett is more a stack linebacker, in the box linebacker, but good coverage skills, good in zone, and so just a little bit different in terms of the style of play, but equally as important. Yeah, again, it just depends how it shakes out. But if we need to, play with more linebackers, or if it's bigger personnel and we need to play with 4 linebackers on the field, we'll certainly do that. And obviously, if they're intelligent, then that helps because they can learn multitude of positions for us. Yeah, I just think, these guys, again, that group stayed together for 4 or 5 years and went to a Super Bowl, 2 AFC championship games, and a couple division champions. So I think it's important that you have high character guys that will compete and understand the bigger picture in terms of leadership and on-field command and presence. And I think these guys do. I just met Demetrius upstairs, and that's how I felt. Everybody felt when he walked in. Just he's a man. He's a mature man, and he's got a wife and child, and this is business for him. And I feel that way about Barrett. I really
That's the
had a good
selling
sense.
point.
He's one of
Got
the
a
more
wife and
authentic
child.
interviews that I did at the combine. And
I got
just
2 kids, bro. Sign me.
Excited.
Right, I got 5 kids.
Yeah,
I got a
again, it was
grandson.
another
Let's go.
non-wavering moment in terms of this was the guy we were hoping to get, and it fell our way. No doubt. All 4 downs, So early downs, third down, and special teams for Barrett, and that's what's attractive. As you start to get to this part of the draft, you're putting roles together, and we didn't feel like we had to compromise any of those roles with Barrett. Yeah, I think for me, I haven't had that conversation, Ben, with them yet, and I just think it would be premature for me to say anything publicly, especially if I haven't even felt them on the field yet. You know what I mean? So I don't think that's fair. It's a fair question. It's not fair for me to answer it publicly because I haven't sat down with each of them individually. I had a long talk with Logan last week, but in terms of, okay, this is what you did. Here's our evaluation. This is our action plan moving forward. Right now, we're just trying to install our techniques and our concepts and make sure that the guys are off to a good start that way.
All right, we'll listen to one more answer and then we'll pop it off. I don't want to play the whole 15 minutes. That's not why people are
Okay,
watching.
so it's a great question. So again, in my mind, I always go back to the picture that a picture that I have that's dear to me is just the pregame before the Super Bowl, and just I can envision it left to right. Just Clay Johnson did early downs and special teams. Austin Colatro, was really good on special teams. Marcus Bailey, early down, third down, came through for us when Pratt couldn't play against the Raiders. Then he played for Logan against the Chiefs, right? So I can go on and on about that. So they all complement each other, and I think that's Bocce started against Denver that year, so that's what you're looking for. A lot of guys that just will be a pro every day, try to improve, try to define roles for them clearly, and if you want a promotion, execute your current role. It's pretty simple. So a lot of those guys got promotions as the season went on, and ultimately that's what manifests in success. So that's how I see it, big picture. And again, I am speaking about draft picks right now, but I would say the same thing about the current guys on our roster.
There you go.
All right.
Al Golden literally looks like Old Spice smells.
What does that mean?
I don't know, but doesn't he look like what Old Spice smells like?
He's got those rosy cheeks. He likes to hit the blues.
That fucking slick back hair, especially when he's doing the conference last night, man, looked like he had just wet it down and slicked it all back and got on there.
Did you just do the whistle?
Yeah, Eric did the whistle.
He did it good. Whistling like a farmer.
So the Bears took a linebacker.
Hypo light.
Yeah, the second from Maryland.
Yeah.
Not first player, not in my top 300. Devon,
Wow.
do you know anything about him? I'll be honest. He wasn't on my radar at all. So I have not watched. I've heard the name. I have not watched him. I'll be honest. I've not dived in.
I don't even remember him when we played him. So, yeah, no.
He's
Chat,
5'11".
like Ryan Sparks said, like, oh, not a lot of people name they don't know. Ryan, if you got a rundown on him, I mean, hey, that's identifying a guy. Now, had the Bengals taken Ruben Hippolyte the second instead of Barrett Carter for their second linebacker, I would have said, oh, what the hell we doing, baby boys? Well, what are we doing? I would have been confused.
Made 46 career starts over 5 seasons. Blazing speed for a 236-pound linebacker. He's 5'11". Good job of recognizing and reacting to play design. Good pacing and mirroring of the runner and lateral scrapes. He has plus acceleration in the chase and tackle. His weaknesses, he just gets mauled a lot. Not great technique. Lacks physicality. So, I could see him maybe like turning into like a special teamer or something.
Well, Tony says he ran a 4.43, so very athletic.
Yeah,
and he was a 5. That's probably where I honestly know his name more than at Maryland if he was a 5-star recruit.
He sounds like he's a poor man's Colin Oliver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that one. Okay, I like it. I like it when there's guys that we don't even know, because then we got to look it up. But I don't like it if it's my team that takes him. I ain't gonna lie about that.
So, Dale, Divine, all you guys, let's run down the list here. Our picks so far. Give me your overall draft grade.
God, I hate grades. I hate grades because honestly, you give grades in 3 years from now, and even then, you're still giving them because some guys don't hit their stride.
Okay, then give me a rundown of the
we did earlier, but
okay, sorry.
All
to be honest, it sounds like now we possibly have 4 starters, so you got to give it's got to be a B, right? I mean,
we'll just do grades. Fuck it, we'll do grades. Chuck gives it a B.
Fuck it, I give it a B with the potential to get an A. Like if they can teach Shamar Stewart to fucking tackle, it's an A.
Teach him to.
If they can teach him to tackle, it's an A. Right now, it's a B.
I'm hovering between the C plus and a B minus.
Yeah.
I feel like that's fair grade.
I feel like there is value that we could have got. I mean, if we just traded back and added more draft picks, we could have got some of the same players.
Mm-hmm.
So,
What if Stewart can tackle, though? Now what's your grade?
if we got what?
If Stewart can tackle, what's your grade?
C plus, B minus,
Player 76 on my board goes to the Chiefs, so low-key really like Jalen Royals.
Yeah.
Not even low-key. 76 on my board, one of the highest-rated guys left, to be honest. So I think that's a good pick for them. Just wanted to mention that. Now we can continue with grades. Greg, what is your grade for the Bengals draft so far? And this guy's a homer. Keep it in mind.
I'm a homer, but no. I was happy with Carter. Dale, I looked through your thing. He was one of my Yoshi players that I kind of liked and all that.
Notice how he starts with our 4th-round pick.
No. I'm warming up to Stewart, even though witnesses were shown that I wasn't thrilled about it at first and all that and stuff. And, Knight, didn't expect it. But you know what? I like the fact we're loading up on linebacker here, but I'll give it a B minus. That's my grade, B minus.
Dustin, you got a grade? You want to prematurely ejaculate your grade out there?
Yeah. I think we got to count the UDFAs in this year, too. As part of the overall grade, I don't think we do that sometime because that's going to be important. But I'm B because I feel like all the players are plug-and-play starters, and we know what we're getting out of them, except for Stewart's more of the projection, I guess. So, yeah, that's where I'm at with it.
I do want to point out that everybody we drafted so far plays like they're on meth.
And
very fucking high motor.
Yeah.
If a player's wearing a grill, I'm all in.
Boom.
Yeah.
Boom. Yeah. And they play like they're wearing a grill and they play like they're on meth.
Yeah.
Scouting report.
I mean, think about last year. The biggest complaint that we had on our defense was tackling and speed.
Man, you're bringing up Shamar Stewart, huh? With the tackling.
Athleticism. If we wanted to upgrade athletes on the defense, right? Divine, continue.
Right. So, I get tired of, and I think Miles Murphy is able to do this because he showed flashes of this. Lamar getting to the corner. I'm getting tired of seeing him beat our defensive ends to the corner. You know what I mean? I don't want to see him stiff arming another defensive player and throwing a touchdown. I don't want to see that, right? So with the upgrade in speed and athleticism, I feel like that's going to help us in the long run, bro. I just feel like I know a lot of people are down on the draft because we didn't get the names that they wanted. Like I said, I feel like if we just traded down, we could have got some of these same guys. That's my only complaint. But they identified who they wanted. They went and got them, and I think it's going to make the defense better. If Al Golden is really as good as they say he is at developing young talent, then we should be straight. We should be good.
Yeah, I agree. I think for me personally, I love the once again, it's the projection. Just projecting, imagining Trey Hendrickson and Shamar Stewart on the other side. Shamar going over there, getting the pressure, and then Trey cleaning things up. I love the thought of those guys, the high motor guys out there just freaking eating.
Well, we got them.
Hey, the Broncos just got Q Robinson. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Nope, we were saying the same thing. We were just going to announce that pick.
Yeah,
that dude's going to be a stud, man. I feel like with him going to that team and how that defense is, oh man, he's going to have plenty of opportunity, one-on-one opportunities, man. And I think his ability to blow up the edge and he's able to bend, he's going to be a nice addition to that team, bro. Good pick by the Broncos.
A little undersized would be like the biggest knock, but athleticism, all that stuff, the bend, everything you just said, I will co-sign that. Like if you're talking, this is where you're talking defensive pass rush specialist, and that's what he can be, and go get after the quarterback on third down.
Duck underneath those tall tackles. That's the name of the game, and he can do that.
Man, if Joshua Farmer falls to us, I like this guy.
Guys still don't know his body, to be fair. So if people are like, why is he still there and he's high on your board? He was small, right? He's the one who had to put on the weight. A lot of guys, they'll be bigger and have to take it off. I think he put on – remember, Chop, I told you, I said he put on like 80 pounds. You're like in college, and Chop's like, damn, I call that a Tuesday back,
Right.
Yeah, so I don't know. It'll be interesting.
So how many what's
4 picks left in the fourth round.
Yeah.
Jeez, day 3, 4th round.
I know. Only 2 more picks for the Bengals. Unless
Jeff,
they trade Pratt and pick up that 7th again.
Well, let's get Jeff's draft grade because Derek's making us do premature ejaculation draft grade here live on Bengals and Brews. What is your pre-com?
For right now, before the draft's even over?
Yes. So far for the Bengals.
I haven't even thought about it. B minus, C, somewhere around there. I mean, there's guys that I wanted that they could have got that they didn't. That's just because my own personal of who I wanted them to get.
Yeah,
and that's how it works, right? You're always going to be like, oh, I don't know about this, that. But Tonka him away to the Raiders at pick 135. I thought this guy's more of a 7th round guy. Another South Carolina D tackle, a bunch of D linemen there. So they've got 3 off the board on that D line. TJ Sanders, Kyle Kennard went earlier this round. TJ Sanders obviously went last night. So decent player. He's a little undersized as well, but he can give you a little pass rush. And that is a little insight on him.
My hot take is still there that Shedeur might not get drafted at all. We're almost to the end of the 4th.
He's going to the Ravens. He's going to back up Lamar. Watch this.
The Titans are on the clock. There's a trade. The Ravens were on the clock, and now the Titans have traded up.
Well, no, earlier I saw the Colts made a trade.
Frank Callahan needs his guy.
He's going to get Shedeur, so they have a quarterback competition now.
Better than Will Levis.
Earlier, I thought the Colts would have traded to the Bay. We would have traded Pratt to the Colts and got a pick or something, but no.
Teams know we're going to cut him. They know we're going to cut him.
Yeah.
And they really know it now.
Yeah.
Now we took
Right.
2 linebackers.
And the thing is, like,
Tonka Hemingway.
he hasn't been that good. That's why, I mean,
They got Tonka Hemingway.
Yeah, I talked about it.
Oh. I didn't hear you say the name.
Cool name. He's on the all-name team.
Hell yeah, he's on the all-name team.
Big Tonka truck.
Yes.
Joshua
They
Farmer.
put Chris Paul on the all-name team.
Hold on. Dustin was talking, guys.
Oh.
I was going to say Joshua Farmer's still out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn. Let him fall, please.
Joshua Farmer is still available. Miles Frazier.
Is Miles Frazier I thought he got taken.
No. That was Divine's prediction.
Oh.
Yeah. So I'll just rip off some of the top of my board, Chop, and then you had something when I wanted Dustin to finish first. Whoa.
what? Whoa.
I guess I know my spot in the thruple. I guess you're before me, Dustin.
I think that's been established now.
Where am I finishing?
You come first.
What crevice?
That may have been the gayest one yet, to be
Right.
I'm glad I'm
Yeah.
eating right now.
because I didn't mean it.
Well, we all know Dale comes late.
And early. And
Well,
all.
do that.
Depends.
He comes when
Today,
he leaves early.
today,
Comes
today
late.
I probably wouldn't come at all because the Miller Lights are flowing, boys. Shout out Miller Lite. You can still sponsor Bengals and Bruce Miller Lite. It's not too late.
And Derek's
that's for
wife
3
is the reason he's coming late.
Yep. Always.
Cam Williams, Elick Ayumanner, Marcus Bowe, Joshua Farmer.
Ironman just got drafted by the.
Okay, well, then take that one off the board.
I like it.
But Miles Frazier, Aeneas Peebles, Braden Swenson surprises me that he is still on the board and we're almost to the 5th round. That one really does surprise me. Chris Paul Jr., well, let's take a 3rd linebacker. Not saying for the Bengals, it's just my board. Isaiah Bond had a terrible season, but he also has a court case going on for like domestic violence. So he's high on this board, but that was before all this off-field stuff combined with the bad season. Just wanted to clarify that. Smile Munden Jr., another linebacker. Kobe Bryant, corner, Torrey Horton, that we've talked about. Will Howard, Holland Pierce, DJ Giddens, Jake Majors, Xavier Restrepo had a terrible, ran like a 4.8 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler Barron, Luke Kandra, Devin Neal. Damian Martinez still hasn't went, right?
Nope.
I would be excited in the 5th
you're right.
for Damian Martinez. So excited.
I like
Tez
Taj Brooks.
Johnson, Mitchell Evans, tight end from Notre Dame, Antoine Powell-Ryland, Ja'Cory Brooks, Andrew Armstrong, Jalen Rivers. A lot of people really liked him as guard tackle versatile from Miami, Florida. Jake Brenningstool, Hunter Wooler. That's the safety, as we get in the 5th round for the Bengals. Okay, that's about the time. Hunter Wooler. I
Seahawks
would be
traded
okay
to
with it.
New England.
Dorian Strong, Denzel Burke, Zy Alexander, Kobe King, Jaden Blue, Rondé Gadsden, Jared Ivey, Quinn Ewers still on the board, but not
Did you
shocking.
see his setup?
No.
Does he go before
Dude,
Shedeur
Quinn,
Sanders?
so Quinn Ewers literally was sitting on the couch, had every single freaking animal he has ever killed in his entire life posted
Yeah,
up on
I
the
saw
back.
that.
Yeah.
The Elks. I thought of you, Derek.
Were you
Tens-
That made your dick hard as a fucking rock,
Tens
Derek.
of thousands of dollars.
That
up
just
on his
became
wall.
Derek's favorite quarterback
Were you-
ever
I
in the
actually
history
did.
of life ever.
You're
I did
such
like
a
Quinn
fucking
Ewers
redneck.
back in the day.
I know.
Were you just a little jealous there,
Derek saw that
I was.
Quinn Ewers and he thought, I'll bet that motherfucker got a hell of a farm stand in his driveway.
Have you guys seen an Ohio State player be hyped up so much, but like slide so much than Denzel Burke? Because they were trying to say he was like a 1st-round corner 2 years ago. That was like a player they kind of shoved down our throat. I was just
Had
like,
It was a slot corner they had. I mean, a nickelback they had 2 years ago that he was supposed to be a 1st-round draft pick, but he had a bad junior year or senior year, and he slid in the draft. I don't remember his name.
oh,
I
it
think
was, yeah. He
That
went to
was
I think the Seahawks took him or the Ravens took him or something like
he went to the Ravens. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
we need some help as soon as Dale hops back on.
Oh,
He's
my
probably
God.
watering his dog.
As you said, there's I saw a meme that said with the 64th overall pick, the Philadelphia Eagles take 2 chicks at the same time. It's like they're killing the draft.
Was it Sean Wade, Divine?
That's exactly who it was. Yep.
Yeah.
Brian Wade. Yep.
Yep. And he's had a decent NFL career. I mean, it's not been the greatest in the world, but
Yeah, he's just not playing a lot.
yeah.
Yeah. I actually like Tampa Bay's pick of Emeka.
I did too.
Yeah. I think he's gonna make plays.
Well, it don't look like we're gonna make any trades, so it look like we're gonna leave out this draft with 6 picks unless we carry Jermaine Pratt.
Yeah.
That's right. And
They ain't trading Jermaine because everybody knows we're cutting him, like we just said. That ain't happening.
The key really is to watch after these UDFAs over the next couple of days. You know, there's gonna be a lot of players to choose from in that.
I mean, how many running backs are still left? Because that's where we could get. I mean, I thought about
There's
UDFA.
a lot of running backs, Jeff. There's a lot.
I know.
Yeah, it's gonna be some good UDFAs at running back too.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was trying to get out. Yes, that's what I was saying. I think that might be with the route the Bengals go with running back.
Yeah, because I think you've already saw the run on the running backs, so I think a lot of those guys might be pushed out pretty far.
Frazier's still there, Chop. Get your LSU boy.
Damn it, Farmer.
Oh my gosh! What the Patriots?
There
Damn.
he goes.
Farmer.
Patriots are having a great draft.
Hey, they jumped up to get him too because they traded with Seattle.
Yeah.
Who'd they get?
Joshua Farmer.
Farmer.
It's not up on my screen yet. Oh, there it is. Oh, it is.
Main thing is going to be, can he keep that weight on?
Me and Chop don't have that problem.
He was athletic. He's athletic, man.
Jeff, I recently lost 200 pounds with your fat ass. Settle down.
Take that.
Boom.
Can we?
And I got a pizza on the way. Ha ha ha.
That's what I was eating. I just ate a pizza.
Where from?
La Rose's.
Can we shift Dan Pitcher to head coach and demote Zach Taylor to assistant? I fucking love Dan Pitcher.
Yeah.
His press conference yesterday.
Oh, it was great.
Oh, he's a dog. He's just straightforward.
Yes,
absolutely love it.
He's fast.
The best part. Sorry, Chop.
I just say he's a fast talker.
Yeah, the best part about his whole demeanor is he almost seems like pissed off that you even asked the question. You know, somebody will say something, the facial expression that he has, he's like, "Are you seriously asking me this right now?"
He's just straight to the point. He's
Yeah.
all ball. He's just straight to the point. That's it. He's not gonna blow any smoke up anybody's ass. This is what we did. This is why we did it.
It's just the tone too that he talks with. I love it. I love guys like that.
I think that's why him and I think that's why him and Burrow vibe, because Burrow's a lot like that.
When I see coaches start using slogans too much, it's time to get him out. As soon as Pollock started saying glass eaters, I was like, get his ass out of here.
And shit their neck.
Yeah, just those guys just don't do it for me. They're covering up for something.
They just don't do it for you.
They don't make me finish.
Yeah.
I know, you have these little sayings every once in a while that are cute to hold on to, but it's like, yeah, man. I feel like our coaching staff got just more energetic too.
Where did Dale go? He leave the show altogether.
Yeah.
No, he's in the background right now.
What?
I'm still here.
No, that Greg. I said Derek. Or
Hey,
Dale.
can we just? I mean, we need to make a point here. Does Greg not look like he's about to star in a porno?
I'm not sure what Greg's so tired about. I'm the one who's been up to 4 o'clock in the morning.
I just wonder, Greg's arm actually is wider than Derek.
It's a farmer's tan.
His
shop.
shoulder is actually wider than Derek.
It's a farmer's tan shop. This is weird looking, actually.
I'm gonna stay around for a little bit of the 5th round, and then I'll probably have to bounce, boys.
Oh my gosh, this is weird.
Yeah, I was really hoping I'd be able to be on here for the next pick, but
Well, then stay on. Who's stopping you?
Yeah, just go lay on your couch like Greg.
Her name's Sarah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure she'll pop in here in a little bit and be like,
Just say you're sick or something. You have to stay away from everybody.
yeah.
You got that brown bag flu.
Yeah.
I got the Miller Lite flu right now.
There you go.
So we about to start the 5th, and he still ain't been drafted.
Yep.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Man, I just.
Who?
Shedeur Sanders. I said we're about to go on the 5th, and he still ain't been drafted.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, man, I feel bad for that kid because I
do
don't
too.
feel like it's him. I feel like
Divine,
the effect is like a lot his dad.
Well,
What if
hold on.
this-
So, Divine, you were talking about this, and I was ran to the store. They were talking about this on NFL Network on the radio. They're talking about how he took. There's stories that he took a FaceTime call during meetings and did not. And they're like, I don't know if it's true or not, but nobody's fighting back on it, saying that it's not true. That he took a FaceTime call during meetings with these NFL teams and didn't get rid of the call.
There's a lot of stuff that's being reported that happened, and he's not fighting back on. They just,
Right.
if you saw the video that his father and his brother put out, they just said, it's not right. They know what they're doing. It's just not right. So I don't know. I just have a hard time believing that somebody would do that. I don't care how arrogant you are.
Right.
I just have a hard time believing that. So,
right.
yeah.
For some reason, they're wanting to prove a point to him or his dad or something, dude. They did something to piss the whole NFL off.
What if this benefits him in the long run, though? Sometimes we got to take these lumps in life.
But this is a huge one, dude. I mean, freaking Aaron Rodgers didn't even have this big of a drop. Nobody's ever. I don't know if anybody who's supposed to be you could have been a top 5 pick that was potentially could drop out of the fucking draft. Out of it. Now you get drafted at all.
Well,
That's
nobody's had a loudmouth fucking dad
Only-
that goes
Oh
on.
yeah, they have Lamar.
Only-
The NBA players, they have Lamar Ball. They got drafted. Their dad was loudmouth and annoying.
Bro, he's a millionaire.
Only
already.
person I can think of is Vontaze Burfict, and that was because of his testing and his attitude off the field. And Lyle Collins, because that allegation that was against him. But even then, there were teams that wanted to draft him late. He told them not to, so he can sign somewhere as a free agent.
But even
So
then, they weren't. I mean, Shedeur was. I mean, Mel Kiper has him as the best, his number 1 quarterback on his list. That's how Mel Kiper has him. He had him higher.
Maybe
than
Mel
anybody.
Kiper need to draft his ass. Somebody does.
It's just.
What if he goes undrafted and nobody even picks his ass up?
That's what I've been saying. That's exactly what I've been saying.
Nobody picks him up undrafted. Could that
somebody
literally happen? Like he goes and plays like Canadian fucking football?
I mean, when Donald Trump comes out and he's blasting the NFL for doing what they're doing, that's saying something, bro. Like the president of the United States is saying it's not right, and this is some collusion stuff. That's crazy.
He said something about Shedeur not getting drafted?
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Hold on, let me find it real quick.
Yeah.
I mean, I always
it's
think
crazy. I really think. I
with a
didn't
grain
pick
of
that
salt,
up from Shedeur. I didn't think he was as cocky as Dion, but maybe I guess he is.
Well, like, dude, if that's true, if you're in a meeting with a potential employer and you're taking I don't give a shit, you shouldn't answer the call. if that's true, that's just not.
Well, go back to his press conference after the Nebraska game. Go back to that. I mean, I don't have anything against Shedeur, but just
I actually like the kid. I think he's gonna be
like look at his press conference. He threw his offensive line under the bus after the Nebraska game. Yeah, pull up that press conference.
Huh.
Here's what Donald Trump had to say. He said, what is wrong with the NFL owners? Are they stupid? Deion Sanders was a great college football player and was even greater in the NFL. He's also a very good coach, streetwise and smart. Therefore, Shedeur, his son, has phenomenal genes and is all set for greatness. He should be picked immediately by a team that wants to win. Good luck, Shedeur, and say hello to your wonderful father. Explanation for it. Yeah.
Executive order, executive order. Shedeur Sanders to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Hey, I'm happy the Browns or the Steelers didn't take him. I'm like
you know what? I really don't care about this story, if I'm being honest with you.
Oh, this is the biggest everybody's talking about. I mean, this to me, this is the biggest story in the draft because they've never had a guy could have been the top 5 to potentially not get drafted. I mean, that's just
Our
crazy.
guys off the board at pick 140, Cam Jackson.
Yeah.
We didn't need another run stopper, but Divine, we love us some Cam Jackson from Florida. He's not the
Cam was
400-pounder, by the way. That's Watson. But he's a big boy, too, and much better player. Much better.
And you know what's crazy, though? What's crazy is he went – no, he didn't. Never mind. I was about to say he went before the kid from Kentucky, but no, he didn't. I forgot he already been picked. I think Cam Jackson, man, he's going to be a very solid run stuffer in the NFL, bro. And when he was at the Senior Bowl, he was moving people, bro. Like he was literally moving guys. And when you look at his athleticism for his size, Sam Adams. Remember Sam Adams?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's who he reminds me of. Yeah, that's who he reminds me of is Sam Adams, bro.
So Dan, what's your thoughts on the big 400-pounder? Because Myers was going nuts. We got to draft him. I'm like, I don't think we're drafting him.
I don't have him as a draftable player.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he's 400 pounds.
He's
I'm like,
big.
I know, but he's big.
He's a space eater, you know.
Yeah,
but other than that,
right.
That's
So the Vikings are trading quarterback Sam Howell as the Seahawks and Minnesota swap picks 142 and 172.
Wing, if he doesn't get drafted, he cannot go back to college. He can't. He already declared. Wing, he's asking this question. He cannot go back to college. He's done.
No, he'd be like any other player that would be an undrafted free agent, invited to camp, and have to try to earn a roster spot.
Yep.
Man, those first 2 picks for the Ravens is crazy, man.
Would you guys trade Jake Browning for draft picks?
No. I said that 2 years ago.
I mean, not at this point. Maybe for a.
If we draft Shedeur, I would.
Yeah.
There you go.
Will Howard, Will Howard, Quinn
Yeah.
Ewers. Quinn Ewers, you're talking backup quarterbacks at this point. I mean, shit, I would take any of the 3 at backup quarterback. But do I think they do it? No, but it is last year Browning's deal either way.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't
why
you
not?
roster an extra quarterback anyways?
I think there is now. There's something. There's a new rule, isn't there?
Well, they can be your emergency quarterback, but I think they still count against your 53, obviously.
Yeah.
But how many of those guys, though, that you have, like Tanner McLaughlin didn't play at all. He said he was on your 53 roster, but he didn't play at all. Why couldn't you do that with a quarterback that, and then when Browning's gone next year, you got one the next year? That's a great question, and I think that's a great point. I'm not opposed to taking a quarterback here with one of these last 2 picks.
Right.
Yeah. Why not?
Shedeur Sanders to the Cincinnati Bengals. Finally, we have a Sanders in Cincinnati.
God, I don't want Dion here.
I would take Quinn Ewers. I think that'd be fun.
I would not want Dion.
I think that's the problem.
If they came here, Dion knows he ain't starting. So
It doesn't matter.
It would be a story.
Dion, and he won't keep his fucking mouth shut. I don't
All
want.
right, next pick is in the Ravens,
Arnville?
and I like this pick. Carson Benson, offensive
that.
lineman, Alabama A&M. So small school. He's played tackle. He could play guard. And the Ravens, I can't remember who their last pick was, but I know it was another. Dustin, if you could pull
There's
up.
Buchanan and I think Emory Jones.
Emory Jones, yeah. So they did take another guy that could be tackle guard versatility. I don't like Emory Jones at tackle. He was not that great for LSU at right tackle. I do think he's a guard. I think Vincent actually could be a tackle in the NFL. So I like that they continue investing in the offensive line for them. And I think Vincent has a chance. But, hey, maybe it's 3 years from now. But guess what? You're in the 5th round. That's a really good pick with high upside. Good pick.
Also, Miles Frazier is sliding too, right?
Yeah, dude.
If he's there for us when we pick, I take him, bro.
Yes.
Take him.
Man, the
Absolutely.
Ravens are so good at identifying offensive linemen because everybody thought their offensive line this past year, because they lost all those starters, were going to be trash, and they ended up being one of the top run blocking teams in the NFL.
They do it over and over because they invest in it. And who was the 7th round kid? Didn't he start this year? That we all said I was wanting the Bengals to take him so much because it was only because he got hurt at the combine that he fell from USC. I'm blanking on the name. You guys know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, fuck, I'm blanking on it too.
Chat will have us. But then they also took that big sumbitch kid, and he played guard for him as well. Blanking on that name too. But it was 2 guards, that come in and played pretty good for them. One of them was like a 3rd round pick. He's a big dude, and they moved him to guard.
So their line is Ronnie Stanley, Tyler Linderbaum, Andrew Voorhees, and Ben
Voorhees.
Cleveland.
Voorhees is the USC
Voorhees.
kid that
Yeah.
got hurt. That was a
Bro.
3rd-round talent, and they got him in the 7th. And then who's the big kid playing right guard?
Daniel Falele,
Yeah, Falele from Minnesota. And then also a
and
guy
Roger
like,
Rosengarten.
Yeah, Rosengarten from Washington.
Yeah.
I really liked. I thought he was a 2nd-round guy last year. So
God
yeah,
damn,
that's they continue, and they took 2 more picks on the O-line. That's
yeah, they
why
got
I'm saying.
Emory Jones now, Andrew Voorhees backing up. Rosengarten, geez, played pretty well last year too.
Mhm.
So,
Yes.
They're stacked.
Hey, who's the tackle from Florida? The guy that's like 500 pounds.
It's the one we were just talking about.
Jesus Christ, this guy Watson. He's 400 and some pounds. We spent 5 minutes talking about this.
We
motherfucker.
literally were just talking about him.
I was.
Hey,
Four
Chop,
Locos. He's on them
it's all
4
good,
Locos,
Chop.
boys. He's on them 4 Locos.
I totally blanked on that one as well.
Yeah, it was Derek, not me.
Yeah, Derek. Damn it, Derek.
Yeah, I was talking about how Matty was.
Is that who the Ravens took?
No. They took the Ravens took Carson Vincent. I also talked about him for 5
The
minutes.
Seahawks took
I thought
Riley
you all were
Mills.
still talking about Carson. They were teammates, right?
Oh, Riley Mills is off the board. Dang it.
So Watson, I mean that guy, that
You
big,
Nails?
you said that guy's name is Watson, the big giant fucking tackle from Florida. Did he get picked yet?
No, he's an undraftable player to me.
Bye,
Declan
Derek.
wants to
Oh, yeah,
say
yeah,
hi
yeah.
to everybody, and then I'm going to hop off here.
Oh man, everybody got new glasses.
Everybody got new glasses. Man, everybody can see.
Declan,
Everybody
what's
got
up?
new glasses, huh, Declan?
Yeah.
Say who they.
What?
Say who they.
Who that?
Yeah.
Hey, how was that Minecraft movie?
Great.
Great. Chicken jockey.
Did
Chicken
your dad
jockey.
dress up?
Jockey.
Did your dad dress up for it? Did your dad dress
The
up for it?
nether.
Huh?
The nether.
How you feel about the Bengals
Oh, everybody, you
pick
just
so
had a
far?
birthday?
Not good.
Not good.
It
Dang.
was great.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I feel you. So your dad has not been happy with the Bengals draft, right? Yeah, he's telling on him. You had a birthday recently? Well, happy birthday, brother.
Happy
Thanks.
birthday.
Wait a
Did you get anything good for your birthday?
You're 15 now?
9.
What? 9? You look like 15.
Tell
No.
Choppy needs his glasses fixed.
Did you get anything good for your birthday, Declan?
Yes.
What'd you get, man?
What was it?
You know what? I'm just gonna show you.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
You're going to
That's a
show
good
him? What are you going
idea.
to show
We
him?
need to see it.
Jordan Phillips is off.
What's he
Good
going to
pick.
show you?
Good run stopper.
That's my guy. That's my
what's
guy.
on mine. You were high
Yeah.
on it, buddy.
For being a flashy offensive team, Miami.
Oh my God! No, listen, I didn't mention his name because I had him marked out. I thought he was already off the board. He's 91st on my board, and he went at
Top
pick
100
140.
player going at 143. Wow.
Yeah, I already had him marked out. That's why, he's marked out. See, he's on the motherfucker. He up in there.
Well, I took him from consideration after we signed TJ Slayton. I took all of those guys off of my board.
Seahawks just took Jordan Phillips.
He just said,
All right.
Bro, we
On that
got
note.
we got this round and 2 more, Chop.
Good
I
God.
wanted to show these.
Hey, I'm here with you. I'm here with you for the long run.
I
All
like
right,
it.
Divine. One, I got
Go on.
somebody that's got me. I appreciate that.
Bye.
Bye.
I love you, Ashlyn.
All right, guys. I got to get off here.
I love you,
Hey,
Derek.
Later,
All right,
Derek.
Hi,
man.
Derek.
Okay.
Love you.
Who dey?
Tell Abraham we said hi.
I will.
And Ezekiel.
and
And
Ezekiel.
Jebediah.
Right.
All the
Tell 'em
Utsies.
all.
I don't
That's
know.
right.
What is it?
What about Joseph?
Oh.
$75 gift card for my PS4.
What?
Oh, no. Hey,
Holy
you got a
crap,
hold on. You got a
man.
Look what I'm
PS4?
eating.
Hold
Ooh,
on. You
peanut
got a
butter
P-
jelly.
Give him those headphones. Give him those headphones. Wait, you still got a PS4?
Yeah.
Tell your cheapskate dad to get you the PS5.
Okay.
Okay.
Dad, give me the PS5.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Daddy, I need to tell him something that we got.
I knew I should have closed out of this thing.
And it's from when he was a kid.
All right.
Daddy.
See y'all.
I need to
Bye.
tell you
What?
There goes Shedeur.
My
He
little
just
boy,
got drafted.
Cleveland.
Cleveland. Yeah.
Cleveland Browns.
All right.
We got something for Easter.
Yeah.
While
Yeah.
we were in Gatlinburg, the bunny couldn't jump up the hill, so he gave us $25.
Hey, that's still that Easter Bunny's great for doing that, man.
sounds like a lazy Easter bunny to me.
The Easter Bunny a little lazy this year.
little
though, wasn't
lazy.
he?
Come on, they got to talk about Shedeur getting picked.
Okay.
Did he get
All right.
picked?
Love you, baby.
That's what Divine said.
Yeah. Cleveland just picked him.
All right.
Just
Oh,
look
So
up.
I can't leave until we talk about this.
He's
I mean,
back.
this is where
He's
he
back.
could actually be a starter.
So,
Yeah.
so who does he have to compete with? He's got
Dylan Gabriel.
Old man Flacco.
Dylan Gabriel.
Dylan Gabriel.
He got double glove Pickett. No,
Kenny
that's right.
Pickett.
Basically, nobody.
Baby hand.
We should beat all of them out easily.
I mean, in all reality,
They're
I mean,
cutting
dude,
Deshaun,
if I'm
right?
Gabriel, I'm pissed.
Cutting Deshaun, putting him on IR. Like that has
Yeah.
to happen just to roster
yeah.
the quarterbacks they have.
Yeah.
Pickett, Flacco, Gabriel, and Sanders. All four of them. How you don't keep four quarterbacks on your roster even.
No.
And that's not talking about Deshaun.
They'll cut
Yeah.
Flacco.
So if they cut Deshaun, how much money does that cost them?
They're not going to cut
They can't cut
Deshaun.
him.
So they picked Gabriel too. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
They picked Gabriel. So
I still think they can cut Deshaun. Yeah, it's still too much. Well, they could, but they'd have to eat a ton.
Well,
of
I
money
mean,
still.
yeah, they're
Where'd
going
you
to
say?
have to
Hold
eat
on.
it
Do we
anyway.
know this is official, Divine?
yeah, it's official.
Oh, it's
It's
official.
official.
Jordan Schultz tweeted it.
Jordan Schultz reported it, so it's
Okay.
official.
No, that's what I was asking just because I got the ESPN tracker app up and it's not on there yet. So I just want to make sure before we sit here and talk about it for 10 minutes and then because it doesn't make sense, right?
It doesn't.
With just how many guys on the roster, it doesn't make sense. And they all
Yeah,
suck.
but
I mean, he's the best one.
Right. That's what I'm saying. None of those guys are their future quarterbacks. They're potential maybe next year.
I agree, but it's the fifth round. Like if you
That's
thought
right.
he
And
was
you
gonna
get-
be the
you
best
get
one,
Shedeur
why didn't you
Sanders.
not take him when you took Dylan Gabriel in the third?
Right.
I don't know, but they just saved how much money they just saved themselves.
Dylan Gabriel's going to be the starter, and Sanders is going to back him up.
This is the craziest shit,
Bro,
bro.
this is crazy.
Dylan Gabriel is not good, bro. He is not going to start over no Shedeur
look,
Sanders.
He's 4'2". He's 4'2".
You still
Can
got the
Dylan
Steelers,
Gabriel play running back?
and you still
Bruh.
have the Steelers who have Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer as their quarterback, and they passed up Shedeur.
This shit just
They
got
needed a
wild.
quarterback worse than the Browns did, and they didn't take him.
That's crazy.
Wow.
The Browns' offensive line still sucks. Like, you're looking at that block for Junkins and Sampson and Harold Fannin.
Did they pick up any O linemen, Dustin?
No,
Do you
they
know?
haven't.
No, none.
They
With all
doubled.
the picks.
There's
They
Cal.
doubled. They doubled on running back and they doubled on quarterback.
Isn't Cleveland one of the places that John did not want Shedeur to go?
I'm getting yelled at now, so I got to go.
No, I think
Okay.
Shedeur was flirting with them though. Like he would have like an orange background and stuff in
Yep.
his So yeah.
All right, who day, y'all?
Who they, bro? Hey, I don't think any of these picks is. I don't think they expect to win this year. I think all this is loading up for next year.
But still, like,
They
this
keep
is
loading up.
crazy. This is crazy. I like it though. This is the fun part of the draft. Like, he should not be here, to be honest. Everything,
I'd
even
give him a draft
however
earlier.
you feel, however much you can say Dion, the coach looking over his shoulder, the this, the that. And it's a slap in the face to Shedeur of like, if he's not motivated that he fell to the fifth when he was
Right.
my second ranked quarterback and
Right.
was considered a potential top 5 player. People thought he could go to the Giants at 3.
What quarterback
and-
is he? 6th or 7th? Which one is he that was taken?
There was a bunch that Dylan Gabriel, Tyler Shuck,
There was at least
Jackson
5
Dart,
going into
Cam
today.
Ward. Is he fit? Is he 5th? Because Will Howard and Ewers are still there.
Was there any quarterbacks picked today? Because he was like fifth going into today.
I don't think so.
I think there were 5 pick going into today.
Them taking Shedeur here makes the Dylan Gabriel pick the most insane draft pick in the draft.
Yeah, the most head-scratching draft pick.
Yeah, that's the
What's
dumbest
Cleveland's great
Oh
now?
yeah,
I mean,
Milrow. I didn't mention Milrow, right? So, Cam Ward, Jackson Dart, Jalen Milrow, Tyler Shuck, and Dylan Gabriel were off the board. He's the 6th running back taken in this draft. Go ahead, Dustin.
No, just like people are saying they're crushing the draft. I mean, but it's kind of like I don't know. It's just weird how they're placing.
Recap it. Okay, recap their picks for us, please.
Yeah. So I just had it pulled up. Not bad.
That extra first they got last year is what for next year I should say is part of the reason why people are saying they're killing it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that has to be factored in, right? And I know Mason Graham was their first pick. Getting him I like Mason Graham quite a bit.
Yeah, Chandler, Greg is sleeping. Yes, you're right.
I'm not sleeping.
My son didn't make fun of you.
I like Mason Graham, but why wouldn't you just stick if you're going to draft D-line and just stay and take Abdul Carter? You know?
It's a fair question.
Like,
Because they got a pretty good haul for trading down. And that next year's first, right?
I would just, if Abdul Carter were staring me in the face, my
Mason
God.
Graham was 3rd on my board. Abdul Carter was
Yeah.
1st, Travis Hunter 2nd, Mason Graham was 3rd. You got the 3rd best player, in my personal opinion, in the entire draft at pick 5, plus a first rounder, plus the other picks they got for trading down to do it. I think that part, the trade we talked about on Thursday, that part was great. Now, what's the rest of the draft after Mason Graham?
Yeah, second pick, Carson Swissenzer, big shot to us, I guess.
There you go.
Yeah.
Sean Watson, Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders. That's all the quarterbacks they have on their freaking roster right now. Jeez.
Yeah, Swessinger, I liked at linebacker. Junkins was next, right? And
Junkins was their second round pick.
Yeah.
And then in the
Harold Fanning.
Yeah, 3rd pick 67, Harold Fannin. And then the pick 94 from the Bills was Dylan Gabriel, and then Sampson in the 4th. And then now, obviously, they just got Shedeur. So
I think they did kill it. The head scratcher is Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah.
I think Harold Fanning is going to be an Isaiah Likely type tight end for them, bro.
Yeah,
I think that was a solid pick.
I'll put it this way, Dale. I don't think they were planning on drafting Shedeur, obviously. And then that's why they drafted the other quarterback. And then he was still there. And they might be like, fuck it, we're going to take him.
Then?
They get because they're getting them so damn cheap. I mean, it's how much money he lost? How much money he lost in 2 days? I mean, to go from a top 5 pick to a 4th round pick.
But if he ends up being a starting quarterback in the NFL, and this is the way he should look at it, as a man, as a human being, as a quarterback, as a this or that. Okay, I'm pissed off. I'm hungry. I want to work.
Exactly.
I'm a 5th round pick. Y'all passed on me. I'm ready to go. But when I become the Brown starter, because they cycle through quarterbacks, they could have 7 on the roster. As long as he's on that roster, he's going to get a chance to play this year. So, and
but
his second contract could be $500 million.
All right, so Slurp says he already has money. I know, but you still. I don't give a crap if you already have money. You lost millions of dollars.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter if you already had it or not. He still lost that.
Yeah.
Plus, you're going to Cleveland, a place where quarterbacks go to die. So I know, man. I don't know.
The Browns had a private workout and a dinner with Dylan Gabriel. That's pretty wild.
Wow.
McWilliams went off the board from UCF, cornerback to the Eagles.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah, it was not easy for me to say at all, apparently, and it should have been.
We're close, man. We got 5 more picks till we get to our pick.
I bet we go the Marshall safety.
You think what?
I think we're going that Marshall safety.
We got 7 picks in front of us. We're picking at 153. We're at 146.
I still want Aeneas Peebles until
God, he's still out there too, isn't he?
I know. That's who I want.
Patriots select from LSU. Braden Swinson.
Hey,
man, Patriots are smoking it.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
are.
That's a good pick for Mike Vrabel. Mike Vrabel will love Braden Swinson.
They got teammates too because Will Campbell.
Yeah.
Vrabel's
All right,
oh, good. Sorry.
No, I was just going to recap some of the best available on my board, and maybe I missed some while I was out. But Cam Williams, O-tackle, Texas. Marcus Bowe still out there. Tackle / guard / maybe center from Purdue.
Yeah.
Miles Frazier, did he go? Did Miles Frazier go?
No.
No, Miles Frazier's still out there from LSU. Aeneas Peebles,
Oh.
D tackle.
Peebles.
I shouldn't even have said the name because we got
Thanks a lot.
it. But Chris Paul Jr., I don't think we're taking a third linebacker. Isaiah Bond, once again, has got off-field stuff now. Smile Munden, another linebacker. Kobe Bryant, Torrey Horton, Will Howard, Holland Pierce, DJ Giddens, Jake Majors, center from Texas, Xavier Restrepo, Tyler Barron, Luke Kandra, Devin Neal, Damian Martinez.
Oh, Luke Kandra. I like Kandra.
And Jalen Rivers. I want to say Jalen Rivers because O-tackle guard versatility from Miami, I think that they could be interested. Hunter Wooler if they went safety. Dorian Strong, Denzel Burke if they want corners. Zy Alexander, Kobe King, another linebacker. Jaden Blue, running back.
I love Jaden Blue.
Quinn Ewers is another quarterback with Will Howard if we went with the plan of rostering one for a year. Jordan James, running back. Jackson Slater, Mello Dotson, Clay Webb, Sebastian Castro, Jordan Hancock, Ty Hamilton from the Ohio State University. Chase Lunt, Luke Lachey, Hayden Connor, Nick Nash, Jason Marshall, Elijah Roberts. I'm just saying names.
Did you say the mummy yet?
Who's that?
Hollins.
By the way, Dale, I found out who the Niners just picked. Jordan James.
That's a good pick.
That's a really good pick for that.
So, Dale, I think Luke Lachey is a sneaky name because we wet our beak with that Iowa tight end last year
Yep,
and we got
we sure
results.
did.
So I could see us going back to the well there.
Is he related to Nick Lachey?
No, he's related actually. It's Jim Lachey who's been doing the color commentating for the Ohio State Buckeyes for like my entire life. Yeah,
That's his dad. Yeah, that's his
Ohio
dad.
State didn't recruit him, but Ohio State recruits a lot of good players. So
Yeah, I heard they won the national championship this year too.
they just got a big time offensive tackle transfer in today too.
We don't give a damn for the whole state of Michigan. Whole state of Michigan.
Whole state of Michigan.
We don't give a damn
about
for the whole state of Michigan. We're from
Ohio.
Oh wait,
We're from Ohio. Oh, wait. We're from Ohio. Ohio.
What did you do to Chop guy? He kicked him out?
I think he kicked himself out.
Yeah. You gotta go get more full
He's taking a little break, He's taking a little break.
There's a lot of good. There's a lot of players out there I really still like.
Yeah, here's some more, Here's some more. Michael Coffey here. He says Logan Brown, JJ Pegues. I already mentioned Martinez and Frazier. So there's a couple. There's so many.
Did McAdoo is the Purdue guard still available or no?
Yes, Marcus Bowe.
Whoa!
He is 69th on my board. 69th.
Jesus, take
Nice.
him.
We'll see. We'll see.
Greg, hey, you got up off the couch at all today?
Yeah, I went and took a piss.
Well, good.
Yeah.
Greg, these are the days you need an adult diaper, so you don't even have to get up to piss.
Yeah.
I know, right? I know. After getting home from the family warehouse, that Cincy James and his son had to spend the night at my house for the night and all that stuff. So
I've been there, brother.
At my house, I do a last-second cleanup and all that and stuff, but I can do a lot of things fast.
That's what she said. Yes, Malachi Moore is gone. The safety from Bama.
Yeah.
He went last round.
Is there who's the safeties that are left right now? Is there one worth drafting here at fifth?
JJ Roberts. He's more of a
Hunter Wooler is the top one on my board, and 14th on Joe Goodberry's board.
Isn't the kid from Clemson still there?
Who?
The kid from Clemson. Did he already get drafted?
No, R.J. Mickens, and also we talked about Jalen Reed from Penn State earlier. So those guys are still on the board.
So you think this might be safety this one?
Could very well be. Very well be.
Man, I'm sorry. You got to go. If Mbell is still there or Frazier, you got to go there, man.
Hamilton, Ohio State. God damn it.
Damn, did he fall that far?
Yeah, I mentioned him. Yeah, Ty Hamilton. That's when I said the Ohio State. That got me down a rabbit hole of just then singing a song and all kinds of weird.
By the
shit.
way, you have a beautiful
Cowboys
green
took
voice.
Jaden Blue. Cowboys took Jaden Blue, so
Okay.
take him off the running back board.
Damn it.
Yep. Explosive.
That was one of
Great
my
pass
guys.
catcher, by the way. Like he's gonna catch a lot of passes out of that backfield.
That was my guy, man.
Hey, Dale, I got a question for you. If Greg stayed up as late as we did Thursday night, do you think he would have even made it to the Fulling Warehouse?
No, bro. I slept from 6. So after the show Thursday, Jeff texted me at 3 a.m. Eastern time. He said, "You up?" And I said, it was like one of them drunk texts, "You up? I'm gonna come and hit it," but we're 2 hours apart. But I said, "Yeah." He calls me 30 seconds later. We were on the phone till 5:30. I slept from 6. I slept from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m.
I didn't get to 1. I still feel like shit at the draft. That's why I sat by the fan. My big ass was sweating.
Good. After the Project Game Day event last night and 2 hours home, we got home at almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and I slept. So I still probably went to bed at like 2 or 3, but I slept so good. I woke up and it was like 10:30. I said,
"Hell, I could have called you on the way to work this morning. You were still.
Oh my gosh, Jada Blue got drafted by the Cowboys.
He already
Damn.
said that.
It's almost like Divine said that 5 minutes
Almost
ago.
like he said it 5 minutes ago.
Get your shit together, Greg.
Dale, where were you
Get
at?
off the couch.
Dale, where were you at in Divine with Cameron Williams again?
He's 63rd on my board. And listen, he should be lower. He did not have a good season, and he certainly down the stretch when he was injured, the Buckeyes feasted on him. And Texas fans will probably say he's the biggest reason they lost that game.
All right.
To me, the talent, the potential, the upside, he should have went back to school. That was something that was in the draft guide. This is a guy who should have went back to school. He was a one-year starter at right tackle for them. But he's young, he's big, and he's got potential. We're in the 5th round. You want to take a guy like that in the 5th round, and he should have been lower than 63. Like that, there's some things you can admit in hindsight, not just that he didn't go, but I was putting him that high because I still saw the potential. He was a guy halfway through the season for Texas that people were mocking in the 1st round. National media people were like, this guy could end up being a 1st round pick.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at.
I mean, I would like to get some more tackle depth for sure.
Holland Pierce. I know Divine don't love that guy, but he fits the size mold, 6'8", 340. Any thoughts on him, Divine?
The mummy.
That's how fast he moves, right?
I was just going to say, why is he called the mummy? And then
I knew. His feet. The feet speed, man. The foot speed, feet speed, fucking foot fetish, whatever.
Huh? What?
He's a big physical guy, though. If he get his hands on you, it's a wrap.
Hey.
Yeah.
And maybe he kicks in and plays guard. Maybe he plays right guard.
Hell yeah, man.
You're not asking him to have that kick slide, that foot speed as much,
No, but I think his leverage. I don't think he'll have the good enough leverage. He's 6'8".
I don't disagree. I don't. I was just trying, man. I'm trying to justify this, okay? I think Jalen Rivers would be a way better pick if they go that swing tackle route. And Jack Nelson from Wisconsin, but I also think he sticks at tackle, like tackle.
I like Chase Luntz, bro. Luntz.
Yeah,
I think they can use him too. He has short arms, but he's athletic though, right? And I said if they put him in at guard, the guy he reminds me of, I'm not saying he's going to be this good, but a poor man's Eric Steinbach. You know what I mean? He's a guy that can get to the second level. He's very active. He's agile. He's fast. He's 6'7", 6'6", like 305, 310 pounds. Does he have some things he got to work on as far as his pass blocking? Yes, he does. You know what I mean? But I don't think he's going to be a tackle in the league. I think he's going to be a guard in the league. So, yep, I like Chase from UConn.
Yes.
UConn, they put out some good offensive player.
Yeah, who was the kid last year? The guard we liked. He was small, like short, but it's like I kind of like that for a guard. For the
Chris Haynes. He went to Seattle, the Seahawks.
Next pick, Dolphins pick, Jason Marshall Jr. from Florida. I think that's a good pick in the 5th. A lot of people were very low on him, but he had a good season.
Because his tackling, bro.
Potential to be a decent outside corner, but like you said, don't ask him to tackle, right? $171 on my board. Who goes at 150? The Colts are next. Colts, Cardinals, and then Bengals. That's the order I got. I'm gonna check on my dog because I don't want to have to pee my pants during the pick.
Why don't you just have a catheter on? It'd be a lot easier.
I told him to put a bucket in between his legs. He just
do that.
Garage.
Let's see if the Colts give Lou another piece to work with.
Divine, it's like, what the hell am I doing on the show? You're muted, brother. My camera's on.
That's why I had to keep doing this.
He's like, I'm not on camera.
Man, the Colts have had a sneaky, pretty good draft. Tyler Warren, JT Tilmo, Justin Whaley, and Jalen Travis.
Can I ask you guys? I don't keep going back to this, but the Bengals draft, I don't think it's awful. I mean, people are like ripping them, like, "Oh, we can't draft." Like, I don't think it's awful. I mean, they're getting good players for positions that we need.
No, I just think people have their own ideas in their head of the guy that they want.
I mean, I wanted Walter Nolan. I'm pissed he wasn't there, but I mean, and the linebacker, I think we should draft him in the 3rd, but still, they got him, and the guard's good. I mean, I don't think they're bad. I don't think it's a freaking home run, but we'll see.
I just think this draft as a whole, it's going to be interesting in 3 to 4 years to look back on to see how many of these guys are still around. Right. I think a lot of this draft is development guys for sure. There's just
yeah.
I like the tackles. I don't know. I wasn't like super high on like all the tackles this year. Like some people were.
Yeah,
I mean, literally, we
need to hit free agency hard, dude. Brother, free agency's over.
I mean, as far as the draft goes, though, we've got 4 picks and we got 4 most likely starters.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Chop. Like, it's not. I don't think it's bad. I mean, Stewart, we'll see. Hopefully, he's an impact. I'm hoping
he's going to be an impact, whether he can tackle or not. He's going to be an impact. The guy plays with a fucking super high motor, and he's very disruptive.
So I'm not, like I said, I'm not upset with any of these. It's just not the way I thought it was going to go. Which there's sometimes I wish I would go back to not paying attention to the draft players and all this stuff as much as I used to, because when I was younger, I didn't pay that much attention. I'm like, oh, that's all right, that's cool. Now I'm like, oh, they should have drafted this guy. We got all these. Everybody's got their own draft guides and everything. So
yeah,
that's just me.
The post pick DJ Giddens.
Who?
Yeah.
Say again, Divine?
DJ Giddens, the running back. He's off the board.
Okay.
I liked him too. I don't think he was getting enough pub. I mean, Cam Martinez is still out there, right?
Yeah, he's been one of my favorite running backs in this whole draft process.
I liked him since he was recruited to Oregon State. I thought he would fare better in Miami, last year. But
it was still good, but he was splitting. They got Mark Fletcher Jr., which, man, because I already been watching those guys, and he's good, but I got some concerns with him. I didn't like his tape as much as I thought when I watched it back, because he's got that weird body frame where, like, I guess if he like balls out this year for Fletcher Jr., I'm talking 26 draft now, but the Steven Jackson could be his potential.
Yeah, the thing with Martinez, man, I know he don't have the home run speed. Dallas just traded in front of us, so okay. So maybe one of them.
Yep.
But he doesn't have the home run speed, but he has the power. He can catch out the backfield, and he can make you miss. He can shake you. You know what I mean? He can carry guys 5 yards. I know a lot of people love Cam Scatterbo because he's powerful. Well, Martinez is powerful too, but he has that added where he can just shake you. You know what I mean? So that's why I like him, bro. I think he would be a good complement to what we have in the backfield.
Hey, Devon, just to let you know, I used to have that back in the day. That was me.
I like
You ain't never had that. You ain't never had that in your bag. You ain't never once had that shit.
What are you shaking your head about, Dale?
You ain't never had that shit. I said you ain't never had that shit.
I was too busy trying to knock y'all out. I wasn't even trying to. I used to like hitting the quarterback. That was my favorite thing.
So DJ Giddens, you guys probably talked about, but he
James.
was 120th on my board that went at 151 to the
Kamar
Colts.
James.
Shamar James. He's
Linebacker.
productive.
Yeah. Why did they trade up in front of us specifically? I mean, whatever. They're probably trying to trade in front of somebody else, and
They thought we'd take 3 linebackers in a row.
Yeah. But Shamar James got potential for sure. One of the other players I said should have went back to school. He should have went back for another year, to be honest.
I can't believe Chris Paul Jr. is still out there, though.
I liked him. I think he's going to be one of the steals of the draft.
He's undersized though, but man, he's such a good cover linebacker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could throw him on a tight end and not have to sub out. Y'all
see the pick? Let us know. Y'all see the
Yeah,
pick?
because I got to change it. Mine still says it's freaking Cowboys. Oh, flip channels here. That's a commercial.
Logan Brown.
They're probably about to go to a commercial on us, even though it says our pick is in. They're probably going to go to a commercial before they announce it.
You watching the NFL Network, Divine?
Yep, I'm watching NFL Network.
Yeah, you're ahead of me.
And just like I predicted, here come a commercial.
All I got is the Cowboys that says the pick is in.
Now we got Miami. Jalen Rivers.
What?
That's our pick. Jalen Rivers.
Yeah, I told you. See?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pick. Listen. Cam Williams, Marcus Bowe, Aeneas Peebles, Miles Frazier. Would I take one of those 4 because they're top guys on my personal board? Yes. But Jalen Rivers will compete to start at right guard. Jalen Rivers also gives you left tackle and right tackle versatility. Jalen Rivers is a really good pick in the 5th round.
Right.
He was solid at the senior bowl.
I'll put this out there. We ain't signing Reisner now. We drafted two potential guards. We ain't signing. They're not signing anybody.
Nope.
They ain't signing. They ain't
Nobody.
signing
Not
guards.
Scherf, not Hernandez. No.
One more pick, too.
Yeah.
Jalen Rivers.
More chance for Peebles.
Jalen.
But I mean, this has been a trenches and defensive draft. I like it. They got 2 guards. That makes me happy.
Jalen Rivers, 138 on my board, goes at 153. So
I mean, we don't want them to address the guards. They signed Cody Ford, free agent, is our own free agent, but they still signed him. They signed the kid from New Orleans, and now they drafted two potential starters. Maybe we'll see. But there's a lot of guys in this room that they try to address it. I mean, they didn't address it in the 2nd round or any of that stuff, but it's okay. I mean, they're going to throw enough bodies at it to hopefully we get 2 guys that can play guard. It's not the way we all wanted it, but it might work.
hold on.
I mean,
We had a little more.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, well, yeah, that's irrelevant. You can't see it very well.
Where did you have him again, Dale? Right.
So when I talk about stacking and how it's all kind of matched up, okay, round 4 or 5, it's him, Logan Brown, Carson Vincent, Chase Lund for round 5, and we're in round 5. So we got a guy I think's a 4th round pick. We got him in round 5.
Who's got the TV on?
Daniel Jeremiah had him at 137 as well. So you guys are
Who's got the TV on? That's all I hear is a damn TV.
Chop, is your TV on?
Well, that's me. My bad.
Fucking
Jesus
Greg.
Christ, Greg!
Remember
God
how you
damn it,
told
Greg!
earlier,
Get
turn
your
TV
shit
down?
together!
It's off.
I think this is the thing that kind of confuses me, right? Like we drafted Amirius Mills last year, right?
We already said it. Everybody keeps asking we missed the pick. No, we said it earlier. Sorry, Divine. They're asking in the comments we missed the pick. I'm like, no, we already said it.
We drafted Amirius Mills last year. We drafted Matt Lee. We just drafted, the kid from Georgia, Fairchild. Those are some athletic guys, right? But then you come back and you draft Phillips, who is not the most athletic, but he's a big, powerful, one of them big, powerful guys. And I'm like, it's kind of confusing, man. Like, what are you, what are you doing? What is the plan on the offensive line? Do you want the athletic guys? Do you want the big physical guys? Or you just, there's no rhyme or reason to it. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, even the guy that we brought in, Patrick is, he got a little athleticism to him. You know what I mean? He's a little undersized. But then we bring back Cody Ford, who is another one of those physical guys. You know what I mean? So it's kind of confusing.
I think
answer Matt in the chat, who's asked us 3 times. Yes, we did not miss the pick. We already did it.
Jalen Rivers. That's who we're talking about.
Yeah, that's who we're talking about. Yes.
I want to recap it. I want to recap it a little bit, and I want to read my draft guide. You know, sometimes you got to suck your own dick, as I like to say. Jalen Rivers, Miami, Florida, 6'6", 319. Experience at Miami, Florida, good school. Over 2,200 career snaps. Versatility. Has played both tackle spots and left guard. Physicality. Arm length. This guy has 34 7/8 inch arms. That's almost 35-inch arms. That's elite. Strike timing, hand placement. So he picks up his target and he hits it. Recognizing stunts and blitz. Good football IQ. Awareness. Stout anchor. Cons. He's older. When I say older, he's a 5th-year senior. Most of these guys are. A bit slow off the snap at times. The athleticism is part of it. Most of this is athletic-based. Blocking on the move. 3 penalties, whatever. That's irrelevant. Inconsistent pad level. Dealt with injuries in 3 different seasons. But he's played 2,200-plus career snaps. And then he's an average athlete. So his relative athletic score is 4.46. But his pass block grade was 78.8. And his run block grade was 64.8. So you're talking about a guy who's played tackle at Miami, Florida, and has almost an 80 pass block grade. And he can be a swing tackle. And we're in the 5th round. Everyone, we're in the 5th round. You're talking about a guy who can be a swing tackle and play guard. Versatility, O-line depth, all the things we were just praising the Ravens for about getting O-linemen, stacking offensive linemen. That's what I want the Bengals to do.
Love it.
Does this eliminate the fact we go out and sign a free agent guard pretty much, do you think?
Yes, that's what we said. We said that 5 minutes ago. Yes.
And here's my final thoughts. Yeah. My final thoughts from the draft guide. My little synopsis here. Rivers spent all 5 seasons in Miami, started a ton of games at both left tackle and left guard during his time there. Even though he has spent the majority of the past 2 seasons at left tackle, he's been their left tackle. They have Francis Magoa, by the way, who's at right tackle. That kid hasn't moved. He's a 5-star recruit. He's number 3 overall. He's a potential number 1 overall pick next year, by the way. He's played right tackle because Jalen Rivers has been playing left. But anyways, spent the majority of the past 2 seasons at left tackle. He may end up sliding back inside the guard at the next level. Either way, he is a versatile lineman that should be drafted by at least early day 3.
And like I said, this puts to bed, I think, free agency for guards. They're not going to sign anybody. And Darth, I love you, but they're not trading Pratt. Nobody's giving us anything for Pratt or Cordell Wilson. I know he said trade him to get another draft pick. I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, to get back to Divine's kind of thought about athleticism against size, I do think they prefer the starters to be those bigger dudes building that wall in front of Burrow. I do get some of your skepticism over we're drafting some of these guys that are a little more athletic too. So what's the picture? Maybe it's the thought those are our depth guys kind of thing. I don't know, but yeah, that's unfair to point out.
I would always say draft good football players though, right? Whether they're the most athletic or this, that, and the other. So if they feel like he's a good football player and everything I feel like he is, I feel like he's worthy of this pick. Whether he's the most athletic or he's got this concern here for a versatile lineman in the 5th round, I would do that. But Divine, go ahead.
I think what is that? Scott Peters. The one thing that he keeps harping on is hand placement, right? Hitting your target, and then the plus that you just stated, he's very good at that. You know what I mean? So being in a closed confined area, if he's going to be next to a Amarius Mills, where we know he's athletic, he can move his feet. I think it can cover for that. I know that I'm hoping that we'll see more Matt Lee this year. I know they extended carriage for another year, right? Or this is last year.
One more year.
One more year after this?
Yeah.
No. They extended him last year for the 1 more year is this year.
Oh, it is this
right
year?
now, as of right
now.
now.
Okay. My bad.
So hopefully Matt Lee can come in there and compete, even though I know they love Karras, but this is a different O-line coach. And I want to see how that'll work out, because it's going to be times he's going to need help. He's going to need help. You know what I mean? Because he is a little stiff. And some of those guys that's in the inside, they can do like little jab steps, get your body weight going one way. And it's going to be hard for you to get your body weight switched over to the other side when they try to cut in front of your face. So, yeah, I like that he got good hands. That's going to help big time. And plus that he's physical, because if he get his hands on you, it's a wrap, So I like the pick. I'm not mad about the pick. I just want to know what their plan is. That's all.
Can I ask you a question? Tyler Kelly is in here. I don't know who the hell this is, saying we traded our pick. We did not trade our pick.
Tyler, that's that motherfucker Tyler Kelly. He's a Steelers fan. Y'all take him seriously at your own peril. Like, don't listen to this motherfucker.
I didn't know what the hell he's talking about.
He's a Steelers fan, man. He's a troll. He's trolling, all right?
We just
let him
drafted.
troll. Let him troll. I love Tyler. Listen, I love Tyler Kelly. I believe we showed Jordan Battle last night at the draft event. Tyler Kelly, and they were telling him about how this man has a Cincy hat logo tramp stamp
that guy
tattoo because of the bet with Pork Chop, and he followed through with the bet. It was a Ted Karras will be the the leading vote getter for when he
Man
was
of the Year. Man of the Year. Walter Payton Man of the Year.
Walter Payton Man of the Year. And Cam Hayward won the award. His own teammate won the award. He said that Cam Hayward would win the fan vote. And I'm like, bro, Ted Karras is already up, like leading it by a lot for the fan vote portion. And this motherfucker got a Cincy hat tramp stamp logo. A tattoo. So I give Tyler Kelly a lot of credit, man.
He's a Bengals fan by heart.
And he's saying the Steelers traded their pick.
Oh, well, I don't give a shit about the Steelers. I'm talking about the Bengals. Yeah.
That
I
part.
was trying to figure out what the hell are you talking about? We didn't trade no pick. We just drafted. Like, what do you mean?
But I like Tyler Kelly a lot.
Like, you're on a Bengal podcast going, we traded our pick. Like, no, motherfucker, we did not trade our pick.
Yeah, because he ain't a Bengals fan. He's talking about
right. So go watch some other stream.
All right, that cleared everything up. But
I was curious what the hell he's talking about.
Hey, Kenzie, you're right. That is exactly what I said. I do want them to continue to hit these trenches. Protect our franchise, man. Make sure our quarterback stays up another 10 years or so. We need to protect him, man. I'm getting tired of seeing my quarterback get hit.
Yeah.
Hey, Dale, is he a guy that you feel like is going to go and punch somebody in the mouth if they hit my quarterback late?
Who, Jalen Rivers?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Fuck
okay,
yeah, let's
good.
go.
Yeah, that's what we need.
Yeah.
No more nice guys. Come on now.
No more.
Want to recap a couple picks, but got to get to my guy Fuzzy Balls. What a name, Fuzzy Balls. Got to get to this super chat, but Dante Trader went to the Dolphins at 155. Jeffrey Bossa, that's a good pick for the Chiefs. Athletic linebacker went 156, and Elijah Roberts, man, I really like him. Versatile D tackle edge guy from the went to the Buccaneers from SMU. Super chat. Everyone's off the screen. These guys are trolling me because I like to rip Peters and I don't like to do it on screen. Damn it. I forgot what I was going to say. See, y'all done fucked me up now. Barrett Carter is going to surprise everyone. Barrett Carter is going to surprise everyone. His closing speed is elite for a linebacker, and Al Golden got a coach against him a couple times. Yeah, no, I agree. I think they love that pick, and I think getting young athletic guys at linebacker is great, and getting that room younger. And also, linebacker is one of those positions that are your key special teams guys, too. So Barrett Carter is not going to be a starter this year, but that's perfectly fine. He was talking about how he'll come in because injuries happen, and he'll start some games. At some point in this season, he'll start some games. He'll be in packages, but he's also expected to learn from a guy like Logan Wilson, and he's expected to come in, put his ass to the grind, work his ass off, learn the playbook, become a leader on that defense in the future, and play some special damn teams. That's what he's going to do this season at a good level because he's a good athlete.
And I disagree with people. I think it's changed a little bit when it comes to linebackers are premium positions.
Yeah.
Look how much Zach Bond did for the Eagles coming over there. You need these guys to be athletic to cover tight ends and running backs out of the backfield because running backs are catching the ball out of the backfield. And a lot of teams in the AFC North like to pound the rock. So,
go back to our Super Bowl run. Look how good a year Logan Wilson and Pratt, how big impact those guys had that year. I mean, linebackers are they're not a dime a dozen. You need good linebackers. They're premium positions.
And I'm glad you just said that, because I'm like, if we're paying attention, the league is starting to shift again. These running backs now are starting to exactly. So those real small guys, they're not going to be as prevalent as they once were. That's why I think the Knight pick was so pivotal, because Knight, I mean, what is he, like 235, 240, somewhere in that area? He's a bigger guy, but at the same time, he's very physical. You know what I mean? He's a guy that's going to go downhill and he's going to pop you in the mouth. That's the type of guys we need. Then you got Barrett. Yeah, he's a little smaller than that, but he's athletic as all get out. And goes back to what I was stating earlier. We need somebody that can get sideline to sideline on a consistent basis. We got 2 of them now.
Yeah, we have it. When was the last time we had that?
And Burks can run too.
Yeah.
Burks is athletic as well.
Yeah, so you got 4. I mean, say what you want about Logan Wilson. You got 4, I think, pretty good linebackers right there in the room, right? I mean, that linebacker room, I was worried about it, to be honest, because I'm like, before the draft, I'm like, you got Pratt and you got Logan Wilson and you got, a whole bunch of young guys. We still got young guys, but I think the potential is bigger and better there now.
Yeah. For sure. I mean, our front 7 on defense, it's turning into a athletic, and I think some guys got to develop, but I think it could be a strength this year for sure.
Yeah. And Slayton's going to take that pressure off of him.
Yeah. Now it's going to be early on though.
Sorry, TJ Slayton, the undervalued signing.
Yeah,
I will put that. He's I think because last year we didn't have a damn nose tackle. We didn't have one. We got one now. So that's why I wanted Nolan next to him.
Dude, cut that Slayton tape on against the Eagles. He was throwing those dudes around like rag dolls, and that's one of the top offensive lines in the league.
And I know a lot of people was upset. I know a lot of people was upset that we brought back BJ Hill, but I want y'all to remember something, right? At the beginning part and mid part of the season, BJ Hill was balling, right? But they had him playing the 2-eye position, which is not his position. He's too small to be in that position. Now you get to move him back to the 3-tech position, and you have somebody like Slayton that's going to take the double teams away from him and also free up linebackers. This is where the blitzing come in at, right? Because now you got lanes opened up where you got this big guy that's taking up 2 guys. Then you got BJ Hill that's beating the heck out of the dude that's in front of him, leaving wide open gaps. Also, BJ Hill is a smart guy. If you notice, when they put BJ Hill over at the 2-eye position, when Trey Hendrickson would rush, you know how he loves to rush wide outside the pocket, right? Because he doesn't have the greatest bend, so he leaves a big open pocket right there. Chris Jenkins Jr., he was having issues with it before Rankins got hurt. He was having issues with it, leaving a big gap there. Now you got 5 fast linebackers that can actually fill that lane, and you have BJ Hill, who is a very intelligent dude that's able to close that lane up. He's not going to overcommit, so that's going to help the defensive line in general. You know what I mean? So I feel like it was a good pickup. I'm kind of curious to see what they do with McKinley, because if we're going to be honest, McKinley was probably our best defensive tackle going down the stretch the last 5 games. He missed all of preseason. He missed the majority of training camp. He missed the first 4 games of the season. And you saw some struggles here and there at the beginning, but towards the back end of that season, you start seeing the type of potential that he has. And that's why they drafted him as high as they did.
Well, the thing I like is Jenkins, you saw the potential of him at the beginning of the season. He kind of dropped off toward the end, and McKinley came on. If we can get those guys to be consistent when they were good, which is obviously the point, that's gonna help out and help out BJ. And thing I keep saying with BJ does better when he has less snaps. We got to be able to Chris Jenkins. They got to be able to take snaps off of him, and that's what I'm hoping we take snaps off of Logan Wilson too, with Osai and Murphy, and now not Saunders. Saunders. That's why they get less snaps. The healthier they are, and the more rested they are. Because I get tired of seeing Trey on the sideline going, trying to get his breath, and then running him right back out there.
Because he's old and we need to trade him. Just kidding.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that ship has sailed. Damn, everybody from the actual show is left.
Divine.
Hey,
Denver just got drafted by Green Bay. That's
No,
a sneaky pick,
you
bro.
guys are killing it. I'm just gonna hop off, and Chop's dealing with something. So, but you keep talking, please.
Go ahead, Stuart. I'm sorry. What was you about to ask me, brother?
Oh, I was gonna say, you were right on the hand placement of Jalen Rivers. I was just watching some tape of his, going back to it. His hand placement's elite. Like, he's on guys' chest like right away. It's nice to see. But good call out on that.
That shout out to Dale. Dale had it in his scouting report as well. You know what I mean? Good stuff. Good draft guide. If you haven't got his draft guide, get it, guys. Good work.
Dale needs to
Absolutely.
get paid for this shit. Dale's really good at this.
Absolutely. So,
Yes,
sixth
we
round, we
did.
got one more pick. What position is it going to be? I thought it was going to be DT in this round. Is Peebles still there? Is he still on the board?
As far as I know, he is.
Dude, if we could get Peebles in the 6th round, oh my God!
I think that'll be a freaking steal and a half.
I
think it's
like,
either
like I
D
say,
I think it's either D tackle or safety is what I think.
like I say, if I knew it was going to be this draft first, I'd be like, hey, you got to be kidding me. But like you guys are pointing out, and another friend of mine was pointing out, these guys could all be starters. These guys could all come in and start.
Yeah.
I mean, well, Rivers probably not, but he gives you good depth, and that's just as important as finding a starter, pretty much. Who can fill in for you a guard, fill in for you a tackle, or whatever you need.
JJ Pugh, another guy.
Matt's asking in the chat here, you think Kirkland has a chance now? Yeah, I think they all have a chance because I think that there's no set starter at either guard position. It is up for grabs. And that's and look, how many times I've said this on my show that I want competition. And the biggest competition in camp is going to be the 2 guard positions. That's going to be the biggest one right now.
I don't think they will now, but I still would go after Risner. I'd still get him. They're not going to do it.
They're not drafted 2 guards, and they signed two free agents. If you count Cody Ford, they still signed him. So they added 3 guys to the room, plus re-signed Kirkland.
No, so, I know it's not going to happen. Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, trust me, I was banging the table for them to go get him, and now I'm like, they're not going to.
Well, Risner was pretty much begging on social media for the Bengals to call him.
So there was that little tidbit from Tobin in his press conference, like how you would interview players and learn about other players at their own team. Mm-hmm. Pretty interesting. We now have Shamir Stewart, McKinley Jackson, Demetrius Knight, Devin Cochran. These are all teammates. Dylan Fairchild, Amarius Mims, Barrett Carter, DJ Turner, Miles Murphy, Jalen Rivers, Matt Lee. Who's next? So, he's definitely deploying that kind of strategy.
Yeah, I keep forgetting getting Jalen Rivers and Matt Lee were teammates together. Like we have 3 sets of teammates in college. You have Jalen Rivers and Matt Lee, Cody Ford and Orlando Brown, who's Fairchild and Mims. So,
yeah,
I mean, which is not a bad thing, obviously.
Yeah.
Fuzzy Balls with another super chat. Thank you, brother. RJ Mickens is still on the board too. Safety. You guys might have talked about it. Sorry, I just wanted to pop the super chat up.
Who's he again?
Clemson safety.
Oh,
would be a great pick in the 6th round, in my opinion.
All right, so we can have another set of teammates. We were just talking. There's 3 sets of three sets of teammates. Like you have Cody Ford, Mims. You have Fairchild and Fairchild and Mims.
The Eagles did it again, bro.
Lyle Munn, I love him.
My God.
109 on my board goes at pick 161. Smile Munn Jr. from Georgia. Very athletic, pass rush, this, that, and the other. The dude can do it all at linebacker, in my opinion.
I mean, the Georgia defense when he wasn't on the field and compared to when he was on it, they were remarkably better last year.
Just to catch up on some picks too. At 158, Keandre Lambert-Smith, like 6'1", pretty good linebacker. Had a really good season for Auburn. Was at Penn State before that. Colin Oliver, Oklahoma State to Green Bay, who the Bengals had interest in. Linebacker / edge. He played more edge. He was injured most of this season, but he's a guy who's probably better than where he was just drafted, to be honest, and he's got some potential, and he'll be a demon on special teams at minimum. And same thing with Marcus Sigil, who is a safety from Kansas State. At worst, this guy's going to be a demon on special teams, a speedster, good cover guy. There's a lot to like there with those guys. So I just wanted to catch up, and then Smile Munnon at 161 to the Eagles.
Yeah,
that was a good pick, bro.
That was actually
by the way, Dale, while you were off, we were just saying how cruddy your draft guide was, man.
Thanks. I do the worst I can. That's usually my motto.
No, seriously.
Hey,
You were all just talking how
hey, I said you should get paid for it. Is what I was saying. That you need to get paid for it.
Well,
He gets paid.
I
He
do.
gets paid. He got 5 hand jobs last night at the draft event.
I got a lot of hand jobs.
Right, a lot of hand jobs.
I got 2 fingered by Chop, though, to be fair.
Big one, 2 fingered.
But no, I do get paid in a way, Jeff, and it's the best way to be paid, and it's through charity and Project Game Day, and because my scouting report, as Chop said before you guys was on, he shows up late, he leaves early, and he don't do shit while he's there.
Right.
So that's what I do as a Project Game Day member. But I do.
But nobody puts them.
It raised over $500
Mhm.
this year. It raised like $1,500 last year. So to raise that for charity, and that's helping to get individuals with disabilities and military veterans and active member veterans to Bengals games, and a great experience while they go. It's very heartwarming, and everybody that showed up to the event last night at Folding Warehouse was fantastic. And so I want to say, like, that's awesome. And I get paid because my heart is very full today of how good you guys did, because you guys went and set up early. You guys stayed late and did the breakdown. You guys had that place all clean. You guys ran everything. I didn't do shit at the event. And it's very hard to put on an event like that as just fans and doing it for charity. And, man, I couldn't be more happy and more appreciative of all the people that showed up, and more appreciative of the guys, Cincy James, Houday Joe, Bengals and Bourbon, like all the guys that are part of this, Darth Bengal, and all the money he raises with his chains and everything, and all you guys doing all this stuff. Santori, he's working, he's doing this and that. And Santori is our guy that keeps all the money. And here's where we're at, because we buy the food, but all this is, you want to raise money when you're doing this stuff for charity.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
don't forget our honorary member, Mason.
Yes, and
he worked his ass off too.
James' son, Jimmy Kohler. I think I say his name wrong.
Kaler.
I always say it wrong, and he's told me how.
It's not your fault. He spelled it wrong.
Exactly.
It's not your fault, Dale. It's the spelling.
And I can confirm, Mason, every time I asked him for help, he was helping me all the time. Mason does a heck of a job.
Mason did so much more work than me.
He's always there at the tailgate.
And this is child labor.
Yes, it is.
This is James's son.
Mason grows about a foot every time I see him.
Yeah.
Mason's voice is deeper than anybody else involved in Project Game Day.
How you doing?
Right now.
I'm Mason. Nice to meet you.
Mason will have at least the beard that Derek has by the time the season starts.
I know it's not draft, but I talked about it again. I talked about when the show started. I'm very thankful, very appreciative of everybody involved with Project Game Day, and I'm very appreciative of everybody that showed up, bought tickets, bought raffle, and just showed up and has supported, donated, and for the draft guide and everything else. I'm very thankful and appreciative of all of you guys, and it means a lot to do something for other people. It warms my heart.
Yeah.
And you guys, everyone that does it, everyone that's part of it, but everyone that's part of it is also anyone that has donated a dime or shown up for these events that help raise money. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Yes.
Everyone.
I really think anybody wants to go next year better get their tickets early when they go on sale, because I really think that everybody that came last night, and there was like 200 people there, had a great experience. It was a really good event. I heard nothing negative. Everybody seemed to be having a lot of fun.
Not one bad thing.
And Jordan Battle, what a jewel, man.
Yeah.
What a jewel as a human being. He come there, he takes pictures with everybody. He didn't have to do this. We did not pay Jordan Battle to be there. Mm-hmm. Some of these people, even players, whoever, will have an appearance fee. There was no appearance fee, and thank you, Joey Cook, for helping us get him there.
We didn't pay him, but he did fuck up some wings, man. I was standing right next to him.
He ate some of that Midwest Best. Shout out Midwest Best Barbecue.
Tim and Nicole, I say this all the time. They just swing for the fences all the time, and they just knock it out of the park. Thank you, Tim and Nicole. Proud sponsor of this show, by the way, also.
And KB Art, man, I know you guys can't see it because of the light, but I got my print
I do
back
see
there.
it, yes.
Yeah, and it's
he tweeted it out already too. I retweeted it.
I did tweet it out on Twitter so you guys could see it better, but I love it. And shout out KB Art.
Did you see KB Art's Nikes there last night? Those things are fire.
Yeah, and if you guys want a print or you want I got a bunch of magnet stickers. Hit up KB Art, man. That is he is just a great dude. He has donated stuff when we were just starting this show, and him showing up and all the stuff he does. So very appreciative of literally everybody. Now let's get back to the draft. So Francisco Mayagoa. So I was talking about the other tackle from Miami, Florida, that could be a first-round pick next year. This is his brother, and he's a linebacker. And I actually, the wings thing, love that stuff. But from Miami, Florida, this is his brother. He's a linebacker. He's a very good player, very athletic. Honestly, I like just watching his tape. I feel like he should be higher. For whatever reason, he's not. But he's a guy that won't surprise me if he ends up being a starting player in this league. He goes to the Jets at 162. And one of my favorite tight ends, Mitchell Evans. Had he not torn his ACL last year, this was a guy who was on schedule to be a day 2 pick. And then he didn't have a good season for most of the season. Well, about a year off of that surgery, a little over a year, he starts coming on down the stretch. Notre Dame doesn't make it to the national championship game without Mitchell Evans at tight end. So he's very good, and he's good in both phases. The guy's like a 260-pound tight end. I think that's an excellent pick, and that's with the Panthers. So they got Ja'Tavion Sanders last year, who's more of your receiver. Mitchell Evans can give you that and the blocker. They could do some 12 personnel there with the Panthers, and I like that. Now the Steelers are on the clock. So that's a catch-up, but I'll let everybody else talk. I'll rip a heater. But thank you, everybody, with Project A-Base.
What's the
good job.
Coming up?
Thank you, Dale. And putting these draft guys together and just all the stuff that you guys do in the community, for just kind of creating this out of a podcast is pretty cool to see.
Yeah, it was all Greg.
Hey, Chop, shout out to you for the awesome land, buddy.
It was all Greg that wanted to just go watch the damn draft at the Midwest Best Barbecue.
That's all that happened. I just called and said, because they close it usually 8 o'clock. I'm like, hey, can we stay for a couple hours? Then it's like, they're like, well, how about you guys? Not only that, how about you guys do a show or something? And all of a sudden,
Hey, who won the trip anyway?
Lady Day.
Nice.
Always very supportive, by the way.
Yeah.
I met her. Very nice.
That was, but I put all my tickets out. That was by far the coolest.
And Greg's whole family and friends are all drunk as shit now because they cleaned house on the bourbon.
Yeah, they want all the bourbon. I'm like, no, don't give it to them. My brother-in-law, who's the Colts fan, won. Oh, man.
Also,
Kansas Cincy with the trip. Shout out to them because they donated that trip, and that's a $3,000+ trip to the Buffalo game, and they donated that. So,
and also I'd add on Midwest Best Gold Star. Thank you so much to Gold Star for coming, help set up, and serving Tony's there. That was awesome. Thank you so much to them too.
Yeah, I tell you the truth, man. I really didn't pay attention to the raffle items until I was up there drawing the numbers out with Matt, and I was like, I was like, holy shit! Like this is a good ass prize. Like Ryan Martin got and his wife got. They won the autograph thing from Taste of Bengals last year, which was an autograph poster signed by the whole team, plus 2 prints from Sean Volker. I was like, what the fuck, man? That's should be 2 separate prizes, if not 3. But they got all 3 of those things,
and then my family donated
for $5.
And my family donated the meat and all that and stuff too.
Your family donated your meat?
Yes.
Yes.
Somebody's got to use it.
They did.
Greg's family meat.
And I keep calling the
Yaha Black. Yaha Black.
Oh, they got Yaha. Oh man,
he's in the all-name team. I'll bet you.
Oh yeah.
Your gridiron grading boys don't love our draft at all.
I figured they wouldn't.
Yeah, they never do.
Now,
I heard. Now, is it true or false, Jeff? You're going to have to ask Real Estate Rick, but I heard Pratt just was looking at real estate here in Cincinnati.
Yeah, you got to get that guy out of your show.
I've talked to him on Facebook. I don't know his real name.
Real Estate Rick.
He's got a different name on Facebook that he's messaged me. So,
yeah, I don't know, dude.
Yeah,
I think it feels like he has an AI bot built for every time Trey's name said. He just appears.
He just appears out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like Trey Henderson. Hey, bought real estate. He's looking at houses. Who are the people at the draft that are just randomly sitting inside Lambeau? There's people just randomly scattered around Lambeau.
Did you guys see? I don't know if you guys saw that. Mel Kiper was getting pissed at this one guy because Mel Kiper was like, they don't know how to draft quarterbacks because I think he was backing up Sanders. This is all stupid. And a few reporters kind of were disagreeing with him. And Mel Kiper was getting Yes.
Well, Mel Kiper has Shedeur as his number one quarterback. That's
right,
why.
because it makes him look, it's just, Mel Kiper is pissed.
Dale, Tyler Kelly's asking about Yaha Black.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you guys about him too. Big boy.
Yeah,
Huge.
Black.
I don't know if I like my defensive tackles to be 6'6" though. From a leverage
I
standpoint.
don't know. We'll find out from Dale when he gets back from water.
He's 6'6", 336. Huge arm, 35-inch arms. You know, but solid production.
From Syracuse, Ordon Gadsden, the second. Oh, he's too small for a tight end. He's skinny as fuck. You need some weight on him.
Well, boys, I gotta get out of here. Appreciate your time today.
Hey, thank you for having on, Dustin.
Yeah, no, I love it.
Yeah.
I love
what the hell?
Whoa.
Race car.
Dustin has race cars, by the way. That's a thing.
Yeah.
But Dustin, I'm glad I popped back in before you bounced off.
Yeah.
Did Divine want to go in the background, or is he back now?
I think he's gonna pop back. He said.
Oh, let me see.
So.
Sorry, he's back there. I can pop him on. Here you go.
Okay. But Dustin, thank you for coming on. I really appreciate it, man. You always crush this, man, and I appreciate you just as a friend, even. So thank you, brother.
Yeah, likewise, guys. I love you, boys. Divine, it's good to always chop it up. We were talking on Twitter a lot last year. I think we're McKinley Jackson truthers, both of us too, though. So
yes, sir. Who they, fam? Who they?
Yeah. Have a good day, guys.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks. Bye.
Nice.
Y'all see that? You see the Pills pick?
What? Who'd they pick?
Sean Dolac.
Oh, that's a good
linebacker.
pick. Wow, you're so much ahead. Okay, I need to refresh mine.
Real quick though, Dale. Tyler Kelly was asking about Yaya Black.
Yeah, I was about to say such a Steelers pick because I talked about Mitchell Evans. So pick 164. Yaya Black went from Iowa. Dude's like 6'6", 340. He is a mountain, and on that defensive line, I think he'll feast. I think that's a really good pick for them, especially at this point of the draft. Man, I don't like it as a Bengals fan, but I like the pick for the Steelers. And then Gadsden goes to the Chargers at pick 165 from Syracuse, former wide receiver that converted to tight end, and very talented player. That I think Harbaugh. People thought they might go Loveland if he would have been there at pick 22 in the first round. And they get Gadsden at 165. I really like that pick. And I really like the next one, as Divine just mentioned, Torrey Horton at 166 to Seattle. Could have been a second-round guy this season if not for being injured for most of the season. Very athletic, very productive at Colorado State. A lot to like with him. So, Divine, any of those that you want to talk about, and then everybody else did.
And Jackson Slater just went off the clock for Tennessee. Yep. Good pick. I've already alluded to Torrey Horton, man. That is a steal, bro. I think that kid, he could have been a late first, early second, if he didn't get injured. To get him in the fifth round, you know who that remind me of? I was high on a Cal receiver in the draft this year. And we had already drafted a receiver in the third round. Thank you, sir. You getting Marvin Jones in the fifth round, bro.
Yeah, he was a third-round pick, which is probably about where Torrey Horton should have went this year after the injury.
No, Marvin Jones went in the fifth. Muhammad Sanu went in the third.
No, that's what I said. Marvin Jones
went in the fifth
and should have been a third-round pick.
Yep.
Same thing with Torrey Horton, went in the fifth.
Yep.
Should have been a third-round pick this year, even after his injury.
Yep.
The same.
Okay.
Jackson Slater, good pick, by the way, from Sacramento State. Guard, center.
Eagles just pick Drew Kendall, center out of Boston College.
And I like him. Him and Seth McLaughlin. Jake Majors. So those three centers would be the next centers. And there hadn't been a center taken since Jared Wilson. Unless you consider Jackson Slater a center, which I do. He's listed at guard, but I think he'll be a center. Either way.
I didn't know that was Pete Kendall's son.
I did, yeah.
Oh, wow, okay. That's old head talk for old NFL players.
Jeff, what you know about Pete Kendall, Jeff?
I don't know shit about him.
Okay. Well, fill us in on Pete Kendall, old head, divine.
You talking about good old PK?
Hold on one second. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Because I don't know about Pete Kendall either.
I don't know a damn thing about him.
I ain't a student in the game like that.
I don't claim to be the draft expert. I just get them on my show.
No, Drew Kendall though from Boston College, center from Boston College. He's saying Pete Kendall was his dad, who also played in the NFL.
Oh, okay.
So he's got that good lineage,
Sorry, I was pulling a Greg and pork chop. I was not paying attention to what was going on when I came back on.
No, it's fine. I can barely pay attention when I'm on here.
Jeff, I got something else going on. I apologize.
Okay. All right. Now, what did you ask me? I'm sorry.
Pete Kendall, tell us about him, because I don't know about him either, to be honest. Like his dad, Kendall's dad.
He used to play. He used to be a guard for this. I want to say the Seahawks.
Redskins.
I want to say he played for the. He played for the. I remember from the
66 guard, born July 9th, 1970.
Well, he might have been drafted there.
292 pounds. Career history. It was Seahawks.
Okay.
Seahawks, I know. Cardinals, Jets, and Redskins. He played from 96 to 2008, 189 games, started 188 of them.
I don't remember him playing for Washington. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just know he was a consistent starter. Yeah. And he was one of those little athletic guys. So,
21st overall pick.
Yeah. I don't remember him playing for Washington though, but yeah, I remember him playing for the Seahawks. I didn't remember him playing for Washington.
He got traded to the Washington Redskins for a conditional pick in 2007.
The Bears picked Zy Frazier from UTSA.
Long, athletic, small school, but the guy's like 6'3", and his RAS score, I believe, was fantastic. Yeah.
I think he's also an older prospect too, though, isn't he?
He is. But he's a guy here. We're still in the 5th round, I believe, right? We're not in the 6th yet. We're in the 5th round. Yeah.
169.
Yeah, the 5th round ends at 176.
Yeah.
With the Ravens, imagine they always have all these comp picks.
Yeah.
But yeah, Zy Frazier, you take that swing in the 5th round for all day. Because worst case, special teams. Height, weight, speed, athleticism, yes, you do it.
Remind me of McCullum. Remember him? Zion McCullum?
Yep, sure did.
Yep. Late round, highly athletic cornerback from a small school.
Easy for you to say.
I think he's bigger, though. I think he's like 6'4", isn't he? Like 6'4", or something like that? 6'3", 6'4"?
Frazier's 6'3".
6'3", yeah. And I think Zion was like 6'1", 6'2", somewhere in that area. So, yeah. Good value. That's what you do. You take those guys and this late, because they have that physical talent, and you want to see if they can consistently hold up against, some of these better NFL players. So I like the pick. Developmental pick.
Speaking of corners, there's a guy still on the board that I really like. Not maybe the Bengals don't go this direction, but both the Kansas corners. But Kobe Bryant's 110 on my board, and wow, feisty. He's feisty. Yeah, he's a little undersized, but he weighed in at 180. It was like, is he is he as small as Forbes? No, but there was concerns that maybe he would weigh in and be 170. He was listed at 170 at one point through his career. So,
but the difference between him and Forbes is he will come up here and light you up.
Oh, he will smack you in the fucking mouth.
So he's small, but he gonna hit you though. Forbes, he tried to avoid the tackles, try to olay, but nah, he gonna come up there and hit you.
So I got
Jordan Hancock just went.
I got a question for you too. BEAU just said Burrow's going to have time to scan the field next year. Fairchild and Rivers, they're dogs. Do you guys think both of them might start next year? Do you think they might have 2 guards at rookie? Is there
I
a
don't.
chance for that?
I don't. So I'll answer first, and then Divine can answer. But I don't. I think Rivers there is honestly more of a swing tackle. You put him in at guard. I think they're going to develop him as a tackle because they need that, right?
Yeah.
Trent Brown, they didn't bring him back, and Mims
Orlando
has a long injury history.
Orlando Brown, yeah. Orlando Brown.
Jalen Rivers has played some left tackle and right tackle, so I think they're drafting him to be their swing tackle. And maybe he plays on goal line packages, right? That's a role that Matt Lee was filling. So Jalen Rivers, I think, could certainly fill that role. He's not going to be a starter, but he's going to play in year one, even in that role. But I do think if there's injuries and this and that, and you get hit a little bit, you put him in at guard because he's played that too. He started at left guard, but I think he could do right guard because he's played right tackle, left tackle. So you're talking 4 of the 5 positions this guy could play if you really need him to. And that's pretty valuable that you get in the 5th round. That's why I really like the pick.
I don't think he's going to start. I think they're going to try to develop him at guard. And I think they just the role that you have Cody Ford in, the guy that can play guard, he can play tackle, blah blah blah. I think that's what they're going to do with Rivers. But I think they're going to really try to make him a guard to start out with.
Oh,
I do. I believe they're going to try to start him out at guard because I think Cordell Volson may be out of there.
That's what I
think he may be out of there.
I think Ford is going to start at one of the guard positions. I've been saying that since they signed him. I think they signed him to start. That's what I think.
Or him or Patrick, right? They're going to let those guys compete for the other starting spot. But I was just going to say about Volson, the reason I've been saying, and I was saying it well before the draft, but now that we took to potential guards, even if Rivers is a tackle versatility or whatever, however that shakes out. But Volson, he got screwed by the performance escalators that raised his contract from like $1 million to $3+ million for this season. The Bengals saw that and said, "Well, you're not going to be a starter for us." Like, he is not in their plans to be a starter this year. He's just not. I would be shocked.
Ford starting.
So they're going to cut that $3 million off of their books. I can't see them not doing it.
They're gonna free up what? How much are they gonna save when they cut Jermaine Pratt?
5.
So they're gonna free up $8 million right there. You know what I mean? So I absolutely agree with that. I think they're gonna do that, and I wouldn't be surprised since we haven't seen a safety. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually try to look at one of these guys in free agency.
You don't think safety's in play? You don't think for this round, for 6th round?
I don't think they actually take one. I think if they don't take the guy from Marshall with this next pick, I don't think they're taking one. As much as I like Mickens, I don't think they'll take him though.
So what do you think they're doing at 6th?
I think they'll probably try to address either a defensive tackle or they may actually try to take a swing at a wide receiver. Because I don't think they're
running
happy.
Back at that point too,
or running back. Yeah,
it could be anything in the 6th.
I think it's 3. I think it's safety. Well, I'm not no particular or safety, tackle, or running back. I think it's one of those 3. Or depending on who's there, but that's what I think.
Kanye is still there at tight end, right? Nesbitt, he's still there.
Yeah, Brenningstool, if they want the learn from Gesicki, Brenningstool from Clemson.
I thought he didn't get. No, that was the kid from Syracuse that just got picked. Okay, yeah.
But I was going to say, back to your point about if they would bring in a safety, and maybe they are sold on Geno Stone, but what Divine was saying, I see it because Will Blackman is fantastic. He is still on the free agent market.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And that, if they wanted to put a little change into thinking this guy's an upgrade over Geno Stone, and we'll give him a 2-3 year deal. Will Blackman makes a boatload of sense for the money because that was basically like, what could we do with that Pratt money and, the money for Volson? You could invest it in Will Blackman at safety. They thought we could have went safety round 1. We could have went 2, 3. At this point, you're not getting a starter. Will Blackman's a starting safety, been a starting safety in this league, and would probably, in my opinion, would be, but they might believe in Geno Stone, but I think Will Blackman would be an upgrade over Geno Stone.
One thing, Robert in the chat says the Bengals would trade before they would cut a guy loose. I think if they could have traded Pratt or Volson, they would have already.
Yeah.
That's not so. That's why they're going to cut them, or I think they're cut Pratt. Volson, they might wait. They might wait till training camp. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not sure what the escalator. Do the escalators hit before training camp, or how's that work? Or they already hit?
Nope. They could cut them at any time. But
Pratt's not making it to training camp. I don't think.
Pratt will be cut sooner, especially with 2 linebackers picked. I can see Volson hanging around for a while because what happens if one of these guys get injured, in spring practices, because that happens. That stuff happens.
Yep.
And then it's like, well, we'll just keep him. It's $3 million. Right. It's not going to kill us. Volson will be here for a while, but I don't see him being on our team.
It's a body who started multiple games for you that you can have on the bench. So yeah,
Detroit just did it again. They just got Miles Frazier
last year.
Bro, they did it last year. Yep.
And they got
the kid from Boston College last year. Yep.
And they got Ratledge this
Mahogany.
year.
Yep, they got Mahogany. They got him, and they got Ratledge. Bro, they cleaning up, man.
Mahogany looked really good last year when he played too. Mahogany looked so good from Boston College, and it was a guy who's I got him as 3rd round. Oh, he's here. Oh, the Lions take him in the 6th. I'm like, that's a steal. And you know what? It doesn't always pan out on day 3, but that was one of those. Instantly, it was right. He showed it in year 1. Now, Miles Frazier, I can easily show it. Miles Frazier has a chance to be better than Tate Ratledge, but you got 2 guys that could play right guard that are very high level. We lost Zeitler. Here's 2 fucking dogs in Tate Ratledge and Miles Frazier. Dude, that one makes
I would have took Frazier. I would have took Frazier over Rivers. That's who I really wanted them to take. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that would have been solid. That would have been your 2 starters right there.
I wonder why they took Rivers over Frazier.
Because he could play tackle. Because he could play tackle. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I think
just like Dale said, that versatility. He can play both tackles and he can play guard. Yep.
I do like versatility though. I mean, especially because Orlando Brown Jr. ain't had an injury since till last year, and we needed somebody. And then Mims got an injury history, which he didn't prove wrong last year.
Hey, and the thing is, you got 2 guys on the team now that can damn near play all 5 positions on that offensive line with Cody Ford and who we just talking about there, who we just drafted, the other offensive lineman, and nobody's listening to me.
Jalen Rivers.
Thank you. Those guys.
I knew it. I was just having fun watching you ask for the questions.
Yeah, I was just responding to somebody, brother. I'm sorry.
Chop was just giving me shit.
I know.
But that's the thing is we got 2 guys we have more versatility. If you look at this, we have more versatility on this offensive line.
5 spots. Which one of them guys plays center? Cody Ford plays center?
4 spots. So we got more versatility on this offensive line than we've had in I don't know how long. You got 2 guys that can play damn near every spot except center. We've never had that in a while. So, I mean, versatility on the offensive line got a hell of a lot better.
Most recent pick, Chris Paul Jr., the linebacker from Ole Miss that we talked about. Really like him. Could be very good on special teams. Obviously, drafted him in the 5th, but one of the best cover corners. And Ole Miss, he was 96th on my board, and they just got him at 172. I think that's a great pick. Jordan Hancock went before Miles Frazier to Buffalo. I know we mentioned it, but we didn't really talk about it. He's from Ohio State.
Yash does 4 plays off 5, so take that, Chop. I've never seen him at center, but
But Jordan Hancock, he can play. He could probably play safety if they need him to. But he's been a slot corner at Ohio State. I think Jordan Hancock could be a really good pick, and that's another good pick for Buffalo, who I feel like has had one of the best drafts in my opinion, just off the top of my head.
What's on the top of your head now?
A hat. Goodberry hat.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I see it, and headphones, kind of.
A blueberry hat?
Goodberry.
Oh, they said blueberry. My bad.
No. It's the Bengals and the green hat.
We're almost to the end of the 5th round, so I'll just update once again. Cameron Williams.
How am I the only one wearing the hat from last night? That's what I don't get.
Because I didn't buy one.
Okay, everybody.
I also did not.
What? I did. I spent like $100 there last night. Like, freaking.
Did you?
Yeah. All I got was this hat.
I spent $100 before I ever walked in the place.
So did I.
But Cam Williams, Texas O tackle, But we took Rivers. This isn't for the Bengals. This is just my board, the best available. This is Del Kuiper Jr. updating his best available on Bengals and Brews. Del Kuiper
Wait,
Jr.
Del Kuiper Jr. Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm back.
Aeneas Peebles.
Boom.
Should not be still available, to be fair. Isaiah Bond, off field. I already mentioned that. Kobe Bryant. Will Howard, quarterback. I'm a little surprised no one's taking Will Howard. Holland Pierce.
Mummy.
The zombie. The mummy. Jake Majors.
Chase Luntz.
Xavier Restrepo, Tyler Barron, Luke Kandra, Devin Neal, Damian Martinez. Damian Martinez still being here really surprise me. Antoine Powell Ryland, Ja'Cory Brooks, Andrew Armstrong, Jake Brenningstool, Hunter Wooler, Dorian Strong, Denzel Burke, Cy Alexander, Kobe King, Jared Ivey, Quinn Ewers, another quarterback, Logan Brown from Kansas I like as a no-tackle guy, obviously not saying for the Bengals, Ricky White III, Mello Dotson, Clay Webb, Sebastian Castro, safety, also a safety if the Bengals took him in the 6th. I will say for that one, I would love that. Chase Lunt, Luke Lachey. That would be the time to take Luke Lachey, the tight end from Iowa. Hayden Connor, Nick Nash, J.J. Pegues. Surprised he's still there. Elijah Badger, Jack Nelson, LaQuint Allen. What a Greg's Yoshi player. Kyle Monungai, Seth McLaughlin, Johnny Cornelius, Cam Horsley, Jared Harrison Hunt, R.J. Mickens, Miles Hinton, Connor Colby, Kyle McCord, Jackson Hayes, Caden Prather, Cubby Hudson, Jalen Conyers, Bilal Kone, corner, Western Michigan. I'm surprised he's there a little bit. John Williams, Jamari Harris, Brandon Crenshaw, Dixon, Jalen Reed, another safety. So, there's some guys.
We don't like him, I thought.
Jabbar Muhammad, C.J. Dupree from Alabama if they went tight end.
Did you say Taj Brooks?
Yeah, Taj Brooks is on here.
Yeah.
But, I like Taj Brooks specifically. But I don't think after bringing back Zach Moss and Samaje Perine that I'm as in on Taj Brooks at this point. It better be you know what I mean? Like, I think Martinez would be an actual,
Martinez is still up on the board, right?
Yeah, I mentioned him. That's one
Denzel Burke just went off the board.
Who?
Burke.
Denzel Burke.
From the Ohio State University. And one pick before, the Bills took Jackson Halls, tight end from Georgia Tech. But yeah, man, Burke prior to this season, and this, I usually say this guy should have went back to school. This guy should have went back to school. Cam Williams, blah, 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 blah. That guy should have came out. That guy should have left. He should have left last year. He could have been at least a second-round pick last year. That Oregon tape from the first game they played Oregon literally tanked his draft stock, and that's why he is here at the end of the 5th round going to the Cardinals. I hope he has a good career because he had a great career overall for the Buckeyes.
You know that old school song, Free Falling? That's what he
I'm free!
His stock was, man. Because they was talking about him being a first-round pick last year.
I know. No, I said second. I was like, he could at least win in the second, but yes.
Right.
Tyler Loop is still on the board, man. A kicker. Let's get a kicker, buddy.
Honestly, because that's something, right? We haven't talked about this at all. So, the kid plays at Auburn, Evan McPherson's brother, and he was battling a lot of medical stuff. And, kid got down to, I don't know what,
30 pounds or something.
He looked like 30 pounds.
But the dude was,
So that was probably in Evan's head, and we know how much kicker is mental. He's probably worried about his brother, because that's his dude, another kicker, So I'm not going to excuse his performance, but I'm just saying, when I saw that this offseason, I was like, with kicking being such a mental thing, you hope McPherson bounces back. And you want a prime example of a kicker did bounce back? The Steelers kicker. He had an awful season a couple years ago. He was fucking fantastic last year for the Steelers. Just want to mention that.
I agree. Yeah, I saw a picture of his brother, man. He looks just like Evan, except -100 pounds.
Last year,
Evan's not a big
he's
guy.
doing better, right? He's even back kicking,
Yeah.
I assume that's real. I hope I didn't report fake news. I seen a picture and
No, I mean, it could be fake. I don't know, but I saw the same fake news you did then.
yeah, I don't think it is. I'm just saying. I don't want to.
Right. And I heard Cam Taylor-Britt's locked in this season, man. Like, he's really been concentrating on himself and focusing on himself. And I heard maybe Courtney and Daryl had to talk with him.
Well, I was fortunate enough to interview Cam on Jeff's show,
Right.
And his parents.
His parents are so
and
great.
So then Courtney came up with the idea for Juice Gang for the name.
Juice Gang.
And I was the first one that bought that jersey, and I got pictures of the whole family. So I'm a huge fan, but I couldn't sit here and lie to y'all and say he was playing good last year. He was benched for a reason. He wasn't playing good. He was very consistent. So I'm hoping he is locked in and bounces back this season because I do love that family, Courtney and Daryl and everybody. I love them. So.
Well, I think you saw he started coming back at the end of the season, so hopefully that continues.
I think he's gonna have a bounce back year. That's just me.
Yes.
We need.
I'm a little biased though.
I gave him the name his rookie year because he was lighting people up. Cam Taylor hits.
Yeah, there you go.
And I want him to go back to that. Cam Taylor hits.
You remember, man, it's the second game of the year. You had that goddamn
the Chiefs.
Yeah, the Chiefs. The interception. That spectacular
Dude,
interception. I still have that on a T-shirt in my shop. It was amazing.
That was one of the best interceptions I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
Odell Beckham pick.
Yep, exactly.
Crazy. Awesome. Yeah. But I feel like a lot of people are down on him. Yes, he had a bad year last year, but let's not forget his first 2 years.
I mean, there's a lot of people
yes,
down
exactly. And don't forget why he was a second-round pick and they traded up.
And there's
exactly
a lot of down on the quarterback room in general. And I'm like, I think our quarterback room is actually pretty good. Now, I'm not saying any are elite, but
it has a chance to be very, very good. They just they need a lot of things.
I love Newton at slot. I said that at the end of the year last year. I want him at slot and came outside. I think it's gonna be fine.
Bro, when I did my scouting report every year after the draft, the players that we pick, I put out a scouting report, right? And when I did my scouting report on Josh Newton, my scouting report said his best position would be in the as the nickelback because the kid did it at times when he was in college. He played both outside and inside, and it just didn't make sense to me that we didn't try him in the inside last year. But that's Lou. This is a different coordinator. This is a different team.
They came out and said that they're going to try and put him at both, but they're going to try him at the inside because like Dale said this on Bengals and Brews that Cam's got that. They're going to have to pick up his option, which actually shouldn't they have done that already, or was that before the draft? They pick up not Cam, Dax.
But no, it's May 1st. May 1st.
Okay.
Your option.
They're probably they have to. Well, I think they have to pick it up. Either way, pick that up. You're not going to pay him that much money to play inside. You're gonna pay him. You want to have him play outside for that much money.
The Jets just took my guy Tyler Barron, bro.
Yeah, and I didn't mention the Seahawks pick at 175. That Robbie Oost, who had no production at Bama, goes before some tight ends I like so much better. He had sweet facial hair and shit, but I don't see it with this guy. Maybe they're gonna put him at long snapper or something. I don't know, but
I got you.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeet. And I do love Tyler Barron pick there. And that was the last pick. It was the Ravens, so the Jets must have traded up for it as well.
Yes, they did.
So they saw the value in Tyler Barron that I saw. I like Tyler Barron.
We're right now 176, Chop.
Tyler Barron just a smooth pass rusher, bro.
I don't know.
Just smooth.
Yeah.
Just a smooth. I said Tyler Barron's just a smooth pass rusher, man. And he's 6'4", 6'5", 260 pounds.
Yeah.
Just
Tennessee
smooth,
to
bro.
Miami,
Yeah.
Hey, what number are we picking this round?
193.
Thank you. So we got.
But Barron was 125 on my board, and they got him at 176. So I think that's a great value pick, and I see the upside, right? If people that like Booker, and I know Booker was younger, the kid from Kansas last year, if they liked him, they should like Tyler Barron. They're a little smaller, but they're long and they're athletic. And that's, I think, and Booker showed flashes. Yes, he's younger. Yes, maybe he has upside. But I think Tyler Barron here at the bottom of the 5th round is an excellent pick for the Jets.
I mean, his highlights look baller.
Hey, Dale, who did Gelati go to?
went to the Bills or something. He went to somebody I didn't want him to go to.
He
Bills
went to
or
the coffee
Chiefs or
shop.
somebody.
Yeah, we need. I'll look up the Bills draft because I do think you're right, Chop, and I think it was like early third round or something like that too. That
The
he
Bill-
went.
The Bills are on the clock now, and I'm trying. I thought they just was about to announce it. I'm sorry.
You're good. As you can tell, we interrupt each other on this show all the time because when you're live, it's so difficult to not do. And you know what I mean? We do the best we can, but it is what it is. And I think that's one thing, the chat, the people that watch this show, they're like, that shit happens, you know?
Who are all the teams wearing T-shirts in memory of? It doesn't say. It says
They did a story about it. Or I didn't have sound on. I don't know.
CCT must be the initials.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But by the way, Dan, we're doing a lot better of not talking over each other than we did the first year.
Right.
First
No,
year
this
we're
hasn't
talking-
been. This has been fine. As I talk over you, this has been fine.
We did it a lot the first year.
CCT is the abbreviation that we use at the hospital for the cat house, which is like a facility for drug rehab.
Yeah, I don't know. They did. I saw it. Like I said, I got TV on with no sound. They did a story on it, and I don't know. I wasn't totally paying attention to it.
Like it's
So-
every team in the war room. All of them are wearing these pink T-shirts that say something about memory of somebody,
So
but it doesn't
the
say
Bi-
their name.
The Bills, sorry, Chop. The Bills' first pick was Maxwell Hairston, the corner from Kentucky. 5 pick. He got injured a little bit this year, shoulder injury, but 5 picks the year before, which was tied for the SEC lead at cornerback. And Kentucky's been churning out some really good cornerbacks, so that's a good pick there for them in the first. They got Bull Rush McIntyre. You guys know who Bull Rush McIntyre is?
TJ Sanders.
TJ Sanders from South Carolina at D
Yeah,
tackle,
please.
who could have been a pretty good pick for the Bengals had he failed at 49, but he went at 41. Then they got Landon Jackson at pick 72, who I think could be very good. 3rd-round pick, Landon Jackson. That's where he should go. He's going to be good against the run. 6.5 sacks this year, 6.5 sacks the year before. He's a Sam Hubbard type of guy, and they both went in the 3rd round, so I could see it. In the 4th round, the Bills got Deion Walker. So they did not get whoever we were just saying. He went.
We were
somewhere
talking about Gelati, but I was right when I said Bills or Chiefs.
He went to the Chiefs. That was it.
Gelati's plays for the
Damn.
Chiefs.
But Deion Walker here in the 4th, we thought that was a good swing. And then just now Jordan Hancock. So I really do like the Bills draft a lot. And we are now in the 6th round.
Except for Hairston. I mean, not Hairston. They did get Hairston. I was more thinking about Will Johnson, but Hairston also has an injury history, so I hope he works out for them because well, no, I don't. Fuck them.
Yeah, right.
Fuck the
Yeah,
Bills.
fuck
Yeah,
them.
fuck them.
Yeah,
Fuck the
fuck
Bills.
them.
Come on.
Yeah, and fuck Glenn Goodberry.
Come on,
Fuck
fuck
him.
Yeah. What?
Fuck Maxwell
Wait,
Hairston.
we like Glenn.
No, I like Glenn, but still fuck him.
But fuck Glenn.
Fuck
Yeah,
him.
I
He's a
wanna-
Bills
I-
fan. Sorry, Glenn. I
wanna
like
be
you
back
as a
in the Super
person, but
Bowl.
as a Bills
wanna-
fan, fuck off.
I want to be back in the Super Bowl, and the Bills will be on their way. So fuck the Bills and fuck Glenn
Get out of
Goodberry.
the way.
Yeah.
Who did is coming through, baby?
I love you, Glenn.
We
It's
love
not
Glenn
personal.
Goodberry, the person, but the
personal.
Bills fan can fuck off.
Yeah, you can suck our dicks, man.
Yeah, you suck our dick, Bills fan. Or shit.
Well, we're on this one. I wish I had a microphone back here so I could just lean back.
You can lean back. You're doing it right now.
Can
I
you
mean,
hear
look
me?
at Greg.
Greg's been laying on the
down.
goddamn couch, sleeping off and on the whole
No,
time.
I'm up. I'm just listening to you guys talk. I'm cool.
Yeah,
Oh my God, look, we're now right
yeah,
here.
we can tell you're up as you're like this. Yeah, I'm up, guys. The camera is on, Greg. We can see you're not up. You're
He's
laying
turned it
flat.
off 3 times to rub off a load.
What's up?
Shit.
Little Jeff,
Shit.
you're not paying attention. You can't see my eyes are open.
No, they said, are you up, meaning standing up, not awake.
But no, we can't see if your eyes are open because
No.
you're leaning. You're way
Leaning
back
back.
away from the screen, and your glasses are like making. You can't see your eyes.
I thought you almost said he had butt eyes. You said
What's it
butt.
say?
Butt
put
eyes.
the glasses
Yeah,
back
butt
on.
eyes.
For the love of God, put the glasses back on. There you go.
Yeah, butt eyes.
Well, I just didn't want to get put in by timeout by Jeff like he did to me one time 2 years ago.
I'm not in control of the show, so I can't do
Yeah,
shit.
Greg,
would've
what
paid-
do you-
would've paid-
Greg, what are you talking about? Tell us about it.
No, it's okay. No, I got excited over Yoshi one year.
He got BAM!
Whoa!
Whoa!
What?
No, wait, give me 5. Wait, up. I'll do it like angle like this.
Yeet.
Yeet,
I had that coming. I had it coming. I had it coming.
Like,
You moved your computer closer now. We're closer. We're not all the way across the room.
Yeah. There we
you should
go.
have followed him now.
This guy.
No, I had to
Game
move
one.
it.
What's up,
Well,
Boost?
Well, the same thing is, you know, what's really
What's up,
weird?
Boost?
Just me.
What's really weird is my house is called the Project Game Day Storage Unit. I look at my computer room, and I'm like, wow, I got space in here now after getting all the stuff for the event out of my house yesterday.
More room for the dead bodies before you cut them
Right.
up and bury them.
Yeah, buddy. I ate a piece of it. James watched me eat a piece of ass last night. He got to witness
That's
it.
not
I got out of
surprising
my
at all.
pizza.
That James watched you do that.
Did you were eating ass in front of James and his kid?
Yep, it was.
Hold up, time out, because you spent the entire night with James' sister.
Yeah, that is
event.
true. That is
Lord.
true. You barely left her side all night long.
No, and his mom. So whose ass were you eating?
Yeah.
Yeah. Whose ass were you eating?
Raiders.
Oh, cake.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like if
It
he would have
was
said
yellow
Jimmy's
cake with
mom,
white icing.
Dale
James
would
was-
have been
I'm like,
lightweight
James, you're
pissed.
witnessing me eating some ass tonight and all that and stuff.
If you're eating Jimmy's mom's ass, Dale's gonna get lightweight
Bro,
pissed
we
off.
beefing. We beefing. If you
Yeah.
We
if you
beefing.
fucking around with Shelly, it's over, bro. Listen, first person when I walked in the door, the first person I seen walks up to me and hugs me was Shelly. She
That's
could
awesome.
sense I was there.
Right. Well, I told her, wait till Dale gets here. He can't wait to see you. You know, I prepped her for you, Dale. I fluffed her. But you're free to eat Ashley's ass all the time because that's not going to upset Dale.
I
Yeah,
don't
that
know
doesn't bother me.
Yeah, you
I
can
don't know
eat
what you're talking about.
Jimmy's sister's ass.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
James
At
might
pick,
have a problem with it though.
at pick 177, the Bills take Dorian Strong, cornerback, Virginia Tech. 143 on my board. I think that's a good pick, good player, cornerback. They're loading up. You know, Hairston and now Strong. They need some cornerbacks, some cover guys, and that's a good pick here in the first pick of the second round or sixth round.
By the way,
we
YouTube
just went back in time to the second round real quick.
Yeah, that was fast. I'm glad we're
That
back.
would have been a long fucking day if we had to go second round.
I gotta tell
Start
you,
over.
man, I see that Lambeau Field, and I'm like, I'm glad that's not Paycor because I have had to sit on those metal benches for an
Oh, that
entire game
sucks.
before at RCA Dome. It fucking sucked.
No, Chop, at the Red Stadium, I was in the blazing sun, and my ass was like, my ass was itching like crazy in those seats.
My ass wasn't itching; it just hurt at the
You
RCA.
might want to go see a doctor for that, Greg.
No, it had nothing to do with that, man. It was crazy.
Yeah, that's right, man.
I had to rub my butt. I had to rub my ass up and down on it, man. It hurt like hell.
That's right. Third down guy knows all about your itchy ass, doesn't he, Greg?
Oh God. We're not going to get into detail with that, but talk about bad timing when he did that to me. Is all I can say. Dale, back to what we were talking about.
No, I want to know what the fuck you're talking
the
about
Ravens take Bakyle Cone, but
Bilal
Cone.
Bilal, I say
Bilal
Kone, but it could be
Cone.
Kone. I don't know. I pronounce
It's
things how I
Bilal.
pronounce them.
Bilal.
Yeah. But the last name, I'm not sure.
Looks like Cone,
Yeah,
which is also like
Pain.
lightweight term
I
for-
say
That's gotta-
I say
that's
Kone
pain.
because like
That's
I
gotta
try to.
be pain. Sorry. Dude, wrestling. Kane. Yeah.
But to the Ravens, and that's a good corner pick for them, right? They could use some more corners. I like the TJ Tampa. What can he be? And obviously Nate Wiggins looked pretty good that they got from Clemson last year. So
Yeah.
they do have some youth here, and I think this is a guy that can come in, play some special teams, and maybe compete in a couple years to be a starter potentially. Like he's got that potential. He's just a smaller school guy. And the Dolphins are on the clock with pick 179.
We all know the Bengals are going to get someone we don't really want.
No, it's the sixth round, honestly.
I mean, but like Aeneas Peoples is still out there.
Yeah, but man, it just hurts me for him as a person and as a player because I think he's a great player.
Well,
He
what's the
seems
knock
like
on him? Why he's not picked yet?
Undersized. I mean, that's it.
Undersized like what though? Because
How
like
tall is he?
Yancey was undersized too, and he got picked early. And Aaron Donald supposedly set the mold for these undersized tackles.
How tall is he, Dale?
He's not that explosive.
3'10".
No, it's not about the height. He is smaller. He's like 6 foot for a D tackle. I'll go read a scouting report for you guys from the draft guide. The
Thanks,
Project
Dale.
Game Day draft guide that you can I'm almost halfway through 2026 summer scouting already. I have almost 300 pages of this stuff. Like, look at this.
Yeah, right.
This is a notebook. I do this. This is what I do.
Naughty Two-Slayer says we're going to draft Shiloh so he can pick his brother off. If his brother even starts, shit, he's like 5th on the depth chart.
Yeah.
Divine come back on and said no.
So Aeneas Peebles' measurements, and this is undersized. This is why he's falling, and I get it. I just love the tape. That's why he's high on my board. I won't quit him. I've said it before. I won't quit him. But he's 6 foot, 282. So a 6 foot, 280 guy at D tackle. He's undersized. That's why he's still on the board. Natural leverage, though, because, I mean, that's just an obvious one, right? He's 6 foot. You got natural leverage. It's natural because you're small.
I know one who went in the first round a few years ago that was that size.
Who's that?
And then you're Kalijah Cansey. Also,
was he that small? See, that's what we were talking about that before you popped back on. I didn't know he was that. If he was that.
Yeah, Kalijah was 6'1". He was like 6'1", 280. I think he was like 287 pounds or something like that.
It's 5 pounds and 1 inch difference.
And his arms was the shortest arms that was recorded. So I'm like, I get it. At this point, you're not drafting him to be a starter. You're drafting him to be a pass rushing specialist. You know what I mean? And this is past where you would draft somebody like that. You know what I mean? So hopefully he gets on somewhere. Think about Steele, Dante Steele, right? That was one of the reasons he fell. And he's been a very solid player for Arizona since they drafted him. Yep.
I agree. So the rest of in the draft guide here, quick first step, and that's very important. Finishing mentality. So, like, if he's got you in his sights, it's over. If you look at the PFF grades, his pass rush grade in 2023 was 90.1. And that was at Duke. So he was 4 years at Duke before this year at Virginia Tech. But 90.1. So, okay, I can go schools or schemes or this or that or whatever. 91 pass rush grade in 2024. Those are elite. And then it's like, okay, well, what's the win rate? What's the pass rush win rate on true pass sets? Oh, I don't know. One of the best in the country, 27.3%. That's I just believe in this guy. 5 sacks at Duke last year, 3 sacks this year for Virginia Tech. And you can say, well, those numbers aren't great. Well, the 3 sacks still double Shamar Stewart this year. Just saying. You took him in the first round. Not to hate on Shamar Stewart, but I had to say it.
Right.
The Raiders just took my guy, J.J. Pews. They just took him.
And Ollie Gordon went to the Dolphins at 179 as well, who honestly deserved to fall to the 6th round. That's where I had him. The DUI in the offseason, the not the good season, the terrible testing. You combine all those things, guess what? You fall to the 6th round.
Dang, man.
But he's got some talent. But tell us about Pegues, who, if anything, he's a fullback. He's a tight end recruit from Auburn, by the way. I'll tell you that. Played tight end at Auburn.
I think if he gets with the right coach, and I felt like Montgomery would be the right coach, I think he could be a very, very, very good player in this league because his athletic, as far as him and his athletic profile, he's a bigger guy, but he's agile. He's got an explosive burst. It was a play against LSU. They lined him up.
Test well though, Divine. That was the knock because I thought he was going to test like a freak.
But what you see on the field, I mean, plus he played.
That matters more.
Right. What you see on the field, they lined this man up at defensive end, and he beat. I want to say is Emory. Was it Emory Jones? He used a Myles Garrett jump chop move and got around him, bro, and he bit the corner. You don't see guys that weigh 310 plus doing stuff like that. The guy, they put him in at fullback, they put him in at tight end because he has the feet, he has the agility and the quickness to do these things. If you get a good defensive line coach that can teach him how to use his hands consistently, this guy can be a difference maker. This guy can be a difference maker. That's why he was one of my favorite developmental prospects in this draft, bro.
Yeah, and D tackle, by the way, because I know we mentioned fullback, we mentioned tight end. He's a D tackle, guys. He plays D tackle full time. I want to mention that for anybody that may be listening to this podcast for him, because we know what we're talking about, that he's a D tackle. I agree. He could be fantastic, but also, and it's not like when they put him at fullback, they literally handed him the ball. The guy has several touchdowns.
Right.
In college. And Ole Miss, that's in the SEC. Next pick was Kyle McCord to the Eagles.
That's true.
Yeah, buddy.
They finally got their quarterback of the future.
Yeah, sorry, Jalen Hurts. I know you.
Sorry about your luck, Jalen Hurts. You've been used and abused, and now out.
Listen, I'm happy for Kyle McCord because he wasn't bad at Ohio State. He was very good at Syracuse. But as a Buckeye fan, and what Will Howard did for the Buckeyes this season, Kyle McCord going over Will Howard makes me I feel good for Kyle McCord. I do. I feel bad for Will Howard. And it's not just a one-to-one thing, but that's just something that popped in my head. And silence. Crickets. Do the cricket sound, Chop. Cricket. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chop's always there for you.
Yeah.
All right, Jeff.
Ew.
Sports with strawberry ice. I need Jeff to liven up. I'm going to go check on my dog. I'm going to think about life for a minute. Lock back in. We're in the 6th round. We're going to hold this thing down, talk about a bunch of picks. We'll catch up on the picks when I get back, or you guys can talk about them too. But Jeff, run this thing, ask questions.
Yeah,
of these 4 guys, I'm going to pop off for a few.
Ask some questions and run the thing. Go ahead.
Run the thing, Jeff.
God, pressure's on now.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do this. All right, so we're at what we got here?
Strawberry Brews with Jeff Ice.
Yes, we are.
182 pick Patriots. So who we got on the board? What do you guys think? Where are we at? Divine, go for it.
I don't know what they're going to do.
I mean, they've been having a good draft so far, though. So
yeah,
my prediction is they pick someone good. And they've been giving a lot of help to Drake May, so I wouldn't be surprised if they give him a little bit more help here. Hopefully it's not Aeneas Peebles, although I highly doubt that we get him either.
Well, they drafted a defensive tackle. I wouldn't be surprised. Wait a minute, they drafted a running back too, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Was it Travion Henderson?
Yep, I believe it was Travion. So Martinez wouldn't go there.
Are you surprised the Eagles drafted Kyle McCord?
Yeah, didn't they just draft a quarterback last year or the year before last?
Well, they had Pickett. They traded him away.
Yeah, and let me check. I think I could have sworn they drafted a quarterback.
Pickett was their backup, so I guess Kyle McCord's going to be their backup now.
Ravens got a lot of picks this year, don't they?
Greg, turn your TV down.
Oh, that's not me.
That may have been me. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Yeah. Be quiet, Jeff.
I don't have any sound going. It's just me.
No.
It's just me.
Sometimes my phone.
Yeah. They drafted Tanner McKee. That's what it was.
Okay.
The year before.
They drafted the kicker. Patriots took the Miami kicker, Andreas Borregales.
Breaking news. A kicker has been drafted in the 5th round.
Yes.
Andre Borregales.
Nothing will ever top off when Janikowski went in the 1st round one year.
I do want to say this though. With the addition of Stewart in the 1st round, and I know a lot of people they may be down on Myles Murphy or whatnot, but I want to encourage people like on Myles Murphy. I was called a hater because I didn't like the pick initially, right? Because I wanted an interior pass rusher and I wanted somebody that can come in and give us an immediate impact. But Myles Murphy, my biggest knock on Myles Murphy was he didn't have a rush plan. right? Had all the athletic ability in the world. The only rush plan that I seen that he had was running around a guy and long arming him, right? So this past season, even though he didn't have any sacks, if you go back and look at any of the games this past season that he actually got extensive play, he added a chop move. He added a spin move. He even did Reggie White's hump move. He did a hump move, bro. So I see him. I see him.
Dance is your chance doing up.
Yeah.
Keep going, Dwight.
Doing it, baby. All right, but he added a hump move. He's added things to his repertoire, and also some of the picks that we had. I think we had like 18 turnovers the last 5 weeks of the game of the season. Go and look at some of those pressures that was happening. It was coming from Miles Murphy. Some of the sacks that Trey Hendrickson was able to get is because Miles Murphy pushed the offensive tackle to the quarterback, and he wasn't able to elude Trey Hendrickson coming at him. So he had no choice but to run forward or run towards Trey Hendrickson. The kid is developing. We want to see him finish. We want to see him close. And I think a lot of that has to do with, the system, because a lot of stuff was funneled towards Trey. But I just want to encourage y'all, don't be so down on him.
I think him and Joshua Sire both gonna have big years this year. I really do. Because one, they're gonna get playing time, and we need them to.
Jeff, you need to pronounce the kicker's name that went to the Patriots.
I don't want to. How about that?
Hey, Brian, I want to go back since we didn't draft. We don't really.
No, I want Jeff to try to pronounce the name. Look at it and just try, Jeff. For me,
What the hell is it?
please.
I didn't see it.
Because I'm going to pronounce it, and I bet we're both wrong, but
What? I don't know what his name is. I can't
I
pronounce
know.
it.
I'll
You're gonna have to look it up. We can't tell you because then you won't pronounce
yeah,
it.
exactly.
I don't know. Somebody type it in the chat.
Yeah, type it in the chat.
Like, I ain't looking shit.
Type the name. Yes.
You guys
type
give me
the
credit
name
for pronouncing
of
something.
the
You guys
kicker.
Type it in the chat
type
so
it in
we
there.
can read it.
Hold on, I can type it actually. I'll do that, and then I'll pop it up. If
You
I
guys
can
see
type.
Shedeur Sanders jumped in the pool when he finally got drafted.
Huh.
He's like, thank God.
I got to make sure I spell it right, actually.
that would help.
That's true.
I'm gonna screw it up anyway.
No, probably not, Jeff.
All right. All right.
Here it
Smart
is.
thing.
Oh, you put it up there.
Oh shit. Borgals? Borgals?
Borregales.
No, you got to do first name too.
Borregales.
Come on now. It's the
Andres.
whole thing.
Jose Borregales.
Andres Borregales.
Oh, come on now, Jeff. That was not. You said something about the Eagles in there.
Andres Borregales?
I actually think that's pretty good. I think that's
I
it.
guarantee that S is silent.
Probably.
Okay,
It's
it could be,
Andre.
honestly. I would have
Andre
pronounced it.
Borregales?
I would have
Borregales?
pronounced it Andres Borregales is how I would.
I would have pronounced. I pronounce it Andre Borregales.
I pronounce it these nuts. Oh, my bad.
No, somebody asked for it, and we like to give the people in the chat what
They rolling the tongue when they say his name.
Andre Borregales.
No, that's actually, yeah, that's true. Devin Neal, my guy to the Saints at 184, man. Marcus Harris, the pick before that at 183 to the Titans. Marcus Harris, the corner out of Cal. Devin Neal, though, man. Oh, man. I really like Devin Neal. And 6th round, I'm shocked he's still there. He can do it all, running back from Kansas. And he's like 220. But I would not have known he was 220 watching his tape in summer scouting. I thought he was smaller because he's explosive. And his cutting ability is top notch, which Damian Martinez is still on the board too, but I've talked about him. So Devin Neal going there, I think that's a good pick.
The Steelers pick is in.
Who gives a fuck?
McQuinn.
Well, we're doing the draft show, Jeff. Jeez.
Oh, my bad.
That's the right attitude to have right there. The right attitude.
Divide, if you don't know, I hate the damn Steelers.
Steelers took Devin Neal
Likewise.
back from Kansas.
Devin Neal. No, Devin Neal Saints.
Anything the Steelers do is tough, hard nose. Anything we do is dirty. So yeah, I can't stand them.
Yeah.
Can't stand them.
Good point. I agree with you. By the way, Divide, I gotta get you on the show sometime. I did DM you.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it.
Don't worry about it. Don't have to now. I'm not trying to invite you on my show when we're on this show. I'm just saying, just checking the we'll talk.
No, Divine is fantastic. Like this
He
guy
is.
knows ball, and I say this.
We follow each other. I've never talked. I've never talked to him before. So, thanks, Edward.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Hey, thank you, Divine.
No, thank you, Greg. BSG, laying on the couch the entire time.
I mean, how'd we do, Edward? None of us know if we pronounced it right. Did we do good?
Yeah, that's the real question.
Yeah. That's what I want to know. Like, we don't have TVs on to hear.
I don't have the sound on the TV, so I can't hear how they said it. Yeah, Greg does. It's too late now, Greg. There he did it. We can't do the sound now.
No, it's been a fun show, man. And day 3, it's a grind. It's fun, but I love it. That's like when I was like, yeah, day 3, the nitty gritty Divine. You want to? He's like, bet, and like, and when he said he's gonna be here the whole time, I'm like, because I can bounce off Divine when it comes to the draft, and that's no offense to you, Greg, or you, Chop, or you, Jeff, but let's keep it 100. We're in the 6th round.
Yeah.
How much?
And we can still talk about prospects.
I don't know. Shit.
We're gonna be talking about undrafted free agents.
All I know is about Aeneas Peebles. That's it, man. And I don't know shit about him.
Steelers took Howard.
It's a good pick.
Well, they got a quarterback.
That's who fucking Tyler Kelly wanted, was Will Howard.
And to get him in the 6th, Tyler Kelly. Okay. Send him the link, Chop. Send him the link. I don't want to deal with the Steelers fan, but we'll let him be excited. He does have the tramp stamp.
Yeah. Hey, Dale, who is your best available talent left on the board now?
It's still Cam Williams. I mean, there's enough talent there, and he's so young. Like, he should have went back to school. I'll continue to say it. And obviously, when you fall, you should have. But he could have started another year at Texas, and next year could have been a top 50 pick, potentially. And then it's Peebles, I won't quit him. I won't quit Aeneas Peebles.
Yeah, my board is drying up.
So who's on yours? Who you got? Like,
no, I agree with you. I agree with you on Cam. But I feel like I named the 2 tight ends, and I know a lot of people are not on them. But I think Nesbitt didn't have a great season this year, but I thought he was going to come out last year. He would be a good tight end from North Carolina. Conyers, tight end from
Jalen Conyers, Texas Tech.
Yes. Yep. I feel like he will be a nice, these are nice additions that you can add later on in the draft that can.
He was a quarterback, dude. He was a quarterback. He was a quarterback.
Right. So I don't know. There's still some players out here. I mean, everybody's talking. McLaughlin he hasn't got drafted yet, has he?
Nope. And Jake Majors from Texas, starting center for like 4 years in Texas.
He's still there. Yep. There's still some players there.
Either, I heard.
The kid, what's his name? Defensive end from North Carolina. Undersized.
Came on Rucker.
Yes. Yep. Yes.
Dude, I asked somebody on my show this week. I can't remember who asked me. I said, "Do you think he gets drafted?" Because that dude's a dog. I'd take him on my team.
I would too.
If he doesn't get drafted, I want the Bengals to sign him because he's the guy. That's the kind of guy you want on your team.
Yep. Do you think Lampley gonna get drafted? I know he's like severely undersized, but
this is when I take the Power Peanut. Shout out Ryan Sparks, trademark TM Power Peanut
over Peebles.
No, would I take him over Peebles? No, but I'm saying like,
come on, Chop, be real. God,
don't do this to me, Chop. Like, don't put like, who's but if you got Willie Lampkin, how could you not be excited? This guy, I still think he could be a starting center in the NFL. And if you're real creative, though, you know what he is? He's a piece. He's a weapon.
He's good at getting low on people.
He's a dog.
He's really good at getting low on people, too. He's got good low pad level.
That's what she said. That's on her.
But fullback. Yeah. Heavy package. They put because the Bengals put Matt Lee there. I know I said Jalen Rivers. I'm not back talking off of what I said, that Jalen Rivers could do that. But why couldn't Willie Lampkin do that? And maybe you move him around as like, okay, you put him in motion and you bring him across and let him get a running start.
Yeah.
He's going to knock the dog shit out of somebody.
Dog shit.
Wherever you put him.
You're muted, Divine.
Muted.
He could literally be that 6th lineman, man, on a consistent basis.
Ravens took the Lou. They took the kicker Lou.
They took the kicker Lou.
Lou.
Kicker Lou? What is that, like an Australian kicker?
You gotta go to the Lou. They take a kicker.
They took Lou.
Dude,
Kicker Lou.
Greg, go to the Lou then. It's fine. You don't have to tell us you have to go to the Lou.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know who that is.
I already went to
I
the
don't
Lou.
scout
You didn't scout the
kickers.
kickers,
I knew who Andre Borregales was, and that's how I'm going to say it.
I thought Gregory says he had to go to the Lou. You know, so
And I knew who Ryan Fitzgerald or Fitzpatrick, one of them Fitzes, Ryan Fitz from Florida State. Those are the only 2 kickers even that I knew about. So where's this kid from, Greg?
Arizona.
Yeah, and he's probably good, honestly. Like, I'm not saying he's not.
Yeah, second kicker taken.
And the Ravens obviously needed one because Justin Tucker been in them massage parlors too much. He doing too much. He's saying he got that Diddy baby oil on in them massage parlors, asking for a happy ending.
Hey, did the defensive end for that played for Virginia Tech get taken yet?
Antoine Powell, and he has not.
That's another guy.
I know.
That's another guy. Still out there. There's still some good talent out here, man. He can add to the pass rush.
Hey, your boy Crips got a question for you there. Homer Dale, Otto. How many Buckeyes have been drafted for Homer Dale?
It's a good question. I don't have the answer. It's hard to keep track of everything, sir.
I thought this was a draft shit. God, I'm done.
But I will say one that, because they were talking about trying to break the record for draft picks, potentially this, that, and other, but so they would have needed maybe the tight end, D. Scott Jr., but also Seth McLaughlin not going as part of that. He hasn't went. He needs to still go to help that.
14 is the answer.
Has Elijah been drafted yet? God, what's his last name?
Elijah Arroyo? Oh.
No. Elijah
that guy went like the
Roberts.
second. We loved him. You loved him.
Elijah Roberts.
Didn't he play baseball?
Yes. Yeah. He went. It was either toward the end of the 4th or in the 5th.
Okay.
SMU, and he could play DN or D tackle. But there's another SMU guy, Jared Harrison Hunt, pass rush, D tackle.
He's still there.
He's still there.
Yeah. Dog.
That's another one. See, now I got to break out another board.
I'm just being
so many papers.
That's why I was like, I said, let me go and grab my. That's why I just did.
We got to get back in the lab.
I'm just being Dale's hype man right now.
No, but Devon, that's what I'm saying. This is like a guy like Devon. This is what I love. I love it, guys. And maybe I'm a fucking nerd. Maybe I'm a this. Maybe I'm a
nerd.
I'm definitely probably a little bit of an alcoholic. I can admit to that. But.
Bro, I've been doing draft stuff since the 90s, man. I used to buy draft guides all the time, and a lot of stuff is living and learning. There were guys that I was high on that had high athletic profiles that completely busted in the league, and I was just like, okay, I need to start trying to adjust it. So I had to figure out a balance in between, athleticism, production, and what were you asked to do when you was there, because that can affect your stuff as well. There was a guy that was drafted by Atlanta some years back, Jamal Anderson, not the running back, but the defensive end. And a lot of people were high on him because he was 6'5", 280.
He had early?
Yeah, he went in the top 10. Yeah. Yep. And they said that he's a physical athletic freak and this, that, and the other. But when I watched him, he got his sacks through stunts. But when he had to line up and actually rush the passer, he couldn't get off the block. So I was like, he's going to be a bust. From that moment, that's the year when things started changing for me, when it comes to scouting these defensive linemen and stuff. So, yeah. Jalen Reed just came off the board, Texas.
Yeah. I saw that too. Tyler Loop, Arizona punter. We talked about that a little bit. Jalen Reed to the Texans, the safety. So that was
still there.
Potential.
Still there.
That's when I would have taken Reed, though, here in the 6th round. Hunter Wooler, Wisconsin. If we're talking safeties, R.J. Mickens, Clemson. Keep an eye on those two. But D tackle, we're talking a little D tackle, right? Because we haven't taken D tackle. So here's the highest guys on my board: Aeneas Peebles, who
Mhm.
obviously like that, like clear cut, like third round. They're literally my whole first, second round gone. Obviously, second, third gone. Third, fourth, the guy at the top is Peebles, but the rest of that, four more guys gone. Fourth, fifth round gone. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all
Mhm.
gone. So
Is
fifth,
Scott still
sixth, and
there,
we're in
or
the
is he
sixth.
gone?
Pagese gone. Riley
That's why he's
Mills
sleeping.
gone.
Gone.
So the
Yep.
deep tackles. So I will say Tyrion Ingram Dawkins is in this 5'6", but there's two guys still in the 5'6", so I want to mention their name because after Aeneas Peebles, these are the next two guys on my D tackle board. Cam Horsley,
Yep. Thank you, Boston College. Yes.
Jared
Yep.
Harrison Hunt, SMU that I just mentioned. Those are
Mhm.
the next two guys, and then for me, and I know this guy, the process not been great for him. Didn't get a combine invite even. Thor Griffith, but I think. But that's just a guy. Keep it Harvard to Louisville. I'm not saying I love him, but I'm saying, it's next on the list. Junior Tafuna, who was a Senior Bowl invite.
Yeah. Yeah. Strong kid.
Yeah,
Undersized, but yeah.
Stackhouse
Well, no.
Stackhouse has a 0% win rate. If we take Stackhouse,
No.
like he's a run
Georgia.
stuffer. He is on the board just because he's a run stuffer.
And he's not as big as you would expect him to be. Yeah, I don't know. I'm
He
out on
should be
Stackhouse.
big with a name like Stacked House.
He is.
I wasn't sure if Scott was still awake. He looked like he was
I
angry
want
there.
to finish because I'm going to give it. Let me finish, guys. Can you let me finish? I might finish on your chest, but let me finish. Maybe the back. Maybe there'll be a back shot. Simeon Barrow Jr., Miami, Florida. He's on the list. You talk about pass rush, he could provide it. Tim Smith, Alabama. This one, I don't love the guy. Talk about undersized, he's undersized. But if Al Golden gets one guy from Notre Dame, maybe it's him.
Yep.
Howard Cross the third.
Yep.
Still on the list. I want to mention him. And then I got two run stuffers as the only other people even on. And we're in round 7 undrafted free agent territory, by the way, when I'm reading this. But Zeke Biggers and Elijah Simmons.
Georgia Tech, yeah. Bro, we're aligned. We're aligned. And I was gonna say Barrows Jr. because I'm like, because watching Miami and watching the film that I was seeing on, the defensive end that just went right. Tyler Barron.
Yeah, Barron.
Yeah, look, Barrow, he kept flashing to me. It's not that he's the biggest guy, but he has a motor. He does not stop. He's going to keep going. You know what I mean? He flashed. I like him. You brought out Horsley.
You want production? He's productive.
Yep. He had, what was it, like 5 sacks this year? 4 or 5 sacks this year, and he had several tackles for losses. Yeah, bro, I'm telling you. So when I'm looking at, I brought him up. I thought that he would be a guy that was taken in like the 5th or 6th round. We're in the 6th now, so I don't know. People still haven't been taken, so.
I know.
Yeah.
And Peoples obviously, like I mentioned him as the only guy in my first four categories,
Right.
But Simeon Barrow Jr., Miami, Florida, 6'3", 290. I'm just going to read it. Listen, not saying we're going to take him, but this is why we're excited about him. This is a draft show. We're talking draft. Quickness off the snap, sack production. So you want to talk about what is that production? Okay, he was at Michigan State for 3 seasons. 3 sacks as a freshman, 4 sacks the next year, 3.5 the next year, and 5.5 this year. That is a boatload of production.
Exactly.
At 2 big schools.
Yep.
And athleticism, you want an athletic pass rusher? His RAS score is 9.04.
Holy crap.
But he's still in there.
So exactly what he said. I got that on there. He's a high effort player. And so he's a pass rush specialist, 6'3", 290. Those sacks.
No.
Hold on a minute. PFF says his run defense grade is 81.3.
Yep.
Riley Leonard just went to the Colts too.
Hey, wait a minute. He cooking. Let him cook. Let him finish cooking.
Okay.
That's my boy. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Barrett transferred to Miami this year. Enjoyed his best season to date. So he just gets better and better.
Yep.
Combines impressive burst and strong hands to be an excellent player against the run, but he can get after the quarterback as well. His sack production is better than his actual pass rush ability. Don't hate on me,
No, you're on point. Yeah.
And mostly wins with effort right now.
And this is
But
where
he has production. He
Right.
produces.
And this is where if you could get a coach like Montgomery, who has been known to coach defensive linemen, right? Defensive tackles mainly, you can get, man, you might be able to squeeze more out of this kid because there is potential there to get more than what he's already given. So, yeah. Chase Luntz, another guy we've talked about. I don't think he's been taken yet.
We got two linemen, though. I'd be surprised if we took a third. But yes, board-wise, in general, draft for teams in general has to be one of the best players available overall, especially at O-line.
Hey, you know what? Now that you're done for a minute, don't Fuzzy Balls hit a $2
yeah, dude. I think I shot a load during talking about Simeon Barrow. Like
you did.
It wasn't a half load, like it was a full load, man. Might have to change my underwear.
Speaking of full loads, though, Fuzzy Balls says, would the Lions trade DJ Reader for a 2026 pick? But we just got TJ Sanders, so we don't like. That's the DJ Reader replacement.
We didn't get TJ Sanders.
I mean TJ
Slayton. We know him. Yep.
DJ Slayton.
I actually didn't. I actually forgot who you were talking about. But yes, we got Slayton. We got McKinley Jackson. You know, I think we're good on the run, right. or we're theoretically good on it, right? We won't know till the season starts, to be fair.
Isaiah Bond may go undrafted.
Yeah,
because of the allegations he has.
I think that's very likely at this point,
yeah.
honestly. Tim Smith to the Colts. So the Colts had back-to-back picks.
Yeah.
And also I want to mention, so we mentioned Jalen Reed to the Texans, the safety from Penn State, but Khalil Mullings went at 188 to the Titans running back, man. Bruiser, former linebacker that turned running back. And obviously I liked him better personally than the kid who was on the NCAA cover. Donovan, fuck God, but whatever his name. He's irrelevant. But I would bring him in as an undrafted guy. Riley Leonard, though, to the Colts at quarterback, and then Tim Smith, D-tackle from Alabama, also goes to the Colts. And the Bengals are up. There's two more picks, and the Bengals are up.
Yep. Got
Dorian Strong has been drafted?
Yeah, he got drafted when you were off a little bit ago.
Okay.
I can't remember what team, but yeah, that would have been – he was very still high on the list as well. Kobe Bryant hasn't, though, if you want to talk corner.
He hasn't been drafted yet?
No.
Unless I missed it.
I could have missed
it. That would be a guy. What about Zy Alexander? Has he been drafted?
Nope.
Tommy Hill?
I'm looking through the list.
Tommy Hill been drafted?
No. Nebraska? No.
Wow. Okay. I'm Kobe Bryant or Peebles for me. Got to be one of those two, man.
I would say I agree with you, Divine. Peebles more than Bryant, but yeah, Bryant.
Damian Martinez if they went running back.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I forgot about Martinez. Absolutely. Yes, Damian Martinez.
It'll be none of them. Any name that we speak, they instantly take off. It'll be that mummy guy.
No, I don't think they go O-line again. So I think Divine's safe from the mummy, Holland Pierce from Rutgers.
If he don't get drafted, he might be a college. We might bring him in as a UDFA.
Did you give him that nickname, Divine, or was that something you heard?
No, I gave him that nickname.
That's fucking awesome.
Another O tackle off the board to the Eagles, and I low-key like this guy because he's locked in now. They went to Michigan from Stanford. He admitted he didn't love football at Stanford. It's Miles Hinton. Not a bad pick, honestly. 6th round. Learn from Jordan Mailata and Lane Johnson. That's pretty good guys to learn from.
I know a guy that's probably going to go undrafted, but I wouldn't mind them taking a look at when he go undrafted, and that's Mello Dotson. He has production at Kansas.
He should be undrafted.
He might. I mean, he might.
He's 158 on my board, so I'm not saying like, oh, he's, but still, I just think. Sebastian Castro, by the way, I want to mention that name. with the safeties because I forgot he's still available from Iowa, and he's been a slot corner, but a safety. And those guys work out. Even Geno Stone from Iowa, that got drafted in the 7th round. And then obviously last year, the white cracker boy, you know who I'm talking about. Cooper.
Dejon Cooper. Yeah.
Dejon Cooper, I said.
Yeah. Dejon Cooper.
Dijon mayonnaise.
That's right.
Dijon mayonnaise.
Dijon.
That's actually a
All right. Here we go. We on the clock.
I got to tell
Bryce
you,
Cable Dude went to the
Cap
Seahawks,
gets
but-
to have no picks because he's in the crowd. They just showed him in the crowd, and they're going to do the last pick. Like, I thought they let Fan of the Year do a pick.
He set up till last year.
They did it already. We were in commercial. We didn't see it.
Oh, he did get to announce one?
Yeah, I retweeted it. Check Twitter. I retweeted it.
He's
Sorry,
already
Jeff.
back in the
Doing a live
crowd?
show pretty locked in over here when I'm not peeing and
They
ripping
just
heaters
showed him in the crowd.
That's great. He did it like the first pick today. They did it.
So he did the
Hey, do y'all want to know the pick? Y'all want to know the pick?
Yeah, I do. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay.
Texas Tech running back Taj Brooks.
Hey,
We took Taj Brooks.
yes.
There you go.
Oh,
Hey, that's
I
a
didn't
good one.
know they would go running back, and I
That's a
wouldn't
good
take
pick. I like that pick. That's a
But
good
you
pick.
want to talk about mock drafts and talking about it? One of the people I talked about when what could we use was Kalel Mullings. This was before signing and free agency. Kalel Mullings, Damian Martinez, and who was the third one I said? Chop and Greg.
Taj Brooks.
And what about him? The Chop, it's your time to shine.
Man, this is a beast. This guy's the one. This guy is our fucking running back that equals the tush push. When it's 3rd and 1, this motherfucker's going to go in there and get us 1.5 every fucking time because you can't stop this big ass motherfucker. Power.
But what do I call him? What is he? This is sport almost.
Dumb bitch.
Dude,
Well,
hey,
yeah, he is that. But he is a
hold
bowling
on.
ball.
That was
Yeah,
terrible.
bowling ball.
That was
giant
terrible.
fucking bowling ball.
Hold on, Chop. You gotta do it. You gotta do better than that. One big son of a bitch. That's better. I feel better now. Thank you.
It's cool. I'd rather have Martinez, but I ain't gonna cry too much about it.
I would have rather had Peebles, to be honest. But
We all would have. I mean, the
Right.
amount of cum that would have been all over my camera right now would have been insane.
Oh, I know.
with people, but-
well, they're
Thank God
showing
the
his
camera's
highlights
off.
now, man. Oh my God, look at him go.
Dale, you were high
He
on
is.
him
He's
all the way
a
back
bowling
in
ball
February.
shit now. This guy's a wrecking ball.
He came in like a wrecking
Oh my
ball.
God. Jesus. Violent.
Hey, I
runner.
don't hate the pick. Because
Oh.
I like the player.
But what does this mean now? We got 4 running backs. Are we going to keep 4 running backs or?
Good. I think so. And hold on. What do we know? Yes, Zach Moss reworked his contract.
That don't
Zach
mean they're
Moss
keeping
could
him.
easily be on the PUP list with his neck to start
That's
the season.
true.
Yeah, I'm like that don't
He
mean
might
they're
be
keeping
on the
him full on.
IR.
Or he could get cut.
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta take a break. Hold on one second.
He's
No,
gonna go
take
water
a
his
break,
dog.
brother.
By the way, Kelly said it'd be on about 5 or 10 minutes because, well,
Who?
I don't know why, because that's what he said.
Because he's
Who's
still
gonna be
in
on?
There's the
salad.
Bengals draft, fellers. It's over.
Who's gonna be on?
Kelly.
Tyler Kelly, Steelers fan, Tramp fan.
Oh, that guy. Tramp stand boy.
We doing a listen. So some people
Hey,
may want to tap out.
Hey, listen. Yeah.
Listen.
Listen.
They're expecting the chat. I don't know why he's not on here, but
Sarah won't let him.
Yeah, Derek. What the fuck?
anyways, Jeff, we doing a recap show.
We can.
You should invite Kent Lee Platt as undrafted free agency starts when the draft ends.
Are we gonna do
Like
it
that-
tonight?
No, do it right after this ends if you've got the stamina for it. Not many have the stamina for it. I do.
I can do it.
I have stamina for days.
Hang on. Well, I don't know about that. Drinking,
I have
yes.
Miller. Actually, I'm down to 1 Miller lately.
What? Oh my God. Well, I'm about to get this. It's late. Let me text him here. I'll get back.
I like that pick, though. I like Taj Brooks. Oh, Chop, you're the only one on here. All right, fuck
Yeah.
it. Ripping heaters on a fucking.
I'm listening.
Yeah, Greg's listening. He just doesn't have his camera on because he's jerking
No,
off.
but no, Dale, Taj Brooks, in all fairness, you talked about him all the way back in February, man. Dude, you were very high on him, big time. So I'm excited as hell, bro.
So I just text him. We'll see what he says.
No, hey, but I remember we had him on after the first year.
We did.
And this guy was spitting undrafted free agents because I
Uh-huh.
remember we picked up this tight end and we're like,
We hit him on with the. I think it was the first night, or was
no, it was after the draft ended. It was the day 3, and
What-
we
okay.
did yes, and he came on and he was talking about our undrafted free agents with RAS
Yeah.
scores and this, and he's like, this guy. It was almost the guy that had almost a negative RAS score. It's not possible to have a negative, but
Yes,
do you
Derek.
remember
I
this,
text
Jeff?
the talk. Huh?
There was a guy. It was like 0.36 was his RAS score. He was a tight end. I don't remember the name, and he never did a thing. Like he was not.
Dude, I better remember yesterday.
I don't even remember him in preseason, but it was like the greatest thing ever. Listening to him talk about this guy.
Oh yeah, it was awesome. We just let him roll. He's like, that's what I like. Guys who got information is. That's why I like listening to you and Divine tonight. That's why I'm.
You like guys?
Well, I just like you, Chop. You're my guy.
You said you like guys.
Like seriously,
Couple more picks in. Want to mention
I
the
thought
picks.
Chop was the mascot last night.
So for anybody listening, because we got a big fan base outside of the Bengals. But
What?
Jalen McLeod from Auburn, linebacker, and then Luke Newman, tackle, probably going to be a guard for Michigan State to spend the next 2 picks. Jeff's gone. He left us.
Sorry, I'm texting Kent. He just answered me. So you want to do this on my show, or you want to?
Yeah, we'll do it on your show. I can share it on
Okay.
ours. So like
Okay.
whenever the draft
Yeah.
ends, we'll
That's
immediately
what I
go
just told him.
live.
Yeah. All right. So let me create this. I'll be back. I got to create this.
We're
show.
like free agent frenzy.
There you go.
I'm going to be literally. I want to see how long I can stream for today.
Dream for today or drink?
Stream. No,
Ah.
drink. I've got one left.
Well, you can throw me the link and I'll see what happens, but I got to go look at probably putting in a garbage disposal.
Well, I'll send you the link. Let me create the show here. I'll be back.
I'm just, man, I love this shit, and I love talking about all these players. So, like, if I can get on there with Kent Lee Platt, the creator of Raz at Math Bomb, and talk about undrafted free agents, I'm going to take that opportunity 10 out of 10 times.
CEO left the show, but he's still paying for it.
Yeah, that's why he's the CEO. Bro.
Dustin says, with not drafting a defensive tackle, I'm seeing a lot of 3-4 in our future, which aligns with our personnel the most. He's not wrong, man. We got 2 linebackers.
Is there any D tackles in free agency? Because, like, this is when I wish Calais Campbell was still out there.
Oh,
Right.
You know what I mean? Because, like, we didn't get, like, a pass rusher. We haven't improved that.
But Dale,
I'm worried about that.
Dale, didn't Al Golden state that he's going to try to use some of our, like, Osai and Murphy in the inside, even, like...
Shamar Stewart, how could you not? Like, we have, and listen, maybe Osai, he's done it a little bit, but Stewart? Oh, so you're saying to use him inside. I didn't even let you finish the question before I wanted to talk about it. I'm sorry, I got excited.
No, it's
because
okay.
I'm thinking, NASCAR package that it got coined as back in the day.
because...
But I'm thinking of Stewart on the inside. I'm thinking Murphy also on the inside, Hendrickson on the outside, and then give him my guy Seth Johnson or whoever. Like they're, oh my God. Yes, that excites me.
Oh, here we go.
All right. You got your quarterback there, little Tyler Kelly.
I know. That's who I wanted. Him or
How
Cam
fucking
Miller.
stoked are you?
I'm super excited. I think
Are you like full chub?
I already came twice. I think he potentially could be a top 3 QB in this class. This is who I wanted. I wanted him a lot earlier, but I'm happy he fell to me.
You're right in this class.
I wanted him a lot earlier, but I am happy he fell to us.
Ahmed Hassanin from Boise State, edge rusher to the Lions. I like that pick. And, he's like a kid from Egypt. And he can play edge inside. He's a big-bodied guy. So, not a bad pick there. Just
nice.
Continue. Look, we need to all right. Do you have – Tyler, pull up, if you don't have it, all your picks for this draft. Do you have it off the top of your head from round 1?
Not all of them. I can pull it up right now.
Yeah, pull it up. Pull it up so you know, because we'll recap the Steelers draft. This is a draft show, you know. It's not just Bengals, but and then we'll also be like, well, that was a dumbass pick, Tyler Kelly. Hopefully, but I don't know how many of those there are.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay.
Unfortunately, we invited him though. To be fair,
I just like fucking with Kelly.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, Booth actually in the chat roast this guy. Talk about how shitty his mustache is.
Right.
He's a Steelers fan.
Craig
Roast
was
him.
on it the other day about his mustache, man.
Yes, let's roast Tyler. This is the roast of Tyler Kelly.
Right,
Give your best
All right.
insults to Tyler Kelly and the Steelers as he
All right.
talks about.
I got it pulled up right here. Number 21 overall, Derek Harmon. I like the pick. I think he's a great replacement for Cam Hayward. Him and Keanu Benton will look great together, I think. He's a Hall of Famer. He's learning behind. And Mike Tomlin said that, I don't know if you guys watched that interview during the draft, but Mike Tomlin said he wants big, strong, physical dudes up front. And I think he fits this perfectly. He had quite a few QB pressures in college. He won a lot of pass rushes. I like this pick a lot. I think he helps our defense with the run too. So I'm not mad about that pick. Caleb Johnson. I wanted Tootin. I think Tootin.
Oh no! Now he's cutting out. Now his internet sucks. I mean,
am I cutting
not
out?
only does Pittsburgh sucks, but Tyler Kelly's internet sucks all of a sudden.
Is it cutting out? It's because I'm getting a phone call.
God, he's so popular.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you sometimes, but
it might be because I'm getting a phone call. Hold on.
Okay. It's probably a dude. It's probably a dude that's like, hey, I can't wait to see that Cincy hat tramp stamp when I'm fucking you in the ass tonight.
Right. That's where they put their ashtray when they're fucking pegging him.
Is it better now?
When they're smoking a cigarette, when they're pegging Kelly, they got an ashtray right there on top of that Cincy hat tramp stamp.
How did you know?
Yeah.
What we did
well,
last
because, I mean, maybe it's happened before.
Is it better now?
Yeah. It's much
Okay.
better.
So round 1, big fan of it. I think he helps our defense out a lot. Round 2, we got DK Metcalf. Love the pick. He helps our offense out.
It's true.
And then round 3, I wanted Tootin. I'm not gonna lie. I think Tootin went round 4 or something like that. But I wanted Tootin from Virginia Tech. But Caleb's not bad either.
Oh my God! Hold on. I'll interject here from the draft perspective. And so I told Derek earlier, he was talking about fantasy football, and I was like, dude, I would take Caleb because him and Jalen Warren, that's going to be a great pairing, and having that back that's going to get a lot of carries and grind it down, and short yardage, and hey, it's 3rd and 1 at the goal line. Caleb Johnson's a great pick. Great pick.
I'm not mad at it. I like Tootin a lot better, but I'm not mad at it at all. We need to replace Najee Harris. I know a lot of people hate him. A lot of
you
Steelers
also like
him.
Kenny Pickett, to be fair. You like Kenny.
I did like Kenny Pickett,
Franchise quarterback.
Najee Harris was our down and dirty, get 3, 4, 5 yards of carry, just grind out the running game, and we need to replace that obviously. So I'm not mad at the pick. Jalen Warren, I don't think he can handle all the carries himself. I don't think he's a bell cow back. So we needed a 1-2 combo. So I'm not mad. I saw a running back coming. We interviewed 10 or 12 running backs.
And finishing on your tramp stamp.
Right. Yeah, right.
So I saw it coming, but this pick, the round 3 pick, I wanted to be Will Howard, but I knew it was gonna be QB or running back. Round 4, I told you guys yesterday I love Jack Sawyer. I even threw him out for you guys potentially to pick him. He's a little raw, but he's now sitting under TJ Watt.
So is your butthole after these guys get done.
But he's a little raw, but he's sitting behind Alex Highsmith and TJ Watt. I mean, what better combo can you learn under? And Steelers tend to develop and get the best out of their D-line across the board. So I think Jack Sawyer will be fine. I think he'll develop just fine. I want more more meat in the legs. I think he's a little small in that department, but
He wants more meat. This
yeah.
guy, you don't even have to roast him. He is literally saying the gayest shit I've
Roasting
ever
himself.
Jack Sawyer isn't a very, I don't know. He's kind of small on the leg size. And then so our round 5 pick, I don't know if you saw my message. I don't know much about him. After researching him, it sounds like he's great in the run game. Yahya Black, however you say his name from
Yahya Black from Iowa, 6'6", 340. The dude's an absolute unit, and he's a high character guy. He's a team captain. People went to his birthday party. Yeah, no, I said that's a perfect Steelers pick, and honestly, you know, you still have Cam Hayward, you still have Keanu Benton, and then you have the guys that you added with Derek Harmon and him as backups and young guys learning and contributing, hopefully still or in the future. A fantastic pick to me. So.
Yeah, I didn't know much about him. After researching him a little bit, it sounds like he's great in the run game. He takes up space, which is my staff looks amazing, by the way.
It actually is a dirty Sanchez. That's not really hair. It's a dirty Sanchez.
This is about 3 years. This is about 3 years of growing it out.
Show's made. He said he'll join. He said I might be able to. Depends on how crazy PFA stuff gets. I sent him a link, so I sent him a link. So he said when you start, I said as soon as the draft's over. So
okay,
let's guys do the first 640, but we can go whatever.
So we got Steelers fan Tyler Kelly on, and we were going to have the roasted Tyler Kelly while he talks about the Steelers draft, and we're still going to let him talk about it, but he has honestly been roasting himself. He was like, I love Jack Sawyer. I wish he had more thick meat for my butt.
Right.
On his leg, not for my butt. I didn't say for my butt.
He said he
wished he had a little girthier on the bottom half.
Hey, there was talk about next year at the Project Game Day event.
I can't talk about the Steelers. I'll get mad, so I'll be back.
Kelly going into a dunk tank.
I will wear a Steelers jersey and get dunked for charity. Little throw football, whatever, at the Target and get dunked or whatever.
All ready for next year's event. Tyler Kelly in a dunk tank.
Can we throw eggs at you too?
No, footballs. Jeff, it's a football.
No, hold on. Because, listen, walk with me. Jeff just had the greatest idea.
Paintball?
Okay, that's an option too. Listen, dunk tank, we don't know how much it would cost to rent out a dunk tank or where the event will be per se. So that could be expensive, and that takes money away from the charity and everything else. But, as of right now, eggs would also be just as expensive to buy.
The other thing, too, is if we do
but if we're throwing eggs at this guy or paintball gun,
the other thing, too, we could do it at the tailgate if I get the everything worked out like I want to at Moreline House, and Project Game Day is a part of it. You know, we throw eggs at him there during the season. Like
and they would buy the eggs.
Like every week, just throw eggs at him every single week.
No, he gets paid to it for every week.
I'm volunteering him.
Maybe it's you can cream pie Tyler Kelly in the face.
There you go. Cream pie Tyler Kelly.
Throw pies in his face. What do you guys think? I mean,
I don't know
pie Tyler Kelly for charity. Yeah, pies in the face. Dale, sure.
What about pies in the nuts? Bam.
You guys don't like creamy pies?
On his Sunday nuts. Hey, let me ask you this, Dale. Let me just ask you this. You know the if you put nuts on top of your ice cream, like on a sundae, what are those nuts called? Like if you were going looking for those nuts and you couldn't find them, and you were asking, what would you call those nuts?
Sprinkle nuts, or something. I don't know. There's
what is it? What'd you say?
Chopped nuts.
Chopped nuts, huh? That's weird. Mm-hmm. Tyler Kelly thinks they're called Sunday nuts.
Oh, how about if we could do this for next year, or even at a tailgate, if we could get everyone to donate to Project Game Day with Tyler Kelly, get teabagged / put Chops nuts in his face at a tailgate.
Yeah, what'd you do that?
$500. That's $500.
$500 for me to lay my balls right on your forehead.
If we'll figure out the price, but if you guys can raise enough money, fuck it, why not?
Oh my God!
If you can raise enough, we'll figure out the price.
What the fuck? Let's do it! I'm so in on this idea.
Well, I mean, to be honest, though, TK was in the military. Believe it or not, we actually put our defense of our country in someone like his hands.
To give Tyler Kelly, and I did blow you a little bit earlier about you're a good dude and you're a very stand-up guy, but this guy was also in the military. And that's part of what Project Game Day does for the serious part of it. But
not
if we
now,
can raise,
fat.
Let's try to raise 1,000. I think 1,000 is a huge goal.
I think
Right.
1,000 might be a good number.
Put my nuts on your forehead.
Yeah, I think 1,000 might be a good number.
Dude, the rest of us have to stand around and watch it because I don't know.
Is
if I
this
wanna
something
see
we might
Chop's
have to put
nuts
to a
on
vote
forehead.
in the Project Game Day thing? Like,
Well,
It's
I don't have to
$1,000.
vote.
are they all
Hey,
right if we put my
we don't
nuts on
have to
Tyler
put it
Kelly's
for a
forehead?
vote.
I don't.
We don't have to put it for
Right.
a vote. We
I'm
just
not a-
Well,
I'm
there's
not a-
three of us here. Fuck it. Let's vote.
I'm not a member, so
Vote yes.
I'll get out of this. Go ahead.
Dale,
we
you
lit-
vote.
Hold on. I'm saying yes, but I'm also saying we just say, hey, here's $1,000 after the fact. This is
Right.
a Bengals and Bruce
Oh,
thing.
yeah. How'd you get that? Well, maybe I
Okay,
didn't put my
we
nuts
are
on
not
TK.
raising $1,000 for Project Game Day from the get-go. We will raise $1,000 for an unknown charity, a charity to be named later.
Yeah.
This is a Bengals and Brews specific thing.
Look at Divine. He's like,
Oh, if Divine's ready, tell me when you're
oh,
ready
he's
to
there.
come back.
Let me put him back on.
Yeah, pop him back in.
All right.
This guy's like, man, but that is such a good sport.
I
Tyler,
apologize, Divine, because you're going to catch hell when you get off here from your wife.
And she keep looking over here like, what is going on?
but I was just tossing it out there. I didn't think he'd say yes.
Your property value went down as soon as you got on this show.
Money can buy a lot of things. It can buy
was a
chops
combined
nuts on
effort,
my
Dale.
forehead.
Dale, is a combined effort. I gave you the start, and you ran with me.
Let me just tell you that I know Tyler Kelly has his price for anything. He has a
that is
price
true.
for
That is
anything.
true.
But he'll do it
Anything.
for charity. This guy will literally take nuts to the face for charity.
Nuts to the face for charity. For a
When he
Bengals
dies-
charity.
When he dies, his gravestone is going to say, Cincy hat, tramp stamp, and took nuts to the
No,
face for
on his
charity.
gravestone, we're going to get a picture of my nuts carved right into it.
I don't know if my mom would like that, but
It's for charity, Tyler
For
Kelly.
charity time.
Charity. I always say it's for charity.
we'll talk about it. But I think for enough money, I could do it. Fuck it, why not? It's for a good cause. So
Well, it's for an unnamed cause.
an
Unnamed cause.
Unnamed cause.
Yeah.
But it's for
But
charity.
any-
It will be
Any
100%
charity
for
cause is a
charity.
good cause.
Exactly.
Right. We'll call it the Dunkachino.
But yeah,
Hey,
no,
did people
like I
get
said,
drafted yet?
No. So I'll catch up on the draft picks.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we got to talk about rubbing some guy's nuts on his forehead. So
As Tosh Brooks went at 193, I did mention Jalen McLeod at 194, linebacker from Auburn. Luke Newman, who is listed as a tackle, played tackle at Michigan State, but he's going to be guard in the NFL. To the Bears at 195. They continue to just get linemen in there as they traded for and did a lot of things. Armand Hassanin from Boise State goes 196 to the Lions. Versatile piece on the D-line. Graham Mertz, quarterback. Graham Mertz. That's interesting. Graham Mertz over Quentin Ewers, by the way. Graham Mertz over Quentin Ewers. Florida quarterback goes to the Texans to back up C.J. Stroud. Warren Brinson, a guy I didn't mention, but a guy that could have easily been on my draft guide as a D tackle, Georgia. Can get a little pass rush, but I didn't love his tape. I just didn't. Branson Taylor, Pittsburgh, 199 to the Chargers. And Rayon Lane, the third, from another military branch, Navy, who is a Senior Bowl guy. So thank you for your service, Rayon Lane. Probably mispronounced your name. Didn't say I pronounced your name right. But I thank you for your service, sir. From the Jaguars, and now we're at 201, and the Vikings are on the clock. So that's catching up.
Now that we've got that done, though, Tyler Kelly, hard-hitting questions. Is your nickname for your stash Snake River Canyon? Yes or no?
No. So this took 3 years to grow.
Snake River Canyon?
I think it looks great.
I mean, in 15 years, you're going to have a sweet mustache.
Yeah, I just can't grow facial hair that well. And
Right.
I think to the best of us.
I feel
That's
you,
not a
brother.
secret.
I
It's a
feel you.
video show.
I took me till I was 30 to grow this shit.
Yeah,
It's
look
rough.
look over there. That's what you're going to look like in the future, Jeff.
Hey, good looking motherfucker right here. What you talking about?
I refused to grow a beard forever, and it turned out well for me, big time.
Kobe King goes to the Vikings. Low key love Kobe King from Penn State. He's 146 on my board. He goes
Hey,
at 201.
y'all got links, by the way. Not you, Taylor. I don't have your DMs.
I will tell you guys too. You guys probably talked about it. I am super happy Sanders went to the Browns. I was scared we were going to pick him, so I'm glad we didn't. But
Yeah, 'cause you got Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer as your quarterback.
No, they got Will Howard.
Yeah.
Yeah. They have Will Howard.
We have 2
I like
seven-round
Will
picks,
Howard.
so-
I think that's a good pick. We didn't let you talk about that one. I'll let you talk about Will Howard. And then I also want Divine to talk about Will Howard to the Steelers. Or did we already do that? I don't know. The beer's hitting.
I don't know. But Will Howard, I think, is a great quarterback. He probably won't start. It sounds like Aaron Rodgers is coming to Pittsburgh, so he probably won't start, which is fine. But I think he'll be a great quarterback for us for years to come, in all honesty. I like his game. I like the way he plays. So I'm excited for it. He's the guy I wanted. I wanted him in round 3. He's the guy I wanted. So, I mean, round 6 is a lot better. But
Divine, did you talk about Will Howard?
Divine's trying to not be on the show when we talk about nuts in people's faces, okay?
Well, you brought it up. Why are you bringing that up, Jeff?
That's why I was like,
Jeff, this is Bengals and Brews. We don't talk about it.
Yeah.
Here.
The balls we're talking about now are the foot kind. So go ahead.
Football.
Footballs.
I mean, strong arm. He played out of his mind in the playoffs. I don't think he will be able to get out the pocket and stuff like he did in college in the NFL. But I think he can be a solid backup. You know, somebody that can come in for, a game or two and give you some good production.
If it's him and Mason Rudolph, hey, Divine, if it's him and Mason Rudolph, who do you think's the starter? That's what I'm saying. What if Aaron Rodgers doesn't go and it's him and Mason Rudolph?
Then the Steelers are fucked.
They're fucked anyway.
I think they would go Mason Rudolph because he has experience, but I don't know. That's tough.
Mm-hmm.
That's tough.
we still have 2 round 7 picks. So we could take a flyer on like Ewers or Cam Miller or somebody. So
Yeah,
I don't know
fair.
if we will, but we still have 2.
Oh, I still like for the Bengals. I like that athletic dude. What's his name, Divine? That we had in for a top 30 visit.
Oh, you talking about JJ?
No.
You talking about the safety?
Quarterback. If we wanted to bring in, and he may put transition to another position from like what?
Let's
It's not
see.
what-
Let's see.
You guys know
He was
who
a
I'm talking
top
about?
30. He was a top 30 visit.
Yeah, there it is, Ryan Sparks. Thank you. The Tommy Mellett kid.
Oh yeah. Okay.
He's probably
Okay.
not a quarterback. He's athletic. He could be a returner. He could be a Taysom Hill. Just saying.
Who's that quarterback that we took? Like in Ryan Neal, was that his name? Something Neal? You know what I'm talking about?
Ryan
We
Finley?
drafted- No. Neal.
Oh,
He was a
from
black.
Texas A&M. Yeah, that we transitioned. Mick Neal. I think it was Mick Neal. I'm blanking on the first name. Oh, why am I blanking on the first name?
Ronald McNeil.
Let me see.
Reggie
Reggie
McNeil.
McNeil. Yeah. Maybe like that. Maybe something that's similar to that. Try to transition him to a wide receiver,
That's what Ryan
running
says.
back.
He's been working with Edelman.
And returner wide receiver. Yeah, he's exciting though. And then you could have packages where he's a wildcat quarterback and stuff.
Right.
Tyler Stash is a hair club member. Crip was getting it the other day too, man. He's been waiting for Kelly to get back on here.
That's true.
Crip, appreciate you coming on, Kelly. There's a lot of mustache jokes we didn't put on the screen the other day. Crip, he's very proud of that mustache. He's been working on it since, forever. He's never, ever shaved.
Honestly, in it forever. Yeah. Well, I did shave it in the military, but after I got out,
you
it's
did?
growing since then. Yeah.
That's why you got out, so you could grow them fucking 10 hairs out.
I want to. So I want to mention after Kobe King, who I really like, Penn State linebacker, Gavin Bartholomew from Pittsburgh, a good tight end, good spot to take him. Nothing spectacular, but has a chance to contribute. Goes also to the Vikings. LeJontay Wester, that could be fun for from Colorado for the Ravens, and then Johnny Cornelius, who was a starting right tackle for Oregon, transferred there a couple years ago from, I believe, Rhode Island. So he goes there, and I think his future's probably at guard, but he's a tackle, so that's where we're at. And now Chops Commanders are on the clock at 2:05, and
Peebles.
I need to go and right, Johnny Newton, and because they're trading us Johnny
Newton.
They're trading us Johnny Newton for Jermaine Pratt.
Yes.
For Jermaine Pratt. Like,
I'll take it. Yes.
How much beer have you drank?
Enough, but not enough because I need more. But
you don't have any more. You don't have any more. You're out.
What you think of Caleb Johnson?
Bullshit.
As your running back? Steelers fan.
Oh, my fault. I was watching the draft to see the Commanders pick. I like him. I like Tootin a lot better, as I said earlier, from Virginia Tech or whatever. I think he went round 4. That's who I really wanted, him or Hampton. But I don't mind him. We have a lot of production. We got to replace with Najee Harris. That's a consistent 1,000-yard rusher for us. So Jalen Warren isn't a grind the small yardage out kind of running back. So we needed someone who is tough, who can grind out the 2, 3, 4 yards for us, the 3rd and 1s. He can just power through. So I like him. I think your place with Najee Harris is fine. I think he'll be a good 1-2 combo for us. But I really wanted Tootin. If that's the guy I was going to get, I wanted Tootin or Hampton. But I don't mind him. I don't mind him at all. I think Iowa is a very tough. Their program is very physically oriented, a very physical program to play for. So, and Steelers like physicality. So, I think he'll fit just right in with our culture at least.
Okay, so what do you feel about Derek Harmon? I feel like they drafted him to be the replacement of Ogunjobi, an eventual replacement for Cam.
Yeah,
when he retired.
I like him too. He'll probably sit behind Keanu Benton for a while, but I mean, same thing. Very physical guy up front. He can get to he can pass rush pretty well. He had like a 11% pressure rate in college. He had quite a few sacks. Like he's again another physical guy. I think the Steelers have shown very clearly the run game is very important to us, stopping the run game. I mean, the Derrick Henry ran for like 300 yards against us. Barkley fucking torched us. I mean, we need to stop the run badly. So these
sounds like a good
physical
plan when Joe Burrow comes up, puts 350 fucking yards on you guys twice a year.
One at a time.
Stop that run, guy. At least you stop Baltimore, Derrick Henry.
Damn! Just crush him there, Chop. Jesus.
To be fair,
Henry.
To be fair, it is super hard to stop that Bengals passing offense anyway. You guys have an insane receiving core. Joe Burrow is number 2 in the league at quarterback. Like it'd be very hard to stop that regardless, no matter how hard we try.
Who's won?
Mahomes.
You're fucking crazy. Mahomes is on the downslide. Watch.
He might be, but as of right now, he's won.
He is.
Joe
The
Burrow's
Chiefs
too.
are done.
Joe Burrow's too.
Chiefs are done. Their era has ended.
And I told you guys yesterday. What's up?
Bye, Greg.
You guys.
Turn around. I gotta head out, guys. Y'all take care of yourselves.
All right, brother. Who that?
Who dat?
I told you guys yesterday, Chop, from an unbiased point of view, if
Pussy.
you guys can get a top 20 QB, you guys are in the Super Bowl. I don't know if you beat the Eagles last year, but I mean, you guys at least in there for sure. So that's all you guys need. Your offense
I
is
agree.
insane.
Like, I'm not sure. Like, the Eagles, man, were fucking loaded, and they didn't
Yeah,
get
that's
any
an
worse.
insane roster.
They got better, actually, this year. But, yeah, I don't know about beating the Eagles, but we would have made some noise. I mean, to be honest, our defense was coming on, but I'm not sure our defense would have got us to the Super Bowl. And then when we got there, man, the Eagles were a force. So I'm not sure about that either, being honest. Being a fucking
you gotta think,
homer,
how
fuck
many-
the Eagles. We'd have whipped their ass.
How many one position games did you guys lose last year? It was like quite a few, no?
Oh, yeah.
It was a lot. And I think that Lunch just went. He just went to the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
They killing it. But I feel like if we could have just won 1 or 2 of those games, we would have made the playoffs. And on top of that, with Lou not being here and the production that we got from our young guys down the stretch, I think that's the encouraging thing to me personally. I feel like those young guys will be able to develop under Al Golden.
I mean,
And I believe,
that's what we're hoping.
yeah. And I feel like we're trying to get more speed and more athleticism because, I mean, as much as we don't want to admit it, the division at this particular moment goes through the Ravens. So we got to make sure that we have the speed to be able to contain Lamar or at least slow him down a little bit and also have the speed in the backfield. So when he does scramble, we have guys on the back end that can actually keep up with those receivers and tight ends.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Like that Barrett that we got, would he make I know he's real fast. Would he make a good like Viper spy / guy for Al Golden?
Yeah, I think with Barrett, Barrett is an interesting case because like his first 2 years, he was like really good. It's kind of like the Miles Murphy thing. They come in, they were really good. The expectations was really high, and they didn't really go up from that point. They didn't get better. Some feel like he regressed. I think Barrett can be because he is a sideline linebacker. But I really think Al Golden, just knowing how he is with linebackers, I feel like that he can actually get him together.
It's
The
the
person
way
that
with Demetrius Knight too, right?
Demetrius Knight, that's the one I was going to say that I feel like he's going to go downhill.
Yeah.
He's going to go downhill and he's going to go and hit you dead in your mouth. You know, that's the guy that I really feel like could make a difference. I think Barrett can because he has the talent to, but he just hasn't put it all together yet.
You guys don't think that was a bit of a reach for Knight?
Well,
I do.
I'll
I think
tell
he
you
went
what,
around early. Yeah.
I think all the fans thought it was a bit of a reach, but I don't think the Bengals thought it was a reach at all. Like you probably don't
He wouldn't have been there
because you're a Steelers fan, but Al Golden said that day 2 he waited 17 picks to pick Demetrius Knight. If they were picking at 33, they were going to pick Demetrius Knight.
And he wasn't going to be there the next pick. He wasn't. He was the third. He was literally the third rated linebacker in his draft by the consensus. So he wasn't going to be there the next pick.
The knock on him was the age, and everybody was saying 25, and then it comes out like, hey, it's 24, but he turns 25 in July, so he'll be 25 when the season starts. But that was the biggest knock on the guy. Other than that, he's a fucking baller. He's just old. So when he gets done with his rookie contract, he's going to be 30.
Right. I said earlier, I felt like they could have traded back and got him. You know, got more assets and got him. I feel the same way with, well, not necessarily. I don't know if they could have did that with Fairchild, but definitely with Knight. I feel like they could have traded back and got
who was the
more
next linebacker
assets.
taken after Demetrius Knight? I mean, that might show you where somebody could have. I don't know. But I mean, the fall off after Demetrius Knight I thought was a lot bigger than the fall off from Jihad to Swishinger to Knight.
Let's see.
Do you think that's accurate?
Yeah, the drop off. Yeah, it was a big drop off.
I wanted Jihad Campbell in the first round. That was my guy.
Let's see.
I still would have took Jihad Campbell over Shamar Stewart, but hopefully Shamar Stewart pans out. I mean, he has got incredible potential. Incredible potential. Just needs to learn how when he gets.
Well, I told you, I think Jihad's a bust. So we can agree to disagree on that one. But
you think Jihad Campbell's going to be
matter
a bust?
now? Hopefully, he is a bust now.
I think my only concern with Jihad, other than the injury, obviously, is his instincts. If you have him in a place where he don't have to think and he can just go and play, I think he's going to be phenomenal, man. I just think his instincts is not where it needs to be. And if he, like I said, he goes somewhere where, like, with Logan Wilson, I know Logan Wilson has great instincts, right? I think he would have excelled here because we could have just had him attack. Could have had him like, okay, this is your area we need you to cover, and this in coverage in the zone, take care of that. He can do that. Rush the passer, he can do that. You know, defend the run, he can do that. But when you have him out there trying to, you know, dissect plays and this, that, and the other, that's not his strength. So I think he'll be all right.
If you could dumb it down for him, I guess maybe. Like even Nick Saban said that they stunted his growth by having him play so much like different positions and stuff and do different things. He never got the green dye at Alabama. He was never like a play caller or anything like that. So, and I think he's a little undersized for like to be even an edge rusher. Like I know people like him as an edge rusher, but I think he's severely undersized. He is a Parsons type build, and we all know Parsons is just a freak of nature. That's very rare for someone to be like that.
You can say Reddick too. You can say Reddick too. Yep.
So, I mean, if you can dumb down the game for him where he's not doing too much and the injury isn't an issue for him, then he'll be fine. I think the injury is a lot more concerning to me than a lot of people. I don't trust that injury. I think it'll bother him a lot more than people say it will. But, and again, the fear of, like, for me, for being at Alabama for as long as he was, he just never had the trust or whatever it was to be the green dot guy. You know what I mean? He didn't ever – even when their starting linebacker went out, they had a JUCO linebacker be the green dot. They didn't give it to him. So I don't
Right.
know if that's just they like him as a Swiss Army knife, or if they just didn't trust him to play call. I don't know what it was, but he just wasn't the main guy on the defense to do stuff.
I'm checking now, Chop, to see if I see anybody that was taken. What was the next linebacker taken after him?
I was gonna say I think it was a reach, but also the linebacker depth in this draft is not very good. So if you felt like he was gonna take him before your next pick, then I mean, if you really like him, then you just jump up and reach for him because there isn't very many good linebackers left anyway.
I felt like at first I thought maybe that they were going to get Carson Schlesinger, but he was taken. But on the press conferences, they were all like, "This is the guy that we wanted the entire time, like the whole round. We waited Al Golden's like, I waited 17 picks to pick this guy. This is the guy. We woke up this morning, and this is the guy that we wanted to get."
That's crazy. They took him over Chase. I didn't know that.
I mean, to tell you the truth, I think that it just seems to me like with this draft, maybe the first night I thought maybe they're not doing what Al Golden wants, but then as they're drafting and hearing them talk about the picks they took and why they took them there, I'm thinking they are handing the reins over to Al Golden, because he's getting a lot faster.
The next linebacker didn't go off the board until pick 75, and that was Nick Martin. Yep. But if we didn't pick him,
he likes him.
Yeah. I think we wanted somebody that's more immediate impact, and he can come in day one and make an immediate impact. And I think that's the theme of this draft is, players that can come in right now and make an impact.
Even like your first round pick, I'm not a huge fan of that pick either. But if Al can get the most out of him, that guy obviously is crazy athletic. His traits are through the fucking roof. So I mean, he didn't produce a lot, but if he can produce in the NFL, that's an insane edge rusher you guys just picked up.
Hey, you know who else had 4.5 sacks in their college career? That's a stud in the NFL right now. Danielle Hunter.
Parsons, right?
Danielle Hunter.
Micah Parsons, though, was talking about Shamar Stewart and said that he only had 4 or 5 sacks in college.
Yeah, but Parsons also
for a season, not for
not his entire career.
Yeah, Danielle Hunter's was for his entire career.
I tell you, though, it makes you feel good when someone like Micah Parsons is talking so good about Shamar Stewart. Game knows game, right? And that motherfucker got game.
Texas A&M don't put their players in position to, put up gaudy numbers.
I did hear that because I did hear no one on Texas A&M had a lot of sacks. It wasn't like it wasn't just him. Like no one was really sacking the quarterback like that.
Yeah,
Man,
that's a fair point. Hold on, this is a fair point.
Wheel.
This is a fair point from Ryan. But listen, it don't matter if you're drafted in round 3 or 1. If you end up producing like Danielle Hunter, he's produced like a first-round pick. But yes, he was drafted in round 3 because of that lack of production. So I understand the argument, and I understand both sides of it, what he could be. To be fair, I want to catch up on picks. So,
hey, real quick though, I got to cut out of here. I apologize.
All right, yeah. I know you got shit to do.
I got stuff I got to get to. I got to try to put in a disposal before it's dark.
Yeah,
but I love you. I'll leave you with Kelly though.
I sent you a link to Chop if you join the other show.
Right, if I get done and I can join in, I will.
All right. I got a lot to catch up on because 3 players that I would have fucking loved to have, and the last one hurts me the most. But Cam Madrina from UCLA, linebacker, went to Washington. That one didn't hurt me. Chase I liked him, but that don't hurt me. To the Bills, though, and that's a good spot for him. And then Cam Williams, like, come on, man. And it's the Eagles. Of course the Eagles are like, the Eagles. What we can mold Cam Williams into is huge.
Did you just see who the Ravens booked?
Yeah. I'm getting there.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Jimmy Horn Jr., Panthers, that one don't hurt me. The next one hurts me slightly, but it's also, once again, the Eagles. Antoine Powell-Ryland. They get another he DPR, 3rd downs. Fantastic picks. And then the one that hurts me the most, just now on the board, and somebody put it in the chat. The Baltimore fucking Ravens.
Fuck the Ravens.
Take Aeneas Peoples.
Damn it.
Does it feel like this draft is being like built so heavy in the trenches? Like just because of people like Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry and stuff like that? Like
No,
I know
it's
it
a
influenced
da-
our draft
It's
heavy.
it's a little bit of a down wide receiver class, and that's like a lot of the guys that are still on my board are wide receivers, and why Jimmy Horn Jr. even goes here. But Aeneas Peoples is 86 on my board, and the Ravens got him at 210. That it hurts me. I like him. I believe in him. And if there was one place I would not want him to go, it would have been Baltimore. Because if he's going to reach what I think he can be, it'll be in Baltimore. And he'll be fantastic. And they got Malachi Starks, Mike Green, and Aeneas Peoples.
Well, I do like Starks. I think you guys should have took Starks in round 1. Mike Green, obviously, I've said it a million times. I'm not a big fan of. I think he's a bust. But Malachi Starks, I think, especially next to Kyle Hamilton, I think Malachi Starks will be an insane duo back there.
My guy Divine, he popped off here. I was curious to hear his thoughts on these latest picks.
I'm not happy.
Williams.
I got an attitude right now.
He's got
The
an
Ravens, they took Mike Green and they took Peoples. Come on, man.
And Malachi Starks. I think Malachi Starks, we were talking about that. That could have been our pick at 17, to be honest.
In the words of Charles Barkley, this is terrible. Crazy knuckleheaded terrible. It's just terrible.
That was a pretty good Charles Barkley to me. That's pretty good. Terrible. I can't do it. See, I'm too country white to say terrible. Like I can't do it.
Terrible.
Dale, where do you have RJ Mickey at on your draft board?
Mickens?
Yeah, Mickens, my fault. Yeah, RJ Mickens.
194. But I like him. Clemson safety. We talked about him earlier. Like I like him quite a bit. So he's fun. You know who else is still out there? Damian Martinez, number 1. It's crazy to me. But Tez Johnson, I know how small he is and the concerns there. But the dude can create separation. So at this point of the draft, like a guy like that, somebody could get something with Tez Johnson. I want to mention him too. But
how many picks we got left?
I think
we have 0 picks. The Bengals.
No, I mean in the draft total.
We are not to the end of the 6th. We got the entire 7th.
Holy shit.
Yeah, exactly. it's like 5 more picks in round 6, and then the entire 7th.
I need more beer.
Yeah, this is for the junkies. This is for the junkies. Like when you get in the 6th, 7th round, this is for the guys who just eat, sleep, and breathe the draft to talk about it at this point. You know, facts. Jeff, you keep playing all this audio, my brother.
The casual football watchers turned off the draft after round 3.
Jeff, I'm not hating on you. I'm just saying, like, you know.
I stopped. Good. I was checking my Twitter. Facebook.
We had House of Pain. Maybe I'm just angry because Aeneas Peoples went to the Ravens. Maybe I'm just angry. I ain't gonna take it out on you, Jeff. I promise. But
did you guys even need a DT?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know who you guys have signed in the offseason and stuff, but
we needed a pass rusher. We TJ Slayton we signed to be our run defender, which is really good. So yeah, we just need another interior pass rusher. But
they're banking on Chris Jenkins. They're banking on Chris Jenkins to have pass rush. And your guy Jackson. And
also, our first round draft pick can rush from the interior as well.
So could Murphy. Murphy.
Yep. Have Osai out there along with
Sample.
Yep. That's my boy, Cam. Cam to me is just dependable. Hey, I'm gonna have to. I appreciate you inviting me. I'm gonna have to hop off because I got a class to teach. So,
bro, you got life. Life happens, and I appreciate all the time you gave today, for real.
No problem, man. Who they?
Hey, Divine, I sent you a link if you can join later. If you can,
you got to teach, brother.
Yeah, if you can't. If you can't. Don't worry.
Okay, what time?
Whenever the draft's over.
Oh, no, I'll still be teaching. So if I can hop in, I'll let you know, though. Okay.
All right, bro. Thanks, man.
All right, now. All right, now.
So Hayden Connor from Texas goes pick 211 to the Cardinals. I like him. I like him quite a bit, honestly. Guard.
Yeah.
It's a solid pick here at this point of the draft.
I almost said we're back to the original. We see Chop here, not Kyle. The original draft of the show that we did.
Not Kyle. Who's Kyle?
Or Tyler, whatever the hell his name is. What the fuck is Steelers fan?
Kyle's nowhere close.
All right.
Kelly.
It's okay
Kelly,
if it makes you feel better. I was talking to Jordan Battle yesterday, and I was trying to recruit him to the Steelers to play with next to Minka. And the very first thing he asked me was, "When's the last time y'all won a playoff game?"
Exactly.
So,
Jordan
the
Battle!
recruitment did not go very well.
Damn.
Jordan Battle was
The
spitting.
recruiting did not go very well.
This is my dude.
Did you show him your tramp stamp?
Yeah. So
I
when
thought
when
so.
had
I
him
thought I was
sign
there
my-
when that happened, and this man literally showed him that Chop was talking about, and he showed Jordan Battle the tramp stamp. For anyone who doesn't know, Tyler, show it again. Try to
Oh,
keep
good
your
God.
butt crack in this.
Oh, jeez. By the way, you go take off and do heaters, and I call you. You should answer the phone.
I didn't go off and do heaters this
Oh.
last time. I went in the house, talked to Marissa and stuff,
Oh.
trying to see if I could get some more beer out of her. You know,
How'd that work out?
There you go.
it's gonna happen. It's just gonna be a while.
No, so when I had him sign my shirt that said #1 Bengals fan, Chop had me show him my tramp stamp. I don't know if they were recording or if it was like an Instagram live or whatever it was, but they had it on the recording as well.
See, that's when we should have went live there, Dale.
Yeah.
We should have went live for that.
Hey,
But
Sparky, you Ryan Sparks, you available? You want to talk some draft? I'll send you a link.
Dale wants anybody to talk draft because we both suck at it.
No, no offense, but that is also correct. No, there's other things I want to talk about. The show isn't just about that, but it still is. There's still a bunch of picks, you know. I'm excited, Chop.
You changed
Chop.
You just call me Chop.
I did.
That's a compliment. Thank you.
That is a compliment. You know how much I care about him, and I care about you too. And there's nobody that works harder on their podcast and live shows than you, Jeff.
Thanks, buddy. You changed hats. I like the hat.
This is the second time I've changed hats. I just
It is?
wanted to see it. I was gonna, you know how people at these shows do wardrobe changes.
Uh-huh.
I was gonna see how many times I could change hats before it was brought up. So I guess it was only twice. I could only change it.
I've kept the same. Well, I got other hats. I should go change hats. I got other hats over there. Oh, dude, I wanted so badly to buy that freaking sissy hat jersey.
Oh yeah. Actually, we got a guy. Game on. He went to Kings Island today.
Yeah.
And he said, you guys still on?
Oh, game
I'll
on.
pop on in a few.
Yeah.
So that'll be fun.
There you go.
Yeah.
I sent the link out to a couple of different people for the one we'll do later.
Yeah. Ryan said he's got the kids. They're insane. Okay. No worries, dude. No worries at all. I just, I wanted to toss it out because Ryan's one guy I've not had on the show, but I interact with him on Twitter, chat. I haven't met him in person because he doesn't live around here, but loves the Bengals and he loves the draft. And he's a guy that I really personally respect when it comes to his draft opinions and stuff. So
Almost as much as you respect my draft opinions.
I respect a lot.
I
respect a lot about both of you guys. I just don't. Your draft opinions. Are you going to tell me you have the hottest draft opinions and you watch a bunch of tape?
Fuck no. That's why I always hang out with
Okay,
you.
Tyler, you watch a bunch of tape, like film junkie for the draft.
Not a film junkie. I watch quite a bit, but not a film junkie.
I don't watch any. I listen to this guy. That's who I listen to. I'm surprised Chop. I had the football this whole time flipping around. I thought Chop was like, "Oh my goodness, you're like messing with my ADD." Never said a word.
But I have to bounce for a bit. I'm getting phone calls. I have to answer it quick. So
All good, brother.
all right.
Damn.
I just sent the link to Game On.
Just the two.
I was
of us.
literally going to send the link. Like I'm looking it up, and it goes link because he said you still on. I said yes. He goes link ? Like, like I know I hadn't sent it to you, but yes,
Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Me and Dale. How long did you stay there last night?
it was after 10 something, but like Miley called me because it's chaotic, you know.
Yeah.
And a lot of people I wanted to talk to, more that I wish I could have talked to. So if you're at the draft event and I didn't talk to you, I apologize. But Miley calls and she's like, Mom's tired. And the plan was for her to drive home.
Yeah.
We're about halfway on the drive home, and she is falling asleep driving down the road.
That's not good.
Pull over. So I had to drive home. And then her and Miley slept like the whole way home. It was another hour after that, you know.
Yeah.
Because I'm too.
I had to leave. I know. I wanted to stay there and hang out longer, but I had to go. I told Bourbon, I told James, since James, I was like, I'm out of here. Matt's like, you're leaving already? I was like, dude, I had to work at 4 a.m. I was like,
we got a guy. Hey, we got a guy. We got a guy in the background.
What up, boys?
What up?
How we doing?
Game on.
Good. I'm doing good, but I'm also like,
really?
I could be doing better.
You could be doing a little bit better. Just a little bit,
tad.
right?
Dale said the draft is almost over.
That's the biggest reason I'm sad.
You're sad because the draft is over.
Oh
But
man,
now
our
you
guy
could
went. Our undrafted free agent just went off the board. Tommy Mellett or whatever. That could be a receiver, whatever that we had in for a visit. He just went to the Raiders. Of course, the Raiders would take him. He has 4.39 speed at quarterback / receiver / returner. They love that.
All right, game on. Give me your thoughts on this draft. I'm getting a little past not getting Walter Nolan. That still upsets me, but
me too.
I'm getting past
that.
Drafting a linebacker that I think we could have gotten third round. Getting past that, I think he's good. We got an okay guard. I think
he's the best linebacker available. He's your starting linebacker.
Yeah, we got another guard. We got 2 guards now. So I'm getting to the point where I'm okay with this draft.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts?
Yeah. So I think when you look at this draft, no matter what grade you give it, you look at it and you say, okay, all 6 of these guys have the opportunity to step on the field in year 1, which is something in the past that maybe is not so true, right?
A
lot of them high floor. When you look at Jalen Rivers, I think the team listed him as a swing tackle. They feel like he's a swing tackle coming out. So he's definitely going to see the field later in the draft.
Jumbo packages. Yeah.
Yeah. Dylan Fairchild starting left guard. Barrett Carter. Somebody that I think could be he could be that Joker role. He could be a multi-spy type guy, a guy that can rush the quarterback a little bit, along with Demetrius Knight, who's just a thumper and a great physical linebacker. A little bit more athletic than Jermaine Pratt, but, has Pratt-esque characteristics when he was a little bit younger. I look across the board, and as long as Shamar Stewart plays 40% snap share, I'm all in on this draft, and I think we're going to get value out of every single one of these guys. And even Taj Brooks, look out, man.
I love that. I loved it.
I like that one.
Good pass blocker.
That might be my favorite one, to be honest. I like
4th in the NCAA in 15-plus yard carries in 2024. So definitely somebody that has that breakaway elusiveness to his game, one-cut guy, but can also really get you, the 3rd and 1 conversion, right? That's something that we just haven't had in years past. So running back room is so solid right now, guys.
Robert Longerbeam went to the Ravens before Tommy to the Raiders, because I'm just trying to announce everything for anybody that might listen to podcast for him. And then R.J. Mickens, a guy I thought the Bengals might have taken potentially at safety from Clemson, goes to the Chargers at pick 214. So 215, the Raiders are back on the clock. And I believe we're actually not even in the 7th round. We're still 2 more picks in the 6th round. We got a long way to go, boys.
And we got another show to do after this. What the hell?
It's a marathon.
Hey, game on. You want to be on the after show?
We'll see. Depend on if the children will continue to sleep or we're gonna do gifts. It's my son's birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday to
3.
your son. How old is he?
3 years old.
All right.
Yeah.
Man,
loving life. We went to Kings Island today. First day it opened. Not too many people. A little chilly, but perfect for us. So
I don't like crowds at a theme. Like, if you can go to a theme park and still do everything you want to do without a crowd, that is literally chef's kiss.
That's why I liked. I liked having season tickets. I would want to go when nobody else would go. If it's crowded, I'm like, I don't want to go. Like, hell no.
Exactly. Well, and the one thing that I noticed while we were there is a lot of the crowd was the high schoolers.
Yeah.
And so, the kiddie land was virtually nobody there. Right.
Yeah.
So we were able to get on everything and ride a bunch of stuff.
You should have fun on his birthday.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Great time.
That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
And now he's taking a nap and he can come on here and talk draft.
Yeah. Come here, talk get the boy broke in on the podcast world,
Another quarterback off the board, Tom Jones.
Okay.
Cam Miller, North Dakota State. Yeah, he's interesting. Whatever.
Cam Miller.
All of these guys going, I want to just mention, all of these guys going before Quinn Ewers from Texas.
He still hasn't got drafted yet. Damn.
That's really interesting. Him and Gronowski from South Dakota State, the two best quarterbacks.
No. He went back to school. He transferred.
No. Yeah, but I'm saying like the two best quarterbacks in the FCS.
Got you.
Cam Miller, guy that he can run, he can pass. Again, one read system, really simple stuff. Probably why he fell this far. We got the goods from Trey Lance. I think everybody's kind of caught up now.
I'll give a little bit of my best available, and then I want to game on to if do you do your own board at all, or
I pay attention a little bit here and there. I don't have
game on.
I didn't know if you had a board, because like Divine has a board. A lot
game
of
on just spits knowledge. That's all game on does.
No, I know that, but so I'm gonna mention some of the guys in the blow myself a little. The Project Game Day draft guide.
Wait, you got your own draft guide?
But the top guys on my board, it is Isaiah Bond, and there's off field, and I've said that all day. So and he had a bad season, but it's the off field. Like this guy literally will probably go undrafted. The next guy on the board is Kobe Bryant, undersized from Kansas, the corner. Really, really like him. Holland Pierce, the mummy, as Divine calls him, because he didn't like that all day. Jake Majors, center from Texas, a little surprising. Restrepo, who had a terrible process, terrible workout, whether he, his hamstring or whatever happened there, but good football player on tape. Luke Kandra from Cincinnati, and I know you guys are both Bearcats fans, still on the board.
Oh, yeah.
One of my personal favorites, Damian Martinez. So the only reason that I could nitpick the Taj Brooks pick is because I love Damian Martinez. I really like Taj Brooks. Tez Johnson, undersized. I understand why these people are available, but he can separate. He's got speed. He's got return ability. Like at this point of the draft, Ja'Cory Brooks, Andrew Armstrong, couple receivers. Jake Brenningstool, undersized tight end receiving weapon, still out there. Hunter Roller, 14th on Joe Goodberry's board. 14th. This guy's still out there.
Okay.
Zy Alexander, Jared Ivey. Jared Ivey had a 2 RAS score. He was an edge. He was productive. He's probably, his best fit's probably 3-4. 3-4 edge / your D tackle, basically in 3-4. Quinn Ewers, Logan Brown, Ricky White, Mello Dotson, Clay Webb, Sebastian Castro is the safety I thought the Bengals could have went with from Iowa.
Yep.
Luke Lachey, another Iowa guy, tight end. Nick Nash, like him, out of San Jose State. Elijah Badger, Jack Nelson, LaQuint Allen, Kyle Monunga. That's the players. Not saying fits for the Bengals, but that's the players still on my board.
How about Thomas Fedone out of Nebraska, tight end?
If I flipped one more page, he'd be on it.
He's right there, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like him.
Seth McLaughlin, I want to mention that because I flipped the page to see who was at the top. The center from Ohio State.
Any D tackle you think we could take in the UDFA process that you think would play D tackle 5 for this team?
Well, I think pass rush, right? It got real thin. I did recap that earlier, but
yeah,
the one that stands out to me, because now people's off the board. There's 2 actually that stand out to me in my head.
Stackhouse, perhaps.
No.
Okay, you don't like it.
He is it's not. He's a run stuffer.
Yeah.
His pass rush win rate is 0.
Right.
0.0.
Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying you want to go after a pass rusher. I got it.
Yes. So Cam Horsley, Jared Harrison Hunt, and then probably Thor Griffith from Louisville, but Harvard before that. I still would be interested in bringing him in, like 40-some reps, but wasn't invited to the Senior Bowl, wasn't invited to the Combine even.
Okay. Gotcha. Any interest in Howard Cross?
Yes, he was the next guy on my board. He's just undersized, but so is Peebles. And
right. Well,
that
and that's
connection. If he goes undrafted, oh my God! If he is not a Bengal, if he goes undrafted,
right. And he's somebody that's similar to, I think back to Trey Hopkins, right? Hopkins came in undersized, UDFA process, Texas, right? A couple years in the system, and then finally worked his way onto the field. You know how the Bengals like to do it. They like to get one run stuffer and one pass rusher, maybe an undersized guy, maybe a guy that has just a little bit more of their game that they feel like, a couple years in the system, and then they can come up and play a few snaps here and there.
we got a punter off the board. We might have like 2 or 3 kickers, but we got a punter.
Let's go.
Is this the most I ever remember kickers or punters getting drafted?
No. Sometimes they're fired off way more than this.
Really?
Way more.
That was that 23 or 22 or 23.
Mike Nugent was a 2nd-round pick. The guy from the Broncos was a 2nd-round pick.
Yeah.
Janikowski,
first-round pick with Janikowski.
Janikowski, yeah.
But Janikowski was like 20 years ago now.
So but punter.
Wow.
Punter, I remember Stonehouse went in the 4th. I'm trying to think.
There was a bunch.
Yeah, who's the guy that is that the guy who the Ravens took in the 4th round?
I think so.
Okay. And then there was another one in the 4th that went to the Bucks later on. That same round, remember?
I remember when we took Brad Robbins that there was Ethan Evans that went to the Rams, and he's been pretty good. Those were 6th-round guys, but
yeah.
About I don't scout kickers and punters.
Bryce Baringer, Patriots 4th round, 5th round maybe.
All right, any names we haven't mentioned, chat? If there's any kicker or punter that you remember that's been drafted in the last 3 years. We have to be missing several.
We definitely are.
That's only like the 3rd kicker, I believe. Maybe 4th. I think there's been 3 kickers, and that's the 1st punter.
They'll probably mention Cade York, Cleveland.
Evan McPherson.
Yeah.
Well, duh. We knew that one.
I know, but we hadn't mentioned it. For the podcast listeners.
In
the future.
That don't listen. Oh, wait, no. They don't listen to mine.
So the Cowboys are on the clock, 7th round. That's what I have. If anything, fired in the chat.
We are in the 7th round, 217th pick. The Dallas Cowboys.
We made it, boys. We made it to the 7th.
Where's the quality of the UDFAs, you think? Just running back in general, or you think there's some quality?
Thank you. That's what I wanted to talk to you guys about because you're Bearcats fans.
Right.
But it doesn't matter now. That's why I didn't. That's why because Damian Martinez.
It's still good to get him though. I'd still get him and bring him in UDFA.
Yeah, because you could put him on your practice squad if he's a UDFA.
Yeah. Yep. Him. I look at Donovan Edwards. I think he would be good for us, as one of those bruiser types. I think Phil Maffa from Clemson.
Yes.
He could be a short yardage guy that could win. Kyle Monongai. I'm surprised he's still there.
LaQuint Allen, Syracuse.
Yeah, LaQuint Allen. Yep. I agree.
Jay Hot Tua
girl.
Goes to the Cowboys, run stuffer. He was not on my D tackle board. He is a run stuffer. I didn't love him. I remember the Beast came out and everybody goes, Dane Brugler has him as the 3rd-round pick. You're a fucking idiot for not having their draft guide. I'm like, he was in my draft guide. I took him out. I'm sorry. What round did he just go in? 7th. Okay.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. Maybe I know what I'm doing.
No, there's no maybe. You know what you're doing.
I watched tape. It's not great.
I can't lie to you. If Logan Brown falls to UDFA, he's first priority for me. Absolutely first priority. It's probably not going to happen. He'll probably get drafted.
Great season. Logan Brown, offensive tackle, but could probably play guard. Great season for Kansas. Kansas scheme. A lot of their guys have great seasons, to be fair. But Wisconsin recruits a lot of dogs, and he was a 5-star recruit.
Dog.
But he did not get on the field as that 5-star recruit.
Yeah.
At Wisconsin. But I do like Logan Brown as well. Very athletic. His RAS score was fantastic.
Another guy that, I think he wowed at the Senior Bowl. And then he did a little bit here and there, and people were impressed with his interviews. But a developmental pick, John Williams out of Cincinnati, the tackle, later on. So
I liked his tape. I liked his tape a lot, and PFF grades and everything else along with the tape is very good. He's maybe he's a guard in the NFL.
Some developmental stuff that you can absolutely work through, but I mean that's what you need with Scott Peters, right? Just get him a couple of guys where he can like develop them and see how they go. Over the next couple of years, he'd be one of those.
Oh, Jack Nelson. Did we talk Jack Nelson from Wisconsin?
Jack Nelson, yeah.
Been like a 4-year starter at tackle, like at UDFA. Like if he doesn't go here. Oh, no, never mind. The Falcons just took Jack Nelson from Wisconsin.
Would you stop speaking into existence?
That makes sense, though. He gets to the second level really well. Good run blocker, run first system there. Makes a lot of sense for them.
I like Jack Nelson a lot. I really like.
By the way, Dale, are you on the rum now?
No. What makes you think that?
Nothing. I just heard the ice cooking.
Oh,
Rum Dale is about to come out.
Rum.
No, I have like this much rum, but Maritza was supposed to get me beer 3 hours ago. So when the beer ran out, I said, I've got a hidden stash of rum. Just a little bit left. I'm gonna mix me one of these. I got enough for one more, but
has she left yet?
No, probably not. She said, I walked in, she said, "What are you doing?" I said,
"Draft."
She said, "What are you doing?" I didn't want to say, "Did you get my beer, bitch?" But,
probably not a good way to start the conversation.
No, I did not. But that was going through my head of like what I was thinking.
Right.
And I was like, "Well, you sound tired." I was like, "Oh man, you still didn't get up and get in the shower?" Because that's what she told me 3 hours ago. She's going to get up, get in the shower, go get some food. And so I was like, okay. Yeah. And then she's like, I said, "Did you fall asleep?" She's like, "Yeah, I just literally woke up when you actually right before she talked to me, heard me coming in. That's when she woke up." So I was like, I said, baby. I spit baby, because I still need this beer, by the way. It ain't here. It's not here.
All right.
I said, baby.
Baby.
I said, you were asleep. I don't blame you. You work so hard. You do so much. Like, I'm just glad you got a little nap in today.
Yeah. Hey, Dale, that's way better than saying, I said, bitch.
I said, bitch, where's my beer?
Bitch, where's my beer?
All right, continue. Draft.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, game. Go ahead.
Luke Lashley. I mean, season-ending injury in 23. Obviously, a guy, big play ability, strong.
Iowa tight end. You could have started there.
Yeah, Iowa tight end. Sure. Felt like he was probably going to go earlier on. This is like the perfect time to pick him. Man, some of these guys, there's some great value here. Where after the draft, I mean, we've got 6 tight ends on the roster currently, but in the I think practice squad portion of that right now, or the futures contract portion of that, I don't think we have one currently. So we may dip in that area and go with somebody like him.
Practice squad, if it's undrafted, and one that we won't go with at tight end is Thomas Fedone the second.
He just went off before.
Yeah. You talked about him. And he went to the Giants.
You guys are speaking shit into existence right now.
Right.
He was 212 on my board. He went at 219.
There's too many good running backs though. So they'll
I
definitely
will say
be some
another player
guys.
that should have went back to school. I had no thoughts that he was coming out this year, and when he did, I was like, why are you coming out? He has had some injuries in his career.
Right.
So it's like, which concerns me more that you came out, because he needs another year. Like, and you're a 7th round pick, dude. You could have early on, because man, I'm a year ahead on this shit. So early on, I was like, he goes back to school. He has a chance to be a 3rd round pick if he stays healthy and produces again. And he comes out, and that's the ones that hurt me. Cam Williams, another guy I said should have went back to school. Isaiah Bond, I said should have went back to school, but he would still have those charges, so that's kind of irrelevant.
Still, they don't go away. They kind of stay there. They prove them wrong.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Isaiah Bond, probably undraftable. You know, another guy that would be really nice to get. This is my last one. All right.
Is it Thomas the Tank? If you say Thomas the Tank.
No. I promise. I'm done after this one.
No, I want you to keep going.
How about a little Boyd-esque? How about a little Xavier Restrepo? I know the numbers were bad. I know the numbers were bad.
He pulled a hamstring.
The tape was phenomenal. Why not, man? Why not? And look, we've got issues. I really did think if the Bengals traded back, I thought the 7th round pick was going to be a receiver to compete with Charlie Jones for a spot. Because I really think Charlie is the odd man out right now. In the
bad 4th round pick, by the way. Bad. 6 year.
Yes.
And this is where it's like 6 year this, that. But
yeah.
He had a great season at Purdue. And this is a pro Shamar Stewart conversation I'm about to have with myself, but with you guys and everybody else.
Thank God. I'm glad to be a part of it. Go ahead.
You're welcome. Shamar Stewart has no production, right?
Mm-hmm.
The best traits in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Charlie Jones bounces around. Iowa, Buffalo, ends up at Purdue for his last year. Has all this production. Fantastic. But he's a 6-year guy. He's older.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, what's his traits? How's he winning in the NFL?
Mm-hmm.
What's he doing? And you're taking him in the 4th. I thought it was that he shouldn't have went. Andre Osfosh that we took in the 6th. I was like, that's probably a better pick than him.
Yeah.
That went in the 4th. And what's happened? Who's on the field? Who's playing?
Andre.
Yeah. Track.
Yeah. I'm with you, man.
Mm-hmm.
I know. We're spitting.
I feel the same way about Tez, though, too. Like, I think Tez is a guy that has dynamicness in his punt return and kick return ability, like late in draft. I know the numbers were bad via the RAS, but the kid has burner speed, game tape burner speed. So I would have thought a team would.
Separation. Cut on the tape. Cut on the tape. Cut on the Senior Bowl.
Yep.
Tape.
So he's definitely one. And then we talked to Kobe a few days ago. Kobe Hudson from UCF.
Yes.
He could just be a target after the draft, UDFA process.
So how was that on Spaces or was that on a show?
What's that?
When you say you talked to him?
Three days ago, I think he had talked to the Bengals.
Oh,
it was reported 3 days ago.
Yeah,
he had a virtual. He had a virtual.
He had a virtual conversation.
Because I'm always curious how many spaces Game On actually does a day. I'm just curious.
We're just recycling points here.
The man does spaces more than I do podcasts.
That's right.
Jonah Monheim off the board to the Jaguars. Man, one of the most disappointing players to watch on film this season because it was like he's probably going to move to because his tackle tape isn't bad. Played a lot of football, but when he moved to center, it's like it was so bad this year. That's why he's in the 7th round. I thought he could be center anywhere between 1 and 5, and yeah, he goes here in the 7th, but. There's still something there for versatility and this, that, and the other. But and now Cody Lindenberg, linebacker of Minnesota, to the Raiders. I'm just trying to know. And Marcus Bryant went, by the way, Missouri O tackle. I know nothing about Marcus Bryant.
Don't say Lindenbaugh. It brings back bad memories for me.
I said Lindenberg.
I know. It's not you said Lindenbaugh. You made me cry because he's.
I mean, you're supposed to know like 400 guys. What are we doing?
To know it all. I know. No, I know 400. I know 500. I don't know
500,
600, 700.
I know the guys the Bengals drafted, and that's what I know.
Oh, Junior Tafuna, by the way, back to the D tackle
yeah.
Because I'm marking off stuff as I go. You know,
I got my little cheat sheet here.
Just for everybody's information, I'm not marking shit off.
Oh, another disappointing guy, as I'm marking stuff off that just on the sheet here, Antoine Wells Jr., Ole Miss.
Yep.
South Carolina before. Juice Wells. His nickname's Juice. And he had a couple years ago, everybody thought this was going to be a first-round receiver. Didn't play good last year and didn't play good this year. I'm not surprised. He's 230 on my board, just saying.
Hey, we got a question in the chat here. Trevor wants to know, I love Fairchild pick. You boys think they reached?
We'll pop it up.
I can't. I don't.
I know. I'm the only one that can control the chat. I know. This is how I feel when I'm on your show, Jeff. This is how I feel when I'm on your show.
You took the controls away from me 2 years ago. I can't do that anymore. and you actually, you could still have the controls of mine, but you got rid of them. Anyway, continue. Fairchild, what do you got?
We'll I don't. Go.
I see. I go back and forth because he's still going to compete to start, and they expect him to start at left guard. It sounded like pitcher was very adamant that he was going to start. So whether you feel like he's a third round or a fourth round, I mean, remember last year we talked about McKinley Jackson. A lot of people thought he was like a fifth round pick instead of
his fourth round. Well, the only opinion that matters is mine. Game one, you buy the draft guide. I said maybe it was a tad early, but he was the second best run stuffer / nose tackle.
And Dale, 1 sack in 2 years, man. I mean, you can't beat that. You can't beat that. He's coming in. He's going to be a dog. He's going to compete, and honestly, much better tape than what you got in Cordell Volson. Much better tape as a prospect.
I like him. I would have rather have gotten Tate Ratledge in the second, and then maybe gotten the linebacker in the third that we got. I can't remember his name now.
Barrett Carter.
Yeah. No, the one we got in the second round.
Oh, Knight.
Yeah.
Demetrius Knight.
Because according to this guy and a whole bunch of other people, he was a third rounder. So
now here's the thing about
come on now. You all saw the draft guide. You all see where I stack prospects.
I know, but every time I talk to you about
I stack stuff. Second, third round, 75th on my board.
Here's the thing about Demetrius Knight, though. The story is he came in to South Carolina as a freshman and took over the captaincy of the defense.
As a freshman?
As a freshman.
I'm sold. Fuck it. I'm sold. Great pick.
They expect the kid to run the defense.
So one thing I'll put this with the guys they drafted this year.
Yeah.
Nobody has any flags. I don't think I won't say they didn't reach, but there's no character issues on these guys.
That's the most important thing. When they looked at the draft, they said,
went back
this
to
guy,
what they got him. Mm-hmm.
High-level character. Yeah. That's number one.
Yep.
That's what they got. They went back to that because they were doing better when they were
drafting. Game on. I know you weren't there, Jeff, but game on. I remember it so vividly. There was a couple people that asked me about how I felt about Jermaine Burton. One of them was Houday Joe, and the other one was Game On. And I'll let you speak on my reaction. And I didn't shit on it because I ain't going to shit on it. These are young guys.
Last year?
Yeah, his face was red, and he's like, dude, it's just there's some red flags that I can't look past.
Wasn't I on the show last year?
No. This was in person at the draft party.
Oh yeah, that's right. I wasn't there.
His face went bright red.
Yeah. No, I remember now. Yeah.
His face went bright red, and he goes, "Dude, there's just some red flags that I can't look past." I'm like, I'm trying to get amped, right? I'm like, yo, but it's still there's some good stuff there, right?
Willie Gray loves him.
He's like, yeah, there are, but
let's be honest. If somebody he can get his shit together,
right? Which is exact. I believe I probably said that too. I said he has the talent, but I was like,
what kills me is I've met the dude. I've met him for.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's not, but you got to show up. You got to wake up in the morning and show up for practice and your biggest opportunities.
Right. Now, are you ready for this? Inside source indicates to me that he's in the building right now.
Good.
He's in the building.
I said he should live there like Ocho.
He's working out. Yeah. And he's doing some studying.
Dude, honestly, legit, that gets me fired up. If he does, oh my God, our offense is going to be that much better if he can do it, which I said I don't want to get too excited about it.
Fantastic. His ball tracking is elite.
Oh yeah, 100%. He's just got to want it, Dale. He's just got to want it. That Chargers game, there were a couple.
Hopefully, almost losing it last year goes. Maybe the light went off. Going, oh shit, I better get myself together.
They said he's trying to establish himself a routine.
Good.
And once he establishes that routine, obviously it's just going to be muscle memory. Get up, go in, work out.
Well, if you're an NFL player, that's what they all do.
Yeah.
I want to continue. I want to continue this conversation. 7th round, Bengals don't have a pick here, but I want to also announce some picks here and there. So Damian Martinez, I love Seahawks. Boom.
I have to go water my dog. I'll be back.
Boo.
Keontae Hamilton, D tackle. He was not in the draft guide, but I did watch a little of him. I was told about him, and pretty good player. Pretty pass rush wise. And 7th round, you're just throwing darts, but a guy that developed and has done some stuff. I like that. And then Keaton Crawford goes next from Nevada, the safety. So that's just to finish out the picks.
All right.
Whew. But yeah, I was going to say continue this conversation. The nice man left, but no, I am also excited about. Listen, it is it. Does he love ball? Will he lock in? Will he really will he do this all season? Is he locked in for now because he wants to make the 53?
Yeah.
I have concerns.
They're valid. They're valid. I think everybody, knowing what they know is that everybody's questioning whether he loves the game of football. Is this his passion in life? Mm-hmm. And I'm not sure it is, but he's got to act more mature in the process. And right now, hopefully he's taking the steps to that very action. And we'll see on the field. If he remember last year, his biggest issue was he didn't pick up the playbook, right?
Yep.
I mean, that on top
he didn't take anything seriously. He just thought shit was going to be handed to him in a way or whatever. And listen, mental health. We talk about mental health. It's very important for the job I do, everything.
Yeah.
So, that's what I'm like. Maybe this guy just needs some kind of therapy. Not I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm saying he's got some shit in his life that's just, it is what it is. But he's got to figure that out. And the people around him, though, and the coaches and the other players should help him figure that out, too.
Yep, 100%. I think my biggest red flag for him last year was obviously we had a game plan centered around him, right? Burrow and Chase both talked highly of him the week of the Raiders game, right? The week of the Raiders game, he doesn't show up for practice. Then we find out word that he's not going to start. Then he's not going to play. And then he shows up to the game in pajamas. That for me, I was like, come on, man.
Bro, I
can't see one of those moments this year, right? I got to see a guy that's focused on football, that comes in day one, establishes a routine, is a contributor in the locker room as well as in the film room. And then on the field, it speaks for itself.
Well, and to be fair, and I hope he realizes this, he is down to his last strike. Yeah, you were a third-round pick. But at the end of the day, the not showing up and practicing and the not doing this, that, and the other. But they drafted him because they didn't know what they were going to do money-wise and this, that, and the other in the future. Right. And T. Higgins is now back on a long-term contract.
Yep.
Andre Osvash is here. So your roster spot is not guaranteed regardless at wide receiver 4, 5, 6. It's not. He can add some value as special teams. But hell, they picked up Isaiah Williams, and his value and who he seems to be a hard worker.
Right. I think that's the guy that he's your punt returner first and foremost.
Too. Yeah.
But I think they want to also incorporate him into certain sets on the field. Him as a motion man, maybe as a clear out player. I saw it a little bit last year, 2 to 3 snaps, sprinkled into a few games. I could see it this year. But Jermaine, he can get the snaps. He's just got to put in the work.
He's got to lock in. He's got to put in the work. And, but it's like if you don't show up for a practice, a walkthrough, and we have packages for you, and you don't do that this year, we're not only not traveling you with the team or not starting you or, you're not on the 53 that day or the 45 that day, whatever,
Yeah.
You are literally off the team. So he has to realize that. But that's the thing. Talent-wise, it was never an issue about talent for Jermaine Burton.
Yeah.
He's got the talent. He has first-round talent. But he has undrafted free agent work ethic to this point.
Right. Oh, Jeff, you want to jump in there?
No, I'm good.
No, we're still talking Jermaine Burton.
Oh,
right?
I don't know what you're talking about. We're talking about Burton. I was off my chain. Good. What are you talking about?
It's a great chain, by the way.
Yeah, no, seriously, what are you talking about?
See, I think he comes in clean, all of that. He could see the field as a wide receiver for 10 to 15 snaps a game and really keep this offense, at the top of his game.
Humming.
Right?
T. Higgins needs a break, or T. Higgins isn't playing a game.
I'll put it this way:
he's starting.
If Burton gets his shit together, you got Chase, T, Mike G, and then you add Burton to that. Holy shit!
Yeah,
I like right now. Mike G is your third wide receiver, which it's tight end, but he's your third wide receiver. You add Burton to that.
Yoshi though is actually,
and then you still got Yoshi. I'm like, get the dude. Nobody's stopping us. And now we just added the running back, Tajay Brooks.
Yeah, Taj Brooks.
Taj Brooks, and then Chase Brown.
Well, and Samaje back, who they trust, love as a pass protector, pass catcher. But I think Zach Moss, and that's what the Taj Brooks signified to me. I said this game on, and I want to ask your opinion. But yes, they brought him back. Yes, it's probably something that saved them cap money at that point.
Yeah.
But he may go on IR. We don't know about the neck. That to me. Sorry, I asked you game on, but the Taj Brooks things like that because once they signed or reconsolidated with his contract, I'm like, they might not go running back. They did. This is not a good sign for Zach Moss being. I won't say on the team, but like you said, he could be on the pup list or something like that. There's something going on there, and which is not a bad thing because we don't have to rely on Zach Moss because we don't know. So it's a great pick in that part. Go ahead, game on.
It's not like we paid Samaje a lot either, but
guys, last year we were decimated with injuries on the defensive line, and it showed. Right,
and at running back,
couple of games couldn't get after the quarterback. Couldn't defend the run. You were having to rely on J2 Fele, Lawrence Guy, Zach Carter, and Carter gets cut once McKinley Jackson comes back and Chris Jenkins gets activated. The Bengals realized, hey, at every position, this is going to be similar to the 2021-2022 thinking. At every position, we need to not rely so much on UDFAs and waiver claims to fill the back end of our roster. We need to rely on guys that we're willing to either draft or guys that we're willing to sign in free agency. And so I think that's what this whole Zach Moss, Samaje Perine being running back 3, running back 4, I think it's a great thing because now you're not missing out on the whole pass blocking thing. One guy goes down 1 week, you could slide one guy in. And I think Samaje can still play special teams. I think, Moss can pass block. Samaje can pass block, and now Taj Brooks can pass block.
I'll get to Kenzie's comment here, and yes, they do, especially with special teams. And what you're saying, Samaje was like, remember that punt protection role?
Yep.
So he's that, and they do but they're a little heavy roster wise on tight ends. So it's usually you go thin at 1, you go 3 tight ends, 4 running backs, or you go 4 tight ends, 3 running backs. It'll be interesting. Maybe they go, but sometimes they've kept 6 or 7 receivers.
Yeah.
All right. So
that's where you get these running backs and tight ends on your 53 is where you go. If you go heavy on both. So
I'll be honest with you,
though. Is he gonna get a chance to play this year?
I'll be honest with you though. The odd man out. I've already said it. The odd man out is Charlie Jones. They'll keep 5 wide receivers.
Oh yeah, I think so.
And I also
I'll disagree with that.
I also think it's one of McLaughlin or Hudson. I think this is the year they move McLaughlin to practice squad or attempt to move him to practice squad because he is 27 years old now. Talking about a 27-year-old tight end
move
that's
him
not
to
seeing
the
the
active
field.
roster, or he was already on the practice squad last year.
No, hold on. What he's saying is, if they don't, he's in a competition for that roster spot, and he's in it actually with Cam Grandy, who I think they love for blocking, but he's also in it with Tanner Hudson, who probably has more special teams value. He will earn his roster spot on special teams if he's going to earn one, and if he doesn't, Tanner McLaughlin is going to the practice squad or not a Cincinnati Bengal. Is that what you were saying, Game On?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's between Hudson and McLaughlin. But I also think it's between McLaughlin and other positions for that last.
And you got to look at this way: the Bengals spent a draft pick on McLaughlin, so they're going to hold that higher, in my opinion. And I love Tanner Hudson than they are Tanner Hudson. Tanner Hudson was a UDFA.
But here's the good thing, guys. Exactly what Game On was talking about to start the conversation. Depth. Injuries happen.
Right.
Injuries happen. One guy gets hurt in training camp. One guy gets hurt in preseason game 1 or 2. And they're all still here because you have the expanded rosters. Guess how easy it is? We're trying to predict this guy gets cut. That guy gets cut. Well, let's say one guy goes down, because I don't want to say a name. I don't want to put that on somebody.
Right.
But one guy goes down in the tight end, running back room, wherever. Well, guess what? Now it's a lot easier to project how you roster those other guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or the running back room, easier to project.
Well, I want to bring it back to another one that I've been talking about all offseason is the guard room. Right now, they're honestly, even with the guys in draft, I think they're the deepest at guard as far as talent-wise go that they've been since Joe Burrow got here. I mean, everybody say what they want to, whatever.
I want to continue that conversation. I just want to mention Carson Brenner to the Steelers, Curtis Rourke to the 49ers, Brashard Smith to the Chiefs. I like that pick for them.
That could be a great pick for them.
Yeah, returner running back. Dante Kent, don't even know who that is. Central Michigan corner.
What?
Dan Jackson, safety, the Lions. That's not a bad pick either. But
what?
Continue the conversation.
Right,
I will be right back. Yeah. I'm going to exhaust the last of the rum.
Go get some more beer. But game on. So this is I've been banging the drum all off season. Guard.
Yeah.
I honestly would rather them sign a free agent, but I said this from the get-go when they signed re-signed Cody Ford. Cody Ford's the coach's center. Cody Ford is the guard for the Bengals. I've been saying this from the get-go. I think they look at him as a starter. Not that he's plug in there,
right?
But you got him who, look, I said this before. If he's a guard, I'm okay with it. I'm not great with it, but I'm okay with it. You got the guy they signed for the Saints. They just drafted 2 guys. One of them's going to start. I'm guaranteeing you one of them's going to start at guard.
Yep.
And the thing is, that makes Cordell Volson expendable. And nothing, I mean, I'm not, Cordell, if you're watching, I love you. But that's where he's at. And he was our starter for basically the last 2 years.
I hinted at this before the draft. Cordell is going to be paid $3.6 million this year, but he's only guaranteed $164K of that on a dead. That makes a lot of sense to me, right?
Well,
the Bengals could end up deading him. Lucas Patrick would be your backup. They're not going to keep, $5+ million on the bench.
Well, we talk about that because you cut Cordell, you get his money, and then you cut Pratt, and you get his money.
Right.
So that's $7 million, $6 million.
Yeah, Pratt is a $5 million savings, $2 million cap hit, $7 million or $2 million dead, $7 million cap hit, right? And then Cordell would be 3.6, so 3.5 cap savings.
So you're
on
talking
164.
There you go. So I mean, So I mean that's. I know everybody in the chat can go, oh, let's trade Volzy, let's trade Pratt. I'm sure the Bengals would have loved to do that. I think there's a reason that nobody trade for him because they know the Bengals are going to cut them and they just wait and they'll cut them. But That's even more cap space, and you still have, in my opinion, the deepest guard room that we've had. Again, it's not exactly what I wanted at all. I wanted at least one solid guard, and I don't know if we actually have that.
Yeah.
But I hope when Fairchild, everybody's big on Fairchild, and I hope they're right. I don't know. I don't pretend to be a draft guy. I'm just a guy, dumbass, who hosts a podcast. So, but from all the draft experts, they're like, he's a good guard. And if you get him, and then you can find somebody else, Cody Ford. So I'm like, I think he might be the other one.
Yeah, he very well could be. I think if they end up cutting those two guys, they'll have some additional cap space. It'll be interesting to see what they do with that. You know, would they make a call to Dalton Reisner and say, "Hey, Cody"?
I think so.
You know, we'll.
I think Reisner. I think they're done.
Because I think Cody. This may be weird to think about, but I think Cody is your third tackle.
Could be.
I don't think it's Jalen Rivers. I think it's Cody
Ford.
Ford.
Yeah. Well, all right. Let's put it this way. So you still start Cody at guard,
correct,
and then kick him out to tackle, and then you put Rivers at guard. Then
correct.
I mean, so that still doesn't.
Rivers and Patrick would compete then.
Yes.
at guard.
As the backup guard. Yes.
Yep.
Yes. So I mean, again, like we have two guys, Cody Ford and Rivers, that can play off like 4 different positions.
Yep.
We have not had that versatility. And like I said, Cody Ford he impressed the hell out of me last year as how many different positions he played and how good he was. And you see he was good. He wasn't outstanding. He was good. He was functional. You know, he was a backup. Now, I think he's a pretty good guard, but you have more versatility than we've ever had. And that's like, and I'm trying to I don't necessarily talk myself into this, but just talk it through. That's like, all right, this is what they have. This is better than what they had. I'll put it to you.
Oh, yeah. No, it definitely is.
I think they've improved the offensive line, not to the degree I wanted them to. I wanted them to get I want to go sign 2 starters and forget it, you know, and then go draft some backups. Is what I want them to do, but they didn't.
I think this is more about Peters getting the guys that he wants in his system.
Yeah.
Right. And, you know, getting guys that he's comfortable with coaching.
Right.
Versus potentially bringing in vets. And, you know, it's difficult to teach vets, you know, your system when they've been around the league for, you know, 7 to 10 years.
Right.
And
especially when his is a little different than what everyone else has been teaching.
Definitely a little bit different.
That's the thing I want to tell or give the Bengals credit for, because they're doing something that's a little outside the box when they hired him.
The little advanced metrics, you know, punch technique.
Hey, Dolphins just drafted Quinn Ewers.
Ooh, okay.
I see it on screen right now. Sorry.
I mean, that's better than what they had at quarterback 3. And it almost seems like they have quarterback 3 play every year.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
Tua.
Because Tua keeps getting hurt. Ewers, I mean, it's not a bad spot for Ewers. So like you said, he gets hurt and Ewers can step in, and he don't look happy. He looked like he's about to cry. Like, man, it took me so long to get here. Crying because he's happy he finally got it.
I don't know if you guys talked about it. What did you think about Shedeur going to Cleveland?
All right, I talked about this a lot because I was shocked. I mean,
yeah,
I said it on my show. I'll be surprised if he gets past the Giants and the Browns and New Orleans and the Steelers. I think he go to the first round. I did. I was completely wrong. Not only did they pass him up once, most teams passed him up 3 times. And the Browns finally like, all right, fuck it, he's still there. We'll take him. You know, and that's I'm not saying he's going to be a great quarterback. I have no idea, but in this draft, he was in most draft guys, he was the second best quarterback in the draft. And I'm just curious, like this is going to be he's going to put a big chip on his shoulder going, all right, you guys not only did not pick me in the first round, you didn't pick me in the second round, you didn't pick me in the third round, you waited a 4th to get me. Right. All right, we'll see. Tom Brady had a big ass chip, and I think Shedeur is more physically talented than Tom Brady was at his best day. So I think it's a good. I mean, now Cleveland's the place where quarterbacks go and die, which is what they used to say about the Bengals, which was completely wrong about the Bengals. We've had a lot of good quarterbacks, but we'll see. I mean, they got a lot of quarterbacks in that room. Somebody put in the chat like, "What does it mean? Deshaun Watson gets cut?" Like, they still ain't cutting Deshaun. They can't.
They can't do it.
They can't afford to cut him. I mean, it's too big of a hit.
Yeah, it's like 99 million of a hit.
It's ridiculous how much it is.
But they actually just restructured him again, so they pushed more of his money into the first after year, or whatever you call it, void year. That first void year.
Yeah.
So he's like right now, his dead is 167 million for 25 with the restructure. Next year it's going to be 131, and then the year after it's 50. Because every year they're just taking 19 million and then pushing it off.
He's gonna be the Bobby Bonilla of the Browns. He's gonna just show up every year, pick a check up.
Just gonna keep getting that huge check. That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
So I mean,
no, but I'm with you. I think they ended up. It's really, really interesting to me. I thought the Browns were just going to not draft a quarterback at all. I thought they were going to take a bunch of picks.
I'm shocked
up
the
for
Steelers
next year.
didn't take him. The Steelers, they don't have anybody.
Yeah, did they end up taking anyone or no?
No, I don't think they did. Where's Dale at? We need Dale. I don't think they did. I think they're waiting on Aaron Rodgers and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. That's who they got. Like, I mean, and the Browns took another quarterback before him.
They got they did get Captain Jack though. Ohio Staters.
Right. So they
No. They drafted 6th round. They drafted Will Howard.
Will Howard, yes, you're right. Will Howard. They drafted 2 quarterbacks, not 1 but 2. Yeah. So I mean, and they traded for Kenny Pickett. So this whole Shedeur Sanders thing toward the end is like they're like, all right, he's still there. Fuck.
Not only did they trade for Kenny Pickett, they signed Joe Flacco
right
before the draft.
Right. So that's what like this whole thing with Shedeur is just like I think he's going to eventually be their starting quarterback. I do.
Yeah.
But
I'm like, I was under the impression they weren't going to take a quarterback. They were going to wait till next year. But now they have 2 in their system in Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur.
Who they traded for, plus Flacco they signed. They got 4 guys they added to that room this year.
Yeah, so I really don't understand like the future expectation for them. They have 2 first-round picks next year. I thought they were going to load up and then try to trade up.
That's why I'm shocked the Steelers. I'm glad they didn't. I don't want the Browns to take him, but I'm shocked the Steelers didn't take him. I'm like,
yeah,
you don't have a fucking quarterback.
Hey, I'm just excited we got some names off the board from when I left to when I came back that I knew. 5 straight.
All right, let's go, Dale.
5 straight.
Run it, Dale. Who you got?
Quinn Ewers at pick 231.
Yep, Miami.
Quarterback to Miami. And he'll probably play, right? Because
we're just talking about
Hawk Tua gets hurt all the time.
Hawk Tua. I like that. Hawk Tua gets hurt. Yes, good.
Hunter Wooler, 14th on Joe Goberry's board. The safety goes in the 7th round, Wisconsin. He's decent. He was a better athlete, at least relevant athletic score than I thought. But I almost feel like he's an undersized linebacker. Like, I don't know. I don't see him as like a coverage guy in the NFL at safety. And I think that's why he fell, and that's where he went. Kyle Monunga, I really like. He goes to the Bears at pick 233, running back out of Rutgers. He's a smacky in the mouth. He's a good running back. I like that pick for them. Mason Richmond. What y'all know about Mason Richmond? Game on, what you know about Mason Richmond? Because I do.
Hang on just a second. I'm trying to plug in here. Give me 1 second.
I just want to know if he knows about Mason Richmond, because I looked at all these draft guides. I looked at all these other people's boards here the last couple of weeks, and I'm like, no one's talking about Mason Richmond from Iowa.
You know,
he's an offensive tackle. And I'm like, this guy's been on my board since last year.
What do you think about Tez Johnson? He just wants the Buccaneers.
I was going to get there, Jeff. Jeez,
my bad.
But yeah, we talked about Tez a little bit, but the Buccaneers, I don't know what I didn't think they would take Ibuka at 19, so we can continue that. And look, Quint Allen, Syracuse, Greg's Yoshi player goes to the Jaguars also. So good players coming off the board here, and I like that. You know, you're throwing darts because it's 7th round, but I don't think these are darts. I think these are guys that make the roster for all these teams, to be fair. But Mason Richmond, great.
Richmond last year, looks like he had 2 sacks given up on the season. Pretty good pass blocker and run blocker across the board. A little bit, looks like, 6'6", 312. I mean, no issue there. I'm just looking at like the last couple of years. The 2023 season, he had a really bad year.
Oh, that's it then, right?
So gave up 4 sacks, 21 pressures, 96.7 pass blocking efficiency there, and 4 penalties in the season. This year, he actually much better than last season. That's probably why he actually got drafted. But that's somebody that that was, much better this year. And that's the reason why.
Well, look at he's a 4-year starter. Academic
all
All Big
starter.
10. Decent athleticism. Only 7 pressures allowed. 7 pressures, not sacks, not pressures.
Right. So, I mean, huge improvement from 23 to 24. But at the same time, teams are probably looking at that pass and saying, was it scheme? Was it he himself?
Good lineman. Connor Colby, another guy still out there, by the way.
I have a serious question here. Is she getting you more beer?
Yeah, that's what took so long. I apologize for taking. I was honestly like, these guys might both need to go, and I'll come back, and the show will just be a screen because
I would never do that to you.
They can't end it. I'm the only one that can end it.
I would never do that to you. I just said to talk to myself.
So I thank you guys for being here.
The last bit here, Dale, is that he only had 316 pass blocking snaps. So that is also, I mean, they're a run first team, Caleb Johnson, obviously. So that's something that people probably look at and say, okay, not enough opportunity there.
Understandable. But I think it's just no one talks about him. There's so many other players to talk about. Is there anybody? Are you back, or are you still in the midst of doing stuff?
My daughter's sitting right next to me.
Okay. Yeah. So we got to be appropriate.
Yeah, I got to be appropriate. I might have to go here in a little bit.
I was about to say, if you need to go, also go. But is there any of those guys, Quentin Ewers, Kyle Monungai, Hunter Wooler, Tez Johnson,
man,
Quint Allen, that you want to talk about that's just come off the board?
Yeah, Monungai, really, really good at Rutgers. I feel like he was kind of a do-everything back, a little bit more of a power guy. I think he'll be really good there. Who did LaQuinton Allen go to?
LaQuint Allen went to the Jaguars, and they took a running back earlier.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Maybe they're just loading up the room. Obviously, that signals the end of Travis Etienne. I think he's either going to get traded or they're just going to cut him.
He may be done in general, too.
You think so?
No, I just think, he's been injured a lot, and
well, the injury happened, and then he came back and he fumbled, and then they left him off the roster for 3 weeks. He was inactive, so
his time is definitely done there.
Yeah.
Either way.
Yeah. So they're just bringing new faces to the room, and it's going to be it's an exciting time for Jaguars.
How about the Buccaneers taking Tez Johnson? Because we talked about how much we like him creating separation, but they took Ibuka, but they also re-signed. We thought he was leaving. I always blank on his name. Very good player.
Godwin.
And they have Mike Evans, and they drafted Jalen McMillan last year.
Yeah. I think they just really emphasize speed a lot. I mean, remember they had Scotty Miller 1 year. I think last year, or they had Jalen Darden. They like these kids that can be multiple, right? They can do a little punt return, do a little kick return, and then be that speed option, over the top, separator, run a 9, and get a touchdown. And so I think that's probably going to be his primary role there. They're probably going to start him off as special teams and you see if he can work his way on the field. But
hey, we'll let you out of here, man.
I appreciate it, man. I just want to come on.
You are incredible. I love plug If people aren't watching her spaces, I mean, if they don't know you,
A
follow
million
this.
spaces a day. A million.
Game on 513 on Twitter at Game on J Money, the handle. Catch me in spaces. I hope to come back and we could do a little bit of a review, talk a little bit more about the players. Jeff, I'll come on your show sometime when I'm not watching these kids.
We're doing a live after the draft tonight. I can see.
Well, what's better than doing another live? Hey, what are you doing tomorrow?
Tomorrow's Sunday. I don't have too much, so
we can do a recap show tomorrow.
Yeah,
we're doing one tonight.
I might be down.
Son's birthday. We'll do a recap. We're going to be doing your show. We can recap it tomorrow, but I'm saying do another recap show tomorrow.
You gonna send me a link? Am I invited?
And we'll see how you act on your own channel.
It's not very nice at all.
Always invited. All right, fellas.
You see how I act on my own channel.
Take care. Have a good one.
See you, Game On. See you, brother.
See you, bro.
I like that. See how you act on your own channel.
This is a good dude right there. Yeah, I was hoping you would pick up on that. I was like, that's funny. I don't care who you are. That's funny. Like, see how you act on your own channel.
Right, exactly. No, the beer's starting to kick in now. I will see. Dude, I have sent the link out to different people on for this one to try to get people to jump on.
It's all good. It's all good.
Trags can't join. Skinny can't join. They're all busy covering the draft. It's bullshit.
I just, I'd feel like I let down the Brew Crew and the people that tune in if I tapped out early.
We are not tapping out early, dude. We are here for you are just going to bullshit. I don't care.
I'm not going to tap out early.
Yeah.
It's a shit. I am thankful that you and Game On were able to hold that down because, I got one last run in me to finish out this 7th round. And I may still have to go check on my dog.
So I scheduled my show at 6:40. We might have to jump onto mine if you don't care.
We're on the same stream. I should have just said we should have kept it rolling, but
we could. Well, I get 6:40. We can just jump on there when it ends. It's what's.
But it's a lot to go from one stream to the other, and then everyone else has to go from one stream to another.
I know.
Just cancel your show.
I just sent the link to everybody. God, I can't work under these conditions.
I know. Difficult, man.
No, you're not. You're awesome.
No, I'm just saying because I hate it for the people that are actually tuned in and watching now, but
how many people are watching now?
But that's why they should subscribe to Sports 418.
Woo!
Well, that's why they should subscribe to Sports with Strawberry Ice,
well,
right?
I'm already streaming this to my channel anyway.
I know. Well, that's what I'm saying. I know you asked me that, and I didn't give you the answer that I should have of just we'll keep this rolling. I was trying to, but you were already streaming to your channel.
I'm already streaming to my channel. I put it this way. I'll fix it. I'll send the right link. I'll cancel mine.
Yeah, just send the same link. Link.
It's a funny word to say.
Oh, boys, it's that rum.
It's rum day on time, baby.
It's already in.
It's kicking in. All right, hold on. I got to freaking. How do I? Live. Nope, not that one. That was yesterday's. There you go.
There's just still a lot to talk about. I just, but I'll recap the last pick. So Micah Robinson, cornerback from Tulane, goes 237 to the Packers. I got nothing. Ricky White the third to the Seahawks, and they need wide receivers. And I love this guy blocked 4 punts. I'm deleted. He's a receiver that blocked 4 punts. He blocked 4 punts.
4 punts
this season.
4. I guess it's 2.
If I was a team that needed a receiver, I would have considered taking Ricky White in the 3rd or 4th round, and he goes in the 7th. I absolutely love that pick. Phil Maffa goes to the Cowboys from Clemson. I liked Will Shipley, but last year Will Shipley lost his job, who is now Shipley is an Eagle. He was drafted there last year. He may just end up being a special team returner guy. He's very undersized. You know who's not undersized? Phil Maffa, the guy who took the job from him at Clemson. He didn't have the greatest season. He's not the most explosive. He's not the fastest, but he's a load. He's a load. Phil is a load. It's a load to handle. It's a heavy load.
There's lots of heavy loads.
I wanted to see how many times I could say load without you saying anything.
I'm trying to send the right link.
I know. I'm trying to make you laugh.
I know. Hey, I got to water my dog a second. I'm about to water the floor here in a second.
And then Caden Prather goes to the Bills from Maryland. I like him too. He's 199 on my board. So that's the catch up for podcast listeners. Anything else? Yeah, but there's a lot of good players still on the board. But it is what it's the 7th round. They're good, but they probably have concerns. But every now and again, yeah, I think I said it right that time. You find a jewel. And once again, Isaiah Bond, top guy on the list. This was before his charges. So he's undrafted. I wouldn't touch him with the 10-foot pole. But that's why he's on my board. I'm just reading top guys on my board. Cubby Bryant. Man, that one hurts me. I thought 3rd, 4th round talent from Kansas. He's still out there. Very good. He's undersized. So he weighed in at 180, but he probably plays in the low 170s. So that's a concern. But his play style is not like that. He'll hit you. He'll come up. He'll do a lot of things. And he's had a very productive, very good career at Kansas. But his teammate, Mello Dotson, is also there. So I'll just mention him now. I like both of those guys. And then Holland Pierce, the mummy, as our guy Divine calls him.
The mummy.
He's slow, but he's 6'8", 340. So if Holland Pierce gets to an undrafted free agent, why wouldn't you be in on Holland Pierce? Jake Majors, center from Texas, 4-year starter at Texas. Why is he still on the board? Seth McLaughlin, another center, by the way, Ohio State. Xavier Restrepo.
Stealing our gig. ESPN is drinking on the show right now. They're stealing our thing.
You know what? They're desperate. Yeah. Desperate times, desperate measures.
They want to steal from Bengals and Brewers and Strawberry Ice. That's bullshit.
Desperate times, desperate measures for ESPN.
We are the original drunken podcast, okay? Rich. OG drunken podcast.
I don't drink every day. I drink one day a week typically. On the draft, I drink at least 3 days, and tomorrow maybe 4 in a row. And that's my one time of the year that I can drink 4 days in a row and excuse it because I love the draft. But a lot of work I put into the draft.
You do.
With the draft guy. It's a lot.
You did a lot. Dude, we've had a great freaking weekend. I had my show Thursday night at MLT's. You had your live draft show. You guys killed it at the Project Game Day thing yesterday. We're 6.5 hours into this freaking podcast. We got one tomorrow.
Oh my God, we're 6.5 hours in, and we're talking about when the 7th round ends. We're just going to keep it rolling.
We're just going to keep it rolling. Yeah,
this will be the longest.
Well,
I wonder longest stream ever since that time you forgot to take your earbuds out and pissed.
What is? I wonder what. Hey, chat, look it up. What's the longest? What's the longest live stream ever?
No. See, you can't do that because there's people that get paid boatload of money that do these marathon gaming streams.
Well, okay. What about just two guys bullshitting for
Hold on. What is the longest Bengals podcast with an alcoholic name in the name of their show?
Well, there goes mine. Mine's not in it then.
I think we got a chance to beat it. We may have already beat it. Dude, just beat it.
Dude, the first year we did this and we went for 7 or 8 hours.
Okay,
so day 3.
Okay,
day 3.
Okay, so that's probably the answer then.
Yeah, we're
7 or 8 hours. We're at 6.5. Got to keep it
10.
rolling,
dude. We talked till 5 o'clock in the morning the other night. We can.
This is true.
We're not going to talk about the same stuff we talked about then on the air, but we talked about we talked.
It might come up at some point if we're still on the air in 4 hours. There might be a lot of things talked about that. You never know.
You never know.
That's one thing about me, man. I wish that I just didn't have this. But I like having a mouth. Well, especially to suck your best friend's dicks and stuff.
Duh.
I'm a people pleaser, Crip.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Who?
Wow. What?
You called me Crip. You called me Chop.
No. I wasn't calling you Crip. I was. So you don't watch White Lotus, right?
No, I don't. No, I don't know what that is.
Exactly. Okay. Well, I've never jerked my brother off, to be fair. But
I met your brother.
I'm going to start with that. But this White Lotus show, this guy jerked his brother, and but it was like his brother, like when he talked to him and whatever, and they're clearing it, he's like, I'm just a people pleaser. And so Crip calls me the people pleaser now. It's a thing.
Look, we're brothers, but you're never jerking me off. I'll just put that out there.
That's not what you literally wanted me to do yesterday, Jeff. But okay, since we're on the stream,
that was supposed to be a private conversation, Dale. God, can't keep anything with you.
There he is. There he is. I knew he was like that.
So, did Marissa go get you beer? Did she leave?
Haven't left yet. No, her and Miley, they literally have slept all day. Both of them.
All right,
her and Miley were still
do me a favor. We have a BWDWRUN beer run in Portsmouth, Ohio. Somebody go get this man some beer. He's on his last rum. We're at 243. They're doing, I don't know what the hell they're doing. They're eating apple pie or something on ESPN now. We're drinking. And
we also accept super chats. If you're in here and you're like, man, how the hell are you guys still streaming after 6.5 hours?
We would take super chats. Yes.
I would accept a super chat.
Yes. A super chat that would pay for Dale's beer. We'll take that. Which actually, you don't get any of the super chats. It goes to Derek, right?
He pays me if I ask.
How do you have to?
I just don't ask. To be
How do you
fair,
have to ask?
No, he usually does. But he's dealing with stuff. Sarah's grandfather passed away. Maybe it's not my place to announce. So that's why he wasn't at the Project Game Day event. And that's why he's in and out and, stuff and doing a lot. So, he's taking care of her. But so I was like, well, for me because I usually meet him. That's just how it is. He lives halfway away.
Now we're getting this conversation we had at 5 a.m. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's already happening.
It's already happening. Go ahead.
But, I'm like, man, it's just easier for me not to go to be 4-hour drive, and I was there less than 4 hours, Yeah,
I was there for 3 before you got there.
Well, also Marissa and Miley wanted to go to Grand March, which is the prom. I had a nephew on my side of the family, a niece on Marissa's side of the family, but it's same, you know what I mean? It's a nephew and niece, so it's a nephew and niece, but they're both in this, and so what they decided was to go get pictures, and I got the ticket off of
KP. What's up? KP's in there.
Sarah's ticket off of Derek for Miley to go, and so then it's like me and Miley and Marissa went, and it's like, hey, we weren't there a long time. The scouting report Chop gave it shows up late, leaves early, and didn't do a damn thing.
You did put your Project Game Day shirt on, co-founder. You did put that on. So you did, and
that shirt is very nice. I'm actually still wearing it.
Still wearing it. You got to pull it up though. And you took a picture with Jordan Battle. So even though
I seen that picture. I seen the picture. You can barely see you can see my
you're
eyes.
behind.
Same thing that happened with Corey Dillon at the event last year. I was so in the back you couldn't even see me. Bro, I'm the guy. Hold on, you guys. I'm an Eminem fan, but the D12. Who's the fat guy in D12?
Oh fuck!
I'm the guy in the back.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? That's me.
Yeah, I know. You're like, hey, I'm here.
No, I just. They killed that event, by the way.
They did, dude. That was awesome. Bourbon told me he was there. They're there at 10 a.m. Holy crap!
Almost all of them was there at 10 a.m. You know who wasn't?
That guy.
You know what time I got? Hold on. They got there at 10 a.m., set everything up. You know what time I was there, Jeff?
8.
It was closer to 7:30.
7:30.
Give me a little credit. No, they were there at 10 a.m. I get there at 7:30 p.m.
Well, to be honest, you live 2 hours away.
And Marissa had to work, and they had to
work.
But that's all bullshit. Whatever. I mean, it's not bullshit, but it's the truth. It's pathetic.
It's not pathetic, dude. Hey, you made a lot of money for
so after the event, at least if you're not gonna get there till 7:30, and we've been setting up since 10, and you're part of this, you could at least stay and clean up, couldn't you?
Nope, you left.
No, I said, oh man, the event ends at 11, and you guys are gonna clean up after. Miley and Marissa was like, We're tired. 10 o'clock. It was like a little after 10.
I was already in bed.
I'm out. Shows up late, leaves early.
That is the superstar of Bengals of Project Game Day. Bengals and Brewers, Dale motherfucking Altman, right there.
I feel so bad. I really do feel bad, but
They don't feel bad. That's fine. I say it's fine. I didn't help at all. I like I said, at least you have something to do. I have nothing to do with it. I just hung out and said hi. So
you have a lot to do with it. You always promote it. You
do not have a lot to do. I have absolutely nothing to do with it. None.
Your promotion of it alone and the friendship and everything, and like it was just so good to see you, Maddie. It was so good to see everybody that showed up. Like for real,
dude. I wish I could have stayed longer. You're gonna leave. I'm like, dude, I gotta go to work.
I know, but no. And I like, dude, I love you so much. And like, honestly, there's things in the works, and this is part of our conversation that we want to do. And it's like, it's not about the draft guide about making money, because if I continue with Project Game Day, I would still like to keep that as something. And if you guys want it, honestly, it went $1,500 last year to $500 this year. I'm gonna make $0 next year, but I put a lot of work into it, and I can come on this stream and I can talk about it. I care about it. I'm gonna do it anyways, to be honest.
Do it anyway, yeah.
But if there was a way to do a website, any web designers out there watch the show, and if you have a vision, I ain't gonna pay for no website, and I don't know how to set anything up, but I can give you scouting reports, and I can give you all these mock draft simulators and stuff. I can do that.
I got guys. I told you that. I got guys. We're gonna talk.
Okay. But no, I did not forget about that, Jeff. I would.
I'm glad you didn't. I wasn't sure if you did or not. Like literally, that conversation got to the point where I think you and your. Oh, I thought I was. I went to bed. I thought we were both passed out. We were like, this. Like,
well, remember the worst part, which I was telling Marissa about today. The worst part for me, and anytime talking to Jeff is a pleasure.
What was the worst part about talking to me?
No. It wasn't about talking to you. The worst part while I was talking to you, it's almost 5 a.m.
Yeah.
And one of these fucking cats.
Yes, the cat. Yes, I remember the cat. Yes. Leave the cat back in.
It's dark. It's cold. It's raining. I got my light on, and I'm like,
come here, cat. Come here, pussy. Come here, pussy.
No, I didn't know where it went.
I know you couldn't find it.
And then like 15 minutes later, after walking around doing all this and that, I look over and that cat just went around the other side of the house and was like, "I'm ready to go back in." Which I was honestly like, "Thank God."
We just got our cat back. She got fixed. Thank God.
Yeah. Well, I got all these motherfuckers fixed. I paid so much money to get cats fixed that I didn't even want.
Dude, having a cat going through heat sucks. Meow. Shut up.
Shut the fuck up. Fucking.
And then the thing is, like, I'm the only guy in the house, so she like, and my wife thinks I'm crazy, but like she kept coming around me, like sticking her ass up for me. I'm like, no.
Jeff was when Jeff's real drunk, he's like, I'm thinking about it,
but I wasn't that drunk. Like, no, get away from me. And then the stupid cat's broke. I got a box here. She's broken five of my damn bobbleheads, and there's a sixth one over there.
All right, I'll catch up the picks.
Where do we go? We're draft, yeah. Football.
Caleb Lohner, tight end, Utah. No idea who that is. So we're into the point of I have no idea who these people are.
If Dale doesn't know who they are, we're late.
I mean, they could still be good. Like, I ain't writing people off. I'm just saying they're not people I've. Kanata Mumford from Pittsburgh. I think, that's about where he'd go, but he was in my best of the rest. I like this next guy, LSU Tiger, Garrett Dellinger, but I didn't like him at the Senior Bowl. He was terrible at the Senior Bowl.
Sorry.
Dominic Lovett from Georgia. Yeah, I like a veteran guy. That Lions took him at 244. And then Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt from Arizona. He didn't play this year. There's been some off-field stuff with him, but he's very talented. I think he was a Shrine Bowl MVP. So he's very talented. So I ain't writing this kid off that he could have a role. And then Corey Black from Oklahoma State. cornerback. And Dane Brugler was pretty high on him. So I went and watched him some. I'm like, he's decent, but it's not a guy that was on my radar. 7th round. It's whatever. Now the Cowboys are on the clock at pick 247. And we're only going to 257. We are almost.
We are almost there.
Through 7 rounds, boys.
It's 248 right now. I'm looking at. I don't know what you just said, but
well, who'd the Cowboys take?
Well, if it pop up, I tell you.
Yeah, if it pop up,
yeah, you'd have another kid.
No, I wouldn't. Marissa's fixed. That don't mean I wouldn't have another kid. You know how many times I get, well, why didn't you get your fucking tubes? I almost said my tubes tied. I can't get my tubes tied. That don't make no goddamn sense.
No, it don't work that way, Dale.
I ain't got no tubes.
Yeah.
My butthole tubes? You can't get pregnant in the butt. All right, anyways, back to the...
What the hell?
It's the rum!
It's the rum!
She should have got me beer 2 hours ago when I asked for it.
What's wrong with her?
God damn it, Marissa.
Shh. I said, bitch.
I was like, God damn it, Marissa. If you got me beer 2 hours ago, I wouldn't be on this rum right now. What the fuck?
What the fuck, bitch?
You said that, though?
No.
I was thinking it. I was like finna to say it.
Dude, I was like this. I was like, bitch.
Yeah, but what? Ice. So what if your wife comes down there and she's like, Jeff, you're done with this stream. We ain't having Kent Lee Platt on. You ain't doing this shit.
Yeah.
What are you gonna say to her?
I'll get back. Bitch. I do what I want to do.
Yeah, but you said that? You said that?
I did. I was straight to her face. And I said this. I said, bitch, I do what I want to do.
Oh, shit!
Right to her.
Shit!
Right to her. And she let my dog in because she's being awesome.
If Marissa walked in right now.
Yeah, what'd you tell her? Yeah.
And she was like,
yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
You got to close this stream off.
Right.
Because, I went to that Project Game Day event. I drove your ass there. I drove halfway back home.
Halfway.
And, what'd you do? What'd you do? You did nothing at the event. You did nothing.
Nope.
What'd you do?
Yeah.
She said that to me. You know what I'm going to say to her?
What would you say? Yeah, what would you say?
I'm going to be like, listen here. Bitch. I'm going to say whatever I want to say.
Damn. No, you didn't.
But I was thinking it.
My wife is not watching my podcast.
Yeah, my wife don't watch my podcast either.
It's not even my podcast. It's bigger than Bruce. She ain't watching it. She didn't watch mine.
No, we're cross-streaming.
I hate my shorts get twisted.
We're scissoring.
Scissor me, baby.
Tommy, you can boast or whatever. I don't know how to pronounce that name, but another Maryland D tackle off the board to the Cowboys.
Tommy Akin be softer. There you go.
Like, why couldn't we just say Akon Beast?
Tommy A.
A Beast. He's an A Beast.
Yeah.
A Beast. A Beast.
Yeah. What up?
Like, that's what I go with.
How have you ever watched this crap right now? I'm just curious.
I'm not. No, I'm not. It's I just got the tracker up for ESPN.
Not the draft. Us. How many, you got the thing on up there? How many people are watching us right now?
450. 450.
Still? Are watching this? 450?
I mean, I don't know. That could just be people that like accidentally left their phones open or something. I don't know.
It could be. I don't know. Sure.
I'll just let it roll, man. Like, we're having fun, right? We could jump on your stream. All right, set one up, Jeff.
I already canceled it. No, it's done. I already canceled it.
I had to say it, though.
I know. I already canceled it.
Hey, Kevin's watching.
Kevin. And hopefully Caitlin Black figures out which link to click on.
Anybody still in the chat? Anybody still like
Kevin is? Kevin just said hi.
No, I say no. I said anybody still in the chat like, so I think somebody asked us. Hold on, let me scroll up.
You know what we should do?
Get naked?
Well, that's later.
Okay.
You should send the link out.
We could, but then like if people come in, But hey, we're gonna send the link out.
We always kick people out. Because I can't do it.
We're gonna send the link out. But
you know who's gonna join?
But every time
Kevin's gonna join. Anthony's gonna join without a shirt on.
I don't think there's anything wrong with people joining. I'm just saying.
No, I'm just telling you, those two are join. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that.
It gets a little crazy, and then it's also kind of like, you know how hard it is, Ice.
Yeah. So, all right, we'll put it this way: when Caitlin Black joins us, if he does, because he's kind of busy. If he joins us, we're kicking all you motherfuckers out.
But if you come in this chat, we talking Bengals, or we're talking about me licking Jeff's butthole, or we're talking about Ice. Not Iceman. See, I just almost called Chop Iceman.
I know it's the rum. It's the rum talking.
We talking about
me and Chop look a lot alike.
We're talking about Chop putting his nuts on Tyler Kelly's face.
Yes,
for $1,000 for charity. Because I still think that conversation.
So hey, one thing. What I'm trying to do. Look, what I'm trying to do is get Project Game Day to the Moorline House. Is what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to work on. How cool would that be?
Hold on.
That was crickets.
Uh-oh. No, somebody walked in.
Oh, shit.
Man, Marissa, I'm sorry. Listen here, bitch. You ain't gonna fucking tell me what to do. But thank you for the beer.
Bam! And that's not Marissa.
Shh, you were supposed to go with this. I was doing a bit.
That's Miley. It's Miley. I know it's Miley.
Miley, thank you so much, for real.
Miley's awesome. We love Miley.
Hold on.
She can't hear me. I'll say hi. Brad, I said, you were happy with the Bengals draft, and what grade do you give it? I am. The more I think about it, the more I'm seeing what they're doing. I'm happy that they have multiple guys at guard that potentially could be starters, and they have two guys, Cody Ford and not Fairchild, but the one they drafted in the 6th round that can play multiple positions on the offensive line. The offensive line, the guard position is deeper now than it has been in a while. I'm happy with that. Shamar Stewart, I'm happy with the potential he can have. I would rather have had a instant impact guy. I do like the linebacker. I would have liked him at the 3rd round better, but that's their guy. So I'm okay with the draft because they addressed their needs, whether we like the players or not. We needed an edge. We needed linebackers. We got 2 of them. We needed guards. We got 2 of them. We needed a running back. We got a hell of a running back. So I'm like, I'm not.
They're putting a lot of faith in Geno Stone, by the way.
Put a lot of faith. I would like the safety. They put a lot of faith in Geno Stone. They put also a lot of faith in Al Golden. So I'm okay with it. I'm
okay with it.
Look, I'm always like Dale always, and they guys can be shitless. I'm always trying to be optimistic about it. I don't, because everybody says, "Oh, they sucked. They did terrible." Like, that's not what I wanted.
Well, I'm negative. I'm negative.
Right.
I'm a pessimist, bro.
Right, but I can. But you're with me though on this. You can see what they're trying to do.
The vision.
I can see the vision. I don't totally agree with it, which I don't have to. I'm just a fan. I'm not supposed to agree with it. They're not supposed to listen to me. They're supposed to know more than me. So I hope they do. Did you get in trouble?
No, that's what I was going to like. And that was Miley, my daughter, man. And she's fantastic. She brought down the beer, but she did tell me, like, she's like, which this is, dude, it's always about cats around here. She's like, Marissa,
27 of them.
Marissa don't think Lyra's going to come back, and this is the cat we've had for a long time.
Oh, left?
Because yeah,
I know that.
and she sleeps in our bed all the time.
Oh,
but she goes out, and you know.
Oh, she gets out and then she had to come back.
Yeah, she ain't been in the house in like 3 days or whatever.
Oh wow!
And I'm just like, bro's just fucking, whatever. She's just fucking doing her thing,
dude. So we got Ember fixed. Ember is dying to go outside. So now that she's fixed, we'll let her go outside. Because dude, did I tell you a couple weeks ago she got out the house? Hey, it's about time he's ripping heaters on the damn show. Okay, I keep telling him don't worry about it.
Ripping heaters, huh? Fucking.
But she left and she was gone like almost all night. It was like, so I woke up. I think I was talking to you. I was still up, and I was like 4 a.m, and I went out and looked for her one more time, and I found her. And thank God we just got her back today because she got fixed, and she wasn't pregnant. I swore I'm like this stupid.
You were about to fucking kill some babies.
Yeah, I was like that cat is going to be pregnant. I do not want baby kittens.
I don't need kittens. I don't need it.
No,
I need more because that's just more cats in about a few months. Mm-hmm.
Crip says, "Ice Cincinnati guard just went to Green Bay."
Yeah, no, I'll update.
Oh, did he? Did he? Oh, cool.
Well, we'll update. And it's not a guard; it's a tackle. But I do think he plays guard in the NFL. That's what I said earlier. But Malike Matavea, I should have asked you actually to say that name because I know that I am not pronouncing that correctly from UCLA tight end.
Real quick before you get to this, Kent Lee just texted me back and said, "No worries, I'll be there." A few minutes after the draft ends, I have to do the rollover to the 2026 PFN mock system. Doesn't take me that long. Sounds good. So he'll be
dude. Kent Lee Platt is amazing. This will be great. This will be fantastic. Yeah. Like undrafted free agency, everything he does. Math bomb, RAS scores.
Yeah.
He is RAS scores, by the way.
Yes, he is RAS. He is RAS.
All the national media uses it. He did that. He created that. He's the math bomb.
Right. He's the math bomb. He created the relative athletic score. And they all use it, which is amazing. I mean, that's something you and me will never do that. That's kind of cool. Laura.
I ain't trying to do all that.
I ain't trying to do it either, but it's just something cool that they use, and then might use it after he's gone. That's just kind of cool.
Dude, that's cool. That's incredible.
Go ahead, bring him off.
Connor Colby went next to the 49ers guard from Iowa. I really like that. John Williams, Cincinnati, O tackle. He's an O tackle at Cincinnati. I do think his features at guard, but I like him. I think he has a chance. And now all of a sudden, we have our first long snapper off the board.
Woo!
Julian Ashby from Vanderbilt. I don't know who the fuck that is, but it's a long snapper, and I love Clark Harris. So,
by the way, shout out to Clark Harris, greatest long snapper ever. Just saying. And
no offense, Clark, but I did replace your jersey that said "To Dell, my best friend." I replaced it with this KD art print, Joe Burrow print. Yeah, I'm sorry.
You get rid of Ohio
Clark
State.
Harris loved me back enough. He would have been back on the show in the last 2 years. I love you still, Clark.
You get rid of Ohio State stuff. Put that there.
Now we got another guy. I don't know who the hell this is.
Yeah.
Junior Bergen from Montana, wide receiver.
He's a virgin. Junior virgin.
And we're down to 5 picks left.
5 picks to go, baby.
So
5 picks to go.
Perfect. I mean, there's still 5. 5 more players will be picked, but this is a great time to talk about undrafted free agency. The start of it.
You know what? Hold on. This is a great time for me to go get some more. I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not going to the store. I'm just gonna go walk over there.
Oh, okay.
I'll leave the screen on if that makes you feel better. Okay.
Yeah. Do that.
That'll make you feel better. Okay. I love you. I'll be back. Don't worry.
I'm not leaving. You're there.
Now I take my headphones off. You start talking shit about me.
Hold on. You haven't.
What?
Nothing.
What?
This fucking moron.
I say
The dumbest motherfucker I fucking know. His Sports with Strawberry Ice, Jeff Trinapool. Don't watch his show. Don't go to his live shows. He's a fucking moron. He's a big dumb animal. Look at him. Westish. Kobe Bryant has not went anywhere. That's what I said. Like he is the highest rated player on my board. Kobe Bryant, Kansas corner. He's not the highest rated player. It's Isaiah Bond, but he has legal stuff along with the bad. He would be off the board if it wasn't for the legal stuff. The legal stuff seems real. I think he hit a woman. You hit a woman, and that can be proven. Bro, you off my goddamn board, to be honest. So, like, he's off the board in a way. But that's something when I put together the draft guide, he was on it. But Kobe Bryant is definitely next. Holland Pierce, mummy. Because he's slow, but he's 6'8", I bring him in. Jake Majors, the center from Texas. Four-year starter. Like, dude is a beast. Xavier Restrepo. Listen, I know he didn't run fast. He was incredible at Miami. I love him as a slot receiver. And if you are going to get rid of Charlie Jones, I know we have Yoshi. This is not a Yoshi knock, but we're talking undrafted free agent. Why wouldn't you want to have Xavier Restrepo in your camp to compete? And if he's doing half of what he's doing, and Joe Burrow is like, I got chemistry with this guy. I want him on the 53. He should be on the 53. So I think here's one. I know we took Dylan Fairchild. I know we took Jalen Rivers, but maybe they think Jalen Rivers is the swing tackle and Dylan Fairchild, left guard. We still don't necessarily know about the right guard spot, like from somebody that's played right guard and played at a good level. Next guy on my board, Luke Kandra. And he's local. Bro, you ain't even got to move. You ain't got to do nothing. You already in Cincinnati. We're literally going to be like, you're in Cincinnati, stay in Cincinnati. Luke Kandra. Luke Kandra is the undrafted free agent. I would be all over Luke Kandra as an undrafted free agent for the Bengals.
Yeah, but he got drafted.
Oh, he did? Shit, my bad.
Didn't he? I thought you were talking about who's the offensive lineman? Right?
No, I was talking about undrafted.
Oh, my bad.
I was like, you got news? I missed that one.
Dude,
oh my God, yes. And Ivan Pierce, I had a 3rd round grade on Ivan Pierce.
I know.
I have a 4th round grade on Luke Kandra. So if we get him and listen, Ivan Pierce.
Hey, listen.
There was some shit. He's an asshole. I heard people that fucking taught with him. He's an asshole. He's pretty good at fucking football, though.
Very good at football, yeah. I'll say that. Yeah.
Not fucking football. I never watched him fucking football, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. You wait. You said you wanted to watch some fucking football?
But Luke Kandra would be absolute fucking dog.
Just ignore me on that one.
Will be a great pick.
Oh God.
And there's still what? Okay, so Fidel. No, hold on. Zig Biggers went to the Dolphins. D tackle. He's a run stuffer from Georgia Tech. Yep. Fidel Diggs, really good pick. Low key, that's a great pick for the Saints there. He's got pass rush upside out of Syracuse. He can get after the quarterback. There's 2 picks left.
All right.
It's the Texans and Chargers at least. 2 picks left in the draft. But we're trying to talk a little undrafted free agency. And yeah, Sebastian Castro from Iowa. God, I'd bring him in. We didn't get a safety in the draft, but you get Castro, undrafted guy.
Hey,
Luke Kandra.
Dustin wants to know about the Utah tight end. Dustin Croft, what do you think about the Utah tight end that went in the 7th?
I don't know him. I think I said I don't know who the fuck that is.
Well, there you go, Dustin. Quit bringing shit up he doesn't know about. God.
No, and this happens. Listen, it happens.
Good God.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't give a fuck at that point.
Terrible.
So my answer is I don't give a fuck.
Bad on Dustin, bring up stuff you don't know. It's terrible.
But whoever it was, went above a guy like Jake Brenningstool from Clemson and went above a guy like Luke Lachey from Iowa.
Not related to Nick Lachey of 98 Degrees.
Oh, no, Luke Lachey did get drafted.
Yes, he did.
Just now to the Texans.
Yeah.
At pick 260. Oh, there's more picks. So it's the Chargers and then the Patriots. There is 2 more after this one. My bad. But Luke Lachey went. I had him at 167. He went at 265. He can block. He can catch passes. He's not the most athletic guy.
Hold on.
But
This is a good question. Michael Madden wants to know who's going to be Mr. Irrelevant.
bro, that's good. We'll make our guesses, right? Who's got the pick?
Who's got the pick?
Patriots.
All right,
What did they take? I have no idea. So, that'd be a good thing for me.
That might help. Yeah, that might help. Give me some context here.
Yeah. We'll give each other context there.
Yeah.
We'll please the people.
Please the people, please. Somebody's got to.
I'm a people pleaser.
That's what I've heard and shown. What? Oh, what? That's right. I said out loud.
But there's a lot. We'll talk favorite Bengals draft. We're going to talk so much stuff.
Yeah,
we're going to keep this rolling. It's just this show is just now starting.
We're going after that.
And we are going to toss links out, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
But we're going to finish this draft off.
We might toss them out after Kent joins. We'll see.
Yeah, because he is. Yeah, I want to. Yeah, it's going to be heavy on Kent. So that's I agree. After Kent,
we might wait till after Kent. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we only 2,500 people talking.
What was I doing? I forgot.
We working on Mr. Irrelevant and New England Patriots.
Patriots draft. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Are you going to read it out loud so we know who they drafted? Or
I will. I'm trying to find it.
Oh, okay.
I was like, you weren't saying anything, so I started humming.
Wow. I was waiting for you to start giving us the information going.
I'm still looking for it. They got Travion Henderson, running back. They got Will Campbell, the O-tackle in the first. But other than that, I'm not. I know they got some other good players. I just, I'm trying to find something that has all their picks in one thing.
That'd be nice.
They got, Mm-hmm. They got stuff that I'm not sure.
One thing I have the draft in Cincinnati is what I want to know.
All right. I think I found it. I found one.
All right, what you got?
We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
All right, I'm waiting.
All right, so first round, Will Campbell, left tackle. So on the thing. So boom, left tackle off the board. They needed a running back. They got Travion Henderson. Boom, off the board. Okay. Their next pick, Kyle Williams, wide receiver. Boom, off the board. They took 3 out of the top 4 needs with their first 3 picks. Jared Wilson, center. He could maybe play guard. I don't have center unless I have guard as the next biggest need, but I'll put center and I'll put a line through it.
Okay.
I really like him. Craig Woodson, safety. Safety's on the board. Put a line through it. Joshua Farmer, D-tackle. What a great pick. What a steal. Don't have D-tackle on the board, but, man, that was a fantastic pick. That's probably the one we talked about where it was – oh, no, this was the one. Edge, Braden Swenson from LSU. That was an absolute steal, in my opinion. And then they took our guy, Andre Borgalis, or whatever the fuck.
Why are they taking our guy?
No, he's not a guy. That kicker, remember we asked you to pronounce his name.
Yeah, that guy.
Then O-tackle Marcus Bryant. Honestly, at this point, it's irrelevant. So guard, corner, linebacker, tight end. So, okay, my prediction is Jake Brenningstool. Tight end, Clemson.
Brenningstool. There you go. I don't have a prediction. I just got to fix this tweet I put out because I put the wrong – well, I put my old
It's already dropping, Ryan. See, I need Ryan on here. Ryan, I really need you on here. I will send you a link.
New link. Join this one.
Honestly, Ryan, at this point, you need to say, fuck them kids.
Yeah, Ryan. Do that.
Don't fuck kids, but
wait, what?
My kids.
That's weird.
You can give us that undrafted free agency news.
Wait, what?
My kids.
I'm trying to copy the link to put it into my new retweet for our show that we're going to keep going. Because I had my own stream and then we decided not to do that. So,
well, I just thought, okay, and we could have. So
Luke is undrafted.
Who? Kendra. Yeah. Man, that should be the Bengals' first call.
Mr. Irrelevant, here you go. Well, I got a text on it because My boy Neil who's covers the Bearcats is hanging out at Luke Andrews' house, and I sent him the link trying to get him to join, and he wouldn't do it.
It's Kobe Minor.
Kobe Myers, Mr. Irrelevant.
A minor. Sorry, Drake, but you shouldn't be hitting up them kids, bro. And Triqueasy Bridges, all-name team, safety out of Florida, went one pick before that.
Queasy. Kevin was in predictions. Dale drinks another beer. Well, he's finishing his rum first, so yes, he will drink another beer. Yeah. Well, cheers. Cheers to that, boy. Yeah.
Dell will delete at least 6 more beers before this stream's over. That's the over-under.
Delete.
Now we in the undrafted free agency. Now we need Kent Lee Platt to pop up in this.
Kent.
Yeah.
Biatch.
What? They did or
who? What?
That's what I said we should do. Let's go. If that happened, let's go.
They got Howard Cross?
If that's true, because.
All right, tell everybody, including me, I know the name. Explain who Howard Cross is.
Notre Dame. So Al Golden obviously knows him, being their D coordinator.
He said it's official. Damn it, I can't click on nothing here. It's official.
Undersized, but a guy who has put up tons of sack production. Oh, I love that. We didn't get to D-tackle him. We just fucking got one, boys.
Let's go.
I'm telling you. He makes the roster.
Well, they have room because they needed a D-tackle. They only got 4. You can roster 5. Me and Jerome were talking about that last night. Follow Paraso. He put it on notification. He's wild. Yeah, I do follow him.
It's so hard for me to do 12
We
things.
can't. I know we can't do that while we're doing this. I'm like,
I can, and I will.
I'm looking.
But I want to I want to talk about Howard Cross because listen, I had it 7th round undrafted. That's where he's at. 6'1", 285, undersized, right? I get it. Cool, I get it. Natural leverage, high effort player, high effort. I love
that.
I love people that.
That's what I want. I want that more than I want high effort more than athleticism. To be honest, sometimes. Go ahead.
Awareness, football IQ, NFL bloodlines. His dad played 12 seasons in the NFL. Football family, And one of the things I liked about Dylan Fairchild, there will be some fun battles in training camp between these guys. Wrestling background. So Howard Cross has a wrestling background. Dylan Fairchild. These guys going to be locking it up. They're going to be locking it up every day in practice, let alone in the room. He is older. He's older. He's a 6-year senior. Hasn't had the greatest sack production. Athleticism, 4.6. But we are talking undrafted free agent. And he's obviously undersized. But you know how many sacks he had this year? He had 4. 4 sacks. 4 sacks for a D tackle is fantastic. It's very good.
That's look, dude. That's what I want. I want pressure up in the middle. That's what we need, dude. If we get him and he gets just a little bit of pressure up the middle. We got run stoppers and we got Trey and Sanders coming off the edge. We can rush 4, dude. The Eagles got to Mahomes with 4. That's what I want to get to. I want to get to quarterback with rushing 4, and then with our linebackers we got. Come on now, come on, give me some. Come on, that's good.
I'm pumped.
That's good.
I'm pumped.
Dude, let's go. Let's go.
I like to get undrafted free agent, a guy who could have easily been drafted, and he probably would have if he really bought it. And he had some injury stuff this year, but Al Golden knows who.
Ryan Smart. We also got Gregory. Eric.
I like him too.
Oh snap!
Let's go.
Give me some info. Who is he? What do you got?
Not in the draft guide, but good pick. Good undrafted free agent.
I like it.
I'm gonna
defense, offense. What is he? I don't even know who he is.
If we get Luke Kandra,
that's what I'm trying to find out.
Did anybody take Luke Kendra? Chat like
No.
Dustin and yet, like because he's gonna. I know he didn't go in the draft, but I'm saying
I'm literally texting Neil right now trying to find out.
Yes, because he's at his house.
Yes, he's at his house. I text UFA Bengal if he hadn't answered me yet.
Bruh.
Sign him. Let's go.
Because it's literally probably chaos right now. He's probably talking to different teams. They're probably talking about the money, the signing bonus, because that's a big thing. Undrafted free agents.
He's literally in my neighborhood. He's a Delhi kid. He's literally like 2 minutes from my house.
Bro, I'm excited.
Let me know as soon as you find something out, Neil.
Jeff, Willie Lampkin still. Okay, Pork Chop. So thank you, Pork Chop. I have to go pee, and I didn't want to leave Jeff alone.
You could have left me alone. What the hell? I could have.
No, I didn't want to do that.
Who'd we sign?
We signed. Oh, Jesus Christ. We signed. Let's see here. I can't scroll up. But we signed two guys that Dale's very excited about. Scroll. I don't know.
Let me look on my phone here because I got the.
You gotta go in the chat. Sparks has got it.
We signed Howard Cross the third.
Shut up.
Notre Dame.
Cross and Eric Gregory.
And Eric Gregory. Two D tackles that both could have been drafted.
Go pee. And I'm trying to find out if we're gonna sign Luke Kendra or not. I kind of have it. Luke's house.
You have a feeling that we are? Because I doubt it. I doubt it. Because they ain't doing shit we want.
They've done a lot of stuff we want.
No.
Steps going to keep me.
Let's see here.
Let me know as soon as you find out.
Find out what?
Neil, my buddy Neil Meyer was at Luke Kendra's house. He covers the Bearcats. He was at his house waiting for him to find out.
Drafted free agent.
Get your ass back in there.
The only one I see Cincinnati is it says Howard Cross the third.
Howard Cross the third and Gregory signed. Eric Gregory. Signed both of them. According to the chat.
Well, maybe whatever side I'm on is jacked.
I have no idea. Now, are they redoing the draft? What is this? This game be a final. Yeah. According to Paracella, there you go. I'm waiting for Raz to join.
What the fuck, man?
Math Bomb's going to join us. Hey, you hang out and talk to people. I
talk to people about what? Jeff, I'm looking stuff up. I have no idea what you guys were talking about, and you're going to leave?
Oh, for a second.
I got no idea.
I'm not talking about anything. Corey won't be.
I just jumped on you real quick. I heard Dale like.
Well, I'll wait till Dale gets back.
Huh. Well, shitty.
What about Luke?
Drafted free agent tracker.
The Bengals need to sign him now. Yeah, I know. Fuck. Shut up, Joe. I know.
It's exciting. Live show. Trying to figure out this undrafted free agent stuff.
Delworth says you didn't even know how to talk. Nehemiah says still working on it. Corey Connor's agent is telling me 3 teams. So we got a lot of stuff on Bearcat stuff here.
I don't Corey Kiner, I'm not too worried about though, just because.
No, I'm not saying Corey Connor's going to go to the Bearcat. I'm just saying, or going to the Bengals. I'm just saying Corey Connor just Bearcat news.
Oh,
just in general, Corey Connor's agent is telling him there's 3 teams that are calling him, and then with Kiner, he said they're still working on it. Neil is working his ass off trying to give me information here, along with not spoiling shit that he wants to put out his own tweets. So if you guys don't follow Neil Meyer on Front Office News, you should follow him because he knows his shit. If you want to know about Bearcats, he's literally sitting at Luke Kendra's house. So yeah. Did you get your garbage disposal?
Yeah, I
put in?
did. I fucking hate doing that shit, man.
Me too. It hurts.
No, it's just gross. It's fucking.
It hurts. I hate.
And they put the it's underneath the sink, so it's hard to get to with a bar in the middle separating two doors.
Yeah, I know. I hate why they do that. I hate that.
It's a real bitch.
I can't ever get my shoulders in. Shit, I have to let my dog out. Just be pretty. I'll be back. All right.
All right. Hi, Dale.
Yeah.
Hey, Dale's back.
Jeff, we don't need you anymore. Get out.
Yeah.
He had his headphones off, but I would say it with his headphones on. What the fuck is going on in our chat? Jesus Christ.
I don't know. Gay stuff, probably. I mean, that's usually what happens when you got a bunch of dudes group chatting each other. Oh yeah, they like Eric Gregory. I wonder what they gave.
Damn,
I wonder
Joe
what they
took
gave
all
Cross.
all the Project Game Day money and went to the precinct. No, that's a lie. I'm just kidding. It's nice.
Derek said rich.
You guys didn't switch to Jeff's show. You just stayed on this one.
Yeah, because I said switch, but I'm like, there's already people tuning in, and what's the point? So I just told him to cancel it. And we.
Funny thing is, when I came back, I went to my Twitter and I went to messages, and even though it didn't say I had a new one, I popped on the last link Jeff sent because I thought it was going to be on his show, and it was like error. So.
No, I like honestly, I'm gonna mess with my wife and see she wants to roll me a blunt because I'll smoke a fucking. No, I can't do all that. No, man, I still.
Yeah,
I got a life.
When I got done with the disposal, Sarah wanted me to go get her cigarettes. So
I mean, it's legal. To be fair, you go.
I stopped at the ice cream place and got a slushy with ice cream in it. It is legal. That's true.
Yeah, but it don't mean like you still can't be fired because law.
Exactly. Like it's legal. It's illegal in the state, but federally, that's what we have to wait on, Dale.
This is the example you set for the youth. You're fired. Oh, my bad.
Exactly.
Oh, my bad.
Man,
kick me out like I was gone for 2 seconds. Jeez.
I got a metric fuck ton
of
mac and cheese.
Chop. I want to see Chop on a bigger screen.
I know. I know. The man love is here.
To be fair, I called you Chop earlier, and then when I was trying to talk about you, when I was trying to talk about Chop, I said Ice Man.
Me and Chop look a lot.
You said Mice Man?
Ice Man.
I'm the Mice Man.
I might have said Mice Man.
He might. The rum is talking. Who knows?
Shrimp dick.
I'm the Mice Man.
I just had to go let my dog out. My wife has been awesome and taking care of the dog all day, and he's at the door whining. Like I have.
I thought you were peeing.
No, I had to go. I literally.
Hey, I heard at MLTs that your wife had to do the driving home and the packing up because somebody might have had a little too much liquid refreshment.
Exactly. My wife is awesome. She is. I have the best wife.
Shout out Jen.
I know.
Shout out Jen.
She's awesome.
Yes, shout out Jen. But Jeff, how much did you pay for that the next day?
Not at all. That's how.
No. Okay.
No, she's awesome.
My wife would have packed up too, but boy, I'd have paid for that shit.
No, she packed up and we had a conversation on the way home. And
nice, quiet.
Hey, I admitted I screwed up. I'm like, I drank too much. I was like, you're right. You packed everything up, and I didn't help you, and I'm an asshole. And I try not to do that when we do those things because I'm not trying to leave it all on her. But I saw her packing stuff up, and I'm going, I'm too drunk to help her right now. And
look, I would have looked at
Jeff. Don't work.
Jeff,
like,
I can't. I would have looked, and I'd have been like, well, I'm already getting bitched at. I might as well get bitched at all the way.
Well, anyway, my wife is awesome. She took care of me. Took care of me.
Fantastic.
That's it.
No, Jen's great, and you're great too. Like
you're great too. I love you, Dale.
Yeah, you are. You're great. Plus, you're a fucking AARP member now.
So are you, bitch.
Yeah, well, I've been one for 3 years, motherfucker. Welcome to the club, Rook.
What are you talking? You got birthdays on leap year. You're not.
Well, you can save money now, Jeff. You can afford shit like to pay people back when you loan them. When people loan you $20, you can pay them back.
All right.
Now you can get in on senior day.
For the record, I paid everybody fucking back. So
well, now, yeah, but there was a time period.
Yeah,
but now you can save money at the Reds games and go on senior day.
I don't owe nobody fucking nothing.
You're a senior citizen now.
Dude, I even spent money. I spent more money at Project Game Day than anything. I donated a lot of money last night. So
yeah, because you didn't win shit, man.
I didn't win a damn thing.
No, but Maddie did. Maddie won a sweet ass lamp.
It's true. Jeff has one for free right behind him.
Does. Jeff got it one too.
Right there. There's right behind me.
See, you did win, Jeff.
Well, that's when I'll never forget that. Chop's like, what do you say? What are you doing? I'm about to go to bed. He like bangs on the door. I'm like, what? He shows up at my house with his lamp. I'm like, oh, all right. Well, I'm being an asshole. Thanks, Chop.
Saw your titties.
I want to get this super chat from my guy Fuzzy Balls. If
Fuzzy
anyone
Balls
else wants super chats are open.
Fuzzy Balls.
I would never beg you guys for money. Just tuning in means everything.
Give Dale money. Give us money. I'll beg. Give Bengals and Brews money. Go ahead.
But the Chiefs got an absolute steal in Brashard Smith. I think so too. Returner, explosive, former wide receiver from Miami, Florida, before he transferred to SMU and played running back. And he did a little running back at Miami too.
Yes, join when you're ready. Sorry.
Very good.
Sorry, Kentley just asked you ready. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Kentley Platt, man, this is gonna be fantastic, honestly. Because we're gonna be just asking him, letting him talk.
It's the second one I sent you. Because, well, we had a first one, and whatever.
The linebackers cannot cover this guy. His wide receiver skills at running back. I love Brashard Smith. That is a very good pick.
All right, he saw it, so he should be joining sometime soon.
And then Luke Kandra, where'd he go?
I don't know.
Is he gone?
Not yet, not that I know of.
I mean, he's an undrafted free agent, but it's like, man, here he is, the man, the myth, the legend. Let's bring him in.
Go ahead.
How's it going, fellas?
What's up, Kent? What's going on?
Oh, another fun day.
Yeah, looks like
this
it.
man is grinding. He's
This
grinding.
is your least busiest days of the year.
Corey's
Right?
headed to San Francisco as far as Bearcats go.
Oh boy.
Corey, he's going to. I don't know about Luke yet. Go
Corey
ahead, Kent. What do you
Kleiner
got?
to San Francisco.
Yep.
Trying to keep track of all the undrafted signings from Cincy.
Yeah, I got a guy who's at the house of Luke.
yeah?
Yeah. So go
Luke
ahead.
Kandra is still out there seeing where he could go, and I think he's a fourth-round talent. Kent, we'll start there, honestly, because he may not be a Bengal, but I think he's worth talking about. What was the RAS score? And this is Math Bomb Kentley Platt. For anyone that doesn't know, follow him, support him. And
Where's your hat?
It's right here. It's still getting repaired. I gotta get a new feather for it. The
you had that
feather's
last-
being held on by
Like a month ago. Okay.
yeah. I have not been spending a whole lot of time on hat maintenance.
And you need to charge for this shit. That way you could afford all kind of damn hats.
I can't charge for it, man. The whole idea is to make a free tool to help bring people into the sport and into the concept of analytics, into coding. So if I put that behind a paywall, it's going to ruin the whole point of it.
Hey, either way, we appreciate what you do, and I appreciate you coming on the show tonight. So
Hey,
Yeah, no
Kent,
worries.
people
We're-
that are
we're
making
at
money are using your stuff to make money, though.
I know, man, but I've also helped write dozens of term papers for college students that are working on their degrees. I've helped with a ton of people who are working on statistics. I've helped people learn to code. There may be all the other BS that's happening, but I'm accomplishing the stuff that I wanted to and helping people that I wanted to help. So
nice.
Yeah.
All right,
I would love to make more money.
All right,
I made a donation, but it was like $10 or something.
Hey, that's fine. That keeps the site going.
So Kent, we're in
Make
UDFA.
donations.
Yeah, we're in UDFA territory here. What are you hearing? What do you know? How you got them ranked? What do you got?
So I'm trying to keep track of this class overall. This is the largest draft class we've ever had by a pretty wide margin. I had about 600 more players in this class than we've had in any other class. The weird part about that is now we're in undrafted free agent territory. We've got all these extra players. So how competitive is it going to be? Are we going to see teams just jump on the guys that they want and pay them as much as they can out the gate? Are we going to see bidding wars? It's still pretty early. The people who are the bigger named undrafted free agents are probably going to take a little while to get signed. But it's going to be a busy night for sure.
And by the way, we've been on for 7 hours and 26 minutes now. So,
oh boy,
we've been deep diving in the draft today.
Yeah,
Well,
I may take a bite or two as we're here because I had to grab some food.
Taking a bite right
do
now.
whatever you need to do. Kent, if you need to step away for a couple minutes and come back, do that too. You know, do whatever you need to do.
I got a Buffalo grinder, and it came in a friggin' pizza box. This thing is massive.
Yeah.
Man,
that good.
That did look good. But Luke Kandra, Raz Weiss, how do you feel about him and anything else with him? Because I want to talk about him at least a little bit.
Yeah, he had a really high score. He was in the 9s, 9.35 overall. He had a timing error on his 10-yard split, so we didn't get a 10-yard split on him, but he had a really good 40, really good 20. I'm assuming his 10-yard split would have been just fine. His agility drills weren't that good, and that might be what's holding it up. Most likely, though, it's because of his length. He only has 31 or sub 32 inch anyway. It's like 31 and 7/8 inch arms. That's a huge negative against him. Even at guard, that's fairly short. His athletic ability is going to work for him, but that length is going to cause some teams to take pause. He's not going to end up in Seattle, I don't think. That's a huge thing for them, their length. But some teams don't put as much of a big deal on that. I know the Packers don't seem to care all that much about it. The Eagles, at least on the defensive side of the ball, don't care quite as much about length. Maybe that passes to the offense too, but there's teams out there that don't mind that as much as long as the athleticism is there to make up for it.
Man, there's so many players I want to talk about. One that's very high on my board, and he's probably going off, but I'm just looking at guys, that I liked on my board a little bit. We'll kick a lot of things around, but you can take a bite. Ask Jake Brenningstool, and then we'll give you a break.
Jake Brenningstool, this is another tight end, right?
Yes, Clemson, undersized, but good, decent production. He's a Gesicki type, to me.
Yeah, Gesicki had those elite athletic traits. Brenningstool doesn't have that. He doesn't have those top tier athletic traits. I believe the common parlance around Mike Gesicki was when it came to blocking, he was soft as Charmin. If that's the comparison you're getting to Gesicki, you don't want that one. That's not the comparison you want to get to his blocking.
Not with Mr. Whipple around. God dang it. Don't be squeezing.
No, but his athletic ability is fine. But we've talked about this before. Tight ends, you want those elite tier athletes. Fine is fine if your tape is like top tier, but if your tape ain't top tier, teams are looking for those elite tier athletes. My Detroit Lions picked up a guy named Brock Wright a few years ago from Notre Dame. He had something like 5 catches in his entire college career, like just nothing in his whole college career. He bested that in his first couple of games as a Lion. He's been a reliable piece for them. And a big reason for that, he's a top tier athlete. He had good size and great athleticism. Teams love that stuff, man. They want to be able to develop it, especially when you're looking at undrafted guys.
Well, tight end, it's been one of the most prevalent things that Kent has talked about before on Jeff's show and everything else. So I do think that's important. But Chop, what are your thoughts? Like, is there any undrafted free agent?
Well, I was going to ask,
did
that really safety Hunter or Wohler or whatever?
Yeah, he did. He did end up getting drafted.
He got drafted.
Yeah.
I don't know, like Luke Kandra. That's the one I want. And
which
I guess he hasn't signed anywhere yet. Man, it'd be nice to get him. We picked up a starting left guard, and I think Luke Kandra could be the starting right guard.
Well, and maybe this guy's off the board. I imagine he is. I imagine a bunch of people was calling him, but I thought he should have got drafted. Sebastian Castro from Iowa, because slot corner, but safety. I know probably not a great relative athletic score, but and maybe this is when Kent does come back on here, if he's ready, to talk about Sebastian Castro and the safety position, because even Malachi Starks with like a 5 relative athletic score, the instincts is one of the most important things. And I have heard Kenton talk about this, and I do think it matters. Certain positions, it matters. It all matters. And the data is tracked for so long now, and that's what makes it fun to me.
Yeah, and saying that it doesn't matter at safety is a bit incorrect. There's some nuance.
Yeah. I don't want to say it doesn't matter.
No,
it's not.
It's a common thing. Yeah, it's a common thing. People say that all the time, that it doesn't matter, and it's not that it doesn't matter. It matters less than it does at other positions, specifically for free safety. So if you expect your safety to be up near the line or playing that box safety type role, the guys that are successful at that, those still tend to be those elite tier athletes at the same type of rate that you see for other positions like linebacker, because it's a similar position to linebacker. When it comes to free safeties, it's not as big of a deal. The hit rate is a bit more varied. We have some guys that have lower scores, but the biggest thing for that position is that there's a huge group of those mid-tier athletes, the guys that are above average but not great, that found success in the NFL. So we see guys like Malachi Starks, was it Maguba was one of them, and there was one more, Watts. So we've had a few in this draft class that fall into that range, that not elite but not terrible. And I'm sure that those guys are going to find at least some success. They're going to start pretty much right away, most of those guys, or at least get some reps right away because of where they were drafted. But it's not as reliable of an indicator as it is at tight end or defensive end and things like that. It's a little bit more up in the air.
I guess Dale's not there anymore.
No, I'm still here. I'm still here. I thought maybe you guys wanted to ask a question. We have literally math bomb Kent Lee Platt. You don't understand. Like, I know Jeff, he's come on your show. He's come on here.
No, he's awesome. I
guarantee if I ask him this question, because
I didn't know what you guys were talking about, so that's why I
could not remember this kid's name. Houston, undrafted free agent for the Bengals. I think he was listed at tight end, but I remember having Kent on a couple seasons ago, and his RAS score was like 0.3 something. He never obviously did anything through camp. I can't remember the name, but I wonder if Kent and if Kent remembers this, I'll lose my.
It would be very impressive, but I do not currently remember who that is. Would you remember? You don't remember his name at all? Just remember that he was on the Bengals roster.
No, it was an undrafted free agent. We had you on after the show a couple years ago, and it was somebody the Bengals picked up as an undrafted free agent.
The first year we did this marathon.
No. Listen, I don't think anyone can make this pool because he had no reason to even be an undrafted free agent, to be honest.
They shouldn't have even given him a call.
Yeah, it was crazy. But when you said said his athleticism, it was like 0.36.
I do remember. This was the guy. At one point he was considered like a potential early round pick, and then he tested he had over a 5-second 40-yard dash. God, what was that guy's name? I know I'm pretty sure he ended up. It was a big Packers guy. Maybe he went to Wisconsin. I know the Packers fans.
I don't know, but he's probably got his name right on the badge on his shirt wherever he's at work right now.
Jesus.
It's not a great position to have those kind of traits. We still have yet to see a player with below 5 RAS at tight end hit 750 yards. Mm-hmm. That didn't have a million asterisks attached to it, because the only one that we have is Jordan Reed. And first off, he was always hurt. Second off, he only did it one time. And third, he was missing his agility drills when he tested because he was hurt at the time. And there's almost no chance, if you've ever watched Jordan Reed play, that he would have scored anything less than like a 7 or 8 on those agility drills. And then he wouldn't have been a below average tester.
Would have bumped him up.
Yep. So it's just a massive asterisk there for the one tight end that's actually found NFL success as a receiving tight end. I've been a little bit hopeful for Isaiah Likely. I was a huge fan of him pre-draft, and I even said it before he was drafted. I hope that he's the guy to buck the trend. He hasn't yet. Still hopeful that he's the guy.
Hoff says the Bengals signed Arkansas defensive tackle Eric Gregory.
Yeah, that was early. We can talk about the two D tackles they signed. So Howard
and
Cross and Eric Gregory.
Reds, it's time to retire 19. We are on Facebook and YouTube, and I think you guys are on Twitter, right?
No, I think he's asking Kent Lee Platt.
Oh, Kent Lee.
If there's the other channels besides Twitter, and this would be a good time for him to plug his website and stuff.
Yeah, so I'm on Blue Sky as well. I talk on both Twitter and there, and then I'm also Math Bomb on there. Although I believe once I'm verified or whatever, it'll be the website's name, which is ras.football, ras.football. We almost got to 30,000 players this year. We had over 2,700 just from this draft class.
We got somebody.
Just lots and lots of scores.
Wow.
We must have got somebody.
No, I was saying the work he puts in. I was like, no, yeah.
What the hell is Blue Sky? I never heard of that.
It's the other.
Somebody
Twitter.
said it last night.
Twitter. It's
what
the
is
alternative to Twitter. It's got some neat features that Twitter doesn't have. It's basically Twitter, but it has some neat features that Twitter doesn't have. The big reason that I don't think you're seeing people go over to it right now, it doesn't have the same kind of web compatibility that Twitter has. So you can't like post like I have a tweet button on my web pages for every player, so you can tweet and it'll open up Twitter with the text from the thing. I can't do that for Blue Sky because it doesn't have the same web integration and APIs built out.
Oh my gosh, I think Ryan pulled it. Christian Trahan from Houston.
That might have been it.
Look up that one. Look it up if you can. When you can.
I had to move the main table, so I got to go to a
like
different
this was. Well, you talking about the first year?
No, because I want to see exactly what the score was, and it was just one of those undrafted free agents that was like, "Well, tell us about this guy," and he looked it up, and it was like, "Well, he's got about a .36 RAS."
Ryan Sparks got a mind like a steel trap. Jesus Christ, how the hell you remember that?
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Well, to be honest, me and Dale were pretty drunk on that show. So yeah.
I had that on a radio program that I had done for one of the college teams this year. They were asking about their players like they do. And they were always really prepped, so they knew all the scores and stuff, but maybe they just forgot that this guy had scored extremely poorly. It was like a 0.56 or something. And I didn't want to dog out. You don't want to dog out the players on the radio because the guys probably
you don't want to dog them in general, but
But I found a polite way I feel to tell him that might have been him, man. 0.36. He was.
Boom!
Jesus!
Boom! We do got one.
That's an
athletic freak right there, but not in the positive way.
No, Seth McLaughlin, undrafted free agent to the Bengals. I love that.
Hey, Kent, how many times you're going to have to come to Cincinnati?
Well, tell us about him.
Jesus Christ.
I can't because he didn't test.
Fucker.
Well, he's injured. He's injured. He
Hey, Kent, how many times you have to come to Cincinnati where I have to go out for a beer?
It's not that far of a drive.
It's not.
No, I don't know if I could drink. I'm still working on whether I can drink too much alcohol at this point. No. Not like I'm trying to quit or anything.
We don't drink that much anyway, so it's fine.
No, you need to make some kind of an algorithm.
I know
so I have
exactly where
some
you
medical
go,
thing
guys.
where I may not be able to. So
I would love to come down and have you at Midwest Best Barbecue.
There you
go. That I can do. I can do barbecues.
Let's go.
Midwest Best
Yeah,
Barbecue.
we should go.
It should be. It could be a Bengals and Brews live with Kent Lee Platt.
I would be down for that if Kent would. I'll buy
I'll bring all my shit, and you guys can just go live, and I'll just sit there and hang out.
No, I want you to be part of it. Like,
do it.
Well, how far do you live from here?
I live in Detroit. I'm actually north there. I live north of Lansing, between Lansing and Flint.
Yeah.
About an hour and 15 minutes, maybe.
So you're probably like what, 4.5 from Cincy?
About 4.5 hours.
It's only 2 hours from Dale.
Yeah, everything's 2 hours from Dale. Everything's 2 hours from Dale.
Yeah, that's true.
You save a little time if you drive to Dale's first. That's only 2 hours, and it's another 2 hours here, so it's a 4-hour trip.
So we gotta set this up. We should do that this summer. We'll talk to Midwest Best, and we'll try to hook this
I
up.
love this undrafted free agency class. The Bengals had 6 picks, and they're already making up for it with Eric Gregory, because that's 2 I want to ask Kent about as well. Eric Gregory, but the other one's Howard Cross. I know his RAS score was in the 4s, but obviously the Al Golden connection and the work ethic of him, I think that's a good pick. But Eric Gregory, I don't know his RAS score off the top of my head, to be honest. I don't. So I would like to hear a little more about Eric Gregory if you can pull him up for the RAS score portion of it.
I'm over here talking on mute. He had a 6.52 out of 10, so not a terrible score, not a great score. About average speed, good size, and split agility, split explosion. So one score that was bad, one score that was decent. So not a hugely impressive athletic profile, but we've talked before about not having many flaws as being an athletic positive of not having many flaws. So I think that's probably the category that he comes into. He's a guy that's not slow. He ain't fast, but he's not slow. He's not super explosive, but he's not unexplosive. He's not rigid and unmoving and slow off the snap. He's not super agile, but he's not, a boat trying to turn out there. So it's always positive when you have few negatives. It's just one of those things that you don't get to talk about a whole lot because most guys have either a positive or negative. There aren't a lot of guys out there that are just like kind of in the middle.
Well, obviously, since Bengals and having you on, I hope you don't mind. I know there's a lot of undrafted free agents to talk about, but Bengals-wise, you're good with me talking about all the Bengals guys because I want to start right from the rep. I have to, right? This is how you can justify this for me, Shedeur Stewart. Like, listen, the sack production, I know 18th on my board, and I try to factor part of what you do along with the tape I watch and the production. And the production is the only thing that keeps him out of being a top 10 pick, at least, at minimum, for me.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a bad pick at 17, but tell us about the relative athletic score and how that translates for an edge and the stats he had. I know it's Myles Garrett. Like,
and that's only scratching the surface, man. The Mario Williams is up there at height. He doesn't have the same size as Mario Williams, but in that range, Javon Curse was a guy that he compares to favorably. Athletic, a guy who is literally
oh, Kit, talk to me, baby. Let's go.
He's got that, but you mentioned the production is the part that's going to make that comparison moot. You can have all those athletic traits in the world, but if you don't also have the production, then it's not a good comparison. However, I've had an opportunity.
It's not a comparison,
Right. But I've had some time to look at other players where he does compare favorably to both athletically and with production, because the whole point isn't saying, well, he doesn't have production, so he's going to suck. He has the athleticism, but not the production. He is X player. That's not how it works. You're looking for why he can be successful. Why are we projecting him to the NFL? So the first one that came to mind, even when he first tested, like immediately off the bat, because he had 4.5 sacks, was Danielle Hunter. Danielle Hunter was a third-round pick. He landed with Minnesota. He had no pass rushing repertoire. His entire pass rushing move was puts his arm into you and pushes. That was all he did every snap. It was a laughably easy evaluation. You were like, yeah, he's got to do more than that, But he landed in Minnesota. He had a really good coach that worked on defensive line guys and was known for that defensive line specialty. And Danielle Hunter learned how to do more than one move. He learned how to do counters. He learned to have a pass rushing plan. Suddenly you have one of the best pass rushers in the NFL. I think he's almost up to 100 sacks or something like that. I forget the exact number, but a lot. So big change. But he's not the only example that we have. Ziggy Ansah had 4 sacks in college, and he was another very gifted athlete that was taken near the top of the draft. Why was Ziggy Ansah taken so high? I'm a Lions fan. I happen to have more knowledge than a lot of folks.
Athleticism, upside.
It's partially athleticism. He was in the Senior Bowl, and he was being coached by Jim Schwartz, who was the Lions coach at the time. And Jim Schwartz was running the wide 9 scheme, which this is back when that was like a thing you could do and not just like a formation. They made a whole scheme out of the wide 9. And he got to coach Ziggy Ansah at the Senior Bowl. Ansah played defensive end. He played linebacker, and he even played safety at times at like 270 pounds, which was ridiculous that they did that to him in college. But Jim Schwartz was like, maybe we don't do that in the NFL. Maybe we just put him on the edge and let him rush the quarterback every play. I think we might have better results. So this was a schematic difference where it wasn't that he wasn't productive because he's a terrible player and he can't get off blocks or whatever. They were just asking him to do some ridiculous things.
You're good.
We're having a hard time speaking too, Ken. It's all right. It's all good. We've been talking for a while.
They made him a pass rushing, like not like we think of a pass rushing specialist now, but they just had him rush the passer every single play, and suddenly we've got a guy that can get double digit sacks in a season. And health issues eventually caused some problems for him. But as a pass rusher, that's all he needed was to be told, hey, just go get him, And we know that Texas A&M has some of those schematic limitations, not nearly to the extent that we saw with Ansah. I don't think you'll ever see that again. But we know that they would often ask their pass rushers to play contain. We know that playing against the run was their primary responsibility on many plays. And we know that Shedeur Stewart got a lot of pressures. There's other flaws that Shedeur Stewart has. I've seen his missed tackle rate come up a few times. Those are things that can get coached out. They can also be situational. I've seen Shemar Stewart play. I don't think it's that in this case, but there are times where missed tackles can just be situational, especially for safeties. Don't think that's his problem. He's got some technical issues he needs to fix. But now we have a potential blueprint, right? Maybe the way that they were playing him at Texas A&M is not how he should be played and not how he's going to be played into the NFL. And this isn't a 1-for-1 because, like I said, it's very different, the situations in terms of how they were played. But that's what you're looking at. You don't look at what a guy did in college. You want to see what he can do in the NFL. And that's where it becomes tricky. That's why guys like Shemar Stewart are still able to go high, because he showed enough upside in the snaps that he has, and he has that athletic talent to become a top pass rusher.
Okay, so Demetrius Knight, because I want to get as many of these Bengals picks while we have Kent, but
right.
If Kent needs to take another bite, we give Kent a break and we bullshit.
Right.
Like Kent, just tell us, like, hey,
how long?
You can talk with your mouth full on this show. Go ahead.
Well, you know how I am, man. I love talking about this stuff. I love.
No, and we love having you on.
Yeah.
Like,
How long do you have? I mean, like seriously.
I have until I run out of things to do. I've got player. I'm working while I'm doing this.
That's fine.
I have positions to change. I have some code that I have to rerun, and then I have to try to figure out how to do a code push at like a high traffic time, because my website's going to go absolute batshit for like 15 minutes.
See, Kent does not remember this from 2 years ago, Jeff, but I remember it. And when he came on, and it was incredible. It was some of the best content I've ever watched and some of the best stuff I've ever heard, because I'm a draft guy.
Yeah,
you know, so it's like
fun.
But he is literally sitting here typing the entire time.
Yeah.
He's like typing and talking and typing and talking.
I know. I think
this guy's blowing my mind right now.
I kept asking him, like, do you got to go? I'm like, no,
Andy's
good.
eating a grinder.
It is.
He's talking, typing, and eating a grinder.
Yep. I am that, grinding while grinding.
Yes.
Chop on some grinding. Oh, sorry. Making myself sound old. Sorry.
But Demetrius Knight. So I know he had an 8-something RAS score, I believe, off the top of my head. But expand on him if you can, and if you need a time to pop off, it's going to be like me right after I ask you this question.
No, I'm gonna take a bite after I talk. So you're talking about, like you said, he has about an 8, and this is another example of a guy that just doesn't have significant weaknesses athletically. He rated good on 3 of the composites. There's 4 composites. He rated good in size, good in speed, good in agility, and then just okay in explosiveness. So kind of mid-range and everything. He had a couple of tests, individual tests that were really good. But it's more that he's not limited athletically anyway. His top speed is really good. He ran a 4.58. That's 90th percentile, but his 10-yard split wasn't that great. So maybe he needs a little bit of a runway to get up to speed. He didn't have the best explosiveness drills, which would kind of make sense when you're looking at a guy who might need a little bit of runway. He doesn't have that lower body explosiveness to get himself up to speed. But he had really good agility drills. He had a really good shuttle, which is your change of direction, your start and stop. Right. Very good in that drill. And then cone is more your bend and things like that. He scored fine there. It's a good athletic profile. Could you have had a better athletic profile? Sure. But none of these things are bad. There's nothing here that you can look at and be like, man, that's awful. I'm worried about that one specific thing. Like Shemar Stewart not having his agilities. There are some people that are concerned about that. There's none of that with Knight. He scored well everywhere he needed to.
Nice.
All right. So, Neil just texted me, said Mickens heading to New England.
Who?
Myers Mickens.
Minkins
is heading to New England.
Meyer?
Shut up.
Is that a Bearcat guy?
Listen to me a second. Mickens is heading to New England, and Myers is signed by the Bengals. That's what he told me. So.
Myers. And those are Bearcats?
What?
Jeff, those are Bearcats?
I don't know.
I thought it was your Bearcat guy.
It is my Bearcat guy.
Oh, well, it's probably Bearcat. So who's the Meyer guy that's coming to the Bengals?
First and last name, please. So
what's the spelling for Meyer?
Somebody from Cincinnati.
Mayes.
Mays.
From Cincinnati.
Mitchell, DJ, or Jamoy?
I don't know. I'm trying. I said first names. He said Mickens headed to New England, and Mays is signed by the Bengals.
Oh, Mays. It would be Cincinnati, so it's Jamoy Mays, wide receiver.
There we go. All right.
Oh, is that what you got any info on him, Kent?
Yeah, 5.46 RAS, so right around the middle. Of course, now right when I start talking about a guy, the internet, And again, a guy that doesn't have any real negative marks against him.
Oh.
All of his tests were just about average. You guys are picking him today.
How tall is the guy?
What
We got to
about
find the most okay player. That's the goal for today. To find the
How
most
tall is this
okay.
guy? This Mays from Cincinnati. What's his measurements?
All right, here you go. So Josh Minkins and J-Mo Myers, Jamio.
Yeah.
So Josh, what about Josh Minkins? What's rise on him?
Before I do that, I'll answer the first question. So Mays had okay size. He's pretty average size for a wide receiver. He ran a 4.57, so decent speed, not great.
Right.
Decent agilities, again, right around 50th, 60th percentile. And then his explosion drills weren't as good, but pretty. Like I said, just the most average guy. We're on a quest to find that guy today.
Sure. Yeah. All right.
What was the other guy?
Other guy was let's see, Josh Minkins.
That guy's not in Cincinnati though, right?
All
right. I don't have a Josh Minkins.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
He's from Cincinnati. It's going to be from UC. Find a name.
Well, it might not even be from UC, but maybe he's a local kid that went to another school. But the Chiefs signed Brennan
Minkins. Josh Minkins.
Yes, there it is.
Sorry, I said his name wrong. My bad.
No, that's fine. It's one letter.
Minkins. Sorry.
Yeah. Doesn't look like he got drafted, so he would be a very good score, though. This is 9.53. I think that's the best for Cincy this year.
What position is that guy?
He's a safety.
Safety. Okay.
Yep.
Nice. He went to the Bengals, Jeff?
No, he went to New England.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah, why do we care?
Bearcats, baby. That's why. Bearcats.
Where did JJ Roberts go? Does anybody know? And I'll toss that to the chat, the question to the chat, like for JJ Roberts from Marshall, because that's a little bit local for us
safety.
Here.
The you and Divine
but the Bengals had interest in him, and I thought he could be a 7th round undrafted guy. Like he probably went somewhere. And Holland Pierce to the Eagles.
Oh, that was one I was interested in too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Holland Pierce was a guy that he's really, really big, I think, if I remember right. Yeah, 6'8".
He's 6'8", 340. Yeah, he's big.
He's a big boy, 36-inch arms. But there's some injury issues there. So it's going to be interesting how that actually pans out. Of course, he lands with the Eagles, though.
Of course.
Hey, Kent, as a Lions fan, how do you feel like you guys did in the draft? I bet Jared Goff was feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah, probably. They did pretty good, in my opinion. I mean, there's a couple picks that I might quibble over, but they didn't do anything that I didn't like. Tyleik Williams, that's fine. He's a fine player. It's not a super flashy pick. He's a run defending interior lineman, not a nose, but like a regular run defending interior guy. Alim McNeil, which is their Pro Bowl defensive tackle, he started his career that way, where he was coming up from a nose tackle in college, but I think he's only like 310. He wasn't going to play nose in the NFL. But he bulked up and he became that run stuffing guy and then learned how to rush the passer. I think the Lions are hoping he takes a similar route. They drafted Tate Ratledge, the guy with the mullet.
Yeah. That's one here in Cincinnati. A lot of people wanted him in Cincinnati.
Sebastian Castro to the Steelers, by the way. Don't love that.
Yeah, Ratledge was a first round player for me. I really liked his tape. I thought he was a really good player. The Lions ended up grabbing, which was great. Isaac Tesla from Arkansas, didn't have as high a grade on him. All athlete, not a whole lot of football player. He blocks really well, so it's not surprising that Dan Campbell likes him because he can block pretty well.
Right.
But he's got a lot of room. He's got a lot of room. So he's what I refer to as a wow player, which is that sometimes he'll make plays that make you just go, wow, cannot believe he did that. And then he'll make plays where you're like, wow, I cannot believe he did that.
Sorry, Kent. This ain't toward you. This is toward Savalte. Is that your name? Whatever. I don't care what your name is.
We're having trouble pronouncing his name. That's guy.
We're pronouncing, struggling to read some basic names. I want to say fuck you. Go eat a bag of dicks.
I got called Kurt Allen Platt on a radio show the other day. None of those are correct. So that was fun.
I'm not gonna lie forever. I can't keep calling you Matt Lee.
I get that.
Yes, Dale. I'm always like Matt Lee.
I get Kenneth a lot, which I don't get.
All right. No, the one that got me there was Platt. So you've told me before. How do I pronounce your last name? Because I do.
It's a magic trick that blows me away because it people always mispronounce it and forget there's an E there. So it's Platty.
Platty.
And I started using my middle name professionally because my thinking was, Kentley, Platty. It's got a little sing-song nature to it when you say it. Maybe that'll help people say it. No, that makes it worse. People who used to pronounce my name right started pronouncing it wrong. I was like, what did I do?
I need you to put a hyphen E. I need you to put a hyphen E just for me when you come on. I'm Kentley Platt E. I'm Platt E.
Platty. I had a guy when I was in A school in the Navy who wanted so desperately to give himself a nickname, and his name was Brock, and he wanted people to call him B-Rock. So he just started applying that to other people, and he called me P Latte all the time. And I was like, again, none of that's right.
And also, do I want to be a P Latte?
I see P Latte now.
Exactly.
Now I cannot unsee P Latte.
Oh God! So it's P Latte. It's P Latte Platt.
Can't leave P Latte.
Yes,
Platty. Platty.
Platty.
Platty.
Yeah, it's a different pronunciation. I think it was originally a German name, so it was Plata. And then my great-grandfather, the story is my great-grandfather came over and he changed the pronunciation of the name because he didn't want it to sound as German. He was an expat from Germany. He left before all the bad shit, but he hated Germany from that point on. He was the most anti-Germany person I've ever met, and I met a bunch of veterans that actually fought against Germany. He hated them more, but he didn't even speak English. But he made sure that nothing that he had was pronounced that way. He didn't like anybody pronouncing anything German. It's too German. But he didn't even speak English for a long time.
Yeah, those Germans, Diesel.
Yep. There's something else.
I'm sorry because I say Kentley Platt every time. So Kentley
I'm used to it.
Platte.
Platty.
Platty.
Wait, hold on.
You sound Irish.
Hold on.
Wait, Platty from the hills of Michigan.
I've been saying your name wrong all the time. Platley? Platley?
Yeah. I have Platty.
Platty. My bad.
Shit,
my bad.
Platty. I'm saying you're gonna forget between now and the next time. It ain't you.
Yeah, guarantee we will.
The universe.
I guarantee we will.
So is that why I said this already? Is that German or is it, what is it?
It was originally German. They changed the pronunciation when they came over.
So
my grandfather hated his country when he left. So
my great grandfathers, 3 of them came up over here with Chernobyl, so I'm German too. So.
Well, Kent's grandfather hated your grandfather, Jeff.
Yeah, your grandfather probably a prick.
Yeah,
no
hated
offense.
his ass.
No offense. Oh, I should have said
who
no
are you
offense
flipping
before
off?
I said
Kent's grandfather.
The Rams got the power peanut.
Oh, did they?
Nice. And Kent Lee Platte.
Platte.
Platty.
Dude, you've been on my show for 3 years.
God damn it, I suck at this, man. I'm from Portsmouth, Ohio.
Kent, you've been on my show for 3 years, and the first time I'm hearing I'm saying your damn name wrong. What the hell?
I've probably told you before. I told you it's the universe, man. This ain't you. It's the universe.
I feel so bad though.
I know.
I feel bad, and I still mispronounce it after you tell me. That's just me.
The universe, man.
Platty.
Yep.
But
Platty.
The power peanut is Willie Lampkin, and I want to talk about him because complete outlier when it comes to size pro. I love his tape, love it, and I don't know his RAS score.
Not great. He ended up with a 3.05. But
how much of that is based on the size portion?
That's what I was getting to. Most of it. It's the size is going to be the biggest concern there because he's drastically undersized. He's not just a little bit. This is an extreme. He's 0.1 percentile. What's 0.1? 0.1st? I don't know. Whatever the suffix is for that percentile at height. So he's very, very short, 5'10" and 3/4. He doesn't have long arms, so being short and has short arms, that's going to be a huge thing. And he's only 279 pounds. He's under 280.
Size outlier.
Yep. But he has the right testing otherwise. He has a really good broad jump, a really good shuttle, and a really good 10-yard split. So he has the good testing in the areas you want him to, but that extreme size is really going to hurt him.
Hey, Dale, did the Cats play tonight or not?
Yes.
No,
they actually played today. They already played.
Oh, okay.
I think they were on during the show.
All right.
Did they lose?
Makes sense. I have no idea.
No, the Cavs won, so they beat the Heat. The Cavs won 124 to 87. Cavs beat the Heat. That's your Cavs update for the day. Not that we ever talk about this, but the Cavs are moving on to the second round.
Go Cavs. Yeah.
Oh, man. Somebody told me I should use text-to-speech, and you're probably right, honestly. Maybe I should.
I thought they said that because I was on here.
No. They literally said, Dell, you should. So, can't confuse it.
They say Dell or say Dale?
I don't give a fuck. I don't know how to pronounce my own name. So, if you're going to tell me that I need to pronounce other names correctly, I don't know how to pronounce my own name. Fuck, get the fuck out of here. I'm drinking beer. I'm having a good time. I love the draft. And
we got
Matt Bomb on here.
Right.
Plat E.
Like,
suck my fucking dick. Like, I don't give a fuck how
I'm here for you. I'm here for you, Matt Lee Platty.
Platty.
Did you say it correctly? Did he say it correctly? You called him
the last
Matt.
name right.
You called him Matt.
I did it on purpose though.
So I had a friend who who actually did pronounce my name right, and then at one point he started calling me Math Bomb, and then
that's what I call.
Yeah, which is great. He eventually started calling me Math, and then Matt, and then at some point he forgot that my name was not Matt, and he would just call me Matt all the time, and I to this day have not corrected it. I have not fixed it in any way. We still talk. He still calls me Matt.
Hey, what's up, Matt?
Yep, every time. I think it's hilarious. I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to keep that going for as long as humanly possible. He's going to see my obituary and be like,
yeah, right. When he comes to your funeral, he's going to be like, who the fuck is this guy? I don't even recognize that name, but man, he sure the fuck looks like Matt.
Hold on, Chop. Tell me how to say Kentley
Platty.
I'm not going to pronounce it completely correct.
Why is that so hard? Platty. Come on.
Just
Kentley Platty.
The easiest way is just pretend those T's are D's, man.
Yeah.
Just pretend they're D's. It's very
Yeah,
easy.
but now I'm thinking of double D's.
You're welcome then. What do you apologize for that?
From now on, when you think of Kentley Platty, you're going to think of them double D's.
As long as it's not some weird thing that's connected to me with it, we're good.
So, Dale, just to let you know, the Godfather texted me back, said he's on a plane. If we're still on in an hour,
we might be.
He would join. I was like, well, we've only been up for 8 hours. Like,
Who said that?
The Godfather.
Oh yeah,
Anthony Kazenza, Cincy Jungle. Shout out.
Tell him to hurry it up, though, man. Tell him to go a little fast. Tell him it's AC.
Dude, I told him to go. He was texting me back on the plane. I said, just go live from the plane. He said, LOL. I said, why not?
Man, I love everything that Kentley Platty does.
Platty.
God
Platty.
Damn it. I thought I did good.
You did it right. You did it right.
Got it right.
How about Cole Taylor? So the Bengals are signing Cole Taylor. It's a name I don't know. Tight end Cole Taylor. Is that Vanderbilt, Purdue? I don't know.
Might be Cole. Might be Cole Taylor.
Could be Cole.
Could be Cole. Yeah. So West Virginia, a little below average, not a lot. Might just be a blocker. Let me pull him up. Yeah, he's a bigger guy, 6'7", 250. That's probably a blocker, I would guess. Not good speed, not good agility, decent explosiveness, really good.
Says he's a wrestler.
Yeah, that'll do. I mean, if you can get leverage at 6'7", that's a lot of leverage.
It's a lot of leverage.
Now you're Dele.
Dale.
Hey,
there's songs about me. Like that one guy says it all the time. That one rapper, like Mr. Worldwide. You guys know.
Isn't that him?
Is that guy's last name really Minor?
Yeah, there's a guy named Minor.
Shut up.
That's still not as good as when we had a kicker named Chris Blewett. That's still my favorite name name and occupation combination was Chris Blewett.
Chris Blewett.
There are so many kicker names. The kicker names are honestly the best.
There's dozens of people who are Googling that right now and realizing I'm not joking. That was a real person.
100%.
He blew everything. Blew it.
Yep.
I'll probably have to let my dog back in because I am literally at the house by myself. They left to go get galactic chicken.
Okay, Naughty Two Slurps like Cole Taylor. Cole
Nice.
Cole Taylor. Cole Taylor.
Hold on. Am I just the Key and Peele skit when the substitute teacher pronouncing the names?
Yes.
Hey,
Ron.
Hey, Ron.
Hey, Ron.
It's Aaron.
Ron.
It's Aaron.
Yeah.
That was great.
Meligiga. I don't know what that was.
Dicker the kicker.
All right, so
Dicker the kicker. Yeah, that was a great one too.
Dicker the kicker. But third round pick, Bengals, Dylan Fairchild. Didn't test, so hard to talk about him. But do you have anything on him just player wise, wrestling background stuff? I like him.
He was expected to test really well, and
I thought so.
I always mention that, like, when I talk about like hypotheticals, it needs to be understood that it's a hypothetical. Like, we're not talking about things that we know he would have done. We're talking about things that we believe he would have done based on things that he had done previously or things that we have as from third party reports. But reportedly, he was expected to test really well. We were expecting him to be one of the better athletes at the position. I don't really see why you wouldn't think that from his tape either. He kind of pops in that regard on tape. Very athletic guy. He moves really well. There's some technical stuff, and there's a reason he wasn't a first rounder. But you know, athletically speaking, he's probably a really good athlete. At the very least, he'd be like in the high sevens at the worst, I think.
I think it works out for the Bengals because the wrestling background. Plus, I think if he would have tested, he could have been. If let's say he's 8-9 on the RAS. This is how important the RAS is. It really is. Oh! That's the next thing I want. Actually, I'm going to pivot it off of the Bengals. Yeah, I'm drunk.
Wait,
yeah,
hold on. Pivot
Right?
or pivot?
It whatever it was, it had to be followed
No.
by like I'm drunk. That had to follow that.
No.
No, wasn't there a team that came out and said we don't use RAS? Recently?
There was. So this is the Packers because they got brought up to them.
Fuck the Packers.
The Packers are a team that
drunk.
very, very much prizes athletic testing. And they get asked about RAS, or the GM gets asked about RAS, and he says, "No, we don't use RAS." He goes off about we use all this other stuff.
We have our own.
And I've had people say like, "Oh, you're getting owned." It's like, look, man, I've said that repeatedly about the Packers for years. The thing that RAS does really well, RAS acts as an analog to what NFL teams use because other teams use something similar, not necessarily the same thing. They probably weight things differently, but if a team is paying attention to athletic testing, which they all do, then a guy with a high RAS is probably on their radar because he tested well in areas that they're probably looking at.
Pivot. Sorry.
Pivot A. I'm gonna pivot A off the Bengals because I gotta pronounce it correctly.
Yeah, pivot.
But no, I like Kentley Platty. I do think, and what you do with, I had to try it. I tried it again.
Platty.
Was that?
That was pretty close. It was pretty close. Platty.
Bro, it's
Dale. Say my last name.
Jeff Trenapool.
Close.
See, I don't even know your name. You're one of my best friends. Jesus Christ. This is the fucking ridiculous.
You know, it's called Trenapool, not pool. It's all right.
Well,
I have another name story that I think you guys will like. I had a buddy when I was in the Navy, and his name was Mark. We all knew it was Mark Navales. He was
oh God! Imagine me pronouncing that name.
Navales.
Great dude. Had a lot of fun working with him when I was in the Navy. But his name wasn't Mark. His name was Arvin, and he went by Mark. And he would always be like, "Yeah, I don't know why I was named that." And at one point, we asked him like, "Why were you named that?" Because it's not a very common name. He's like, "I'm going to call my parents because I don't even know why I was named that." So he calls his mom, and his mom is like, "No, your dad named you that. I did not name you that. It's not a traditional name." So we called his dad up, and his dad's former Navy. So the mom had one completely different demeanor, and then he calls the dad, and the dad's just like, I didn't name you that shit. I don't know where it came from.
Oh God!
I didn't name you that shit. Arvin. How did he get? What you called him, Mark or Matt?
Mark.
Mark. So how did he get Mark?
How he had told us before how we got to Mark, but names are always weird. We had another guy we called Norm. Norm was not his name. He sounded like Norm Macdonald.
Yeah.
So we would always refer to him as Norm because he had that way of speaking about him, that same like cadence to the way that he spoke.
Well, I can't believe it or not. Pork Chop is not Pork Chop's real name.
What? I was all expecting that.
Shocking. Like
mind blowing information.
Some people call him Chris. It's really weird.
Yeah. So I knew that guy for about 3 years, and like a year after I knew him, we also called him Doug because he was from New Brunswick, Canada, and the joke was that everybody from Canada was named Doug. I don't know, the early 2000s were weird. Doug. So we called him Norm and we called him Doug. Neither of those were his name. I didn't even know that until much later after knowing him. His name was Robert. I was like, yeah, Doug and Norm is better, but
Jeez,
man. I know a guy from Canada. His name's Roman Suter. Fuck that guy.
What?
Fuck you, Roman Suter. Go ahead. Any chance I get, I like to fuck that guy. Fuck him. Go ahead.
You want to fuck that guy, or you don't?
Resume the show.
Why do you want to fuck Roman Suter?
Yeah, I know.
With my foot in his face. I like to fuck his mouth.
Hey,
with my
kink.
foot.
We ain't gonna judge you for your kink, man.
Yeah,
that's my kink with him. My foot to his mouth. A little oral to my foot. Thank you for that, Roman.
You're digging a deeper and deeper hole, man.
Oh, please. That's the hole that I need. I needed at least 6 foot. Can't leave. Platt heat.
It gets better and better. Keep going. I'm not even trying to stop you at this point.
Kent, aren't you so glad you joined our after the draft stream here?
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm just gonna be doing data analysis crap for the next hour or two. I gotta change all the positions for the people that had different positions in the draft. I haven't been doing that the last couple of years because it was too much of a pain in the ass. But then when I do the team stuff, that starts to pick up, but it's going to be wrong the next day because I go through and change all these. Now I'm trying to change it all before I actually do any of those posts. I miss out on some of the high traffic after the draft, but
did you create a whole new position for a player that plays equal wide receiver and cornerback?
So I didn't make a position for that, but I do have a position for that.
Yeah.
So I have a position. I think it's like SO or something like that. I forget which it is, but it's wide receivers and corners. So it's all wide receivers, all corners.
I
have several positions like that where they're combined. Like I have DB, which is both safeties and corner. I think I have TS, which is like true safety, so it's both free safeties and strong safeties. I have a bunch of little ones like that. Now that I can do that, that was the big upgrade this year was upgrading the position so I could have different positions for players. So, some of the positions that you see isn't the only position that player is listed at. The intention, of course, is to get like nose tackle. And
that's where I was going. You knew where I was going. I was putting my finger up because. Yes.
Yep. That's the intention, man.
It's not a finger; it's a fanger.
Fanger.
Fanger. And so, Ken, if we do this live show at Midwest Best, what time of year is best for you? We'll do it like a Saturday or Sunday or something.
I don't know, man. Like I never really do much or go anywhere. So
we're going to get you.
You got
out,
the same weather we got. Like
yes.
What works?
But we're going to get you out. Like the best thing if you just come hang out in the weekend with us.
Oh, sorry. Bengals podcast. I want to pop this up. If assuming Naughty Two Slurps, then why would Naughty Two Slurps never lie to me?
Probably not. He has not been known to lie.
Johnny Walker from Missouri. I love him as an edge. I really liked his tape. I don't know if he tested or what the RAS score is, but this is the best time to ask it because I literally have the guy who created RAS who's the.
There you go.
Johnny Walker.
Kentley Plattee.
Thank you for saying it and me not embarrassing myself for the 10th time.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Walkers in this class. Johnny Walker, Missouri.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's something like 20 Walkers in this class.
Yeah.
I know.
Has a below average grades mostly because of his size. He's only 6'2", 250.
Undersized. That's why undrafted, but that's why he went undrafted. The production is great. I will say that to start, but Raz-wise.
Yeah, poor agility, decent speed, and decent explosiveness. The issues are that he's poor in the areas that it sucks to be poor in for an edge. His 10-yard split and his cone are his two worst drills.
Okay. He's not my top 300, so
Ryan
it
said
doesn't break my heart. But
Ryan said that he sees another report saying that guy signed with Denver.
Well, maybe
and
never
Will
mind.
wants to know if it's Johnny Walker black or red label. Which one? Go ahead.
I remember I was in, I think it was Haifa, Israel, when I was in the Navy, and we couldn't do anything because it was in the middle of war. So they were like, well, you can go.
Fucking war, man. War sucks.
They had a bar that we could go to, and then they had the duty-free station that you could go to. So you could either, and they had beer on the pier. So your three choices were go to a bar, go to the pier and drink beer there, or go to the duty-free store and buy alcohol. So we did a combination of those things.
There's all three alcohol. All three of them had alcohol.
Every one of them. So at the duty free, they had a bottle of Johnny Walker Black Label. It looked like those what are the beakers that scientists use that have like a round bottom that you swirl
the
stuff.
test tubes or whatever.
Yeah. So they had a big old like giant thing full of Johnny. It was like some odd gallons, and it came in a rocker. So you could pour it out on a rocker. You didn't have to pick up this giant thing. You just lean it over in the rocker. And somebody on our ship bought that because you had a 2-drink limit that you could buy. You could buy 2 bottles of alcohol from anywhere overseas, and then you could store them in our alcohol locker. And that was what he bought, was this giant thing of Johnny Walker in a rocker.
Jeez. I don't like that either. Move that. Sorry, I'm rearranging stuff here.
There's my guy JJ Roberts to the Bucks. So I thought the Bengals would be all in on him because they visited with them, Marshall, local safety there. But so we've talked about the Bengals' first 3-round picks. Fairchild didn't
test.
And, Jesus Christ, I can't even say the word test at this point.
Test.
We're 8 hours and 18 minutes in. But 4th round, Barrett Carter, the double up at linebacker. Did he test?
Yes, he did.
Enough
He had 7.46 out of 10. So very good, not great, but very good. Size mostly did. He had a poor shuttle score. Both of his size scores were below average for a linebacker. That's what they kept referring to it as a modern linebacker build on the broadcast. So the smaller kind of linebackers we see nowadays.
6 foot 231. That was wasn't it?
But he ran a 4.6, very, very good with a 1.59 split, also very, very good. So his speed was really good, and explosion drills were decent, not great, but decent. So it's a good athletic profile. I mean, you'd prefer that the agility drill was better. You always want a bigger guy when you can get him. But otherwise, it's fine. It's a good profile.
Yeah, I like the pick. I did not think they were going to double down at linebacker, but I get it. Al Golden, when we went to the Super Bowl for the Bengals, he was our linebacker coach.
Well,
so
like Dustin said,
he identified and targeted Demetrius Knight and Barrett Carter. That says he liked those guys.
And like Dustin said too, are we moving some 3-4? With the personnel he's getting?
I wish we had a better term to pronounce to talk about the front end alignments, right? Because nobody really runs a 4-3 or a 3-4 anymore.
Right.
We're always looking at the first number, right? Because 3-4 is three down linemen and 4 linebackers. 4-3 is 4 down linemen and 3 linebackers.
It's much more complex now, to be honest.
It's more complex, but we're talking about that front end alignment, and I wish we had a better way of talking about that, because we're talking about a 3-man front, but that's 3 words. That's too much. we needed one term for that. We got to work on that. Let's brainstorm.
This is probably the place to do it.
This is the hard hit. No, but even PFF, and because once again 3-4, but a Deion Walker, I want to mention him because that was a guy coming into this day that we talked about.
Yeah.
His production was fantastic up to this season, but the back injury, whatever, you can, but relative athletic score, it was so bad that it's like, and he does not play like a nose tackle.
Yeah, and that's where it becomes a little tricky, right? Because we talked about the way that nose tackles.
That's why I wanted to bring him up. That's why I wanted to bring him up.
Cam. And what we're really looking at is a mixed profile. There's some good bits there. There's some bad bits there. And you never want to sugarcoat it when you get the bad bits, just like you never want to overhype the good bits. Obviously, he has the size. He's a very large human being. Nose tackles are always very big. So he's got that. He's got the length that goes along with it. He had an average broad jump, which would normally be not a great thing. But for nose tackles, just hitting average or close to average is good.
But he's not a nose tackle.
But he has that type of physical profile, though. Even if he's not playing that, he still has that same physical profile.
He's an enigma a little bit.
Yeah. So the thing that really hurts him is not his overall score; it's his 10-yard split, because his 10-yard split that's like the key trait for a nose tackle was 8th percentile.
It was awful.
It was extremely bad. So that's going to be the concern is does he have the kind of get off that he needs to have to be an impact player on the interior of a line? Because he's not a pass rusher. He's a run defender.
7.5 sacks production wise.
But that's not always pass. Like that's not always so. Not
I
an
know, but that was
2023.
2023.
Right. And he's had a back injury, and injuries are also not a positive part of an eval, right? That's
a back with a guy that's 340.
Yeah,
could certainly linger.
It could. So
I think we're on the same page here.
Yeah.
But back to the Bengals for a minute, because I got you. So Jalen Rivers, I know he did not test well. I don't think. I could be wrong. I think he tested like a 4 on the RAS, like 4 something.
No,
but
he did
plays
all right.
better.
6.62. That ain't too bad.
Okay.
Yeah. You guys didn't take anybody that was below average.
Right. That's not what we do.
No, Kent will tell you that is not the truth.
Right, I know.
Hey, I'm just glad that you guys haven't gone back to that. You know what? Let's get the least athletic offensive line that we can get.
Yes. And let's trade up.
I like Jalen Rivers. I want to preface it with this. I like Jalen Rivers. I said it on the show. Like shit. Well, we're 8.5 hours in. I said it when we took him. I read my draft guide and I said, he's played left tackle, right tackle. He's played left guard a lot. And I think he can play right guard. 4 position versatility. I'm like, that's a great pick. But Raz-wise, tell me about it. And that he's good size too. 6'6", what?
Yeah.
Like 313.
Hey, we signed a quarterback.
Oh boy.
From Auburn, Peyton Thorne.
Low key kind of like that.
Don't even
shocking.
So with Rivers, this seems to be the thing that the Bengals are trying to do, though, because again, you have a guy who doesn't have any notable flaws. He didn't have any huge glaring areas of strength either, but his size is good, his speed is good, his explosiveness was good. Nothing's bad there. And I think that might be what the Bengals are trying to do, is just put themselves at a point where they're like, look, we want to go by a guy's tape as much as we can, but we're not going to draft a bad athlete. We want to get a guy who has good tape and is at the very least hitting this threshold. And that threshold is significantly higher than it used to be. So that's a good thing.
Harrison, where you at? Sorry, I'm texting to talk. Sorry, I didn't mute my mic. I should have.
Jesus Christ, Jeff.
Dude, we've been on for 8 hours and 24 minutes. Give me a break. All
but
right?
Kent, we are talking to Kent Lee Platty.
Hey, yes.
Nailed it.
Hey,
I did it.
You did.
Yes!
Nailed it.
Hey, Kenley Platty is the man. All right, he's been on my.
No, he is the man, but I want to pronounce the man's name correctly.
But all serious, Kent, this is awesome. You show up on our dumbass show here to do this stuff.
But let him talk. Stop talking to Harrison Butler. Oh, Harrison, the comedian. Where are you at? Oh my God, I want to suck your fucking dick. I'm like,
I don't think I said all that. I'm not really. I'm really not sure that was English at all. Close.
It might have started that way.
Yeah. Not sure.
You ever see somebody who's got ESL and they start speaking English and then they trail off into their native language?
Have you ever seen anybody who's had a Bengal player on a show or on a show he was on that he says the wrong name to the Bengals player?
No. Have you?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you should watch that show I came on a couple weeks ago.
Wrong
That rubbed
Dale.
it.
Tyson Anderson, and he called him. What
No,
he call
you
him?
see, you didn't even get it right. I called him Dejon Anthony. You called him
Anthony.
Dejon.
That's right. Well, Tayshawn. Tyson Anderson, and he called him Dejon Anthony.
I said, listen,
But, hey,
Dejon
hey,
Anthony.
hey,
I said, listen, Dejon Anthony. He goes, my name's Tyson Anderson.
But
He
no-
didn't say that, but he was.
No, he didn't say it. Like the thing is, like me and Chop had your back. Chop changed the subject real quick, and we kept going. So you're the one that keeps bringing it
He
up.
heard it though.
I also did that in front of Carl Pickens.
You did. That was both.
Also, I told Carl Pickens, fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
Like you do.
Well, you did that with Corey Dillon, and it worked.
Yeah.
Or if Carl was come on, I'll
Hey, why don't Corey come on?
I sent him a link.
Okay.
Wait, we have Kelly Platt. You're getting mad at me for trying to get other people on.
Platt E.
Platt E. Count.
Oh, see, you did it. You did it. You did it. Oh.
It's the universe, man.
Dude, I've been calling him Kelly Platt for 3 years. All right, so it's gonna take a little while to get Platt E. All right, he never told me I said his name wrong.
I like I said, I've done that. It might not have been you. I might never have told you. I don't know. But when I do, it just kind of fades. It's like a weird unintentional magic trick.
It's almost.
He's not going to correct you, Jeff. The Platties have been known to be a nice clan. They're not going to just correct you like that.
Hey, hold on. Why are you calling him a clan?
Yeah. What's up with that? Why is it got to be clan?
Well, it'd be tribe usually.
Tribe,
Yeah,
clan,
get that
group.
shit right. Jesus Christ.
Last name, man, family.
God.
Crying out loud.
Fucking horrendous. He's
I
trying to
meant
make it
what
something
you
he's
knew.
not. Don't mind them, Kent. We know.
Say his last name. Say it correctly.
Caleb
Laddie.
Anthony. BYU football signed by Bank.
No, Caleb Etienne.
Etienne, that's right.
Really good athlete. That's a really good player. I was surprised he didn't get drafted. Well, I wasn't super surprised he wasn't drafted.
PFF grades suck. Like,
They waived Zach Carter.
They had Tyler Batty too that didn't get drafted. That I was certain that Batty was going to get drafted.
BYU and they're both probably older, correct?
Probably, yeah. But good athletes. Batty was a 3-4 defensive end type, that like 270, 280 type of build.
Yeah. I like his tape.
You guys know Luke Kendrick got signed by the Carolina Panthers? Did you guys already said that?
No, we were waiting on you for like 3 hours to say it.
Yeah, well, Elder Panthers just tweeted it out. Why is Max Murphy on Spaces? He should come on our show. I want to tweet him out.
Okay. But anyways, Kentley Platty.
Platty.
I want to know if I did it correctly. Like,
they're just gonna mess with you every time, man. You got it that time.
Platty.
Oh, fuck, man.
Don't go French on me. It's not a French pronunciation.
Platty.
Oh,
Italione. Platty.
Platty.
Go ahead, Dale. What were you saying?
I don't know. I was just asking Ken about it. I was like, we literally have the guy who created Raz. I don't know if you guys know it's a big deal. It is a big deal.
That guy.
He's literally.
Right
if
there.
Anybody that watches like the draft stuff, everything, they'll be like, well, his Raz score was this. And I'm like, I know that guy. I know the guy who created this.
Yeah, man, it comes up at weird times. My favorite time was I got to meet Lance Zierlein last year at the Combine, which was one of my favorite things to do because I've loved Lance's work forever. I mean, Lance, he's a legend in the draft community, and he recognized me before I recognized him because I have this going on. I had the hat and everything, and I was like, I've been like waiting to meet this dude forever. And he's like, oh, sure. Yeah, I know. They knew me right away before I even saw him from all the way down a hallway. And that was one of my favorite things, man. It's a lot of fun.
Smile. Okay. I got my hands up. I am not doing this. The screens are flipping around.
Oh, boy. More technical fun?
Sorry, I'm talking to you guys and I'm muted.
I wanted to put Kent on the main screen is what I was saying. And I did that because it's like, and then I put it literally after he was done with this story.
Right when he was done.
The mustache. People have asked about the mustache. I know about the mustache, but tell the people about the mustache here.
Yeah, so I started doing that God, right before the COVID had hit. And I had ordered the hat first. I ordered the hat because I thought to myself, I've always wanted a bowler. And then you get to a certain age where you think to yourself, why don't I just do that? Like, nothing's stopping me. Like, I could just do that thing I've wanted to do. So I ordered a bowler. And then I had to grow the mustache, right? You can't not have a stylish mustache if you have a bowler. They have to go together. And then COVID hit. So I had all this time to grow it out. And then it really sucks wearing a mask though when you have a mustache like this. And then I've just tailored it and kept it. I was hoping that by the time we met now, like by the time the draft was over, I would have had it grown out enough, but it's not quite long enough. I'm growing out two mustaches, so it's going to be one mustache on top and then another one underneath it. So we're going to have two.
Yeah, like you said, it sucks having that mustache for everything. And I'm not gonna lie, man, because I had a handlebar mustache, not like yours, but like some, and Jesus Christ, you can't even eat a fucking cheeseburger.
Yeah, eating's different. That's
you got to eat everything with a fork.
How do you eat with it? It's like, well, you need one.
Or you got to lift it up like this.
Yeah, you got to have a hand free.
Yeah.
I style it so that it's out of my mouth for the most part. That's why you keep seeing me do that, because I didn't use wax today. I just threw some oil and stuff in it to help the hair. But if I have it waxed up, it's out of my mouth. I don't have to worry about it. But when I'm eating, I still have to worry about it.
Yeah. And you can't drink. You got to drink everything through a straw.
Yep. And when you sleep, you got to be careful how you sleep too.
Yeah. It was a bitch. I was like, fuck that. Trim.
Yep.
I think about it every once in a while because I really like the way it looked, but man, it really sucked. You eat your mustache all the time.
All right. So I got a bet for you. When the Bengals win the Super Bowl, Chop, you got to grow the stash out like that.
No.
We know. For the Bengals?
Nah, man. Why?
For the Bengals? Come on now.
I'll tell you what.
What the hell? What kind of fan are you?
I know. Sucks, Jeff. You grow yours out, man. Grow a big old handlebar mustache.
Now, you're the one that had it and was excited about his.
It's because it's great.
It is.
It does look good.
I can't do it.
It's a real bitch to actually have.
It is that. Yeah.
Kent.
Yeah.
I know this is not what you do. This is not what you ask for. But what you do for the draft community. No. Jeff, that's not what I'm saying about coming on the show.
Oh, okay.
But he comes on the show. He loves the draft, and what he does with relative athletic score is incredible. Yeah, and I couldn't even say relative correctly.
Relative athletic score.
Yeah, correct. That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
But where can people donate to help keep the website running and everything else? Because I would like you to post that up. And honestly, if you can put it in the chat, the links and stuff. So I want to post that up because I'm telling you guys, what this man does is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yep. And we're going to continue to talk if Kent has time because.
Yeah, we're not kicking you out. We're just trying to blow you right now.
I was happy to come back on. I had a blast the last time I was on. When you were like, hey, you want to join me? I was like, I better have time.
Well, I appreciate it, man.
Hey, did you see in the chat where Abdul Carter asked Lawrence Taylor to wear number 56 and Lawrence Taylor told him no.
Yeah, Lawrence Taylor should tell him no. All right, Kent, real quick. Tell everyone where to follow you at and where they can donate before we get past this part.
We'll continue. Yeah, we'll continue.
Yeah, so I'm at MathBomb on Twitter and Blue Sky, and ras.football is the website. I do have links up there. I'm dropping them in chat just now. So that failed to post. Whatever, probably because it's links. But it's up on my profile. I actually do usually post that after the draft, and I forgot to. So I'm glad that you mentioned it, so I can copy and paste the last one that I did.
Hey, well, I tweeted this stuff out, so make sure you retweet it or put it in the Twitter first.
Yeah, I am working on doing that right this second. Because let me just throw the links then in the.
Yeah, go ahead. Put whatever you want to put out there. Go ahead.
That's a good idea.
Oh,
it's not my show. Go ahead.
Okay. I got to make sure that I'm saying the right things. You never want to be like, "Give me money, y'all." That's not gonna
no. Give him money. No, give
dude.
Him
the
money.
Hardest, the stuff that
done.
he does, he honestly. If you look at relative athletic scores, if you've ever supported me and the draft guide and anything I do, some stuff that's in the draft guide, a lot of the stuff in the draft guide, relative athletic scores and everything is this man, Kentley Platty.
That's true. Yeah. Facts.
Like, I, honestly, Kent, the only reason I know who you are is because of Dale. I had no idea who you were. I like, to be honest, when I started doing this stuff and then I started talking to Dale about the draft, that's when I really started getting into, like, I was always into the draft.
Sure.
But I'm like, I don't know all this stuff. I'm like, I don't have time to do all this crap, and I don't want to.
But it's different. Draft guys love the draft.
Right.
Sure.
But listen,
and then if you can create a whole algorithm like Kent has,
but listen to Dale and listen to Kent.
Everyone talks about it.
That's true.
How can like if you have $5, $1, $2, $3, $4, one beer, two beers,
$50.
Right.
We'll go big time.
If you have anything to donate to this man and what he's done and keep his website running,
he does it for free,
going smooth, and show him appreciation for everything he's done for draft community, I'm going to donate again tonight.
You should.
He's going to donate again tonight, is what he said.
I'm going to donate $50. I got $50 on it right now.
Bam! There you go.
I will double that, make it 100. If you guys screenshot me and show me anybody in this chat still that shows me that you donate at least $5 to the links he's about to put up, I will double it.
Tried, and they failed. We might have to put them up.
Yeah, I tried to in the chat.
Chopper Dale, it's your show. One of you guys might have to type them in.
Well, we'll go to the website. Chop, bring up another page.
Can we bring up the website, Chop?
Right.
Yeah, right beneath the main page is a table, and then underneath that is a donate. And then
it's Raz.football. Raz.football. Raz.football.
There you go.
Because Raz.football is his website. Drive traffic to that. Where do you think these Raz scores come from? They don't come from Twitter. They come from Raz.football. And Kent is generous enough to put them on Twitter.
And we're hoping that this offseason we can get I can bring in a couple of interns to help learn coding and all that fun stuff. That I love doing that. I wasn't able to do it this last year. I missed a very large portion of this year to some medical stuff. But I'm hoping that this coming year I can use the money that I got from donations to refactor my site. I need to redo the entire site code. I've just made this giant mess of spaghetti code where everything technically works, but I couldn't tell you what half of it does anymore because it was written by people that I've been teaching to do stuff, or I wrote it years ago and me from years ago didn't know what the hell he was doing. Me from now barely knows what I'm doing.
What am I doing here? I don't even
so I'm hoping to get the site refactored. We've just expanded so much that it doesn't, we aren't able to maintain the load times like I used to. It takes too long to load some of the tables, which prevents me from doing other fun stuff, like making it so that we can filter based on individual testing. I can't do that because there's too much data and it bogs down the site too much.
Yeah, but you've had some health stuff and this and that, you like, but this guy feels bad for having health stuff, like that he hasn't done this for, like, you guys don't understand what he created alone is something that will live on.
I hope it lasts as long as people are still doing stuff with the NFL, and it's not because it's some super useful thing that we can use to project players and things like that. It's because it's a fun and interesting way to look at things, for one.
But it does. It all matters. It's part of the this is literally one of the factors in the equation, and you have a formula for the factor.
Yeah, and if in several years that's going to go away, it's going to be a while yet, but eventually that's going to go away because we have the GPS data. It's just not going to be needed to do that.
Sure.
There's some limitations to that, and this is where we have to understand context, which is Raz is contextualized because the players run the exact same drills. They all run the 40-yard dash in a straight line. You'll say, oh, you never do that in the NFL. You never run 40 yards in a straight line. Yeah, but if I have 100 guys and they all run exactly 40 yards in a straight line, I can tell you their speed relative to each other.
Yeah, exactly.
And right now we're missing that for a lot of the advanced metrics, the MPH stuff that they have on the field.
That's why it's going to go away, is because of the testing is going to go away.
Because we're eventually going to have better stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't even think it's because they're going to have better stuff. I think players are going to stop testing.
We had more players test this year than any other year. Again, by a really wide margin. I don't think we're in danger of the players really giving up on it. The main reason that we've seen them skipping certain drills has to do with scheduling for one. The NFL does a poor job of scheduling the combine. It's hard to tell when you're watching the broadcast because
I should have said the combine's going to go away.
I hope it does, but probably not for the reason you're thinking. The Big 12 Pro Day was a really big success this year. They had it last year. They had it this year. But this year, the documentation was significantly better. It was openly available and free. It wasn't behind a paywall, and it wasn't in a overly designed interface like the NFL does for the Combine. Everything was very easy to pull down to look at because there's a market for that, and they understand.
Yeah, look at your phone.
That information. They want that data. I'm hoping that we eventually get that for everything. I would love to see other conferences pick up something similar to that because you get more players and it's in a controlled environment. So you never have to worry about, well, it was windy that day. Or, it was raining, it was downpouring, but they still had to do it. But even though they have an outdoor field, I think it was last year at USC, it was hurricane force winds and it was downpouring. And they were like, go run your agility drills, guys.
Jeff, can you put that can you not send that to me, but can you send that here in the chat?
No, I can't. I don't have Twitter. I don't have Twitter on my phone or my computer.
No, I'm not asking you to have Twitter. I'm saying to put it in the private chat right now. In the private chat, I can share it, I believe.
I don't know.
But we're on the site. Kent, where is the stuff for on your site?
Yeah, if you just scroll down past the main table, there's like a smaller table that has like a couple of links on it, and right beneath that's the donate section. And the fact that you had to scroll all the way down there to get that's one of the reasons I want to get somebody to refactor the site, because now I actually have like a reason to drive people there. So I need to make it so it's more readily, obvious that these things are there without just being like, I don't like putting them at the top. I don't like saying like, hey, donate and then go look at my stuff.
No, but I think that's actually a thing that should, and I know nothing about doing a website, doing this, that, and the other. But if you had something and it was like a donate link connection, just wherever it's at the top, the middle, the bottom, and it's just a link to click.
Yeah, and it should be. I just never bothered to.
I put the Venmo in the link.
Yeah, and the Venmo's the one that I use for the site fees.
All right.
I already paid.
Sign in to pay this person. So sign in, Chop. Sign in.
Well,
sign in. Sign into your Venmo right now on this show.
Go ahead and drop your password and other credentials.
Yeah, right.
And your
I put the link in the chat.
Mother's maiden name and whatever.
Yeah.
But Chop, sign in. You got 50 on it, Chop?
I got 5 on it.
All right. I almost said 50. Either way.
Sign in.
I was going to say, pop it up, put it on the chat, send $100 Kent Lee Platt right
I tried.
now.
I can't do it.
Jeff, you don't even know how to use technology, brother.
Dude, I'm doing very good at 50-year-old figure out how to do this shit.
That's
50?
fair.
You ain't 50.
Yes, sir. I'm 50.
Bullshit.
Just turned 50. He had a birthday.
Yep.
Well, happy birthday then.
Thank you.
Now I feel bad that I missed your birthday.
Damn it, Kent. What the hell?
Why did you go to his birthday party? Oh, no. He's that guy from...
Why didn't Dale come to my birthday party? This man didn't even call me. Oh, yeah, he did. I just don't remember. That's how drunk I was.
Yeah. That's the goal, though.
Dude, I was hammered. I'll be back.
Kent, man, I do really appreciate everything you do. And I'm sorry we are not popping these links up, but I will...
No worries.
I know it's not a worry to you, but
the link is in the chat.
Man, and honestly, guys, I'm gonna pop it out on Bengals and Brews on Twitter. And man, if you got $5 to give, like for what this man has done, literally as draft stuff. Because if you're watching this show, you got to be a sicko. Honestly, you got to be a sicko to be watching the draft and undrafted free agents. But we do have Math Bomb. But you know what? You're watching because, they got Math Bomb on? They got Kent Lee Platty on?
I can be fun sometimes.
You couldn't toss.
What I go for.
You couldn't toss $5 his way? Like, come on, man. I don't ask for money either. Like, I don't, but that will help grow what with Raz and what it can be.
Yeah, if I can get it refactored, it's going to be easier to load up the pages. It's going to be easier to grab stuff. I'm not doing nothing super fancy with it. I just want to rebuild the stuff that I already have in a way that's a bit more usable, because that seems to be the biggest complaint right now, is that people can't find the things that I have. They work generally, but they can't find them. Some of the things that I have that do work, like the compare tool, it's a little confusing as to how it works because I don't have the technical expertise to do a proper search. So if somebody mistypes a name, or if they do like Odell Beckham and they spell Odell like he's Irish with an apostrophe, the search that I have isn't smart enough to say, oh, they mean Odell Beckham. I need to get better code for my searches and for my tables, and a lot of basic stuff to make the functionality work better. And then I can work on the fun stuff. I've been doing that for years, where I work on the fun stuff and then I just kind of plop it on top of the code that I already have. And I never went back and fixed it. So now I have to go back and clean all that stuff up so it's a much more usable site. And if it's usable, people will go there and use it, and they'll have fun using it, and they'll enjoy it. Like I said, the intention is to get people interested in the draft and the combine and all these metrics and stuff, just because it's fun. It's fun for me. It's something I'm passionate about. I enjoy it. And I've met so many other people that enjoy it. So if I can make it easier and more accessible, that's the goal.
Well, I don't want to speak for you, but it's like, that's just a little bit of it, like easier accessible, but you have made it easy and accessible for what you do and the RAS scores, and to take all these things and put it into one thing. And you have never, and every time we've had you on, or Jeff's had you on, you have done nothing but talk about like it's part of this, and you tell us the positions and how it translates, and that is how great the data is. It's data, and it's fantastic. And like, but go find that somewhere else. Go find it somewhere else. And sure, teams have it, but as fans, as humans, like as just random fans, well before the draft, this is shit that people should be paying for. So I will honestly be pissed y'all don't toss this man $5 tonight.
But to translate, he'll be honestly pissed if y'all don't give him $5 tonight. There you go. I hope you out.
No,
I hope you do this because I want to get this stuff. I want to push that. I had hoped to do this stuff. I was planning on
more.
Yeah. Well, last off season, before I had those medical issues, I was starting to work on a paid side of the site where people would pay a subscription, and I would have like traditional statistics loaded up with the RAS data. So it didn't provide, a ton of new stuff that I'd have to spend, millions of hours of working on. But I also wasn't going to charge, $1 trillion for it. It was just going to be something else that I could do to make a couple extra bucks. And you could look at stuff like, I want to look at the rushing stats for the year and see where the athleticism lines up. It was neat. I can do that on the back end of my tables, but I don't have any way on the front end to do that. So I was building that stuff out, and then I wasn't able to finish it. I still have all the tables and all the data, and I'm hopeful to get that stuff up as well, so people can go look at, year by year, or when I talk about, 1,000-yard receivers or 1,000-yard rushers and this percentage, found success and stuff. I want to show that. I want that to be able to be something you can pull up on the site, and also say like, what about guys that had, 750 yards and 80 catches or 80 catches? Can we look at that? Because then we're looking at multiple things. I know how to do that from a programming aspect, but I don't know how to do that with this much data in a way that will actually run. And that's what I'm trying to get somebody hired in to come in and do. I've got a lot of technical expertise with this stuff. I've been doing web design on the side for years. I've done a ton of coding. That's my whole profession. But like, I don't specialize in web design. I definitely don't specialize in graphic design. I hate graphic design. But you can't not have things look nice. And I know you guys know those RAS cards look way better with those Bengals colors on it, don't they?
Duh.
So it's a huge deal.
I just put @MathBomb in the chat because I went on Venmo, and when I was like search, if you put @MathBomb in on Venmo, It's Math Bomb, and this is what it looks like because some people they'll be
Kentley Platley.
This is yours, right? Because I didn't donate to other
My
people.
old logo, yeah, I remember that.
But this is yours, right? Because like Project Game Day, a charity that we're part of, but there's somebody who did Project Game Day, and some people's accidentally sent them money, and it's like, I'm like, what the hell? That is not our charity. This is a charity. People rip shit off, so I wanted to make sure. But it's if you put in @MathBomb on Venmo right now. If you have a Venmo account.
How many people you got watching, Dale?
I mean,
how many people watching?
About 550. But
550 people. All of you go put $5 in to @MathBomb on Venmo.
Got to get us more than what we need.
I'm a man of my word. Here's what I'm doing.
There you go.
50.
Do it.
Hey,
take care of this guy. That's what we do.
Like that. I'm gonna be in trouble tomorrow. My wife's gonna look at me like, bro, you don't make money like that. And I'm gonna say, you know what? I'm gonna say, you know what I'm gonna say, Jeff?
I'm gonna say,
you're gonna say, look, you should have seen his mustache.
I'm gonna say, listen here,
dear.
Bitch. I'll spend whatever the fuck I want to spend.
You say that to her? You say it to her now? Right to her face?
I was thinking it. I didn't say it, but I was thinking.
My son will randomly do that to me sometimes. He'll be like, hey. And I'll be looking around.
I love it. I love that Kid Bill skit.
I love that, dude.
I think that was on their first episode. Wasn't it a little bit really early in their run?
The other funny one is when they all had the not the cannibals, the
cannibals.
They don't like all they like is the white meat. They don't like the dark meat. It's the
the zombies.
Zombies, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. They're like, yeah, we having a barbecue.
Racist ass zombies.
We having a barbecue. Yo, come over.
My favorite Key and Peele sketch has always been the one where they're texting each other, and he's like, Peele is like, I don't care, whatever, and then he's like, I don't care. Whatever. This motherfucker, like they're just totally.
That's how it gets. That's how it gets misconstrued.
So this is what's crazy. My son tells me because I speak to text, and he goes, "You do realize they don't hear the inflection of your voice." I said, "I know that. Okay, I understand." So it doesn't always come across.
Is that how you say it?
No, I always say, "Dale, I love you. You're awesome."
No, you say that to your son.
Yeah.
He's like, it sounds like you're angry, and you go,
I'm not angry.
How I meant it.
I'm not angry. Damn it.
It's what I gotta do to make it work.
There's so many good skits. Like that was honestly low key, like not even low key, high key. That and Dave Chappelle show, sketch comedy was elite with those two shows.
So great. Yeah, everything that they did was just so much genius put into it, and seeing that they're both, they went very different directions with their careers. Keegan-Michael Key still does a lot of acting.
Pill with the movies right now.
Yeah, but he's behind the camera now. He said he's not going to do anything in front of the camera anymore. He's just going to be behind the camera, and even then, he's mostly just a producer now. Mostly just does executive producing, but like him putting his name on anything, they're doing one right now called Him, which is about football. And I was like, I was in when I saw, produced by our executive producer Jordan Peele, and then I realized the football film, and I'm like, oh no, it's gonna go in some crazy direction.
Are they gonna do the intros? Keenan, Ron, and Keegan, the third, 22nd of the 8th third.
Oh my God, dude! There was some. We could sit here all night and talk about Key and Peele skits. Like that's why I said when I said earlier, Ron. Substitute teacher, Ron.
Is it Aaron? Boy, why did I say your name?
And it's not just that the skit was great because it's permeated so much into pop culture. Because when you see a name, like when you see the name Aaron, you immediately think that. And
so my oldest nephew is named Aaron. I call him Ron. I call him Aaron.
Right, but you can mispronounce names, right?
Yeah.
I want everyone to know that everyone in the world can mispronounce names.
Case in point, this guy right here. Yes, sir.
It's hard to cover football when you can't pronounce names, man. We've got some names.
Tell me about.
Well,
Kent, you're
the
speaking
Seahawks.
to the choir, brother. Tell me about
the Seahawks drafted a guy out of
First
Alabama.
pick tonight, Shamere. I call him DK, and Chop goes, literally, that was the first pick of today.
So try this one then. Robbie Ouzts.
I said Oots.
Oots.
How's it pronounced?
We call him
I
Oots.
don't know. I just love that
Oots.
those names exist, man.
What's up, Oots? What's up, Oots? Oots.
Andres Borregales. That's an amazing.
Oh no, people in the chat made Jeff pronounce that one.
They did.
He actually said something about the Eagles when he pronounced his last name.
And then it's got Kal-El Mullings, which isn't hard to pronounce, but like that person, they named him after Superman. Yeah, that's some high,
baby.
That's some high expectations from the kid. Bryce Cabledew. I love these names.
We're doing an all-name team, right?
Meanwhile, I got named after a pack of cigarettes, so nobody gets to be cool in my family,
unless they were like Cools.
Kent.
Kent cigarettes. They used to be. I think they were menthol only back in the day.
Really?
Oh man, I'm fucking smoking menthols right now. I'm about to fucking rip one right now.
Do it with the camera on. Yeah, this high quality theater here. If he rips one with the camera on. Let's see here. Light that bitch up. Come on, you can do it. Put it in your mouth. There you go.
Bro, this sounds dirty as fuck. You're like,
shut up.
Listen to this in podcast form. They're gonna be like, go ahead, baby, put it in your mouth.
What did we do?
Hush. Put it in your mouth and light that bitch up. Come on now. There you go.
What?
Come on. Put it in your mouth. Light the bitch up. Come on. There you go. Yeah. That's up, Tuck. Yeah. Take a big deep drag.
I used to actually smoke. I used to smoke menthols back when I smoked. When I was in the Navy, you got an extra break if you smoked. So,
I would smoke too then.
So you're like, I'm gonna smoke the hell out of it.
Yeah.
Everybody
I used to smoke too. That's why I dip like fucking crazy now. Or
And,
no, I have nicotine pouches now. I don't even dip.
And that was my first experience with peer pressure. Not because it like made me smoke. I was already smoking, but like I remember. No, I remember one time I was holding the cigarette like that. Like I was holding it like that. I wasn't holding it like you normally would between your fingers. I was holding it like a doob. And I had to flick my ash, and I went like that, and it burned my hand. So like not even a minute later, I go to do it again. Instead of doing that, I just like flicked it with my other hand just to like get the ash off of it. And you have never seen a bunch of random people who aren't talking to each other gang up on someone so fast.
Like, what are you doing, Kent? God.
And they were like, and I was just like, I guess that's a thing I will never do again.
like
you just out here, you don't even smoke. I was like,
you're ever flicking like that
since high school. Like, but like that's not like a thing you brag about. So it was really weird because I'm trying to be like, no. Like,
that's why I'm always off camera when I rep heaters. Like,
and that's why I keep telling Dell, everybody knows he does it. It's fine. Just put it out.
I know, but dude, I ain't
you
trying
and
to
Chop
do that.
talk about the weirdest shit ever, and you worry about people smoking in front of people. Come on now.
Yeah, it's something. So like, all right, I'm gonna get personal. Like,
go ahead.
My dad, I grew up, I was stealing his cigarettes. So I was 13. That's when I first started smoking. Stealing his little ashes in his ashtray.
I've heard this story before, but go ahead.
My dad died, but my dad quit smoking and became like a very religious man 2 years before he died. So I've been nothing but I quit smoking for 4 years. I got pissed when my dad died because I was honestly like, fuck it, man. That shit already done hit my lungs. Fuck it. I'm going to keep going.
Yeah,
not what he wanted, just how I feel. My dad was my best friend. I'm Del Curtis Altman II.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That was Del Curtis Altman.
There you are.
That was Del Curtis Altman. I was named after him. Greatest man I know. He was a much better man than me. I love that man.
And he was a teacher too.
I don't teach nothing. Come on,
yeah,
don't put my business out there.
Whatever, dude. You say all the time you're on a teacher's salary, Jeff. I can't afford that shit. I'm rich.
Well, I say I can't afford shit, but if you can afford something, Listen, teacher salary. I still give this man $50. You know why?
You did. He deserves it.
He deserves everything.
Yeah.
That's right. And my dad trimmed cow hooves for a long time. That was his primary source of income for a really long time. He was Central Michigan
Trim cow
trimmer.
hooves?
Yeah.
Really?
He actually
actually didn't know that was actual.
We're getting deep now. It's the deep.
Yeah.
It's 9:00 at night. Nobody's watching it anyway. We've been on for 9 hours.
They came here to hear about hydraulics that work with cow shit on them.
Exactly. Go ahead, Ken.
So my dad, like looking back on, it's one of those things where you look back on the things that you didn't really notice as a kid. My dad developed his own chute that would lift the cows up, and he had it so that he could lead the cows into it, and it had a like an inverted door, so they'd walk into this side, they'd hit the door, and it would close.
Right.
So the cows just think they're walking right through, and then they get stuck.
Right.
And they had these chains with like padded straps on it that would come up underneath them, and then it would just lift the cow up on their side so that he could do whatever he needed to do with their feet.
So handy,
He
so
built
handy.
it.
Like
he built it from scratch. He tore off the back of his truck and built that onto his truck. And then I think the only business is like bad.
Let Ken talk. Shut the fuck up, Jeff.
What the fuck, man?
So I think the only bad business decision that he did is eventually when he started to work, like if the work was just getting too much, he would build those for some of the larger farms so that he could just have it there. And it's like, oh, I'm sure they're not going to learn how to use that, Dad. But yeah, it's all a lot of that stuff's automated now. They have so many tools for it, and I remember that
he never like copyrighted that thing or anything, or
no. But like you look back on the end, like that's like a legitimately impressive feat of engineering. Like it's
yes,
you don't think of it
that's
that
what
way
I
as
was
a kid.
thinking too.
You don't think of it as a kid. You're just like, oh, that's whatever. That's what Dad does. Everything here smells like cow shit. I don't care, And then you're older, and like my dad does, he does a lot of stuff with engineering and with a lot of. He gets paid a ridiculous amount of money. Not like he's not rich, but for he gets paid a good amount of money, and he's the most arrogant man you've ever met in your life. And anytime you talk to him about work, he's like, "No, you should probably just go tell your boss you need a raise." And I was like, "I can't do that." And he's like, "Why? It works. Just go do it." And you think to yourself, yeah, a lot of people have that in their head. My dad did that once. He went to his boss and he said, "Hey, I need you to pay me extra $15,000 a year, and I need a truck." And his boss was like, "I have no way to make that work. I can't. You've seen our finances. That can't work." So my dad just left, went to another job, worked there for a year, and then that guy came back and paid him the extra $15,000, got him a truck. So like all this shit talk that he did, he managed to back up. And he was the most insufferable jackass for years after that.
He knew his value. He knew his value.
Yeah, but it worked. It's not supposed to work. You're supposed to hear that and be like, yeah, arrogant people, they try it and then it backfires. It didn't. And then he gets to sit there and be like, no, yeah, that's how you do it. He's not a dick kind of. Like everybody has a little bit of arrogance. But like you said, he knows his worth.
Well, then I tell you this, like my mom.
Your dad's probably got a giant cock.
Jesus.
He was.
I swear to God, every time I try to talk, just all of a sudden, Chop just comes in and interrupts me. Chop just comes out like God.
Yeah, so he had an interesting. Everybody knew who he was. I have vivid memories of going to buy him beer because we lived in a small town full of other Germans. So I was like 6. And I'd go down to the party store in Westphalia and buy beer, and then just be like, "I'm here to pick this up. I need to pack cigarettes and a 12-pack for Marty Platty." And they'd be like, "Okay, cool, yeah." And I'd be walking back like a little kid walking with the beer and cigarettes I had to go buy. And I'm not that old. And like,
you're not 50.
I was gonna say, you said you're 50. Even then, a lot of people didn't do that when you were a kid. It seems weird to look back on like the 80s when that happened and be like, yeah, I was able to do that, because you don't think of the 80s even that way. Like that's like some 50s shit.
I grew up with a keg in my basement. I would go with my dad to go get the keg.
Like a baby's arm, man.
Yeah, that was the fun trip with my dad. We'd go down to Little Kings, which used to be the Little Kings Brewery. Now then it became a jail. Now I don't know what the hell to do with it now. It's right down here, and we go down there, and that was a fun trip. I got out with my dad. We go pick up a keg of beer. And he had a little kegerator down in the basement. So my first, What was that?
They didn't have kegerators then. That was a full ass keg. Probably.
Yeah, full. Yeah, well, it was a fridge. It was the old fridge, full size barrel fridge. And he drilled inside, had a tap on the side of it.
That's honestly elite. To be fair.
So dude, so my first time getting every time he had friends over or whatever, you know, the guys had beers. Whatever, I'd have to have a sip of my dad's beer or whatever. First time I drink stuff too fast. I still do. I took a big old gulp. I'm like, whoa! I always wanted to sip my dad's beer though. That was the one I took a big old sip of.
You want to be like your dad. You know who else wanted
That's
to be
because
like your
Little
dad?
Kings taste like shit.
I wanted to be like my dad so much that I took the same job. He already gave me the name, so I started off with that. But man, I see people that my dad's passed away 6-7 years ago. I don't know. You like Jeff, you showed up and shit at the visitations. Derek,
it was your mom, not your dad. But yeah,
no,
dad's.
Yeah,
what's your mom? All right, go ahead. Sorry, keep on.
it meant a lot to me that you guys showed up number one. But yeah, I lost mom and dad.
Yeah,
not too long from each other, and but man, I wanted to be just like my dad. That was like, dude, the fondest memory I have. You guys remember those little Nerf footballs?
Oh yeah,
like the
yeah,
you know,
the soft football.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
But we'd be out in the yard, you know. I was like, my dad kind of got cannon for real. Because, you know, but I'm young. I don't, but I'm like,
hey,
you know, he's sitting on the mower and he just like leaning back. Just, and I'm down there trying to cut, you know. And that's what we did the whole time while he was cutting grass. And to think about that now as I'm older, because it's a fond memory for me, but like that was probably a cool memory for him.
Oh, absolutely it was.
So
like, I love my dad so much. I miss that man so damn much.
Yeah, my wife and my dad don't really get along all that well. It's just the personality clashes. But I sound exactly like my dad. And whenever she's being too much of a pain, I can just pull that voice out. She gets super pissed. Always works. Always works. She'll be sitting there and I'll go to stand up and be like, well, I guess.
Yeah.
Hey,
and, like, stop.
Hey, Divine, you in the chat. I don't know if you're still working, but you were in earlier and killing it. I would love you to come in and talk to Kentley Platty. Did I do?
Platty.
Yeah.
Platty. Hey, so we're talking about old toys. You guys remember Jarts? The lawn darts? The lawn darts?
Yeah. We had that. I'm like, man, that's somebody going to get hit. Like,
I remember when it got outlawed or whatever, they got banned.
I got a story. So we're up in Adams County. Like I said, my mom's family is country. In Adams County out there, east side, close to Dale. And so we're playing, we always have our family reunion out there. So we had Jarts, and they left us alone. It's literally a fucking basic arrow. You throw, it's like cornhole, but you're throwing a fucking arrow in the ground trying to hit in the circle.
These young bucks are not going to understand what we're talking about. This shit was real. Like, honestly, I was born in 1984.
Yeah. Good.
That shit was getting outlawed around that time.
Yeah, you could look.
I remember it. We had it.
So
play Jarts all the time. My Uncle Rick's.
And me and my athletic ability, which was very good, just wasn't at this story. I was like, 7 or 8 years old playing with my cousins. I was the youngest. So I'm trying to, man up, play with my cousins or whatever. So I'm like, all right. And I'm a competitive guy. All right. I got you guys. I'll beat you guys. Let's go. Me and whoever my team, we got you. I throw this one straight up. I got this. And he goes, whoo. And all of a sudden, the wind takes it. And he goes, whoo. Oh, shit. And my aunt and uncle's house is right there. And he goes, thoop, right in the roof and sticks.
I like
right
the
in the
noise effects you're doing.
Yeah. I'm like.
Really sells the visuals.
It does.
So then I tell my crazy Uncle Darrow, God bless his soul, he died like 3 years ago. I said, yeah, I kind of threw a chart up there. Choose my all right, I'll get it. Yeah, he went up there, pulled it off, and right about tarred it and everything.
Well, you mentioned Daryl. It reminded me of something. So you're old enough to remember. Do you remember the Orange Barrels song? It was played on like Bob and Tom and a bunch of stuff that back in the day. and it had Larry, Daryl, and Daryl as part of the song. You remember that?
I remember Daryl, my other brother Daryl, on Bob Newhart show.
It was a song on. It played a lot on Bob and Tom, and then it got a lot of play on a lot of the other radio stations in more broadly. But there was a joke in it about standing next to Larry, Daryl, and Daryl,
Yeah,
like construction guys. And it was a joke, and this was like the late '90s maybe, and it didn't last very long. Bob and Tom wasn't I don't know if they were national, but
they are now
everywhere. But like,
I remember
back.
Bob and Tom's fire.
So I went back and played Baldur's Gate, which is a video game that came out at the time, and they have a reference to that in that video game. And I was like, there are going to be a bunch of Gen Zers who can be like, what the fuck is this supposed to mean? It's like the most obscure thing. It's like, well, you got to understand, there was this radio station that had a talk show on it, and they brought on a guy that sang about orange construction barrels.
All right, so you guys, you remember the Bob Newhart show, the second one?
Which I was gonna say, which one?
The second one. So that's the word he came up with. Hi, my name's Larry. This is my brother Daryl. This is my other brother Daryl. Divine thoughts. Go ahead, man.
No. I wanted to. So for Divine, who is a draft guy like us, Kent, and I know Divine, you have to know about Raz. Relative athletic score. I mean, we all do.
An hour. You better know by now.
Bitch, you better know.
I just got back on. I got finished teaching my class, and I'm in here cooking. So he asked me to come in for a minute. I said, "Let me come over here for a minute while I'm cooking."
Love it.
I wanted you guys to meet each other because draft wise, this is Kentley Platty because I got to get that name right.
Well, it's an honor to meet you. It's an honor to meet you. I've seen a lot of your stuff over the years. And I know you said, I think I heard that you said, or you did say that you were going to adjust your system when it comes to nose tackles and defense, two eyes. Yep. Have you done that yet, or are you still working on it?
It's a work in progress, but I do have nose tackles up on the site. The thing about Raz is that it's a relative score. So the brief aside. So let's say a player does the bench at the pro day. They didn't do the bench at the combine. They do the bench at the pro day. They're the only pro day that week, and they're the only player. One player, say he's a linebacker. That doesn't just impact his score. That impacts every score for every linebacker that's done the bench. Mm-hmm. So it has to go, or not just every linebacker, any linebacker that has qualified for a score. So it's all relative. So when you're building out a new position, I have to have nose tackles in the database for it to work. So the struggle hasn't been building out the physical thing that works on the site. That's up right now. The struggle has been building out a database that has the nose tackles in it. So I had a bunch of guys that volunteered to help me out with it, and I gave them a list of all of the defensive tackles, defensive ends, linebackers, every position they needed. For every draft that we've ever done. And they said, look, we got to start going through these and deciding who was a nose tackle, who was a 3-tech, who was a whatever.
That part.
And they've been great. They went way above and beyond what I ever expected them to do, because I only had like 7 or 8 positions I was trying to do. I was not very ambitious with it. And they've pulled out like 0 technique, 3 technique, nose tackle, which is a combination of the 0 and the 1 technique. And then they have a couple of other ones. We have nickel cornerbacks getting worked on. I think they're breaking out move tight end. I'm trying to remember all the stuff that we had. They've already started.
But you're not going to roll this out unless it's.
So I need to roll it out as it comes, because people have to look at it and be like, oh, this looks kind of weird. You know, this weird score is coming out. And if it's starting to give us a better picture of nose tackles, I want to know that. If it doesn't, if we're putting in all these nose tackles and it provides no additional value, then I don't want to spend an additional couple hundred hours on it, you know, if it's not giving us the value.
No. I think the value, I'm talking about, like, if it's not up to the standards of how you feel about ready to go nose tackles, we have enough data to put this out to the world.
So I put it out, but it has work in progress written on it. It's right there in the drop down. So if you go to the position switcher now, like for switching positions, it has nose tackle. Yeah, it has nose tackle in there.
Right.
I broke something. I don't think I broke something. Let me double check. But yeah. So if we looked up, who was it we were looking at earlier? Deion Walker.
Yeah, we could do Deion Walker. We could also do Kenneth Grant. I think would be 2 just off the top of my dome for relative athletic scores.
Let's do Grant because we already did Walker. So let's do Grant. Grant has a 7.18 RAS right now. He's got a really cool profile. I can talk about that more in a minute, but we're going to go to change position. And down at the bottom, we have nose tackle, which is whip, work in progress. We hit that, and it's going to reload with all the data. And now he's an 8.34. So even for a nose tackle, he's big. Is a lower bench for a nose tackle than he did for just the defensive tackle, because nose tackles usually have a better bench. But his speed shows up instead of just being, good. It's much better. Same thing with the agility drills and the explosion drills. It matches up a little better. Now this isn't as much as I expected it to be. Like, that's a good jump for him, but it's not as much as I had expected it to.
Well, he didn't test as good as a lot of people. Feldman freak list,
right? That Michigan has a unique program because they're always talking about the numbers that they're going to hit. Nobody ever hits them, but the numbers that they tell you are so exaggerated that when they hit the numbers, they're still really, really good. An example would be Hutchinson. They were hyping him up like he was going to have like a 6'4", 6'5" cone, which he didn't have, but he did have like a 98th percentile cone when he actually ran. It's one of the best cone drills ever run by a defensive end. So even though he didn't hit the insane numbers that Michigan was saying, he still hit really good numbers.
Oh, fantastic numbers.
Yeah. So Kenneth Grant's weird because he doesn't have a really high score, but he's a nose tackle, and having anything above average is good for a nose tackle. But the individual areas that he hit are also really intriguing because he had an above average broad. We talked about that earlier. Above average broad is a good sign for a nose tackle. He had an 82nd percentile 10-yard split. 10-yard split's the most important individual test for a nose tackle. And then he had a really good cone. That's not an essential for a nose tackle to have, but having a really good cone for a nose tackle is generally a really good sign. So even though he didn't have this, blow you out of the water athletic score,
it's still good. Very good, by the way. Very good.
Still very good. But the individual areas that he had were all the stuff that you want to see for a nose tackle, So sometimes it just works out that way where maybe they don't have the best overall, but they have the parts that you want them to have for the position that they're playing.
I think what you do is so valuable. Like I really do, and I appreciate it so much. But Divine, you gotta have a question for Kent Lee Platt as a draft guy like me for your entire life.
Well, I was going to say, because I remember last year when we drafted McKinley Jackson, a lot of people used your RAS score and try to, oh, he's not explosive. He's Tyler Shelvin and this, that, and the other. I was like, no. I said, you can't take his score and compare it to a guy that's a 3-tech score because they play 2 different positions. They have 2 different responsibilities, 2 different body types, it's not the same. So I tried to explain to him, say, well, when you actually watch the film, and then you can look at the test and be like, okay, let me draw the conclusion in between, right? So when you watch the film, you see that he has a burst. A lot of Bengal fans were surprised that he had a burst, because they was like, well, he's not athletic because his RAS score was, I think it was like 3 something. Yeah. I'm like,
put it on the tape, number 1. But number 2, because I want Kent to answer this, but that's okay. Part of doing this, I think, right? What you're doing with the nose tackle, and that was one of the
part
things.
Of it. Yeah. So when you have a guy that plays nose, you don't expect him to have the best testing. But you're even if they don't test all that well, you're looking at it completely differently because explosive for a 330-pound guy is very different than explosion for a 180-pound guy.
Thank you.
I've always found that explaining, I refer to it as typing. There's a number of different ways to refer to it. You'll hear me talk about typing quite a bit. But I've always used wide receiver as the best way to explain what typing is because it's so much more noticeable at the wide receiver position. And if you look at a wide receiver like Calvin Johnson, 6'5", 235 pounds, ridiculously fast, ridiculously explosive, he plays a very different type of football than Wes Welker did. And they played at the same time. They were both very productive wide receivers. They did nothing the same, not a thing.
Whoa, what happened? Everybody is gone. Okay, hold on one second.
No.
Yeah,
I was
everybody.
I was letting you and Kent talk. Jeff was going to make a phone call.
Sorry about that. I was trying to switch windows.
Yeah. I was gonna say, so I did that so you two could be on the screen, and then as soon as I did it, Kent bounced, and I was like,
so, what I was saying was, you have these two receivers, but even when they ran the same route, they run it differently. When Calvin Johnson would run a go route, you're running, he's still running a straight line. It's a go route. He's running in a straight line. But Calvin is using his body to box out the receiver. He's making sure that the receiver is going to be the defender is going to be in a position that when that ball comes, he's going to be able to get to it, and that receiver isn't. Now you'd think, well, of course, Wes Welker is going to do the same thing, right? But they're doing it in a very different way because Wes Welker can't outrun that guy. So he's not doing where he doesn't run to his full speed. He runs a little bit slower than his max speed and then accelerates at the end of his break, like Calvin used to. A lot of deep threat guys know how to do that really well. He wouldn't do that because he doesn't have that kind of speed. But he might make a subtle move with his shoulder or try to make a fake where he was trying to run a different route. Maybe he's going to run an in because he's trying to make that defender screw up and give himself some space so that when that ball is thrown, he can get to it. They're both creating space, but they're doing it in a very different way. When you look at linemen, it's a lot harder to show those individual distinctions. You can show that a 0 technique lines up over the center, a 3 technique lines up on the outside shoulder. And you can show people that, and they can understand how gaps work at that point. But they don't necessarily understand why that's a different position. What are you doing differently? Well, when you line up over top of a center, you're not doing the whole half man thing where you're trying to get half man, right? You're trying to barrel over the guy in front of you, or you're making sure that he doesn't know which side you're going to go to, so you can get him and the other guy eaten up to try to free up space on one side or the other. Whereas if you're playing 3 technique, you are trying to do that because you're just trying to get through the guys. It's a very different responsibility, requires different skills and different athletic traits. And when you really start to dig into that stuff, it's super interesting. I love digging into all the different nuances of positions, but it's hard to explain. And when you have something like Raz, it's broken down by position, but some of those positions don't tell the whole story anymore. They may have at one point, but they don't really anymore.
I think that's why, like with last year, we drafted Chris Jenkins Jr. Right now, you automatically the tag on him is defensive tackle, but he really played the 4-eye position and the 4 tech position because Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant were playing, the 2-eye and playing the 3 tech position. So a lot of his numbers, I'm like, okay, I get it. I think the expectation was for him to come in and play 3 tech and this, that, and the other. It's like, that's not really what he played at Michigan. Even like with Shamar Stewart, like he played a lot of 4-eye, at Texas A&M, So I was going to ask you this real quick, and then I'm going to have to mute and take my screen because I got to go in here in the kitchen real quick. But I was going to ask you now, when you do your testing, I know you have like the agility drill, with the 3 cone and a bench press, and you have all that, and it says good. So when you come to like the nose tackles, or the 2-eye or the zeros, which nose tackle, okay. When you got those positions, do you adjust what's good, or do you still compare them to all the other defensive tackles?
So that's what I'm trying to work on, because I don't want to change the formula for any individual position.
I'm still, 1 second. I'm still listening. I'm just going to mute my mic and my camera, and I'm about to run in here. I'm still listening.
Let me. You offer great questions, but I'm just going to keep talking. But yeah, it's a great question. And I don't change individual positions for weighting at all. And it's not because I don't think it's valuable. It's because I think it diminishes the point of what RAS is used for. RAS is meant to be a contextualized metric that helps people. It's to increase accessibility to the sport, to increase accessibility to what the testing is, to the combine, to the draft process in general. Once I have to start explaining things, it gets a lot harder to be accessible to new people because they just tune out, right? Because you start to explain it and you're like, well, these are what the scores mean. But over here in these situations, it means something different. We got to kind of look, it's scored a little differently because this one is different. Even trying to explain nose tackle, that's why I'm building out nose tackle as a different position, because then I don't have to sit here and explain why that low score for a defensive tackle is okay as a nose for a nose. I can just say run them as a nose tackle. The score is going to be better, and it'll make sense because that's what the entire metric is. So I don't change the way weighting works, and I don't change like how the individual composites work, because the intention is to just make things easier to understand. I'm trying to make the nose tackle position work within that framework, which is why we're building it out as its own position.
Well, and I will say this for you, Kent. Having you on multiple times, there's a reason that me and Jeff want to have you back on, because it's like literally you will explain it all and you'll explain it again and again and again, but you will also say, like, it doesn't mean this is how I feel about this prospect.
Yeah.
There's more factors than one, but the factor that you've done, you did this. Relative athletic score. It is completely known in the draft community. If nowhere else, draft community.
Genius.
It's fun. It's something that we get to look at and try to be a little objective about, because like when we first made it, and yes, T. Higgins only had 4.16.
Yeah. We'll talk about it. Thank you. I had to pop it
great,
up.
Great thing to bring up.
Super chat. Thank you again for the
that's a great one to bring up. And I love when we talk about guys like T. Higgins, because it's a great way to point out when the scores don't mean what they do broadly. When you have to look at it more individually. I had a thread about this before T was drafted. I did it with Calvin Ridley before he was drafted. And then I can't remember the third guy that I've done a thread for. There's 3 guys that I've done a big long thread for. But with T. Higgins, he is fast for his size. He ran fast for his size. But the rest of his testing, I think he had a bad vert that really dragged his score down. But like the way that T. Higgins wins at football is by an understanding of the route that he's running, where the defender is, and how to use his size and his length to box out players.
Smart.
And it's not just an intelligence thing. It's also a physical thing. Anquan Bolden had this too. It's an understanding of body control and how you have to keep your body to keep that separation and make sure that you're
and that's where the tape matters. And
right.
You've never not said this. You've never not said
nope.
this.
Yeah, always tape matters. But that's also that's something that doesn't show up in the testing. We don't have a test that does that. Body control is not a test. I don't even know how you test it. I would love to see a test that does it. It's going to be like ballet or something. But we're able to look at stuff like that and be like, I'm not concerned about the other stuff because it's not how he wins. DK Metcalf had terrible agility drills and people lost their mind for a month and a half. No one who watched him play actively cared about his agility drills because it never came up. You're never looking at a guy with that size and that speed profile going, damn, I really hope he could run this really complicated in route where he has to fake outside and then run inside. What are you using him for if that's what you're doing? You've got other guys that can do that. You've got tight ends that can do that. Have him run those deep routes. Have him run those posts. Have him run the deep ins and the deep outs. The ones where it's less about agility because he's already created a bunch of separation. And yeah, maybe he's not the smoothest at turning in those transitions, but he's got such a good amount of cushion already that the defender has to catch up to him. And if they are there, he's also big. So he's still able to create some of that space that way.
He's a freak.
And T. Higgins had that same kind of concept with him, with the way that he used his body to box people out, the way that he used his length. He knew how to use his size. And it's not like T. Higgins is like the biggest receiver to ever play.
But he's not the fastest athlete in a straight line. Like that did hurt him, but
for his size,
part of it.
Yeah, for his size, he's got plenty of speed. And he's not the biggest guy ever, but he is really big compared to most cornerbacks and most safeties. And he understands how to use that length to create that distance between.
It's basketball. His basketball background and boxing out. You said it.
Yep. It's a huge part of the way that he plays football. When I was doing Calvin Ridley, it was a completely different conversation because that was less about his ability to box people out than it was understanding of routes and dropping into zones, because he was a zone killer. Calvin Ridley was coming out of college. He was one of those guys that could find those holes anywhere on the field, and he was fast, So when you got him the ball, because they like to get him closer to the line of scrimmage, they'd get him the ball and he would just know where everybody was going to be. That's a cerebral thing that we can't really track that with
cannot track that.
So it's a piece of the puzzle. It should never be the puzzle, because you're going to find that most players fail. It's just a fact. It's math.
Well,
Most
the hit rate for any round, for anything, why does everyone not have perfect first round picks, Kent?
Right? It's very low, and it's even lower when you look at it when you zoom out and you start looking at his prospects. There were 2,700 prospects in this draft class. There were 257 players drafted. That is less than 10%. So immediately, 90% of players are failing at something. They're failing at something, right? We're looking at some kind of success metric. Getting drafted is a success metric. 90% of players immediately fail. And then you start looking at making a roster. Something like I think it's an average of 2 undrafted free agents make a roster per team. That's 64 players. That's 64 players out of, 2,200?
And heaven forbid we want to start talking about need, fit, opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Opportunity is so huge.
And development potential for the people that are coaching them.
This is where, like, Raz doesn't have as big of a correlation with stuff like fantasy, but this is where we start talking about opportunity, because as much as we want to talk about how fast a guy was, how productive they was in college, the main thing for any fantasy position is what does his opportunity look like? Because if he's getting snaps, he's getting production. That's production, but we're talking fantasy. It's fantasy anyway. We don't care that you're Kelvin Benjamin and you're only getting production because you're getting 13, 14 targets a game. So you're going to get production because by default, you got to catch some of those, right?
Right. So, yeah. But, you might catch 3 of those 13 targets.
Yeah. It's that's where the efficiency stuff doesn't matter for fantasy football. The opportunity does. It's the same thing with running backs. I remember when Amon-Ra St. Brown got drafted, and I'm happy as a Lions fan that he hit, but I also made that prediction. He was one of 5 receivers that I had brought up as most likely to succeed in the NFL within 3 years or something. It was more specific. But he landed in a spot where he's this mid-range and underneath receiver, and he had a quarterback that wasn't very good throwing deep. And they had already had guys to play that behind the line of scrimmage stuff, because they had, I think it was DeAndre Swift at the time. I forget now. But he was just in a perfect position. So it was like he's in a spot where he's going to get targets. The team is going to throw him the football. So from a fantasy perspective, he's going to produce. Now, fantasy is, like I said, it's fantasy. It's points. It's just messing around with your friends and making silly bets and stuff. But regular production in the NFL works on a similar concept. Opportunity is king. If you have a player that gets drafted early, they are more likely to have snaps. They're more likely to get statistics. And that's what success is measured by. So if a guy is drafted early, he's more likely to get those opportunities. Cool. If a player has a high RAS, they're more likely to get drafted early. So it works on multiple levels, because if you look at it as guys that are successful, yeah, the hit rate's really low, but we see this big percentage of that success group, whether we're using receiving yardage, rushing yardage, whatever we're using, a big percentage of those guys are those top tier athletes. And we see that because those are the guys that are getting the chance. The NFL rosters are structured in such a way where the elite athletes tend to make rosters. The lower tier athletes tend to not even make the rosters.
Well, and if you take a guy in the first round compared to the third round, because that's the Daniil Hunter back to the Shamar Stewart. Shamar Stewart's going to get a lot of chances to show what he can do.
Yeah.
He's going to fail forward. And there's another player that I was comparing to. I was looking up a bunch of that stuff, was Trayvon Walker, because he didn't have all that production. He didn't have all that production in college either. But they threw him right to the wolves and never stopped. And eventually it started to pay off. He started
That's
to get
still
better.
a conversation, by the way. Yes, sack production wise, but if you look into the analytical of what he's done as a pass rusher, it's still not I'm still not sold on Trayvon Walker.
It's an improvement, and he's got what double digit seasons back to back. It's improvement, and you're not looking at what a guy has done in college. You're looking at what you want them to do in the NFL. And
but
if you look at
Walker, what was he RAS score?
9.99. Yeah, he was.
I don't know. That
third
seems
all
pretty
time,
good.
second and third.
I was just saying that sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, very, very good, gifted athlete. But they just kept throwing him to the wolves. They kept giving him more and more responsibilities. The Lions did that with Ziggy Ansah. I mentioned him before. They just kept him on the edge and kept throwing him out there until he learned what he was doing. Sometimes that's how guys learn.
And Miles Murphy, I want to go back to Miles Murphy a little bit with this conversation because
thank you.
He was 9+ something, but it was like he's going to need some development.
949.
949. Okay. You got to say it, Divine, before Kent does. It's his goddamn algorithm.
I had a misplaced letter, man. I might have had it up, but I misspelled Miles. It's a 5-letter name, and I screwed it up.
Hey, I screw up a lot of names and pronunciations. Here.
It was a 9.71. He had a really good score. Miles Murphy was hurt, though. I believe he tested while he was injured, if I recall.
His production, though, was way better than Shamar Stewart's. But at the same point in time, when he was drafted, I was like, listen, I see the vision. He's going to need a couple of years. But I almost felt like when they took Miles Murphy, it was a Trey Henderson replacement because they didn't know how I was going to go. As a Bengals fan, I'm going to say this.
Yep.
It happens. Teams always do that. I mean,
and now Smart, so it's like we're just going to keep kicking this can down the road where we're like, we're just like.
Yeah, the Lions drafted a guy to replace Lim McNeil, and he's coming back. He's just hurt right now. So teams do weird stuff when it comes to replacing players.
Bro, you guys getting Levi Onwuzurike. I had to just try to say names.
Onwuzurike?
Onwuzurike. Yeah, it's pronounced just like it's spelled.
Well, I don't know what I even said. But
Onwuzurike.
You slurred your way into an almost perfect pronunciation, man. So you should be proud of that somehow you accidentally got it right. I love it.
Exactly.
I probably could have pronounced it tomorrow, but not tonight. I'm having fun. We are 9 hours and 40 minutes into this stream.
Dope.
Mm-hmm. Well.
Oh, I forgot. I actually can look at the team scores now. Where did Cincinnati land? I've been running codes this whole time.
Okay.
Cincinnati.
Nothing.
Bengals. Middle of the it's the most exciting answer ever. Dead in the middle, 17th.
Yeah.
So just ahead of the Bears and behind the Saints. So where's the rest of the division? Browns are actually high. They're usually very low. That's a bit of a surprise.
Browns are high because they get massages and.
So am I. It's okay. Legal in most states.
Hey Ken, I wanted to tell y'all because I got to get off. I just got finished making dinner, so it's time to eat. But I want to thank you for the hard work that you put in on the RAS, and I just want to let you know it was an honor to meet you.
Well, I appreciate you coming in. You had some great questions. We got to have some fun conversations about it. I remember most of it.
Yeah. Like I said, my only critique is like when you're doing like nose tackles and this, that, and the other. And I understand what your answer was.
Yeah, it's
like to separate them so they know, okay, for this division, for this position, and for what their responsibility is, this is how they stack up with everybody that's in that position. You know what I mean?
Before you leave, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna let Kent say it, but he has never, not once. I've asked him the same question for 3 years. He has never not once backed down and said like we're working on that, and now it's in there a little bit.
Been working on it. We had a way.
Kid's like, no way. Right next. That's what Kid says.
I did break most of my website when I implemented it. I spent several days going back through because I had to fundamentally change how I was looking at positions, which doesn't sound like a whole lot, but if you knew the data structure, you'd be like, oh, you're an idiot. That's not going to work. But I had to make it so that I could look at the positions differently. And like, just imagine like you say position equals, and DT. But like I couldn't do that anymore because I needed to say position is kind of like this one. And there's code to do that. But once you start saying, look at what.
All right, hold on. Divine, I can see it. I seen you over. When that wife says you gotta go,
She
Divine,
said,
I
You
love
gotta
you, but
go.
She
talk.
It's
said,
all good.
she
I
said,
appreciate you coming on
she
and
said,
talking to us.
I'll
You
still
had
be
some great
listening
stuff.
to you. I'll still be listening, but
Well, I'm
I
gonna try
love
to
you.
finish
I
answering
love
it.
you,
she said,
man.
Love
You're
you, dude.
great.
Thank you
likewise,
so much.
Sam.
Divine, she said,
Likewise. Who day? All right,
bitch.
all right, Iceman.
See,
All right
buddy.
now.
See you.
So it's looking at like this equals this, but I couldn't do that because I needed to look at this is like this. And there's code. There's a pretty small change to make it say this. Look at things that are like this, right? But the problem comes with, okay, well now I have like DT. Do I have anything else that is DT? If I were to do a position group like edge, right? EDGE, maybe at some point I have something I want to do that is, DG. If I'm using that like system and I make a DG thing, it's going to also pick up the edge. Offensive safety is a good example. So if I was just using S, which is what we use for safety at the mock draft sim that I do, if I was just doing that, it would pick up both safeties each time because it's
Free
FS.
safety, strong
like
safety, deep
Yep.
safety. Like
it would pick up all of those safety things every time. And it didn't immediately cause problems, but I knew that it would because I would be adding to it. That was the whole point, was adding to it. So I had to make it so that the system would work, so that it would do the thing I wanted to do, but also so I could scale it. So I could add a new position and not have to worry about screwing up all my other positions, if I added a new position that was included in the letters of another position, I've now screwed up 2 positions and not 1.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of structural considerations with it. And I broke everything. Everything was broken. So the calculator is still not working properly. It runs on a script I can't get to work right. The calculator works. The one that runs in real time. Like if you open up the calculator up beneath the card and type in a different score, and it'll automatically calculate it right there. That's not working right now. But you
I'm honestly pissed off, Kent.
Pissed off.
it up. I know. I should.
Oh yeah.
No, I'm not pissed off about what you do. I'm pissed off of the fact that no one has literally said, "I'll build you a website. I'll pay you," and maybe people have, right? Like, but
I've had people mention that they want to help. This is where it gets difficult, though.
you want a control. I'm a control guy.
Yeah, it's partially that. I'm not gonna lie, it's partially that. But I've had interns come in and help out with stuff. I had a kid named Eric Watkins. He's the guy that actually built the compare tool.
Well, we need one of these motherfucking. Listen, I'm sorry to cut. I will never. I probably will cut you off.
He'll cut you off again.
Over and over. It's fine.
But I will never, like, man. If somebody knows how to build a fucking website, like, or improve Raz.football website.
It's got to be It's got to be actually applicable, though. I have no shortage of ideas. That's another thing that comes up a lot.
I know, me too. Jeff talks to me about this with my draft guide.
You could do this thing, and it's like, yeah, probably. It's like that doesn't really help me. Like I have no shortage of those kinds of ideas. I don't want to be like rude to the people that are trying to be helpful.
No,
but that doesn't get me closer to the goal, because the problem is that I don't have the time and energy and experience to do these things.
Energy is the one. I don't, Jeff. That's something we can talk about just with my little tiny draft guide, But I feel very passionate about the work I put in.
My little tiny podcast. I got stuff I want to do, and I don't have time or energy to do.
Yep, you always want to do stuff, right? You always have these things you want to do. I had brought in some folks that were going to help me with help. I took on like 10 different interns at one point, and they were going to help build out some tables and stuff. But I was supposed to be there to help them learn a bunch of stuff, and I didn't have it set up because I had never done this before, setting up all these intern stuff. I didn't have a support structure in place to make sure that when they needed me, I could provide the help that they needed. So it kind of fell apart, and then, priorities change. People start getting back into work and stuff. They're not able to complete all the things you want. And then it's just sitting there. You have some unfinished work, and people move on. I had fewer interns. I seem to work better when I have only 1 or 2. It's a little bit more focused. I mentioned
work better by yourself.
Yeah. Well, I'm able to work more cohesively by myself, right. But I wouldn't say better.
I'll put in. It's not what you do with podcast terms. It's up here. You know what you want in your head of how it's going to go, and you can put the thing together.
I think. Listen, and Kent, I love everything you do, and literally,
hey,
Math Bomb
listen.
Math Bomb is the elite of the elite, and everyone talks about it. The website for me is difficult. Just as a, I'm like, but that's whatever. But it can be so much more. There has to be a way that we can combine powers.
Ooh. So I have a group of fantasy football folks that I'm working with this offseason. Okay. We don't have the details of what we're going to be doing. Yeah, we don't have the details of what we're going to be doing just yet. But that's going to help a lot with data entry and with some of the data stuff that I need to do, because it's just a matter of having the time to do it. And they have people who are like, fuck, we're going to be doing that anyway. So we'll help you out with that thing. That doesn't get
nothing about data entry. Data. Sorry, I say data. I'm from Portugal.
Both are correct.
Data.
Context. You can say data entry and data entry. Both are correct. See, sometimes you can cheat words. You can be right and you don't even mean to. And then if you screw it up, you can still be right.
I have a vision for, well, I just know how much work I do for the draft guide stuff.
It's a lot. I script everything. The post.
By the way, we're getting into the conversation we had at 5:00 in the morning the other day. But go ahead, Dale.
But my services are free. I need a platform.
To do what?
God, I'm going to say a lot of things I shouldn't.
Isn't that what we've been doing most of the time on here?
Yeah, but some of us say he probably shouldn't say on the air.
Okay, so Dan Jeremiah, I love him to death. PFF, love him to death. What's his name? Buccaneers fan. Love those guys.
Trey, Tampa Bay Trey, and
yes.
What's his name? Harmon does the reception perception, right? Isn't it Harmon that does that?
There's guys I like, but it's like, man, I have so much. Like I have half my draft guide. I'm not saying dumb because I will constantly update it, but I am through like almost the offense. I feel confident already about how I feel about prospects for next year.
It's a good start.
So, like, when it comes to like a simulator type thing, because there's so many sites where it's like, oh, this simulator, this, that, and the other. And I'm like, I could do that, but I don't know how to build a website. Like,
and see, that's where even making the decision of what you want to do is tough. When I built out the Raz website, this is back in 2017, I decided I was going to build it on WordPress. There's a bunch of bad choices you can make. I don't know if there's a good choice for hosting provider, but I chose WordPress. It was just the most easily available one, and it was cheap. But I chose that, and I already knew how to code in PHP. That's what the website's built on.
I do nothing.
And I know how to code in SQL, which is what the data runs on. That's also easy because I know that already. I didn't know JavaScript as much. I had to learn a bunch of JavaScript to do that, but I learned it. I built the stuff that I knew how to do. The trick in coding is not knowing how to do a thing. It's knowing what to ask to do a thing and then writing it and then forgetting about how you did it until later. And then when you need it, you spend an hour.
I would definitely forget, by the way.
And then you're like, what moron wrote this? It's still you. You're the only one who's ever edited that file. But I built everything in PHP and SQL and then JavaScript. But I could have built it out in other programs. I know how to code in React, kind of. React is way more responsive. It's what we use for the Pro Football Network mock draft sim. That's all built in React. I know how to code in React. It's all JavaScript and what's called JSX, which is like HTML, the regular website coding, like what most websites are built in. It's like that, but kind of Java. But it's really fast. That's the thing, is it's really fast. And I've had issues with speed. So I was like, maybe I'll build it out in React. But building out something that complex in React it's not simple. So it's a lot of work and it's a lot of stuff to figure out. And there's that gap. Anytime you have an experience gap, everything comes to a grinding halt.
Also, imagine knowing a guy named Anthony Cosenza who has
it's the Godfather,
and he has not asked me to be part of his network.
Anthony
asked me like to get.
Hey, you want in?
You
want in? You want in?
I'm very cheap.
You want in? He's like, you want in? AC's like, you want in? Here's the link.
I cost $0. I cost
How
zero.
are you guys?
AC,
I net negative, guys. So that's what I do.
AC, how's the flight, brother?
I am freaking tired, guys. This has been a travel day back from Midwest to back west, so my body clock is all over the place. And
where are you at? You're not in the
I was gonna say he's still in an airport.
An airport, it looked like, yeah.
I mean, hey, you guys told me to hustle. I got off the plane here in Orange County, and here I am. I'm
That's my dude. That's my dude right there.
And,
this husky motherfucker.
Motherfucker.
All right, Anthony, you've met Kent, right?
I have had the pleasure only on your show. I would hope that Kent would come on our show. Kent,
God.
I've been
plug your own show.
No. I've been of course this time of year.
They have a lot more viewers, by the way.
No, we don't. We obviously plug the great work that you do, Kent. So appreciate everything you do, man. But yeah, I don't even know how shredded I look on camera right now. But
you look sexy as ever. Okay, just saying. Right there.
Well, I mean, thanks.
You know what? I feel like you could use a mustache, but that you can't do that immediately.
Here's the thing, man. I can grow it here, and it comes out gray. Sorry, it comes out gray.
What are you trying to say?
I can't.
That's why I don't have a beard. This is white.
I've been
stark
told to,
white.
I've been told to keep my volume down here at the bar. So I gotta talk
hey, you people telling him to keep the volume down at the bar can suck his fucking dick.
Hey, tell them to turn TVs onto Bengals and Brews. So we're now on Strawberry Ice right now.
Okay, I'm having them switch it.
You're such a liar.
Mike Brown. Before I want you to hear the greatest story never told. It's time.
Okay. You're obviously talking to Kent.
No, he's talking to you.
I'm telling Kent to listen to what you're about to say.
The Husky story.
Because like the chat says, is that Husky again?
Yeah, exactly.
It's the Godfather.
So I happened to go to a game at the then San Diego Chargers. It was 2013, and I was in the hotel lobby, and I mean, player after player, and everybody's walking through there and all that kind of stuff. I talked, Mike Zimmer. It was a really cool experience. But of course, like all those people, I'm like, yeah, this is great, nice to meet you, all this stuff. But Mike Brown walks in, I'm like, I have a couple drinks deep, admittedly. But I'm like, I have to say something to this guy. And I just went up to him and I said, hey, congratulations on all the success of late. The team's doing really well. That was, unexpected with Andy Dalton and AJ Green and all that kind of stuff. A couple years in, and he's all, well, of late is the operative term, isn't it? And if you know Mike Brown, he's very just stoic, and he's very just, and so I was like, okay. And then I talked to him a little longer, and he goes, did you play football? I said, well, yeah, I played football a little bit, but I went further in baseball. And he goes, oh, well, you're Husky. And I was like, okay. I'm like, Husky. And it was like one of those things that he probably meant it as a compliment, but I took it like, I am going to go cry in my hotel room for 3 days. Because it was just like not, and it was just like, boom. He's like, oh, you're Husky. And it was like so quick. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, nice talking with you. I'm going to go back to the bar. And so now, since I shared this story on the show here, that a lot of people call me Husky and Husky other expletives after Husky. So
I love how your entire story is about how that's kind of a weird thing to call somebody, and now that's what people do. Like, you accidentally convinced them to do that.
To be fair, he did it to himself.
So earlier I was talking about that because like people mispronounce my name all the time.
Kelly Platty.
Yeah, and they mispronounce my last name as Platt.
Hey.
Super common.
Tell David to jump on the link I sent because I got a couple guys who want to do websites.
Oh, great!
Holy crap! I just saw you guys have been on for 10 hours. What are you guys doing?
Yeah. I'm kind of dead.
Sorry, Kent. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's fine. You've heard them talking for a couple minutes. How they're talking makes a lot more sense now, don't it? So, anyway. some people mispronounce my name, so I changed. I started adding my middle name, so I started going by Kent Lee Platty. And my thinking was that's kind of a sing-song way to have your name. I figured that would help people pronounce it, right? People who pronounce my name correctly started mispronouncing my name. It completely backfired. And now, and then I couldn't change it back. Like I'd already done that on Everything Professional for a while, and I can't change it back. So I feel like I created this weird effect where people will always forget how to pronounce my last name.
Platty.
And like I've told people a million times how to do it, and they will just forget eventually. And I stopped correcting people, not because I don't care. I think it's important to know how to pronounce people's names. I try to pronounce people's names correctly whenever I can. But they didn't screw it up with some weird magic spell, and now they have to deal with it. I managed to do that. So everybody forgets how to pronounce my name eventually. It just takes a little while.
So AC, are you waiting to catch another flight, or are you just?
No, I'm back in my neck of the woods now. Now it's Uber time, so I'm just. And I was gonna go grab a bag that wasn't originally checked, but had to be checked because it was a little bigger than originally. So I had to take
got
like
the
one
huge
of those.
sack.
Yeah, I had to take a.
Got the husky sack.
The husky sack, yeah, it was the husky sack. It actually says husky on the ID tag on it. So,
I figured that.
Yeah.
So how was covering the draft, dude? Because it's the second time you got to do it. Who'd you get to interview?
It was cool. It was very cool, and I wish I got to do a little bit more different, in-depth stuff. But it's like you get there and there's just like so many things and so many people. You're just like, oh my gosh. And then you're in the media room, and it's, there's a lot of people kind of just hammering away at computers and stuff. But it was neat. I talked to a lot of people. I talked to this one guy, which was pretty cool, that he kind of like what all of us have been doing as Bengals people, kind of trying, and sorry for the sun glare there, trying to get Willie into the Hall of Fame, Willie Anderson into the Hall of Fame, and that sort of thing. And he should be, of course, he should be. And this guy was also a proponent of that. He does know Bengal Jim, and but his big deal right now, is trying to get Richmond Webb into the Hall of Fame, and trying to kind of create awareness for a guy like that who, 7-time Pro Bowler. Yeah, he's been on mine too. Fantastic guy.
Dude. Yeah.
And I mean, I think that's another guy. If you can get both of those guys, I think it gets a little lost in the shuffle that he was on the Bengals because it was at the end of his career for like 2 years, but just a fantastic football player. And so that was kind of neat to talk to him. And this guy was just I pride myself on knowing a bit about football, but this guy was like encyclopedia of knowledge. And then,
I know a guy like that. It's
yeah. Well, yeah, exactly.
So I actually have both of those guys in the database too, Willie Anderson and Richmond Webb.
Do you? Okay.
Anybody want to take a guess? Because I think one of them ain't going to be what you expect. But
9.5.
For which one? For Willie or for Richmond?
No, Willie's going to be under 5.
I bet Richmond's pretty high. I think he was pretty athletic.
Yeah, Richmond's 8.46 back when he came out.
Yeah.
But so Willie Anderson was below 5. Yeah, he was below average. So I've said this, I don't know if I actually did say this before on your program, but like anybody prior to 2000, like I'm confident that the data I have is accurate as it was recorded by the people I got it from. But the way that data was recorded back then was so gung ho and just completely Wild West that like I can't. There's no way to know for certain how accurate it is. It's as accurate as it can be because it came from a source that I would consider a reliable source now. But like everything was so different. Nobody gave a shit. Nobody cared that everything was standardized or whatever. That didn't come out until like 2005, 2006. Before then, people were just like, I don't know, you ran good. So we got seats that says fine right there.
Yeah. Hey, AC, you got $50?
Do I have $50? I don't know. After this weekend, I don't know why. What
strong arming people
for?
I'm strong arming people at this point.
Okay, what's the $50 for?
I said 50. I sent 50. You sent 50. I feel really good about this night for this man coming on. Math Bomb.
Oh, yeah, 100%. 100%.
It is Venmo. It's at Math Bomb on Venmo.
We're hoping to refactor the whole site. I built this jumbled mess of code over the last however many years that is since 2017. It's like I keep putting code on top of code and on top of code, and I just keep doing that. we're at the point where the site's just not running very well. And like next year, we're gonna get another 2,500 players, and it's not gonna run. I'm afraid stuff's just gonna stop working. So
I'm gonna do my part, because if grass shuts down, I'm gonna shut down. That's
I'll make sure that it doesn't shut down. It's just how much work that's gonna take. You know, I'm hoping to hire somebody to do it, so I don't have to try to find time to do it. I have 3 jobs. Like I don't just do this. I have a full-time job.
No, I know, brother. That's why, like, I will toss you every bit of. I will give you everything I got.
The hope is I can get it all working again, so that it's more efficient and faster, so that people don't sit there going like, well, the table didn't load. And it's like, yeah, it takes like a full minute to load sometimes because there's 30,000 players in there.
Well, I mean, I know Dale and Iceman will echo it, but I mean, you are not only this time of year, but even looking back at players throughout the year, you are a go-to resource, like, hands down. It's PFF, it's you, and I'm not blowing smoke, man. It's like every time we do a prospect profile on my show, it's like, here's the RAS, here's the score. You know what I mean? It's like, here it is. And
it's
so
weird how
I try and credit you all every time that I can. But
that's great. As long as it's being used, man. So we were talking about that before. Like, I don't do this for that kind of stuff. I do it because I created it to be a free tool, so that people can increase the exposure that people have to it, and help with accessibility. It's hard to get into draft stuff, but it's a really fun hobby. It's really
not hard for me. It's not hard for me. Like, this is my Super Bowl.
This is Dale's everything.
It's damn near a lifestyle.
It's teaching, and then it's NFL draft.
But it's so much fun to get into stuff and do this year in, year out. And the combine was always one of those things.
Family.
Yeah, that part too.
It was always one of those things that it just wasn't very accessible. It was so hard to get into it because they would just throw around all these bullshit terms that didn't mean anything. And if it doesn't mean anything, you don't care, right? You tune out.
Right.
So if they say a guy's athletic and you're like, yeah, probably. And he ran a 4.5, and it's like, it sounds like that's probably good. He said it enthusiastically, so it's got to be good, right? You know, that's not a good way to like judge players. Like, he said he was fast enthusiastically with gusto.
So, can I say something real quick? Dale, we've reached the 10-hour mark.
Woo!
10 hours. 10 hours.
I don't even want to ask about bathroom breaks or anything like that. That's
no. I leave. Everybody can leave when they want to leave. They take a little break. You know, they do a little shit. I ain't trying to be ESPN.
Hey! Cheers! 10 hours. Let's go. Come on. Throw it.
All right,
let's go.
I'll crack
another drink.
Yeah.
I'll drink tomorrow.
10
hours.
10 minutes. 10 minutes for me.
There you go. Bam, baby.
Kent's not drinking, but Kent's gonna have some Midwest Best when he.
There you go.
I know I can
your
drink
hotel room. I might be in it that night with that. I might have a mustache ride, baby.
All right. No, I know I can drink. I know I can drink liquor. I don't know if I can drink beer yet. I have a bunch of diet.
Hey, you don't gotta drink shit. Just come hang out with us.
It's not a thing. I don't. It's not a.
He wants to. He wants to.
I know he wants to. I'm like, he keeps telling. I understand why he can't. Is what I'm saying. It's not a big deal.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
It's all good.
There's only so much to do. So actually, I didn't go into great detail. I haven't been able to walk very well. I was
oh gosh.
I was completely immobile for the month of February. I didn't leave my chair.
So for everyone who doesn't know, if you want to tell,
yeah. So it's fine. I couldn't walk. I had a very serious case of gout. Gout is it's a chronic condition. Normally it lasts 4 or 5 days. This one lasted 32. And if anybody out there has ever had that, is like, holy shit, right? That's a lot. But like even before then, I've had mobility problems for a while. I've had some medical issues with my legs. So I've been walking with a cane and things like that.
Military veteran, by the way. This guy served your country, people.
Yeah,
not because of that, but I also that.
Thank you for your service. So you are with the cane and everything, the cane and the mustache. You are.
I know. See, you're seeing what I'm thinking.
Well, like, you're Doc Holiday, man.
It sucks, but there's an upside. I can get a dope ass cane and look awesome.
Yeah, with the hat too. Got the hat on there too. Yeah.
So it's been rough because I haven't been able to move around as much as I wanted to. But On top of that, because I've been dealing with all that, I also was away from football for a really long time because it's a lot of work, and there's a lot of other stuff I have to do. There's all the medications that I was on. It's a lot, but I also couldn't drink, which means I couldn't even do the stuff that made that tolerable.
made it fun, right? Makes it fun.
So I didn't drink the entire year. I've had only a few drinks all year because I couldn't drink any alcohol. I don't drink beer often, but when I do, I like drinking beer when I feel like it. Everybody likes to when they feel like it, but I don't know that
I don't drink beer that often either.
Beer's a triggering. Beer's one of those things that can trigger it, and I'm on different medications now, so I'm kind of like easing back into my vices. Like I'm trying to get back into the things I shouldn't be doing.
Is this gonna be okay, or is this gonna fuck me up before? Let's try it slowly. Yeah.
This is you thought it was gonna be all wholesome. It's not. This is about how to be a worse person.
Okay, so how do we become a worse? No, but this man has been through it. But literally, like if you are a draft guy, relative athletic score, it's talked about nationally. It's not locally.
Oh, it's a must. It's a must. Yeah.
He's our friend. That's pretty cool.
Right? And he's our friend first and foremost.
When you guys asked me to be on, I was thrilled. I loved coming on with you guys. It's so much fun. I do a lot of radio shows and interviews and stuff, and there's a different tone and a different seriousness to everything.
We're not serious at all.
No.
We are, but we aren't. I mean, it's a fun thing.
No.
You know what you're talking about, Dale. So when certain thing we do, but it's different. Go ahead.
I'm like a mediocre quarterback. I can work within structure, but I also enjoy just not having to. I enjoy just being able to talk shit and talk about football players and talk about random statistical stuff with people who are at least gonna understand what I'm talking about, and also just be like, why are we talking about a lot of math? Like, it's a lot of math to have to think.
Well,
we literally had conversations about our family members before AC came on and stuff earlier too, and like that means something to me. Like I get to know a man more than just math bomb rat score.
I'm not just a mustache and a pretty face.
He's a human being. People,
it's an absolutely epic mustache. Let's just.
It is.
I failed a little bit. I've been trying to grow it out. I'm styling this so that I have two. Let's see if I can at least get
the Raleigh fingers thing going. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I've got it long enough where I can get two mustaches.
There you go.
So I can get one like up here and then another one.
Wow.
And it's almost long enough. I was hoping I would get it long enough before the draft. It didn't quite get there. So I'm stuck with one silly mustache instead of two.
This is a man who literally, like honestly, relative athletic score is nationally known. It will live on. It will outlive all of us, I believe.
Well, Kent, I'm meaning this as a compliment, but you have made a lot of people look beyond the simple things that they looked at for years, which was 40 bench press and height weight, right? Like there's
categories to it.
Yeah, you go into the splits, you go into that, you know what I mean? And so I think then when you look at some of these guys, it's not just like 2 or 3 categories that was classically, he ran a grade 40. Well, I mean, what does that 40 mean? And I think you have really opened the door and opened eyes for people to be like, hey, well, what does this actually mean? What did this actually look like? Because that's it's just an invaluable tool as we look at prospects and even look back at guys that are current NFL players, really.
Yeah, and that was really the entire point. When I started doing all this stuff, it was because of the Le'Veon Bell draft. And I think this is the first time it's taken me more than like 5 minutes where that's come up. I've been on like an hour before.
Yeah. I will say that. Yeah, go ahead.
But like the Le'Veon Bell draft, the whole argument with him was that he was unathletic because he ran that 4.6. And like I'm literally not very far from Michigan State right now, but at the time I lived in Texas. But I hated that was the narrative, was that he was unathletic because he ran a 4.6. A 4.6 is fine. It's not great, but it's kind of okay. And for a really big back like him, that was pretty dang good. And his cone was, I think, a 6.75 or something like that. It was a ridiculously good 3 cone. So the whole he's unathletic thing was only looking at that one thing. and it was blowing it out of proportion. So it was exaggerating one thing and ignoring all the others, and I hated that. So I was like, fine, I'll spend the next decade and a half coding stuff and building a database so that people don't have to look at this stuff and think, God, that's stupid.
But hey, hold on, real quick. We talk about real quick. AC, I know your sister's birthday was that like last week or something. I wanted to give a shout out to her real quick. So.
Same.
So
Thank you.
Put that out there. Anything for you? I know you got charity for her too.
No, for Greg.
Put that out.
Yeah. It's just she passed away pretty unexpectedly. Don't need to go into details on it. But pretty
I was trying to get it
unexpectedly.
for our family, and then
Jesus Christ, ESPN, Jeff Trentapool.
I know, but no, it's called it's right now it's kind of a grassroots little charity we started just in her name, and we are giving out, and actually there's a couple of scholarship winners locally at her high school alma mater that'll be getting some money to go to college.
Awesome.
So it's just kind of a grassroots thing. Yeah, and Bengals fans have been amazing about it, which is really, really cool. And thank you for even mentioning that. So that's, Lisa Kazenza Memorial Scholarship Foundation. There's like a little GoFundMe, or if you want info on it, and or if you want to see the winners and stuff that are coming up here in probably just like a week or two from now, we can give you some info on that. But it's pretty cool. Like I said, it's a small thing, grassroots, but just trying to keep her name out there and keep her memory alive. And
it's pinned to your profile, right? It's pinned to
it is.
Pinned to
It
your
is.
profile.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
and it's been.
And you guys know
how.
You guys know how great I am at Twitter. I mean, I'm a social media savant.
Yeah.
So,
You don't do it.
You are all over the place. All right.
God damn,
No,
my
I'm
wife
not.
was going to kill me tomorrow. I got 50 on that too. I got 50 on that one too. I just asked the people in the chat, like, hey, if you can give $5, but I'm gonna get 50 on it. My wife is gonna literally fucking beat my ass tomorrow. But you know what? It ain't tonight, and I'm gonna have a couple more beers.
It ain't tonight.
No,
I want to shout that out, AC.
I appreciate that. I greatly appreciate that. I didn't. That's not at all why.
I know.
Just to hang with you guys.
You've never been that. You've never. No, hell no.
You are the worst self-promoter I've ever met in my entire life who does this.
I really am.
You're terrible
really
at
am.
this.
I actually hate it. I'm a personable guy. I'm an outgoing guy, but I don't like to be like the.
Hey, look at me! Look at me!
I'm not like that. I'm not like that.
We had this whole conversation earlier because I hate that too, man. It's hard to.
That's what we're here for.
You have can't you have like slightly more followers than I do? Like probably 15 times more followers than I do.
You both have more followers than I do, so I got the least amount of followers right here. So. Yeah.
Well, the follow back button may or may not be working. It keeps jumping back. So if you see that I have followed and unfollowed you a bunch of times, it's Twitter. Blame Elon. It ain't me. But it is pinned to your profile if folks are listening to go jump out there and donate to that. I did myself. So.
Oh my God! What the hell?
Thank you.
I gave you $50. You done spit on Anthony?
Well, that's my new best friend.
That's good.
I have two. That's the reason that I have two things. One of them is to help the site and stuff, and the other is to buy me alcohol and toys.
Yes.
Well,
and alcohol and toys, donating things. Yeah, but I collect bottles. You can see I got bottles.
Me and Dale have plenty of empty bottles to give you. Okay.
How do you think they got empty in the first place? It's not just display.
Man, I'm just happy. My heart's full. Like, regardless of the draft, how you feel about the draft? My heart is full. Project Game Day event last night was very clutch. Like, that's
very cool that you guys do that. By the way, very cool that you guys do that.
I don't have anything to do with it. It's those guys.
That's bullshit. You promote it.
I don't have a damn
part
thing
of
to do with it. No, I don't. It's you guys. You guys did all the work, not me. You did great. David, there's my brother-in-law. What's up? So,
what's up?
This guy right here, right over here, these two went websites.
You're pointing to the tiger. The tiger? What?
Those guys. This is my brother-in-law, David, by the way. Okay, so you guys want a website? He is a website.
Hold on. Time out.
Oh
David,
my goodness! Hold on.
Are you a Bengals fan, David?
He is not. He is a.
Oh hell no!
Oh, wait a minute.
Okay, that's okay. I can still work with
He's
this.
Hey, I'm married into him. Okay, it's not my fault.
No.
He's a free man.
Hold on. I can
You
work
didn't marry into me at all.
Your family,
Nothing's
dumbass.
in me.
Hold up. Pause. Wait a minute.
Bold statement as a Packers fan.
Well, I have a Lions fan. David,
I've never
do you
been so
follow
glad that I have headphones on.
Well,
right now.
I mean, we can't be perfect. I mean, we
Hey,
do
we
have
all can't be Bengals
4
fans,
Super
baby. Let's go.
Bowls. And
All right. Y'all coming at each other. I get it.
Ooh.
Your family. You all coming at each other and your family.
My dude.
David, do you know
We do.
Kazenza or Kentley?
David doesn't know any of you guys.
We know he has to know Ken. Me, I'm a goober. Nobody knows.
David he's a sports guy, but not really. He doesn't know who Ken is.
Okay.
Dale, actually, you've been on a show with him before when we all been drunk.
Yeah.
Shit, I probably
Probably
forgot.
don't remember.
I probably forgot.
When has that never been though?
Every day at 5:30, I'm not drunk. Okay.
Monday through Friday.
You got to start somewhere.
At 10 o'clock on a Saturday night.
All right, we call it
it.
tipsy.
All
right, Anthony, I hope this doesn't offend you. You are my godfather. You are my guy, Anthony.
Is the Godfather.
But
Okay,
you are
but
right
there's
now.
a but in there somewhere. Yeah.
But this guy, Kentley Platty, math bomb, relative athletic score.
Oh, he's the
Have
dude.
you ever heard
He's
of
the dude.
relative athletic score, David?
What?
Relative athletic score. Raz.
Relative?
Raz.
No.
All right, so
Jesus
hold on a second.
Christ.
Hold on a
This
second.
guy don't know shit about shit. Oh my God, Jeff! What the fuck are we doing?
Hold on. He's a military veteran, all right. So his hearing has went away.
Yeah, I spent the majority of my life doing stuff that matters.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Yeah, you did. He blew a lot of shit up, and he can't hear right now. So I brought him on because you two were talking about doing websites.
Wait, he's
That's why
not
I brought
Army also. A Packers fan and Army? That would be a problem.
Yeah. So you guys want to do websites with your stuff? This is the man to talk to. He is smart
Look,
as hell.
I'm a systems engineer. I do stuff at a level 3. So I don't really build websites. I can point you towards a good service that is really a point and click kind of thing. You can literally have all your images ready or whatever you want to do on it. GoDaddy.com is probably one of the best ones out there. It's the most user friendly. You can do whatever you want to. And
I ended up doing WordPress to build mine at the time. This was back in 2017.
Yeah.
GoDaddy back then wasn't quite.
He built me a website, and I haven't done shit with it. I'll put it to you that way.
Yeah, WordPress, and you can actually.
I'm gonna shoot myself in the face. What is going on?
You should be able to download your website, and then you could actually have GoDaddy upload it. You know.
Yeah, to switch over providers.
Dale, I have.
You can bring it over.
Right now, this is fucking crazy.
I have a computer guy on here for your website. Calm down.
As someone who's worked in the IT field, having this whole conversation is a very common occurrence.
All right. So Kent, do me a favor. David will understand this probably, but explain Raz to him.
So it's a composite score that compares player testing to all other players at that position from 1987 to their draft year.
NFL players.
Gives them a 0 to 10 grade. It's all stop late color code. It's all meant to bring people into the sport and bring to the concept of analytics and the draft analysis. Okay. The site itself is built entirely in PHP. Everything is manual code on there, but there's a lot of manual code on there. I've had it out there since 2017, and the issue is that I've been adding things on top of itself. So anytime I have something new, I just kind of throw it in, and over the years, it's gotten very unwieldy, and it's starting to slow down the site. And this happens to come at a time when traffic is increasing.
Yeah.
So it makes it very difficult to maintain the traffic you're getting into to continue to put up a product that people want when you're kind of buried under years of code. So I need to refactor pretty much the whole site.
You might
because I was gonna go out on like Fiverr or one of them places, find somebody that does contracting, and get a contractor to come in and either rebuild it in React or to rebuild it in something that doesn't just use PHP and SQL, because it's not. I'm outgrowing the data side on the site.
Yeah, you're outgrowing the actual the script running behind it. It's a little bit more complex now than it used to be. You could actually have the like one of the AIs redo your code to restructure it to be more to have more flow, and to and it'll actually reorganize it and remove excess stuff too. So it's pretty. I use that.
There's a lot of excess code because I built everything on top of itself. So there's a bunch of shit that probably had a purpose at some point.
I mean, since you already have a lot built, I would say it really wouldn't make much sense to start from the ground up. But I get what you're saying about WordPress. My mom had a website on there too that I was kind of managing for her. She did all the HTML and stuff. I just basically made sure that the services were running and stuff. She had one on there and it was all right. But if you really want to upgrade for speed, I mean, I'll tell you, AWS right now, they have services that you can actually deploy a website, and it's pretty fast, especially if you already have the code that that you're like, hey, look, this works. You can even have their AI go through it, parse it, and it'll reorganize it to make it sustainable on their system.
And hosting it on a different server might be necessary at this point too. Because what I'm having is just there's just too much data. It's only like 30,000 players, which doesn't sound like a lot. There's a bunch of other things that go into it.
That's a lot. Honestly,
well,
that's a lot.
From a data perspective, it isn't really. 30,000 is not a lot from a data perspective.
Not really.
The problem is that it's 30,000 players, but there's like 20 something tables. Everything's stored in different tables, which makes it great for compartmentalizing. But when you're trying to pull in data to be used all at once, you end up with this giant mess of you need to grab this table and this table and this table and this table.
Why aren't why not use a database?
It is. It's just because there's so much data in there, and I've optimized it as much as I think I can. Like most of the scores don't actually exist. I don't know if I've ever mentioned that to you guys. The actual scores, like the individual scores for height, weight, and all that stuff, those scores don't exist. They don't exist anywhere.
I'm sorry. I'm laughing at Dale. Just there with the mask on.
Is it a filter or is it actual mask?
No, it's an actual mask.
No, he put on a plastic mask.
Hold on. This actual
He got offended when I said I wasn't a Bengal fan. He was like, "Oh,
here and talk on the mask."
He's like, I
here's the
gotta
bartender
put on a
here
mask.
saying,
Like,
yeah, the bartender here is like, hey, you're so professional, blah blah blah. And here's Dale with his gag ball mask on.
Gag ball mask on. So Dale, listen to me. You wanted to do websites.
Hold on, I can't hear anything. I got this mask
Jesus
on.
Christ. Take the mask off.
Hold on. I'll put the earbuds on. What's the question?
My brother-in-law can make you a website, all right?
I didn't say I can make a website. I said I can point you to where you can. I mean, I could help out if you need it.
Yeah, I think
I'm not gonna. I don't really charge. I'm not gonna charge anybody for that. But
now AWS is
Look,
is
I'm
one of those
gonna
things
blow
I
my
wanted to
brother-in-law's
get into.
nuts here.
I know
He's one of the smartest guys I know. Okay.
Oh, God
AWS also has a lot of active APIs.
My brother-in-law was able to
has all the code. David, you're too loud.
It's not You hush up.
Oh, shit.
It's not running as fast as it should be. Or as it needed. So, yeah.
He has ADD and
I mean, if you want me to, can you send me the website? I'll take a look at it and see like what's involved in it, and then I can kind of estimate from there how detailed it's going to be and how much it'll actually take, how much work.
Yeah, it's ras.football. I dropped it in the chat too.
Okay, you said
RAS.football.
Oh, RAS football. Okay. All right. Cool. All right.
Yeah,
I can do that for you. Hey, so just have Jeff send me your or Iceman send me your
that guy. Whatever.
your contacts, and I'll get with you this week, and we can look at some stuff. Jump on a Zoom call or something, all right?
Yeah, Actually, I'm gonna have to drop it's like 10:30. I got to get these team posts out, so I will catch you all later. Have me on. Thanks for talking, Dave.
Thanks, Kent. You're the man. I love you, brother.
You're the man, dude. You're the man.
Have a great one. Happy draft weekend. I'm sure you guys will have a nice time tomorrow and talk yourself into the draft pick day. So
we always
enjoy
do.
that one
We always
for all
do.
those who celebrate. All right, catch you guys later.
Thanks for everything.
At least you're not a Falcons fan.
Exactly.
Ooh.
AA Ron. AA Ron.
I mean, to have it and then lose it like that.
Hey man, shut up.
I mean, that's worse than what y'all went through. I know.
Do you remember
That's what he's like, man. Fuck you.
That was almost a decade ago, and I still cry.
The comedy sketches? AA Ron.
Huh?
That's AA Ron right there. That's
What's
AA
up?
Ron. I was talking
AA
about
Ron.
you. AA Ron. You're AA Ron. Exactly.
Hey, Ron.
AA Ron.
Y'all left some weights in the background. and
Yeah,
shit.
what is happening in the
That's my
background?
son.
Harley. That's
That's my
Harley.
son Harley.
He's still
That's my
doing
son
weights.
Aaron right here.
Well, Aaron ain't
Aaron.
trying to lift those weights, but goddamn
Aaron
Harley
fucking
over there
knows
lifting all the weights.
Hey, you see those arms?
Aaron lifts.
Those arms look like they lift weight.
Aaron lifts lumber for.
They lift a hammer.
Aaron
They lift
lifts.
a drill.
Aaron lifts weed a lot.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, it's terrible. No.
He said, "Yeah."
He shrugged it off. He shrugged it off.
Hey, man, I'm in Florida, bro. I have my medical card.
None of us was judging you for it.
Oh, I don't care, man.
I know you didn't care.
Honestly, bro, I fuck yeah, hit that.
Have you guys seriously been live for 10 hours and 30 minutes?
Yes.
Yes.
Not me.
God, you guys been on here all day?
I have.
Not me.
I have.
Oh,
Well, Dale's been on the whole call. I missed by like a half hour. So I've been up for like 10 hours. He's been up for 27 minutes.
Oh, damn. Well, guys, if I don't smoke weed, I'm an asshole.
You are an asshole.
Yep, you got smoke weed. It keeps me
He's
an
an asshole.
What do you do if you don't smoke weed?
He's an asshole.
I'm an
I
asshole.
told you.
I know, but like, what do? You just fucking beating people? You fucking them up?
No.
No, I'm just.
He can't fuck anybody up. Look at that guy.
Oh, come on.
I know, but that's why I was saying it. Like,
I mean, he just gets really annoying.
oh, he's got an attitude.
It's like a chihuahua.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Like a chihuahua. You don't want to hit him because you're like, man, I like you. But then it's like,
Oh, you do?
fuck, you're annoying. Get out of here.
Like 500 pounds.
He is. You don't want to hurt him because you're like, I like you.
You might break him though. He's so skinny.
Yeah, I'm like, dude. I'm like, but yeah. So it's better if he just.
Like me and David.
I'm not enjoying this me being soft conversation.
No one said you were soft.
That's what it sounds like.
No one said you were soft.
Maybe a little bit, but like, no,
Georgia,
you ain't
bro.
soft, but
Georgia, bro.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I was talking about from my point of view.
Oh well, man, I ain't gonna fight
Yeah,
someone.
exactly. Look, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You don't scare me.
All we're saying, all we're saying is me and your dad and your other uncle could probably kick your ass.
He's like,
None of us would ever do that.
shit. He's like, I hope it would never come to that.
I'm coming for all your needs.
That's a surefire way to get us. Timber.
My best odds.
Yeah, that is your best odds.
And I just got to stomp them up.
Yep. You better keep kicking them knees too. Because there ain't no way I'm once you let go of that, give me about 10 to 15 minutes for my knee to recover.
10 to 15 minutes. You can get that much of a head start. I'm a mile ahead of you, man.
Yeah, I know.
I'm so sorry.
Hey,
You better
David.
get in the phone.
What's up?
David, we're gonna let you go, brother. You were talking way louder than the rest of us. We can't even hear AC.
Oh
so.
shit, my bad.
You're all
Well,
good, bro.
I can't control my volume
AC's in
too
the
much.
airport.
AC's in the airport. I can't hear
Oh.
you
I don't
talk.
think he was doing anything.
Okay, you guys
All
hear
right, man.
us? David, I love you, brother. Thanks for joining on.
Yeah, just get in contact with me and we'll try and figure it out.
I'll get.
All right, Uncle Jeff, you old bastard.
you old motherfucker, 50-year-old motherfucker.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He's half a century.
Past the halfway mark, man.
So good. It's all wisdom. It's
The
all wisdom.
best years are behind you.
Bullshit.
This motherfucker said, I'm 50, I got wisdom.
Exactly.
Ain't no one in this world looking to you for wisdom.
Yeah,
when he throws down beers.
What? What do you mean?
We had great conversation when he's drinking.
Yeah.
When it's over, and he's just like, I don't know if I really want to be here.
Oh, that's bullshit. That is not true at all. Whatever, dude.
That's probably just my perspective because I'm usually high.
Hey, that's true. That's true. That's true. Look at AC. He's like, all right.
All right, guys.
We in no way support or promote the use of illegal drug products.
But legal, yes. Legal all day long.
As long as they are legal.
Yeah.
I don't care what you do behind in your own house.
Right.
Hey, I want some of those gummies when I come back down to Florida, all right?
Huh?
Some of those
Come
gummies
on now,
when I come
why
back
you
down to
put
Florida.
like are they legal gummies or legal gummies?
Illegal gummies.
Illegal gummies. Legal.
Legal.
Yeah, they well, the ones from if they even have anything down here, a lot of the gummies aren't really strong.
Shit, the last ones I had were.
Yeah,
Well,
Jeff,
okay,
it's because
well.
you're a pussy. It's because you're
No, I don't give a shit. I don't do it
Well,
all
I mean, yeah, it is actually partly that, and it's not that you're a pussy. It's the fact that you're just you don't.
What?
No, I'm saying your system is. It's because it hasn't metabolized.
David, you are high 24 hours a day. So yes.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I've been out in the sun all day.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah. No, so like the gummies, because most of them, if they're 5 milligrams, that's 5 milligrams of THC. But especially the ones that they'll sell. I mean, you to feel anything, you gotta do at least like 5 or 6 of them gummies. Like for me, I'm like.
Yeah, it's the sun. It's the
I'm
sun.
like, man, I'm like that thing don't even start to kick in until like after 5. I'm like,
Right,
woo!
Right, that's the
There
sun.
it is.
Depending where you're at, the sun hits different.
It's a different level.
AC, how many gummies does it take you?
I don't do that stuff.
There you go. He don't do that stuff. He's very good.
I mean, mine.
I'm already a husky bitch. You know what I mean? I don't do that stuff.
True. You probably slimmed down and you stopped drinking that beer and start doing them gummies, AC.
I'll tell you what,
I'm doing push-ups at the bar right now.
You say you're doing push-ups at the bar. I don't see you pushing. There you go.
God damn, that's what it feels
You
like
say
to be
you're
married
doing
to
push-ups at the
AC.
bar. I said, I didn't see you doing push-ups. All right, hey guys. Sorry that we're loud. I'm gonna leave y'all. Okay.
Hey, love you, bro. Later.
How do I exit?
All right.
Oh, here it is. Leave.
Later, guys.
There it is. Bye.
How do I exit?
Parlay. Hey, Ron. Love that. Dale, kick him out. I can't do it. There you go.
I was gonna say, yeah. I was just, I don't know, man.
So yeah,
Just having fun. I'm thoroughly enjoying AC still.
He's still hanging out with us.
waiting on his Uber. That Uber is never coming.
You probably haven't looked at the private chat, but I'm awaiting a bag, and the thing is if I went to get the bag, I couldn't come back up here, so I left the bag. So God only knows what's happening to it.
You left the bag to stay on our show?
It's a small airport. They'll hang on to it.
I see. You could have went. I'm looking at it now. You could have went, dude.
I didn't see it either.
It's all good.
Dude.
I wanted. I actually, to be honest with you, I haven't eaten today, so having some beer and eating is preferred right now. So and hanging with you.
Duh, because Dale's awesome to hang out with.
I missed it. What'd you guys think of the draft? I know that's like probably 14 hours ago that you guys talked about it, but
go ahead, Dale.
So Shamar Stewart, obviously you guys know I'm like production, he's the ultimate traits versus production guy.
Yep.
We will find out in 2 to 3 years, maybe a year from now. If he has 5 sacks next year, we're all going to be like, they know what they were doing.
Yep.
Just from that one pick alone, to be fair.
Uh-huh. Potential is high.
I don't see it, necessarily for me personally.
Miles Murphy. But you liked him.
But I did, and I said it'll take him a couple years. Same thing I feel about Shamar Stewart. And in the second round, the Demetrius Knight. So we were at Project Game Day event last night, and it's like, okay, Demetrius Knight. It's not that it's a reach. He was the best linebacker on the board, and he's going to start. But he's 75th on my board. We take him at 49. So, but I literally am like, he's the best linebacker on the board, and he's the starter. If you get a starting linebacker in the second round, it's just how does he produce? How does he play? There's a lot of things I like about him. So he interests me. And then Dylan Fairchild, 3rd round pick, wrestling background, undefeated.
Chop loves that pick.
Yeah,
I like that pick. For a 4th round guy, there's nothing crazy reaches. To be fair,
right. I don't disagree with that.
I think Fairchild's a good pick, and then the 4th round, we took Barrett Carter, the double down at linebacker.
Yep.
I thought they'd take Barrett Carter there. I thought that would be the first linebacker they took in the 4th round.
Interesting. Okay.
But I'm not mad at it.
I'm not
mad at it.
Yeah.
5th round, we took
Rivers, right?
Yeah. Oh, I love that pick. Yeah,
that's a good pick. I thought that was good value right there. Yeah.
And
running back.
Yeah.
Has played both tackles and guard spot, and then Tosh Brooks, my guy. I like him. If you want to suck your dick on mock drafts, but that's the reason we get so mad is because mock drafts.
But you've been tooting his horn for a while. I will give you credit for that. You've been tooting.
Yeah, I like him. Yeah.
I would have taken Damian Martinez, so I'm curious to see how his career plays out compared to Tosh Brooks. But Tosh Brooks is a bowling ball, and he is a very good blocker.
He's a little wild with his body, isn't he? Like when he runs with the ball, he's kind of a little all over. It's a little Mixon-esque, right? It's kind of just.
That's not a bad thing being Mixon-esque.
It's not.
No, but what he's talking about, that part of it.
I'm gonna hand that to you, boss.
Thank you, sir. Sorry guys, I'm eating. I haven't eaten.
Well, he called you boss, and you are the godfather.
What's that?
I think he said he wanted to suck his dick or something.
I thought he did too. I said boss.
Ruby, so you guys, they're from the Midwest, so they're probably used to subpar Johnny Rockets. Yeah, exactly.
What does that guy think of the Bengals draft?
No.
I don't think he's got a dog in the Bengals fight, to be honest with you.
By the way, I'm glad he called you boss. The correct name is
Godfather.
Godfather. So he's close.
It's true.
Yeah. Right.
My worry with the class is it just. Sorry, I'm eating. I have to eat.
You're good.
No. You should eat, but you're still you're still.
We've been on for 2.5 hours.
I love you. I love you guys. I love being on. The worry that I have is what we're talking. What guys we're talking about. It's like, okay, so Knight, right? Like he's going to replace potentially Pratt. And then you're talking about Barrett, maybe the ADG guy, right? It just feels like you're just kind of still plugging holes in the dam. You're not really like you're treading water, right?
You're chasing your tail, right?
Yeah.
Well,
that's what it feels like.
They had so many needs.
It's because they
especially the
didn't
first
add
few
in-
rounds.
They
They're
didn't
like
add anybody in
these
the
are
last couple of years. That's why. Yeah, rip that shit off. They didn't add anybody in the last couple of drafts. There's nobody that there's nobody in the last who like what T. Higgins, Logan Wilson, last impact players we had. Maybe Evan McPherson.
So we need COVID again for the Bengals to have a good draft.
I mean, yeah.
We need another COVID.
I still think Jackson's gonna be a good player, but he got hurt. You know, Miles Murphy, we're still holding out hope.
One pick ahead of Dax was George Karlaftis. Just saying, I ain't gonna forget about it.
Yeah,
I remember George.
That's your who's
And what's
guy?
this year, buddy? Hey, Dale, what's this year? It's
Walter Nolan.
Walter Nolan and Shamar Stewart. Yep.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yeah, that was oh god. Yeah.
AC.
We had Foxy on. Fox Miller was on the show, and he literally said 3 picks ahead. He said it's going to be Walter Nolan. I said, Foxy, don't get me excited, brother. Don't do this to me.
Who's there?
I said, don't do it. And he said, well, that's what I heard. I said, that's what you heard from who? James Rapine? That guy sucks. no, just joking. I love James.
You know what's funny?
No, he said, yeah, like sure, it's not going to be Walter Nolan. Like that was 100% going to be the pick.
That was their guy. Yeah,
that was
their guy.
So what's funny is Fox told me last night. He goes, James projected the Bengals to pick Stewart there, and he's like, it's not my pick. It's not my pick. It's who I. And he goes, people
pick.
Yeah, he goes, people are, and Fox goes, he goes, people are yelling at him on the YouTube channel. He goes,
and shout out to those guys. Shout out to those guys.
He got it right. Yeah, they got it right.
Guys, they're on it. James is incredible, man. When he came on the show,
that goes back to the point. If Nolan was there, they would have taken him.
Yeah,
they would have.
I'm pretty sure.
That's what hurts me the most, boys. That's what hurts me the most.
Dude, it's like, all right, for you, and both of them are, well, one's Kansas City. The other one for me is Baltimore, Linderbaum. They, fucking Ravens took him like what?
Hey, listen, I don't hate Shamar Stewart. He was 18th on my board. He went.
I don't hate him, no, at all. No, I don't hate him.
It's just, it's a projection. It's a development.
It's not necessary. I know. Chop keeps saying he's a starter, which he probably will be, maybe, but it's not a guy going.
That's irrelevant. D-line rotates, so
I think he's a rotational starter.
Right.
And I think
no one's a fucking starter. He's starting.
And I think if you can get some decent production from a combination of Osai, Murphy, and Stewart,
and
then obviously they've got, because I told everybody that listened to me that day that if Trey Henderson doesn't get dealt on the first night, he's not getting dealt. He's staying.
He's staying.
Yeah.
He's either re-signing him or he's playing out the contract. One of the two.
Yep. And that's where it seems to be. So
it sucks. Hopefully they'll sign him and extend them.
Well, and if you want to put the over-under on is Shamar Stewart, because I think I was listening to a podcast earlier, and it was like the first 3 round picks has never happened. It was Jay Morrison, because Jay Morrison loves stats.
I can do it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, and it's like Shamar Stewart would probably be the least likely one to be the starter in week 1. But you know how he's a starter? They didn't say this. In my head, I was like, this is already how I feel. It's not a battle between Shamar Stewart and Miles Murphy for who's the starter opposite of Trey. Trey holds out for a week. I really feel like that's realistic. Chris Jones did the same damn thing.
Realistic, yes. Yeah.
But
So you think he holds out? Sorry again, guys. I'm like slurping
ahead.
food on the air. That's not my deal.
bro, no one watches the show. No one gives a fuck.
We only have like 500 people watching. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
What number, Dale?
I better chew with my mouth closed so I'm polite.
Yeah, what do we got watching?
It's 600.
Yeah, 600 people. Yeah. Nobody's watching. Go ahead, AC.
No, looks good.
Thank you.
I know. Great.
I think he literally looked at AC and he said, "You look good."
Yeah, you did.
So if you look at Texas, this is what John and I have talked about a little bit. Is like what's going on with Texas A&M defense and the product, because Nick Scorton was another guy that like a lot of people liked a lot, and the production wasn't there, and he bulked up 20, 25 pounds, and then he shed it. So you kind of go like,
we excuse it. This is what we do. We're gonna.
I know I guess it just is kind of like, well, how does that play into everything? I guess is.
Well, Dustin brought this up earlier on the stream that Texas
everyone does.
Yeah, they don't show out in college, but they could not all the time show out in the NFL, which we're hoping is what's happened.
Listen, I
hey.
Listen. I don't know shit about shit, but Shemar Stewart had plenty of pass rushing opportunities. So did everybody else on that, like whatever their scheme was. Because I broke it back down again, watched it again, rewatched it, watched it a third time. He just misses. He misses. The athleticism is there. Like, so, like, I want to get both sides. Like, I can talk myself into why he can be great. Development-wise, he can be great. But I'm not going to excuse the pick of not only production, but to do that with and listen, I want to, AC. I want to. Because that's what everybody says. It's like
it's the finishing with him, right? The finishing of play with him.
Yeah, but it's like their scheme. It's like, no, he had plenty of opportunities to rush the passer, and did not even. It is finishing, but it's also like to act like the scheme just ask him to literally stop the run every day, all day, every game. Like that. No, I watched the entire tapes every game. Like,
so what do you make of Nick Scorton then, and what happened with him?
Yeah,
just different role and different,
right. Which is a reason I would have said, if you talk production wise, Nick Scorton should have been picked over Shemar Stewart. He's not the athlete. But 10 sacks, he went down to like 5. I get it. I understand. But they ask him to put on 20 pounds.
Yep.
Coming from Purdue to there. That's part of their scheme bullshit. I get it.
Yeah. And maybe they had thought that the hope was that would have opened things up more for Stewart by kicking him in a little bit more and playing the run a little bit more, and at least in certain categories didn't stack up.
I'm gonna choose right now to believe in Al Golden and his vision, and that
you have to.
No, sorry. I know, like we're talking like I know, like it was a bad time when he was talking there, but honestly, because they're banking on that no matter who they took in this draft. So when you go Shemar Stewart, Demetrius Knight, Barrett Carter, even in the 4th round, they took Fairchild in the 3rd. But when you do that, you were literally like Al Golden and how it can develop, and new linebacker coach, new D-line coach. They're giving them weapons. They're letting Al Golden get his vision on the defense. So I actually like that. because it's like, if you're going to give this to a guy, let him get his guys. Because so you could say, oh, no, Al Golden wanted Xavier Watts. He could have took him in the second or the third. He did not want his own guy, his own college guy. I'm not shit talking Xavier Watts. But he could have took him twice.
Yep.
He literally said Demetrius Knight was my guy. I like Swessiger as linebacker too. He went to the Browns at the first pick of the second round at 33.
Yep.
Demetrius Knight was the best linebacker on the board. Yeah, he was 75th on my overall board. But he was the best linebacker on the board, and he's a plug-and-play starter.
Yep.
Like, that's the hope, right? Like, he's going to start, and he is the last guy that could start. That's my opinion on that part of it.
Well, your opinion lines up with PFF because Demetrius Knight was Trevor Sikkema's third best linebacker in the class. Which
he probably got that off of me. He probably has a draft guide. Somebody probably sent it to him.
Probably. I mean, definitely.
Kidding.
But I mean, and then you go, okay, well, when does the third best line? That's where you go, okay, value, right? Like, okay, PFF says he's the third best linebacker, but what is he overall and all that kind of stuff. So I get what they were doing. I don't think it moved the needle a ton. And it was a lot of needs, and it was a lot of like plugging into our problems that already exist. Instead of like planning for the future, which is, and on one hand, it's terrible. And on the one hand, it's okay because it's like, you got to win now. So if you have improvements, if you think that Demetrius Knight's going to be an improvement over Jermaine Pratt, if you think you got a guy that's in Akeem Davis-Gaither,
he's a younger Jermaine Pratt, but like 1 year coming out of college.
I mean, it's like ridiculous. Yeah, I know. But so I get it a little bit, but I'm also kind of like I don't know how much
skeptical. You're skeptical about it. I am too.
I just, how much did you improve your team? That's my big thing. It's more, instead of it just kind of felt like plugging problems instead of best player available, planning for the future type of thing. The guard thing was just a glaring need, and I mean they addressed it, but I mean,
we thought Ratledge, right? Like we all thought Ratledge at 49.
I did.
To be fair,
I did. I was all about. I wanted Nolan and Ratledge.
But you guys know that Dylan Fairchild was 2 years younger than Tate Ratledge.
I do now. Almost 11 hours into this, yes.
I probably said it.
Well,
don't stay
today. Don't stay because of me, guys. If you got to bail,
no.
What?
All right, AC. Look, dude, me and Dale stayed up the other night after we both got done doing his live stream and my live stream. Stayed talking to 5 a.m. on the phone. So
if I get off of here, Anthony, I'm gonna call you. Oh wait, I don't have Anthony's number. See, that's probably that's good for you, AC.
I'll message it to you, bro.
All right,
you can call her. You can call or text me anytime.
And don't answer. Honestly, never answer when I call you.
I want your number. I've sent you mine.
Did I not give you mine?
No.
Okay.
Oh my
I'll give you mine.
Jesus Christ, Jeff. You're like a fucking high school girl.
I am. What the hell?
I'm trying to ask Jeff out to prom. You know what I mean?
I want to, and I've talked about this before. The Project Game Day event. Chop gave me my scouting report. Do you want in my scouting report?
What was
Project Game Day, AC?
Of the players they picked?
No. Project Game Day. You know,
okay.
The stuff we do for charity.
Yeah.
Chop said, I got a scouting report for you. Shows up late, leaves early, don't do shit when he's there.
Okay.
True.
I didn't argue at all.
But worked your ass off the entire 365 days before this to put together the draft guide that people bought to support Project Game Day. So don't cut yourself short. Stop.
I'm not cutting myself short.
You better not, or I'll call you out. You better not.
But I am so proud of what those guys accomplished at the Fulling
Dude,
Warehouse. And
was
Jordan Battle was a fucking jewel. I've never met him in person. Dapped him up. And Joey Cook is also a jewel. Jeff, I know you know him a little bit with what he does with the golf stuff that's about to come
Jackpot
up with
Joe,
Jackpot Joe.
Well,
No, I mean, Jackpot Joe right here. It's right here. That shit is right here.
Anyway, like back to Project Game Day. What? Bourbon, Joe, James, Pork Chop,
Greg, Pork Chop, Santori.
Santori. There were
Darth Bangle with his chains.
Yep, Darth.
Yes.
Darth. There were so many they had so many stuff for the raffle. Like there was two. So you had a raffle, and then you actually got tickets to win something once you bought a ticket, which I didn't.
Well, the Buffalo trip was a $3,000 trip.
Yeah, there was so much stuff there. They worked their ass off, and I told them that. So you guys did a great job.
What kind of stuff do you guys look for raffle items for that?
I have no idea. I have nothing to do with it.
Me neither.
Okay, well, let me know. I'll try.
No, I mean, like a lot of these guys donate their own money. They donate stuff when they go to so they go to Taste the Bengals. They got full autograph stuff. They got and Greg, shout out Gregor09, shout out Greg Luther,
BSG.
But like he got
as I previously knew him, Greg from Cincinnati, who used to call into the show. Yeah.
Oh, Greg. No, it's Greg from Madeira.
Greg from Madeira. Yeah.
Okay.
He stepped his game up now.
We talked about that with James Rapine as well.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. Hey, Greg from Madeira.
It was like BSG's cool. I was
like,
like, but Greg from Madeira sucks.
Oh shit!
I ain't never listened to that. I don't fucking have a clue.
So the funny thing, all right, I gotta tell you this. So when I first started getting to Greg, he goes, "You listen to sports talk radio in Cincinnati?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "You ever heard anybody called Greg from Madeira?" I'm going, maybe.
I wouldn't remember that.
No, I'm like, maybe. He goes, well, "That's me." I said, "Oh, okay, cool." Like, he would come in and argue with James.
That guy supports has supported every one of.
Oh, he's the best.
He's the best.
Oh, Greg's awesome, dude.
Every other podcast, everything else, but
Greg, if you're watching, you're the man, dude.
Greg is asleep. Greg's been on the couch all day long.
Oh yeah.
He's
He was
very
on the
tired.
couch. He was on the couch 12 hours. How long have we been going? He was
Uh,
on the couch 11 hours ago. We're almost at 11 hours.
So AC, I was getting Greg shit. I said, you're tired. I said, oh, okay. Well, I did a live show Thursday night, but then me and Dale stayed up to 5 a.m. talking, and then I woke up and went to Project Game Day. And then I had to leave there and go to work at 4 a.m. I'm back on the air at 12. But you're tired, okay? Which Greg did a lot of work. Don't get me wrong.
Bro, I wasn't coming to my own event. That's how shitty I am.
They got there at 10 a.m.
I wasn't going yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I had 2 hours of sleep. I wasn't going to Project Game Day event yesterday.
That was not my fault at all. I had nothing to do with him getting 2 hours sleep. And nothing at all. Not my fault. Nope.
Crip's unbelievable.
What did he say?
I mean, I don't even know how to respond to that right there.
Crip's unbelievable. One of these days, we're gonna. Do we know if Crip's a guy or a girl? Do we know this?
Oh, no, actually,
don't.
I ain't gonna gender identify people.
I don't know.
Like, he might be Transformer.
I have no idea.
I don't
If you guys remember Tales from the Crypt, right? The old show.
Yeah.
On
I know.
cable.
I know.
It was kind of you were like, I don't know what that the thing is. So,
yeah, exactly.
I was just gonna say that Crip loves Derek's wife.
Okay.
It's a little creepy of how much he likes her, but yes.
Does she take the air off then, or?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
No. She pops in every now and then. And Crips loves her, and it's funny. It's funny to me.
How is Derek? I haven't seen or heard from him for a while.
He was on his own show about 6 hours ago.
Yeah, I never. He's back on night shift, and he literally hates this man hates his life. Like, so I don't want to like speak on his business too much, but I mean, Sarah's grandfather died this week, and that's why he wasn't at the Project Game Day event. But just for Derek for this
give
show,
them my best. Give them my best if you could.
for sure, I will do. And he hides you and holds you in high regard.
I thought you,
that's nice.
I thought you hit him somewhere.
I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to say he's hiding and laying in wait to punch me in the face.
I thought you were going to say he hid AC in his pocket somewhere. What the hell?
No. Like when Derek was doing his, when Derek was doing his fantasy football stuff, like AC had him on. That's what AC does. That's who he is.
Good dude. All you guys are great dudes.
AC, you gotta go, brother. You're looking about to clean up and get the hell out of here.
No, I'm all right for a couple more minutes. I just they're closing down this little place here, so I gotta go get my bag in a couple minutes. But I got a couple more minutes, I think.
The bag that you can't find anymore because your
all right. Well, good time when you got the Godfather on. It's a good time to ask the Godfather.
What are your guys' grade?
No, you're great. Your thoughts. Break down each pick. Break down each pick in 20 seconds.
Now, go.
All right. Shamar Stewart, boomer bust, right? Love the athleticism. Don't love the floor because I think that's low. But if you can't, I don't think he needs to be. I know. Wrap it up.
No, I'm not. No, I was trying to do. I should have put a clock on. Just
you ever see the old Chappelle show? Wrap it up, B. Wrap it up.
B.
Oh yeah.
That's why I leaned back. I was like, "You got it. Go ahead."
Yeah. No. I to me again, I don't think he needs to be like the next, Elvis Doomerville or some other, like a stud multi-pro. I think if you can create a good mix with 2 or 3 guys at that spot, and if Osai can get you like 6 to 8 sacks, hopefully, and he can get you a few, Murphy can move around a little bit. You heard Golden talk about Sample, which is a guy that we just don't readily talk about.
I like him, but
I like Cam Sample. He's been
gone for a year. We forget about him.
Right, but
he should have been a D tackle. He should have been that.
He's kind of a little bit more run guy, right, Dale? Like he'll help a little bit more in that respect than some of the. I don't know.
His impact would have been bigger if they just let him rush from the inside. Oh, we're going to take Barrett Carter and give him snaps. Those snaps should have went to Cam Sample. I have a lot of things to say about a lot of things.
Cam Sample should be your Frosty Rucker or your like Wallace Gilberry guy. That's who Cam Sample should be.
Yeah.
Wallace Gilberry was a fantastic player.
Yeah, he was.
He was a dog.
He was a dog. So I think for that one, I'm kind of like B minus C plus, just because if you go let's say the floor is an F, but the ceiling is an A. I mean, you kind of meet in the middle there a little bit, and I like it there, but I don't think he needs to be the savior at that other spot. I think he just needs to be, a guy that contributes with a couple of other guys, and then
you know how he starts at week 1. Trey holds out week 1.
That's how he would. Yeah, that's how he would.
Because Murphy's starting. Murphy's starting, right?
On the other side, yeah. I think so, yeah. And then Knight,
the number 1 pick he's got.
All right, so we're into round 2. Because listen, I said 20 seconds. We're going longer than 20 seconds.
I know. Because I'm Yaki.
No,
he's got it. Relax. Let him talk. He's got it.
Knight. I think there was a perceived reach there, but I think
this guy.
I think you see the linebackers that started coming off and like, we need linebackers who can play right now.
He was their guy. He was their
guy. And they waited and they got him. Unfortunately, you saw him the first couple of minutes.
You said unfortunately.
Well, I have always been the guy, like for me, okay, if I'm the Bengals and Walter Nolan is like, dude, that's the top of our list, right?
Oh yeah, that's
top, and the top 12 picks go, and he's not gone. I'm kind of like, I'm gonna go get that guy. If I think that guy's gonna change my defense, I'm gonna go get the Bengals. Never do that.
I
Never.
agree. No, never.
And so at any rate, that's what kind of frustrates me a little bit.
But with Demetrius Knight in the second, like there was guys that we liked, but Xavier Watts, Tate Ratledge.
Yep.
I don't think they were super high on those guys.
No, that's the guy that went got it.
And I'm going to tell you guys, Ratledge to the Lions, he's going to play right next to Sewell. And that line's just going to be silly. So it's like, okay, and guess what?
Tell me.
Guess how they've built their team, and guess what they've done in building the team that way. They've been very successful. So it's like, whether or not Ratledge pans out or not, but you've got Ragnow, you've got Ratledge, you've got Sewell. I mean, it's just like
Christian Mahogany. Remember last year, Boston College third-round guy went in the 6th. They also took another guy besides Tate Ratledge. I don't remember the name, but I remember us talking about it during this marathon 11-hour show. Rewind, find it.
Yep.
But there was a guy. They took another guard / tackle that I was like, bro, that's just a steal. No, it was Miles Frazier.
Yeah.
I didn't know who it was because that one hurt me.
Fairchild, I get. I like him. I like a lot of things about him. I'm not in love with him, but I think I think that fits a lot of just. And if you're sitting here going, okay, let's get mean and nasty in the AFC North, that fits that profile, right?
Wrestler. He pinned Scott Peters to the ground.
Yeah.
And credit. I'm out of here. Sorry. And credit. They're turning off the lights off on me and everything, man. So I
your Uber better be there.
I know. I hope my bag's there.
This guy.
So I know this husky guy.
No, not you. I'm talking about the fucking your bags and everything else. Hammer it. No, hammer it. You got this in you.
What is it? I don't get it.
The beer. Oh,
me?
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, fucking chug it.
Okay.
This guy's. Yeah.
It is an IP. It is an IPA, so it's a little rough.
Yeah, I couldn't do that either. That shit fucking it hits your lips. You're like, nah, I can't chug that shit. Nope. I don't blame you.
So Fairchild, I get, and that's just, it's funny. We did a mock draft on our show, and John picked him as his 3rd round pick, kind of saying, "Well, we haven't picked a guard yet. I haven't picked a guard yet, so I'm gonna go get that guy." Because I think he fits the Bengals and it makes a lot of sense. So I like that pick. I'm not like overly in love with it, but I think it makes sense. And then
that's one thing you've always done. I will give AC this. He ain't gonna overly glaze the guy.
Yeah,
that's
I
me using young term people. Somebody called me on that. You said glaze? What the fuck are you using these young people terms? I said I ain't gonna suck his dick. I ain't gonna suck his dick if I don't love it.
Yeah. Let's see. 4th was Barrett, and I like that pick. I think according to his profile, he can be kind of flexible and you can do some different things with him. So if you're
I needed to be a little bit more of a dog, like from my tape study of him. Like I just wish, like I know he has a lot of experience, a lot of good things, but it's like I just wish he was the guy who come down there and hit people. But guess what? We don't need that because we got Demetrius Knight for that.
And you need, what you need? You need sound tackling,
special teams.
You need all that stuff, and these are, it's not so. I think people are a little mistaken. Like we got to have a top 10. The Bengals have to have a top 10 defense. They got to. It's like just be sound. No.
We need to get to 21, 20, 19.
That's where Lou was. That's all we
got to do.
And if you can do that, and you can come in clutch situations, and you can be an able tackling unit, that's what you need. And I think that's where those two guys kind of make a lot of sense there. I don't like that they didn't really get so. I wish they had a little bit more interior, a little bit more of a priority interior defensive line, so that
Oh
bothered me a
no,
little
no!
bit.
I obviously Walter Nolan guy. I want that.
Yeah. Jalen Carter is the ultimate Bengals offensive lineman, where it's like, oh, you play 3 spots, wonderful. You know what I mean? Like that's that. I think
Well,
I think that.
AT, can I ask you a quick about the guard play? The room right now, I think it's the deepest we've had since Burrow's been here.
Well, what I like, and you're right.
I don't love it. I'm just saying it's deep.
Right. There's bodies,
Yes.
right? There's bodies.
Yes, and even with still remaining question marks, you know what there is? There's competition.
I get it.
And for those of you who and I'm a big Pete Carroll guy just because of I'm a West Coast guy and whatever.
USC, baby.
But Pete Carroll always
You're a
is
USC fan. Let's call it what it is.
But Pete Carroll is compete. Yeah, is always his deal. And like, you know what? You think you're a starter, it may not be good enough. You know what I mean? And so I like that. I don't know if that's necessarily their mentality with the Jalen Rivers and the Dylan Fairchild picks, but I like the fact that they've I like the fact that
it should be.
And then Taj at the end, I really like him. I don't know how much time he'll get, but I think I still wonder about
So I'll say this
Zach
to you.
Moss.
You got
Moss. I still
you got
wonder
a
about
bigger
Moss.
channel than me. He's gonna go on pup, I think.
I think so too. Yeah.
All right, so we're on the same page. Like,
well, especially since the draft.
I would give the draft probably their class. And I don't know about you guys. I was really surprised they didn't maneuver around more.
I wasn't. I didn't think they were
down, trading down. I think
that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
In
Getting
the
more
second
picks.
round, trade down.
Getting more picks. Getting more picks.
AC, I said this when first the draft started. I don't think they're trading anybody. I don't know why. I just had a feeling they're going to stick with their.
Well, I don't think they were going to trade people. I think I just thought they were going to trade back.
They were going to trade down because that 7th round pick they meant, but they could have got an extra.
Dale, it's so valuable. That 7th round pick is so valuable, Dale.
Can I tell you? Yeah. Can I tell you this? I think
2000.
I think they were going to stay with the 6 picks because they had to get them right.
Yeah,
that's why I think they weren't going to trade up or trade down. If their guy, whoever their guy was at that point, if they can get him, they were
all right. Bagel Cobb 5103. I don't know you, but shout out. He said drunk Dell and airport AC is what the people need.
Yeah, the airport's kicking me out of here. I got to get out of here. This gentleman is very nice tonight. Yeah. He's closing down.
He's
so
yelling
I
at
gotta get out of here.
AC, dude.
Yeah. I feel bad.
AC,
I've been sitting here.
You are the fucking man. Godfather. Yeet. Every day.
You guys are the best.
We love you.
You guys are the best. Hey, pray for the rest of my clothes.
Yeah, I hope your goddamn Uber shows up. To be honest,
this airport closes up soon. It's not a late night.
Yeah, but they gonna take you home or the Uber coming?
I have to call it. Yeah.
Next one, we're AC's on a Saturday. We're going. Can y'all come pick me up?
Yeah, exactly. Hey, love you guys. I got to get out of here, but
love you too, brother.
And, see you guys
later. Bye.
What a good dude, man. What a good dude.
He is. He's fucking awesome.
I didn't think for that man. And that's so like, there ain't been one time one of us been like, AC, you want to come on this bullshit and have fun?
He jumps
if
on.
He's available, he will jump on.
I know. It's crazy, dude. I'm like really? I call it.
He's on a whole different time zone.
I know.
West Coast.
And he's been doing this way longer than we have. He's
He's literally covering the draft.
Right. He's on a plane texting me going, well, that's it. DM me. I don't have his number. DMing me saying, I'll join. I just got to land. I'm like,
I love that guy.
Okay. He gave up going to find his bag to hang out with us, our dumbasses. That's awesome. Hey, cheers to AC.
Cheers to AC.
Let's go. Take a drink. You're right. Let's go.
I love that fucking guy. Honestly, man, Sissy Jungle, everything he's done. And, like, that's the thing. Like, he ain't trying to have. But if anyone should, and Jeff, no offense to you, I know you've been doing this for a long time. Cincy Jungle and AC.
Yeah.
That's the OG. That's why he's the Godfather. That's why he's the Godfather. That's why we call him the Godfather.
Godfather, exactly. He's been doing way longer than I have or anybody else has. Well, hey, The OGs are him, John Sharon, Ace, and Zim. Those are the first ones I started watching. Those are the OGs right there.
No, AC's the fucking original. Ace and Zim. Well, I ain't got Ace. I like you, Zim. You can go suck a fucking dick, you fucking little short bastard. Fuck you. I don't like you. We got beef. You don't like me. I don't like you. I'll fucking put your little short ass in a locker, you little bitch.
I tell you,
I'm just gonna say it. So
say it.
I don't give a fuck. I don't like Zim. I don't like Zim.
I know you don't.
And oh, I know the players. Oh, Joe Mix is my friend. Why don't you go suck a dick, Zim? Fuck, I'll say it. I'm already blocked anyways. Go fuck yourself, Zim. Go fuck yourself. I turned upside down, upside right. I don't give a fuck, man. Fuck you, Zim.
Yeah,
I don't like you. If I ever see you, I'm gonna fuck you up, boy.
This is the 11th hour of Bagels and Brews, and this is the don't give a fuck hour. Right? Calm down. It's okay. Breathe.
Man, that's it. You don't know how many messages I got.
I know. I
got called a racist of this, that, and the
know
other.
you did.
This motherfucker said, because I literally said, bro, we good. I said, but people call me a racist. Could you just tell them I'm not a racist? Like, I don't even know you like that. And he said, fuck you, motherfucker. And I was like, all right, little shrimpy. I ain't said a word for 3 years. I ain't said a word. Because you know why I haven't said a word for 3 years? Motherfucker threatened to sue me. He said, I'll sue you. I'll put a lawsuit on you. I'm like, bro, you ain't going to get shit on me. I got no money. But this motherfucker going to threaten to sue me? For what? Because I was on with Glenn Goodberry, and Glenn Goodberry said something about your fucking little short ass, you little shrimp dick motherfucker. Like, fuck you, Sydney. His real name is Sydney. Sydney lives at home with both parents. And Sydney's parents had a real good marriage. Fuck that. Man. All right, I'm good.
You good? You have a good draft? You have a good draft?
I had a good time, but that shit has bothered me for 3 years, so I'm gonna speak on it now.
I know.
Fuck Zim Houday. Zim Houday, go fuck yourself, you little fucking bitch. Sue me. Sue me. You ain't gonna get shit on me. I ain't got no money, bitch. I fucking don't like that guy.
I know.
And I will fucking put my goddamn fist through his face if he ever wants to speak to me in person. I do not like him.
So hey, let's put on a different subject here. What was the best?
Fuck Zim Houday. Fuck him.
You got that out? Are you good?
No, I still got a few more in me, but yeah,
Okay.
continue.
Okay. What was the best part of the draft of this entire 11-hour podcast?
Me saying what I needed to say.
I'm
probably gonna get sued. I'm gonna get a lawsuit in the mail.
Dude, there's a lot of
fucking
stuff.
Sydney literally told me 3 years ago. That's slander. That's slander. He DMs me. That's slander. I'm like, bro, I got slander for you. We want to talk about it. I got slander for you. You fake as fuck. You ain't shit. I don't give a fuck. All right, sorry. I'm just all right. I'm gonna end this show. We'll talk after. But
you gonna call me or am I calling you? No, I didn't mean it. This was supposed to be. I didn't mean to trigger you, but that was my bad.
It triggered me. As the kids say, I'm triggered.
All right, how about this? I'm
gonna say it. I don't like his motherfucker. Like,
you said
fuck, I would love to see him in person one time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what hurts me the most?
What?
Midwest Best. Like, honestly, you ain't gonna sponsor me no more. Cool, I get it. You sponsored them before us. Imagine hating a guy for 3 years and they've sponsored your show.
But it's not Tim and Nicole's fault.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I love Tim and Nicole.
Tim and Nicole are awesome. And you are not a racist. I don't care. I'll back you up on that. You're not.
What this motherfucker said to me, and like the way he talked to me, he said, "You're a fucking dumbass. You're a piece of shit. You're this. You're that."
This is.
I got
DMs?
screen like the screenshots.
This is DMs, right? DMs. This is what you're talking
Well,
about.
some of us on Twitter, X, whatever. And
I didn't see any of this. I heard about all of it. So
we mutually blocked each other, whatever. And I don't like to speak on the man's name, whatever. I was honestly over it, but that's like I just think the guy's a fucking piece of shit. And because it's not just me. Like, you know, if it was like, damn, I really fucked up, I really did something wrong. So many Bengals fans get blocked by this guy. For what? Bro, oh, man, 5 steals done. I'm just, man, dude, I got to shut the fuck up. I got to end this show, man. I don't like him. I don't agree with it, but there's people I fuck with that he fucks with that, you know, whatever. It don't have to be mutually exclusive, but fuck him. Fuck you. Fuck you, Sydney, you little fucking bitch. I swear to God, I will fucking beat the brakes off your fucking bitch ass. I'm going to end this show.
I'm calling you. I'm calling you.
All right, I ain't happy.